Hey guys, Hussein and welcome to the Full Stack JavaScript Masterclass. So in this course, you are going to be learning about every single thing there is to learn about in JavaScript. Okay, so we are going to be learning about JavaScript for front end and also for a backend. So these are the technologies which we are going to be covering throughout this course. And I have a dedicated courses on each of these topics like HTML, CSS, Tailwind, CSS, React.js, MongoDB, Mongoose, Node.js, GSAP, React hooks, NPM and all of that, but you are going to be learning all of that stuff throughout this playlist. Okay, so now you might be saying, Hussein, is that it? Like we are going to be just learning about all of these technologies and that's it? No, you are going to be also building 100 projects in this course. Okay, so now you might be saying again, like, Hussein, is that it? We are going to be just learning about all of these technologies plus these 100 projects, nothing else. Well, you are going to be also solving 60 JavaScript challenges. Is that enough for you? Like you are going to be learning about JavaScript for front end and also for backend as well. And you are going to be building 100 projects in this course, and also you are going to be solving 60 challenges in JavaScript. So how the content of this course will look like, this is how the content of the course looks like right here. So in this specific video, the current video which you're watching right now, we are going to be covering all of these topics right here. So first of all, we are going to be covering the beginners section, like what a JavaScript is and how it works and how to connect all of that HTML, CSS in JavaScript, and also the primitive data types, the referent data types, and functions, functions and methods and all of that kind of stuff. Then we are going to be jumping into the intermediate part of this course where you're going to be mastering the ECMAScript 6. After that, we are going to be jumping into the DOM. Then we are going to be learning about JavaScript animation with GSAP library. And finally, we are going to be diving into the advanced part of this course, which will be the OOP, like object-oriented programming, and also the asynchronous programming in JavaScript. So after you complete this course, then you can jump to React.js. I have a dedicated course on React.js, and in this course, you are going to be building 10 projects. In the DOM course, you are going to be building 6 projects. In the GSAP course, you are going to be building 1 project, and you are going to be also building 100 projects in this course, and I'm going to show you that in a second. Okay, so after watching all of that, then you can jump into the Node.js, then you can watch Express.js course, and then you can watch my MongoDB and Mongoose course. So finally, if you complete all of that series, then you would be able to call yourself as a JavaScript champion or a JavaScript superstar, however you want to call yourself. Okay, so it will take you this amount of time. Like in this specific video, we are going to be just covering all of that, and the first section will take you 4 hours, the second section will take you 3.3 hours, the third one will take you just 3 hours, the fourth one will be 1, and then we have a 4 hours right here. And if you take all of these courses, so it will take you that much. But if you want to build that 100 projects with me, so it will take you more than 30 hours of work. Okay, so yeah, that's all about it in this course. So now let me just show you where in the world you will find all of that code which you are going to be writing in this course, and also their projects and all of that kind of stuff. So you don't have to go any further, and you can just check out my YouTube channel right here, and here you will find all of their projects right here. So if you don't know what in the world HTML and CSS is, so you can take this entire course right here. And in this course, by the way, you're going to be also building 15 professional projects. And then this course is totally optional. Like if you want to learn about SaaS, so in this course you are going to be also building 6 projects. And if you also want to learn Tailwind CSS with me, so in this course you are going to be also building these 3 projects. And finally, one of my favorite course, this course is like totally optional, like you don't have to take this course, but I will highly recommend you to at least watch, I don't know, maybe the first hour of this course. It will make you a Visual Studio Code superstar. So this is my guarantee. If you watch this course, you are going to be calling yourself as a Sonic coder. You don't have to watch this course because this course is already included in this video. If you want to watch this video separately, like you totally can, and nothing is stopping you from that. But I will suggest you, like if you don't watch this video and also this one, so you will be totally in a good shape because all of these 2 videos content is already available inside this video which you are currently watching right now. So now let me just talk to you about their projects. Or you know what, before we getting into the project, first of all, let me just show you where in the world you should go from this course. So if you complete this video, the current video which you are currently watching right now, so then you can jump into the Node.js course, then the Express.js course, and then MongoDB if you wanted to. But if you want to learn React.js first and all of them like a bit later, so you can totally do that, and you can just pick it right here. and you can first of all learn React.js, and then you can learn the Node.js, Express.js, and also the MongoDB as well. So now let me just show you that 100 projects which you're going to be building throughout this course. So I've created this separate playlist for their projects right here. So if I open that, and here you will find all of their projects which you're going to be building throughout this course. And it includes project for beginners, for intermediate, and also for advanced level JavaScript programmer as well. Okay, like you're going to be working with a lot of external APIs, and you are going to be writing a lot of code, and I'm going to just hurt your fingers by writing a code. Okay, so these are all the projects. So now let me just show you where in the world you will find all of the coding which we are going to be writing throughout this course, and also for all of these projects as well. So you don't have to go any further. You just have to come to my GitHub repository, like my GitHub profile, and here you will find all of their repository right here. So just click on this button, and there you will find all of their repository for different kind of courses. Okay, and now let me just show you these 100 projects right here. So I will just pin that at the top. If you didn't see that at the top, so you can just click on these repositories, and then you can search it there, and it will bring you to this repository right here. Like not this one, it will bring you to this repository if you open that, and here you can see it will now include all of the coding which we are going to be writing in that 100 projects right here. So you will also get the resources like the images and all of that, and you will also get the coding for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And notice we didn't use anything else except HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I will highly recommend you to at least watch my HTML and CSS course. But if you are feeling comfortable and you don't want to watch that course, so feel free to skip that, and then you would be able to watch this JavaScript course right here. Okay, so now let me just show you all of the code which you are going to be writing this course. So here, this repository is currently private, but I'm going to make that public once I publish this course on my YouTube channel. And here you can see the beginner section, then we have this GSAP section, then we have like all of these sections right here. And I'm going to make that in order. You don't have to worry about all of them for now, but if you open that, and it will now give us all of the basic stuff like primitive data types, control structure, and all of that. So if I just open this folder, so each folder will include the, or what do we call it, the exercise, and also the live coding. So we are going to be doing both of them throughout this course. Like we are going to be performing the live coding as well, and we are going to be also performing the challenges as well. So I'm going to just open this exercise. I'm going to just open that. And here you can see, first of all, I'm going to just give you some sort of instruction. Let me just zoom in a bit. First of all, I'm going to just give you some sort of instruction, and then you have to write your own code for that. And here is the solution of that course. So you will have to watch this course in that manner. If you want to become a real JavaScript developer, so you have to perform all of the exercises, which I'm going to give you throughout this course. So yeah, I guess that was it about all of the setup. So before we getting into the actual content of this course, first of all, I want you to know like this course is like my hard work. I put a lot of efforts into this course, and I don't have anyone else to write a code, and also to make a thumbnails, and also to make a slides, and also to edit my content. So I do that all by myself. So just imagine like how much time I put into this course. So I will highly appreciate that if you subscribe to this channel, and also you give a star to my GitHub repository. So I will highly appreciate that. So if you don't want to do that, so you don't have to do that, but I'm just saying like I put my heart and soul into this course, and I will love to see all of your thoughts in the comment section. So if you like this course, and I don't know if this course changed your life in some manner, so you can post that in the comment section. Or if you don't like some part of this course, so you can also post that in the comment section, and I'm gonna just do my best to improve this course, okay, or improve my upcoming courses which are coming. So yeah, if you want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, so feel free to do that. And if you don't, so that's completely okay. So I will see you in the course in a few seconds. So before we getting into the actual content of this course, first of all, we have to ask ourselves, is there what in the world is this technology which we are currently learning, and why you should care about that? So this definition is just a simple definition of a JavaScript, but trust me, JavaScript is more than that. And throughout the course, you are going to be learning all about that other stuff which I'm not going to be mentioning right now. So JavaScript is a versatile and widely used programming language that plays a crucial role in web development specifically, and it enables developers to create interactive and dynamic elements within a web pages, something which you don't have to worry about for now. and enhancing the user experience by adding functionality that respond to the user action, something which you also don't have to worry about for now. And JavaScript is primarily executed in the web browser, something which we are going to be also exploring throughout this course, but it also uses the other environment like server-side scripting, Node.js, and we are going to be also covering that in this course. So for now, I just want you to keep in mind like JavaScript is a programming language and it plays a crucial role in web development. So I want you to just keep that in mind for now. But throughout the course, we are going to be learning all of that stuff, like what in the world is a server-side scripting and what is a browser and execution and all of that kind of stuff, like functionality and response to a user and all of that. But you don't have to worry about any of these stuff for now. Okay, so that was just a quick definition of what a JavaScript is and how it works. So now let's start our conversation by where in the world we are going to be writing our JavaScript code. So there are a lot of places where you can run and write your JavaScript code, but I just choose these few of them right here. So we are not going to be using any of them which I'm showing you right now, but we are going to be making our own setup and all of that in a second. So now let me just show you places where you can write your simple code and you can test the result of that code in a second. So the first one in my list is codesandbox.com, and so here you can create just an index.js file and you can place your JavaScript code and it will just work like so. Okay, so this is the first one. The second one is that online VS Code right here, like the browser version of the VS Code, and I'm going to just create a file and I'm going to just create like I'm going to just provide some sort of, you don't have to do that by the way, I'm just doing it because I want to show you all of that, but you don't have to. Okay, so I'm going to just search for a JavaScript and I'm going to just select that, and here you can see if I just pass this code, I can run this code in my terminal and I can do whatever I want to do with that. So this is the second place, and now the third place in my list is this code pen right here. So you can play around with these layouts right here, like you can make it like so, or to make it to the left or to the middle or something like that. So you can write your doc type HTML right here, you can write your CSS right here, and you can write your JavaScript right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just place this code right here, and it will now open, it will give us the result of that code right here inside a console somewhere, and here you can see it is now giving us that hello world right here inside a console. So that was just 3 places, and you can also write your JavaScript code in some sort of a empty blank page or in also a different kind of browser, but you just have to right click on somewhere and then just click on this inspect area, and here you can see it will give us this elements tab, and then I want you to just click on this console right here, something which we are going to be diving into in a great detail in this course, but I'm just showing you where to find that. Okay, so I'm going to just place it right here and I'm going to hit enter, and here you can see it will also give us that same result right here. So there was just a few places where I don't write my JavaScript code, but I just kind of want to show you like there are a lot of places where you can run and test the result of your coding, like specific JavaScript coding in the browser as well. So that's that. So there was about a few places where you can run your JavaScript code. So now let's just make a setup for our coding journey, and then we will be able to write our code and also test our code. So for this course, I'm going to be using a Visual Studio Code right here, and you are totally free to choose whichever kind of editor you like. So you can use like Sublime, Atom, JetBrains products and all of that kind of stuff. But in my case, I'm going to be using a Visual Studio Code editor right here, and as I said, I have an entire course on that. So trust me, if you take that course will make you a coding superstar. Anyways, that's other story. So I happen to be using a Windows right here, so here you can see it will automatically detect my operating system right here. So if you're using like a Mac OS or Windows or Linux, so you can also download VS Code for that as well. Okay, so in my case, I'm going to just click on this button. Oh, I already installed that, so I don't have to. You just have to click on this button and then just hit next, and it will download and install it in your machine, and then you will be able to run your code inside your VS Code. Okay, so the next thing which I want you to do is that I want you to use this Google Chrome for this course. You can choose whichever kind of browser you like. You can use the Brave, you can use Firefox or something like that. But in my opinion, I will highly recommend you to use a Google Chrome for this course, because Google Chrome is awesome and everybody likes to use that. So this is just my personal opinion, so you can choose whichever kind of browser you like, and you can also choose whichever kind of coder you like. But don't tell me later like, Hussein, something is not working in my browser and something's not working in my VS Code. I mean, like, I will still help you, but that would be a bit bad. Like, I'm recommending you to use these products and you are using something else, so this is not cool, you know. Anyways, so I want you to download and install both of them, and once you are done, then I want you to create a folder somewhere right here. So in my case, I'm gonna just create my folder inside my desktop right here. You can give them any name you want, but in my case, I'm gonna just give him a name of like full stack JS right here. I'm gonna right click on him and I'm gonna open that in my Visual Studio Code right here. Okay, so it will now open that folder in my VS Code right in here. So I'm gonna also show you that extension and all of that kind of stuff, which I'm gonna be using throughout this course. So I want you to just click on, and by the way, your code editor will not look the same just like mine because I've changed a lot of stuff in my VS Code right here. So first of all, I want you to just click on this extension area right here. You don't have to install this one, you don't have to install these. So if you want to use this theme, so I'm gonna highly recommend you to use this GitHub theme right here. If you just have to just search for like GitHub theme and then click on this install button, and it will just install it in your VS Code. You don't have to install these, and you can install this JavaScript snippet right here, but you don't have to. And you will also have to install this live server. And I'm assuming that if you're coming from my HTML and CSS course, so now you know enough about this live server, so that's other story. So I want you to just install this theme if you want to install it. So this one is optional and this one is not optional. You have to install that for this course. And you can also install a prettier to make your code a bit pretty. So I will also recommend you to install this one as well. And for icons, you can also install this one right here, or you can install a material icon if you wanted to. Okay, so once that's done, so I want you to just create a file right here and give them any name you want, but I'm gonna just give a name of like index.html right here. And now if I want to create a JavaScript file, so the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create this file right here. You can give them any name you want, but you have to write this .js extension at the end. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like app.js right here, and now if I hit enter, and here you can see it is also giving us these icons right here. Like this file will include the JavaScript code and this file will include the HTML code right here. Okay, so now let's learn about how in the world we are going to be writing our JavaScript code inside our VS Code right here. So I'm going to just hide that top. You don't have to, because I'm just hiding it for this video purposes. So I'm going to just write my doc type HTML, and if I just write that, and it will now give us this doc type HTML boilerplate right here. If you don't know how to generate that, so you can take my HTML and CSS course, which is totally free. Okay, so the next thing which you have to do is that we want to just save this file. I'm going to right click on him and I'm going to just open this file with the live server right here. So it will now open my file with the live server. So now let's just wait for that. And here you can see my file is now live. I mean, like, my file is now open with this port right here. I'm going to just right click on him and I'm going to just click on this inspect area one more time. And then I'm going to just click on this console, and here I'm going to just refresh that. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a little bit of JavaScript right here. So I'm going to just write a script opening tag and script closing tag, and it will allow us to write our JavaScript right in here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write alert in this case, alert, and I'm going to just pass like hello, my name is Hossein. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now give us this pop-up box right here, which will say like hello, my name is Hossein right here. I'm going to click on this OK, and that was our first line of JavaScript. You don't have to worry about that because we are not going to be using this alert anywhere. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write console.log, and if you want to log something to the console, something which you are going to be diving into in a really great depth. And now if you want to log something to the console, so we are going to be just writing like some strings. So you just have to write whatever I'm writing right here. So I'm going to just write like Hossein. You can write your own name if you want to, or you can just say like hello Hossein. Okay, just like that. Come on, Hossein. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us like hello and Hossein right here. You can unduck that. I'm going to just click on these three buttons, and you can just push that to the bottom, or you can push that to the left, or unduck that to the left. And I'm going to just click on this unduck, so it will now give us like so. Okay, so everything is working just fine, but we are not going to be writing our JavaScript code inside this HTML file right here. We are going to be writing our JavaScript code inside this separate file which we've created a second ago, inside this JS code right, I mean like app.js file right here. Okay, so I'm going to just cut this line of code and I'm going to just place it right here. Okay, so if I save this file and if I save this file, And now let's just check him out, and here you can see it will not give us anything. Why is that? Because we write our valid JavaScript code right. I mean, like, everything is a-okay inside this file, but we didn't attach or we didn't link this app.js file with this index.html file. In CSS, if you just want to write our external CSS, so we would just write a link tag, but in JavaScript we are not going to be using that link tag. We are going to be using something called, we just have to write script in this case, and here you can see my VS Code is already suggesting this right here. So I'm going to just click on this one, and this is the syntax of writing, I mean, like, linking our JavaScript file with our index.html file right here. So I'm going to just hold Control and hit space, and here you can see it will now give us every single thing which we have right here inside this current directory. So I'm going to just choose this app.js file right here. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and now let's just check him out, and here you can see it will now give us like hello Hussein, and we can write all of our JavaScript code right in here. So here throughout the course we are going to be writing all of our JavaScript, and here we are going to be testing the result of our coding right here inside our console. Okay, so this is how we are going to be making a setup for our code. And by the way, I forgot to show you one thing. If you want to work with that prettier, so you just have to open your settings right here. So if you want to open your settings, so you just have to hold Control and hit comma. Okay, so I want you to just hold Control and hit comma, and here you can see it will now give us all of that settings right here. So I want you to just type like format, and here you can see it will now give us this format right here. So I want you to just click on this one, which will just say like format on save. So I want you to just check that, and you can also choose your default format. Okay, so here you can see it will now give us like, you just have to write like this default format, and then it will give us this pop-up box right here. So here you can see we have different kind of extensions right here, but in this case we are going to be just choosing this prettier right here. So I want you to just click on this one, and whenever you save your code, like if I just write some sort of a code, if I just write like console.log, and if you just write like hello, and we provide like a lot of spaces and stuff, and we forgot to include this colon or something like that, so it will also convert our single string to double string and all of that. So it will just make our code pretty once we save our file. And here you can see our code is now looking totally pretty. And if you're wondering like where in the world we are getting this hello from, so I'm using this extension. You don't have to install that if you don't want it to, but I'm using this code, I mean, look, this console ninja right here. So that's why I'm getting this result right here inside my VS Code right here. But throughout the course, you are not going to be getting this result right here. Instead, you are going to be getting the result right here inside a console right here. Okay, so that's that. So that was it about the setup of this course. So now let's learn the first topic of this course, which will be a console. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to give a name of like 01 basics. Inside this folder, I'm going to create two files. The first one will be index.html, and the second one which I'm going to create will be app.js. And by the way, you can give any name you want. Like you can give name of like banana.js or orange or Jose, like your own name. You can give any name you want, but in my case I'm going to just go with app. But remember, this .js extension is very important, because it will tell our file that we are currently writing our scripts inside this file. Okay, so which means like we are writing our JavaScript code inside this file, so you have to write that. Okay, I'm gonna hit enter right here, and let me just hide that activity bar from there. Anyways, so now we create our two files right here. The first one is index.html, and the second one is app.js. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just write my doc type HTML, and I'm assuming that if you're watching this course, you already know HTML and CSS. So in HTML and CSS, I'm gonna go a bit fast. I'm going to give a name of like console or something like that, and I'm going to hide this head area from there. Okay, so I'm going to just write h1 of like full stack JavaScript. Let me just save my file, right click on them and open it with a live server. So it will now open my file in a live server so that we can see our changes, and we will get our live reload. Okay, so it is launching, and there we go. Okay, so here you can see we have our full stack JavaScript right here. So now let's learn about how we are going to be writing our JavaScript inside this file. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this h1, and here I am going to just write script and open it and close it right here. So inside the script opening and closing tag, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write a little bit of code which you don't have to worry about for now. Later in this course, we are going to be learning every single thing about JavaScript, but for now, I'm going to just write alert, and I'm going to just say like hello Hussein. Okay, I'm gonna just save my file, and here you can see this pop-up box right here, which is saying hello Hussein right here. I'm gonna hit OK, and that was it. That was just our first JavaScript code right here. So next thing which I am going to do is that I am going to write console.log of hello world. In this case, world. I'm gonna save my file, and now inside here I am going to just right click on them and click on this inspect area, and it will now open this what do you call it, developer tools right here. So I'm gonna duck that to the right, and here I'm going to just click on this console right here. I guess probably in your case it would be like this. Let me just show you that. In your case it would be looking like this, so you can just duck that to anywhere you want. So just click on these three dots, and you can duck that to a right, to the left, or like you can unduck that if you want to, and you can make it like a whole bigger screen if you want to. But in my case I'm going to just click on these three dots and duck it to the right. And now here you can see we have this console. I way zoomed in. Sometime if you way zoomed in, so you would not see that console. You can either click on these three buttons or these two arrows and click on this console, and here you can see we are now getting this hello world right here. Or you can just hold control and go back in your mouse or zoom in, and then you'll probably see all of that stuff. I'm gonna make it a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. And here you can see we are now getting our hello world right here inside a console. I'm going to show you what this console will do for us, and there are a lot of things which you have to learn about console. But first of all, we have to learn about how we are going to be writing our JavaScript. So that was just a basic way to write your JavaScript, but this is not the best way to write your JavaScript code. Why? Because later in this course, or maybe probably in the upcoming courses, we are going to be writing a lot of JavaScript. So for them, we are not going to be writing this script opening tag and script closing tag, because this is kind of like a inline CSS. Like whenever you're writing inline CSS, so I already mentioned that in my HTML and CSS course. So you would have to write all the stuff in one line in one page, so that will make it clutter. You know what, let me just give you an example. Let's suppose we have a header. Inside this header we have a navigation, then we have a UL li. Inside this li we have a, and let's suppose we want them to be like 5 would be fine. And here you can see we have our HTML code right here in one place, and JavaScript in one place. And later if you also want to provide a CSS, so that would be suck. And here you can see this is just a basic HTML right here, and this is just one line of JavaScript which is not doing anything but just logging this hello world to the console, and things are looking cluttered. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that coding from here, and I'm going to also remove this script tag from here as well. Okay, so let me just zoom in a bit, and now I'm going to open my sidebar right here, and here you can see we've created this app.js file right here. And if I just write that same alert right here, alert of like something to show or something like that, I'm gonna save my file, and let's just refresh it, and here you can see nothing is happening. Why? Now we successfully create our file right here. We write our code inside this file, but we didn't link this app.js file with this index.html file. So if you want to link this app.js file with this index.html file, so for that we have to just write this one line of code. So we have to write script. And if you are using a Visual Studio Code editor, so here you can see we have this autocorrect suggestions right here. So I'm going to just click on this src one, and here you can see you just have to write there. And now inside this src, or inside this source, here you have to provide your source right here. I'm going to hold control and hit space, so it will now give us every single thing which we currently have inside our repository. So inside our repository we have this app.js file in an index.html file. I'm going to just click on this app.js file. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this something to show right here inside our console. I'm going to click on this OK, so which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. I'm going to remove that alert from there, and I'm going to just write hello world of like console right here. I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this hello world inside our console right here. So everything is working the way we expect him to work. But throughout the course, we are going to be writing our code just like that. I'm going to just make that side by side so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to click on these three dots and unduck there first of all. And let me just push that to the right here. Okay, so that's way zoomed in. Let me just push that right here. We are going to be writing our JavaScript code at the left side, and we will see the result at the right side. So that was just it about how we are going to be linking our JavaScript file into our HTML and how we are going to be writing our JavaScript code. So we've been writing this console log for a lot of time now, and I'm going to just remove that. And let me just tell you what in the world is that console log and why would you need that. It doesn't matter if you are beginner or advanced level programmer, you will need this console.log all the time. Like you will work with this console.log 90, not 90, but maybe 80 or 85% of your time, okay, as a developer. Anyways, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write console, and this console is an object. You don't have to worry about what an object is at this point of the course. Later in this course, we are going to be learning what an object is, how you are going to be creating your objects, and all of that kind of stuff. But for now, you just have to remember that console is an object, and inside this object, we have a lot of methods. So I'm going to just write dot, and then in this case, I'm going to just, here you can also see like it is now giving us the preview of all of these methods right here. So we have console log, console error, warn, inf, assert, and clear, all of them right here. So these all are methods inside this console object. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use the first one, which is log, and anything I write inside this log will show up right in here. So let's suppose if you want to write some sort of a strings, you don't have to worry about what a string is. So in this case, I'm going to just write opening quote and closing quote, and inside this quotes, I'm going to just write like my own name, Hussein Web Dev. Okay, I'm going to save my file, and here you can see inside a console, we are now getting this Hussein Web Dev right here. If you just remove that, and if you just write console log of 2 and plus 2, save our file, here you can see it is now giving us 4. We can write like object. You don't have to worry about what an object is. I'm going to just write name of I don't know, Alex. I'm going to save that, and here you can see it will now give us that name as an object, and it will now show up right in here. So this console is an object, and inside this object we have a lot of different kind of methods. So I'm going to just give you a quick test of a few of them, but not all of them, because that would be suck. It will waste a lot of your time to show you every single thing about a console. So if I hold control and hit space, it will now give us the preview of all of these methods right here. So I'm going to just choose this I don't know, one right here. So it will now give us a warning. So I am going to just write like, this is a warning. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now give us that same message, but with different kind of color right here, like a warning color. We can also write a what do we call it, error, if you wanted to. We can do a lot of stuff, but one of my favorite one, which a lot of people don't use but I use it all the time, is console.table. And inside this table, you have to specify an object, something which we are going to be learning later in this course. So I'm going to just write name of Hussein, and I'm going to just provide like I don't know, edge of 20 maybe, or yeah, that would be fine. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now give us their data as a table right here. So name will be Hussein, edge will be 20, and you can specify how many you want. I'm going to remove that. And there are a lot of things which you can do. Let me just write console log of like hello world right here. I'm going to duplicate that like I don't know, 4 times. I'm going to save my file, and let's suppose if I just write console.clear, so it will just clear out this screen. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now clear out the screen. And let's suppose if I just copy these two, and underneath this clear, I'm going to place it. So what do you think will happen? So if I save my file, it will now give us the clear and hello world 2 times right here. Why is that? Like, aren't we clearing our screen right here? Well, it will clear out everything which is above this console.clear. It will not clear out anything which is underneath there. I don't want to confuse you. You don't even have to worry about that. I'm going to just remove all of this coding and save my file. And here you can see everything is gone. So the next thing which I want to talk to you about is comments in JavaScript. So what in the world are comments, and how you're going to be creating your own comments? So comments are those code which is ignored by our compiler, which means like our code will not work, but we can see our code. And we use comments for nodes, or maybe in some situation we would want to test our code. So for some reason we would want to comment out our code. So let me just give you an example of that. If you want to write a comment, you just have to write 2 forward slashes, and you can write anything you want. So let's suppose if I just write anything, and if I save my file, nothing is happening. We are not getting any errors, we are not getting any warnings or anything like that. And let's suppose if I just remove that and save my file, and here I hide that what do you call it, and that errors right here. That's because of this Firefox error which you are seeing right here. Come on, where is that? Yeah, this Firefox error. So that's why I comment this out. You don't have to do that, by the way. I'm just doing that for recording purposes. And here you can see if I just write this gibberish, so it will not give us like this gibberish is not defined. You can write your gibberish inside this file. This is a JavaScript file, not an HTML file. So let's suppose if you just want to comment this line out and save our file, and here you can see that error is gone. Okay, and we can do whatever you want to do with that. So let me just save that file, and this error is, I don't know where is this error coming from. Cannot read a property of undefined Firefox or something like that. For now, I am going to just hide this error right here, and later I will unhide that. For this section, I am going to hide it anyways. So let's suppose if you have some sort of other code like console.log of hello world right here, I'm going to just write console log of hello world. I'm going to save my file. You already know it will now give us hello world inside a console. But later, if you just want to comment this line out, so we will just put our cursor right here. I'm going to hold control and hit /. And here you can see it will now just comment this line out. And I'm going to save my file, and nothing is showing right here inside a console. Why? That's because our code is now currently commented, and our code will not be compiled by our compiler. So if our code is not compiled by our compiler, so which means like nothing is going on. So this is just a simple text right here. This is not actual code. This is just a simple text, and you can write anything you want, like this is just a simple text period. Save my file, nothing is happening right here. So now let me just show you the shortcut for writing that console log. So you don't have to write this console.log and something right here. Instead, you can either write log, and then you have to select the second one, and then here you can write anything you want. Or you can use this shortcut, which is a CLG, and throughout the course I'm going to be using this CLG. If I hit tab, and here you can see it will just auto complete it for me. You just have to either write log and then select the second one and hit enter. It will auto complete your console log. Or you can write CLG and hit tab, and here you can see it will also write a console log for you. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a comment for myself like CLG or console.log and log, and select the second one, and it will also give us console.log. Okay, so this is how we are going to be writing a comments throughout the course, and that was it about the console in JavaScript. So that was it about the consoles and comments in JavaScript. So now let's learn about something called variables. There we go. So what in the world is variable, and why you should care about learning variables in the first place? So what is variables? A quantity which value can be changed during the execution of the program is called variable. And you can say like a variable is just a box where we store our data, and later if you want to reuse that data or maybe change that data, so we can totally do that. So now we are going to be creating a box where we are going to be storing our data, some sort of a data. But before we do that, first of all, I'm going to write a pseudocode. So what in the world is a pseudocode? A pseudocode is a code which is used for just implementation purposes, like just for a diagram or something like that, but it will not work. I'm going to make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. The first thing which you have to do, like whenever we are creating a variable, first of all, we have to write a reserved keyword. So we are going to be either writing a var or the let or the const keyword, which I'm going to show you in a second. And then we have to write some sort of a name for our variable. So we would have to give some sort of a name to our variable. And finally, the type of value which we are going to be storing inside our variable. So this is how you are going to be creating a variable in JavaScript. First of all, you have to write some sort of a reserved keyword like either var, const, or let. Then you have to give some sort of a name to your variable. Then store the value which you want to store, like I don't know, strings or booleans or numbers or anything you want to store. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write you can either write a let keyword, you can either write a var keyword or a const keyword. But let me just say that a var reserved keyword cannot be used that much often. Like you will never find any developer nowadays using a var reserved keyword, but you will find old code bases which are using this var reserved keyword. Okay, so I'm going to just remove them, and in this case I want to declare my variable using the let keyword. Okay, so I'm going to just write a let reserved keyword. Then you have to give some sort of a name to your variable. You can give any name you want, but in my case I'm going to just write name right here. So this is how we are going to be declaring our variable, but we didn't assign any value to this variable. So I'm going to just remove that and declared variable. So this is how we are going to be declaring our variable. So I'm going to just log that to the console like name, and now let me just save that. And here you can see inside the console we are now getting undefined. Why? Because currently we are not storing any value inside this variable, so that's why our variable is undefined by default. Like if you didn't specify any value to your variable, so your variable will have the value of undefined by default. So let's suppose if you want to provide some sort of a value to that, and by the way, we are going to be learning about values throughout this entire course. So we are going to be learning about objects, we are going to be learning about functions, even we are going to be learning a lot of stuff. But in this case, let's suppose if you want to just store some sort of a number inside this variable, so I'm going to just write equal to sign first of all, and then I don't know the number you want to store. You're going to store like 5,000 if you want to, but in my case I'm going to just store 5. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this 5 right here inside a console. And let's suppose if you want to provide a string, we are going to be learning about string shortly, but currently let me just write my own name like Hossein Web Dev. I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us Hossein Web Dev right here inside a console. So this is how you're going to be declaring a variable, or not just declaring, this is how we are going to be declaring a variable, and this is how we are going to be assigning a value to our variable. Okay, so you know what, I'm going to just remove that, and this is how we are going to be declaring our variable. And now let me just assign value, come on, ASSIGN, assign value to your variable. So let's suppose if you want to assign some sort of a value to your variable at one place, so you can also do that. So now let me just create a new variable. I'm gonna give a name of like I don't know, banana or something like that. BANANA, it doesn't even matter, the name doesn't even matter. And now let's suppose if you want to assign value to this variable, this is how we are going to be declaring our variable. And now let's suppose if you want to assign value to this banana variable, so we are going to be first of all writing the banana name, like the name of the variable, then we are going to be writing a space equal to, and then you can store any name you want. But in my case, I'm going to just write string of banana. And now I'm going to just copy this banana from there, and now let me just log that, and I am going to just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting banana right here inside a console. So this is how we are going to be declaring a variable, and this is how we are going to be assigning a value to that variable. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now let's talk about the conventions of writing a variables and the things which you cannot do inside a variable. So obviously you already know that anytime you want to create a variable, first of all, you're going to be either writing a let result keyword, or the const result keyword, or the var result keyword. But in my case, I'm going to go with a let result keyword in this case. And I'm going to just write, like, let's suppose if I want to give a name of like, let's suppose if I want to give my variable the name of like const, let's suppose. So I'm going to just write not a const, but I guess I'm going to just write a var result keyword right here. And I'm going to just store the value of like a variable. And what do you think will be the result? Like, it is already giving us this errors right here. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to just place this variable right here. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now giving anything. It is giving us this warning right here, this error to be precise. I'm going to just hide that. Wow. And here you can see it is now giving us like uncaught syntax error, unexpected token var found. So which means like you cannot provide a result keyword as a name to your variable. Like you cannot write if statement, you cannot write what do we call it. And throughout the course, I'm going to be also showing you all of the result which you need to know. You cannot write like a for result keyword, you cannot write a class result keyword, it will give you an error. So that was the first thing which you have to keep in mind. Anytime you want to create a variable, you cannot write the name as a result keyword. This is a big no-no. And let me just remove that var from here, and I'm going to just change the variable name to like something else, like I don't know, my own name. Let's suppose if I want to provide my own name, so I'm going to just write Hossein, and if I just write space and web dev, let's suppose if I just log that to the console like Hossein web dev, it will give us an error. Why is that? Because our JavaScript will think like we are now declaring our variable at this point. So what in the world are we doing in this point? It will just, our JavaScript compiler will think like in this case we are declaring our variable, and in this case we are assigning a value to our variable, but this variable is not defined. Okay, like we didn't define this variable somewhere inside our program, so our JavaScript will be confused, which means like we cannot provide spaces whenever we are writing variables. Okay, you can either just remove this space from here and then make it uppercase, and this will work. So let's suppose if I just log that to the console, let's suppose Hossein web dev, I'm going to save my file. It will now give us this value right here, which is a variable right here. And let me just remove this. Come on, what the hell? It's error right here from our console. It will now give us let Hossein web dev, and everything is working the way we expect him to work. But there is one more thing which you can do whenever you are creating your variable. So let's suppose if I just write like I don't know, 10 Hossein web dev. So here you can see it is now giving us an error. Why is that? That's because if you want to create your variable, you cannot write the first letter as a number. So let's suppose if I just cut that from here and I'm gonna just place it right here, it will work. But you cannot provide the variable name at the beginning, and you can write it at the end if you wanted to. So let's suppose I'm gonna copy that, I'm gonna place it right here, save my file, and here you can see it is working just fine. And if I just cut that and put it right here at the beginning, it will give us a nasty error. So that was the second thing which you have to keep in mind. And you can also not write dashes if you wanted to. So let's suppose if I just write dash and then W, and if I save my file, our JavaScript compiler will think like you create one variable right here and you're subtracting something from this variable, but this variable is holding the value of string. So how can you subtract something from this variable? So it will give us a nasty error. So you cannot write your variables with the dashes. Instead, you can write this underscore if you wanted to, like underscore. You can like totally do that. This is totally valid. I'm gonna copy that, I'm gonna place it right here, save my file. This is totally valid. But if you just write like this dash, this is not valid. Okay, so you can either also provide this dollar sign right here at the beginning. This one will totally work. I'm gonna copy that and I'm going to just place it right here, save my file. Here you can see it is just working totally fine. And you can also provide this underscore at the beginning even if you wanted to. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to just place it right here. Let me just save my file, and here you can see this is totally working just fine. But you cannot write this, what do we call it, this minus sign or this dash, whatever you want to call it. So if you just write this dash, save our file, and it is giving us that nasty error which I not comment, but which you just hide right here. So syntax error, here you can see it is now giving us this error right here. So uncaught syntax error, invalid left hand side in the assignment at that line. So 101, we have this first line right here. So I'm going to just remove that from here, this dash, and I'm going to just remove it from here as well. And let me just hide these errors from here. So yeah, that was just a basic theory of variables. So now let me just show you a convention for writing a variables. So there are a lot of convention a lot of developers use, but you have to choose your own one. So you can choose whichever kind of convention you want, but if you're working with a company, so you have to follow their conventions. So let's suppose we have a lot of cases like upper case. So we have this uppercase convention. So anytime you want to declare your variable, so some people use, I've never seen, to be honest, some people use uppercase. So you can give any name you want, but your name should be uppercase, like this is a name. Okay, so this is uppercase. You can also write a lowercase if you want to, and you can write something called a kebab case or something like that, which is like Hossein and then this underscore and then web dev right here. So you can also write there, but I have seen a lot of Python developer use this convention of writing a kebab case, but in JavaScript community, and you will find that very soon, and in JavaScript community, whenever we are declaring our variable, the first letter will be a lowercase. So let's suppose if you want to just create a variable of like YouTube channel or something like that. So let me just write a YouTube, and then you have another name or another word. So you cannot write a spaces, you already learned that. You cannot write a dashes, you already learned that. If you want to provide this underscore, so you can, but I've seen a lot of Python developer do that, but not a JavaScript developers. So as a JavaScript developers, this is a convention, by the way. You can choose whichever kind of convention you like, but for me and for a lot of JavaScript developer, they use their first word as a lowercase, and the second word, first letter will be uppercase, and then like let's suppose YouTube channel. There we go. So here you can see what I did is that the first word is lowercase, and in the second word, the first letter is uppercase right here. So this is how you're going to be writing this convention. So if I just copy that and I'm going to just place it right here, I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us this variable right here inside a console. So you can choose whichever kind of convention you like. You can write uppercase, lowercase, snake case or kebab case. And by the way, this case is something called a camel case notation. So here you can see that camel case notation right here. Anyways, so that was it about a that's not it about variables. So now that we learned about how we are going to be declaring our variable by using a let keyword. So let's suppose if I just change that to a const result keyword. So let me just save that. And here you can see it is totally working just fine. But you know what? First of all, let me just show you this let one. So if I save that, it will just work just fine. And I'm going to just change this variable value. Let's suppose later I decide to change the value which is inside this YouTube channel variable right here to something else. So I'm going to, currently I'm going to just store like Mr. Beast right here. I'm going to save that. And here you can see we're now getting this Mr. Beast. And let's suppose if I want to change this variable name to something else, so like I'm going to just write YouTube channel, and I'm going to just change that to my own name like Hossein Web Dev right here. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us Hossein Web Dev rather than Mr. Beast right here. So now we successfully changed the value which was inside this YouTube channel variable right here. So later in some situation we would also do that, and this is quite useful, and we would do that like all the time. Like first of all, we will declare one value to our variable, and then later we are going to be changing that value to something else. So this is how we can change the value from one thing to another thing. So we can do that. This is totally valid by using a let result keyword. We can also do that by using a var result keyword. So let me just save that. And here you can see it is now working just fine. Like we are now totally able to change the value of Mr. Beast to this Hossein Web Dev. But if I just write a const result keyword right here, and I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will gives us a beautiful error, which you can see right here. It will say like uncaught type error assignment to a constant variable. You cannot change the value of your constant variable once you declare it right here. So if you declare a variable by using a const result keyword and you specify some sort of a value to this constant, you cannot change that. You have to keep that in mind. A quantity which value cannot be changed during the execution of the program is called constant. A quantity which value can be changed during the execution of the program is called a variable. So we can do this, like we can change the value of or variable by using either let result keyword or the var result keyword, but we cannot do that by using our constant. So keep that in mind. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this beautiful error right here. And let's suppose if you want to just change that to like let save our file, it will give us Hossein Web Dev. Let's suppose if we change that to var save our file, and this is how we are now getting Hossein Web Dev right here inside of console. So I hope you learned a lot of stuff about variables in this video. So I'm going to remove this coding, and now it's time for you to perform this challenge. So I want you to just perform this challenge. If you can do it, that's completely okay. I'm going to also give you the solution in a second. So the first thing I want you to do is that create a variable name with the name. So I want you to create a variable with the name of name and store your own name inside that variable. Then I want you to create a variable with the name of what do you want it to become in your life by using this same convention right here, and store the name of programmer. And then create a variable with a gender and store your gender if you are male or female or Gmail, whatever. And then create a variable with the name of Twitter handle and store your Twitter handle inside there. And finally log everything to the console, like log name, like what you want to become in your life, log gender, and Twitter handle as well. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. I'm going to also give you the solution right now. So the first thing that you have to do is that we have to declare a variable with the name of name and store your own name. So my name is Hossein Web Dev right here. And the next thing which you have to do is that we have to cheat a little bit. I'm gonna just place this variable name right here and store programmer. There we go. And the next thing which you have to do is that we have to declare a variable with the name of gender, and I'm gonna just store male. And then we have to declare a variable with a Twitter handle, and we have to just store your Twitter handle Hossein Web Dev. And now let's log everything to the console. So I'm gonna just log name. Let me just duplicate that a few times. What do you want to become in your life, and gender, and finally the Twitter handle. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting Hossein Web Dev, programmer, male, and Hossein Web Dev right here. Okay, so everything is working the way we expect him to work, and that was our first challenge of this course. So congratulations if you did it correctly, but if you are not able to perform it that way, that's completely okay. I already give you the solution, and later in this course, you have a lot of challenges to perform, so stay tuned. Alright, so that was it about a variable, and that was it about the variable challenge. So now let's learn about the first topic in a primitive types, in a JavaScript primitive types, which will be number. Come on. So in this video, or in this section to be precise, we are going to be learning about a JavaScript, and the first JavaScript primitive we have is a number. So we are going to be learning about number in this section. So how can we write a numbers in JavaScript? Well, that's obvious. So we can first of all declare a variable. We can give any name you want. So I'm going to just give a name of like num, and I'm going to just store the value of 10 inside there. Let me just log that to the console like num, and I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this 10 right here inside a console. So that's cool. But let's suppose if we just want to write that amount of numbers, can we do that? Let me just save that. Of course we can. Here you can see this is a JavaScript, man. So we can totally do that. And now let's perform a little bit of arithmetic operation. But before I do, first of all, let me just show you like we can write a positive number like 10. We can also write a negative number like -10. Let's suppose it will work just fine. Oh, come on. Where in the world is that error is coming from? I'm gonna have to hide that, and here you can see this 10 is working just fine. I'm going to just remove this minus from here, and we can also write a floating point numbers like 10 period 10 dot I don't know 01 or something like that. I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see this how we can write a double or a floating point numbers right here. Let's suppose if you want to check the type of this variable right here, so how can I go about doing that? Well, first of all, we have to just write type of operator right here. And by the way, this is also a result keyword in JavaScript, just like a let, const, and var. This is also a result keyword in JavaScript. So I'm gonna just save my file, and here you can see it will now gives us number right here. So this is the type of number which we are storing inside this variable. So that's why this operator or this result keyword will help us gives us the type of this variable, and the type of this num variable is number right here. So that's why it is now giving us this type right here. So I'm going to just remove that, and we can store like positive number, negative number, or a floating point numbers if you wanted to. But in my case, I'm going to just write like I don't know, I'm going to just put a 2 inside there and save my file, and here you can see it will now give us 2 right here. So now let's just learn about a basic math in JavaScript. So we are not going to be working with a lot of math. Of course you can do that, like there's a lot of libraries which can help you with that, but in this case we are going to be just writing a basic arithmetics like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and all of that kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just write 2 plus 2, save my file, it will now give us 4. We can just duplicate this line of code, and we can write 2 minus 2 and save our file, it will give us 0. And let's suppose if you want to just write a multiplication, so I'm going to just write this asterisk symbol, and you can hold shift and hit add button. It is an add button, so hold shift and hit add button, and it will now give you this star or asterisk symbol, whatever you want to call that. It will allow us to write a multiplication, so I'm going to just save that, and here you can see 2 times 2 is 4. I'm going to duplicate that, and now let me just write a division symbol right here. So this is just a /. I'm going to save that, and here you can see it is now giving us this 1 right here. 2 divided by 2, yeah. is 1. We can also provide a modulus operator if you wanted to, and it will give us the remainder. So let me just save that. It will now give us 0. The remainder is 0, so that's why it is giving us the remainder of 0. We can also write a power to double star or asterisks or s. I can't even pronounce this name. These 2 double stars will give us the power of these numbers. So I'm going to save that, and it will now give us 4. And we can also write an increment and decrement, but for that we have to write some sort of a counter variable. So I'm going to just create a variable. I'm going to give a name of like counter, and it will be now currently set to 0 right here. Like our counter is currently set to 0. And let's suppose, let me just log that to the console like counter right here. So I'm going to save my file, but before I do, I'm going to comment these line out so that our console is not looking cluttered. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now currently set to 0 right here. But now let me just write increment or counter. So I'm going to use counter plus plus right here. And by the way, these are operators in JavaScript. So this addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, power, and all of that is known as operator in JavaScript. And this is also operator, so it will allows us to increment one time. So let me just save that. And here you can see our 0 now become 1 right here. So let me just duplicate this line of code one more time. Let me just save that. It has now become 2. And let me just do that a lot of times. So let me just save that. And here you can see this is how we are going to be incrementing our variable value by using this double plus right here. Okay, so this double plus allows us to increment our value at one number. And we can also do a decrement if you want to. Let's suppose we have like 10 right here. And I'm going to save that. It will now make it 11 because here we are incrementing that. But let's suppose if you want to decrement that, so we are going to be writing minus minus right here. Let me just save that, and here you can see it will now make it 9 right here. Let me just duplicate that 2 times, save our file. It will now give us 7, and this is how we are going to be incrementing and decrementing them. But let me just show you one. You know what? I'm not going to show you that thing not right now. So that was it about the basic math in JavaScript. So first of all, you can store either positive number, the floating point number, or negative number. And this is how you're going to be writing a basic math operation like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, the modulus operator, which will give us the remainder. And this is how you can write your power, and this is how you can decrement that. And we already learned about the increment right here. Okay, so let me just save that, and this is how you're going to be doing the incrementation and the decrementation. So now let me just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. I'm gonna also give you the solution by myself, but I want you to please, if you want to learn JavaScript, so you have to perform these challenges by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay, but you have to at least give it a try, like spend, I don't know, 4 to 5 minutes or something like that. Write your code by yourself, and then you'll be able to become a JavaScript monster. I'm going to remove all of this coding from here, and I'm going to just place this comment right in here. Okay, so I'm going to just save this file. The first thing I want you to do is that create a variable with the name of first favorite number and store your first favorite number inside that variable. Then create a variable with the name of second favorite number and store your second favorite number inside that variable. Then add the first favorite number and the second favorite number with each other, and then subtract the first favorite number and the second favorite number, multiply, divide first favorite and second favorite, and check first number mod, like the modulus operator, which I showed you just a second ago, which will give us the remainder, and the second variable, the second favorite variable, and then check the power of the first favorite number, to be precise. All right, so perform this challenge by yourself. At least spend, I don't know, 5 minutes or something like that. And here is my solution. So the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to declare my variable first favorite number, and it will be now set to like 21, my favorite number. Let's check fav number, and it will be now equals to just 7 right here. So I'm going to log to the console this first favorite number plus second favorite number. So if you save our file, and here you can see 27, 21 plus 7 will give us 28 right here. So let me just duplicate that, and I'm going to change that to minus, and here you can see it will now give us 14. Let me just change that to times, save my file, it will now give us 147. Let me just duplicate that and divide that, save my file, it will now give us 3. And let me just use my modulus operator, so it will give us the remainder of 0. And let me just duplicate that, and let me just write a power symbol, and let's just save it. And here you can see this is the power of my number, which I specified right in here. So that was it about this challenge. So if you perform that by yourself, so congratulations, you are now becoming a JavaScript ninja. But if you didn't do it correctly, that's completely okay too, because there are a lot of things you currently have to learn about JavaScript, and you cannot learn JavaScript in one day. It will take you a little bit of time. So you would watch this course, you will watch my other courses in JavaScript, and also you will just go to your internet, and you will find a lot of great resources and a lot of great challenges, and you do that, you will become a great JavaScript developer. So enough talking, I'm going to remove this coding. And the next thing which you have to do is that we have to learn about Booleans in JavaScript. So what in the world is a Boolean? What in the world is a Boolean? A Boolean is a value which can either be true or false. Okay, so anytime you want to work with either true value or you want to work with a false value, so for that we are going to be working with booleans, and we will get these booleans all the time because this is the essential part of JavaScript. So now let's learn about booleans in this section. So what do we want to do? First of all, I'm going to declare a variable given name of like is true. Okay, so we cannot write a question mark, but I'm going to give a name of like is true, and I'm going to just set that to true right here. And now let me just log that to the console is true. And now let me just save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us the value of true right here. Let me just change that to like false, save my file, and here you can see it will now give us false. So a variable is just like a bulb. It can be either on or off. So if it's on, so that's true. If it's off, so that's false. Okay, so and that's a variable, but we can do a lot of stuff with that. And throughout the course we are going to be working with throughout the course we are going to be working with booleans all the time. So let's suppose we also have a nan, N-A-N, so which means like not a number. So let me just save that, and here you can see it is now currently set to a nan, which means like this is not a number. So I'm going to give you one more example. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to declare a variable, I'm going to set that to number, and it will be now set to 10 right here. And now in this case, I'm going to just remove this is true from here. I'm going to even remove this is true from here as well. And I'm going to just write number and plus undefined. So if I just write undefined and numbers, here you can see it will still gives us not a number because we are adding undefined with our numbers. So it will say like, what are you doing, Hossein? You are adding undefined with your numbers, so this is not a number. This undefined is not a number, so that's why it is now giving us not a number right here inside our console. Okay, so that was it about how we can work with booleans and numbers, but I'm going to remove that. And now let me just talk to you about a truthy value and falsy value. So in JavaScript, we have a falsy values right here. So these are the falsy values in JavaScript. So I'm going to just write this arrow. So we have the falsy value of false, and we have the falsy value of null. We have the falsy value of undefined. Falsy just means like the false values, and other than that will be a true value. Okay, so we have a 0, we have a -0, and let me just remove that, and we have a NaN, and finally we have a quotes. So empty quotes will be undefined as well. So I'm going to just write single empty quotes, double empty quotes, and also these backticks, which you are going to be also learning, empty quotes. Let me go back, and here you can see all of these values which you are seeing right now are falsy value. Other than that is all truthy value. Okay, so if you see either false, null, undefined, 0, -0, nan, or empty strings, so which means like all of these values are a falsy value, which means it will give us the value of false. But other than that, if you just set that to object or array or I don't know, some sort of a number or a string or something like that, that all is considered to be as a truthy value. But this list which you are seeing right now are all a falsy value. I hope that makes sense. So I'm going to just remove that. I'm going to also even remove that as well. So let me just show you that other one which was undefined. So you can also set your variable to undefined if you wanted to. So I'm going to just write like not defined or something like that. You can give any name you want as a variable, but I'm going to just give a name of like not defined, and it will be now set to undefined. Let me just log that to the console, not defined. And by the way, this undefined is considered to be like error in JavaScript, but you can also set the value of undefined as your variable in JavaScript. That's why JavaScript is a bit weird. So I'm going to save that, and here you can see we have this undefined right here inside a console. We can also change that to null. And what is the difference between undefined and null? I'm going to also tell you that. Let me just save that, and here you can see it will also give us this null right here. So the difference between this null and undefined is that null, it can be set by programmers, and undefined can be set by a JavaScript compiler. So anytime you have some sort of an error, so it will just throw that error at you. But if the value is not defined, so the JavaScript compiler will give you this undefined right here. But let's suppose if you don't want to provide any value to this variable, this one will be currently undefined by JavaScript. But let's suppose if you don't want to provide any value to this variable, like the current state of this variable do not have any value, so for that you can just write null right here. So the null can be set by a programmer and undefined can be set by a compiler of JavaScript. So I'm going to save that, and here you can see it will now give us this null right here. So that was it about a boolean. So now let me just give you a quick challenge. You have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, then I'm going to give you my solution. Let me just paste that right here, and let me just go back. Come on, variable, variable. Alright, so the first thing which you have to do is that we have to create a variable with the name of is JavaScript programming language. You just have to create this variable and store the true as a value. Then create a variable is JavaScript hard and store the false as a value. Then create a variable with the name of favorite num, like a favorite number, and store the value of your favorite number inside. Now add your favorite number with the value of undefined and see what happens. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. And now it's time for me to write this coding. So the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to just cheat a little bit. I'm going to copy there and I'm going to just place it right here, and it will be now set to true. The second thing which I'm going to do is JS hard, and it will be now equals to false. False, there we go. And then let favorite number, as you already probably know that my favorite number is 21 savage. And now let me just log to the console. That is JavaScript hard, is JavaScript programming language. I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to just write is JavaScript hard. Let me just duplicate that, and my favorite number plus undefined. So now let me just save this file and see what will happen. So the first result it will give us the JavaScript is true. Why is that? Because we currently store the value of true inside there, so it will now give us true. And we store false inside this is JavaScript hard variable, so that's why we are now getting this false right here. And inside inside this console log, what we are doing is that we are adding undefined with our favorite number, and our favorite number is 21, and we cannot bind or we cannot add undefined with a number, so it will give us not a number. So this is what I want you to do. If you did it correctly, so congratulations. If you didn't do it correctly, that's completely okay. You will learn JavaScript. You will still learn JavaScript by just watching this course. Okay, so that was it about a booleans in JavaScript. So we already learned about just a basic arithmetic operators, which are addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and all of that kind of stuff. So now let's learn about something called a comparison operators. And comparison operators, as the name suggests, that it will allows us to compare two values. So it will either give us a true value or the false value. So that's how we are going to be using comparison operator, and comparison operator is still divided into two more categories, like subcategories. The first category we have is a relation or relational operator. So I forgot the A right here. Relational operators, and the second one is divided with, come on, what do we call it? Equality operators. So equality operators right here. So first of all, we are going to be learning about a comparison operator, and comparison operator is still divided into two categories, relational operator and equality operator. So we are going to be learning about the relational operator first, then we are going to be jumping into the equality operator. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write, first of all, let me just remove all of these comments from here. So we are going to be learning about relational operators, and relational operators we have is a greater than, then we have is a less than, then we have is a greater than or equal to, greater than or equal to, and then we have a less than or equal to. So we have less than or equal to. Okay, so these are all the relational operators in JavaScript. So now let's just start working with all of them. So I want you to just keep that in mind, or you can also take a screenshot right here if you want to, but I'm going to just remove that from here. So now let me just log to the console like 10 plus 10 in this case. Let's suppose, so if you save our file, it will give us 20 right here. But let's suppose if you just remove this plus from here, and if you just write a greater than right here, so is 10 greater than 10? Is that true or false? So I want you to just give me the answer of that. Is that true or false? So I'm going to just save my file, and now let's just see what will happen. This is a false because 10 is not greater than, and 10 is not less than 10, because 10 is equal, 10 is equal to 10. But in this case, if you just write what do we call it, greater than symbol, so it will give us false right here. So I'm going to just remove that, And now let me just log to the console one more thing. 10 is less than 10 right here. So what do you think will be the result for that? I'm going to save my file. It will still give us false. Why? Because 10 is neither greater and nor less than 10 right here. 10 is equal to 10. So that's why we are getting the false. So let's suppose if I just write like, I don't know, 12 right here and not in here. Come on. Less than greater than 50. So here you can see it will now give us true right here. Anyways, let me just log to the console one more thing, which will be 10 is greater than or equal to 10. Is that true or false? So now let me just save that. It will give us true right here. Why? That's because here we use equal to right here. Is 10 greater than or equal to this 10? So that's why we are now getting this true right here inside a console. So let me just write true. And let me just log to the console one more thing, which will be 10 less than or equal to 10. So what do you think will be the result for that? I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting true right here inside a console. Why? Because 10 is less than, that's true, but 10 is equal to 10. So I'm going to just write true right here. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting true right here. So this is the relational operator in JavaScript. So I'm going to just write relational operators in JavaScript. So I'm going to comment all of them out, and I'm going to just write a separator for myself like so, because this code will not be compiled. So that was the relational operator. So now let's learn about the not comparison operator, but equality operators right here. So what are the equality operators? Equality operators are triple equal signs right here and strict equality, which will check the type plus the value. I'm going to also show you that in a second. Just wait for me. And then we have a explanation mark and then double equal right here, which means like strict none or not or none equality operators, okay, which will also check the type plus the value as well. Let me go back. And then we have a lose equality operator. So I'm going to write lose equality operator. It is a not equality operator right here. So first of all, we have a strict equality operator, which will check the type and the value. Then we have a strict non-equality operator, which will also check the type and the value. Then we have a lose equality operator, which will just check the value but not the type. And then we have this not operator, so not equal to operator. So this is not equal or lose not equal to operator right here, and it will also just check the value. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write console.log 10 and triple equal to and 10. So if I just write there, and now let me just save that, and here you can see it will now give us true right here. It will check the type and also the value. So what do I mean by the type? It will check like, is this number and is this number, or this one is a number, or this one is a string. So now let me just store that as a string right here. And now if I just store that as a string, here you can see we have these two double quotes right here. And here you can see this is a number and this is a string, and string is also something which you are going to be learning shortly. I'm going to save my file, and it will now give us false right here. Why? Because the type doesn't match. This one is a number and this one is a string. So that's why we are now getting false inside the console. But let me just remove that from here and also from here. And now let me just save that. It will now give us true right here. Why? Because the types and the values are the same. Okay, so let me just change the value. Let's suppose if I just change that to 20, save my file, it will now give us still false right here. Why is that? That's because this one is less than this one right here. Like 10 is less than 20, and we are using this strict equality operators. That's why we are getting false right here inside a console. So let's suppose if we change that to 10 one more time and save our file, it will now give us true. And that was it about strict equality operator. But now let me just talk to you about the not equal to operator. So you just have to write this exclamation mark and then double equal and then hit space and 10. Okay, so now let me just save that. It will now give us false right here, and it will also check the type and the value in this case. So let's suppose if we change that to like string or something like that, and now I'm gonna save my file, and it will now give us true right here. Why is that? Because 10 is currently not equal to this 10 right here. This is a string 10 and this is a number 10. So this 10 and this 10 is not matched and this 10 is not equal to this 10. Why? Because this is a string and this is a number. So this 10 is not equal to this string. If you just change that to like so, and if you save our file, it will now give us false because this 10 and this 10's this 10 and this 10 are now matched. So that's why we are now getting false and we are using the not equality operator right here. In this case, we are using the equality operator. In this case, we are using the not equality or the non-equality operator right here. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. I want you to try these stuff by yourself, then you'll understand all of that stuff a bit better. I'm gonna use a loose equality operator by using double equal two signs, and I'm gonna write 10 right here. I'm gonna save my file. It will now give us true. I'm gonna comment these two lines out. It will now give us true. Why? Because in this case, it will just check the value right here. If we change the value to something else like 20, save my file, it will give us false. And it doesn't matter if you just specify the quotes or not the quotes. So let me just write a quotes, and if I just write 10 and if we save or find, it will still give us true because it just care about the value like 10 and 10. It doesn't care about the type, like whether if that's a string or a number. It doesn't care about that, like this loose equality operator. So that's why a lot of people are not using this loose equality operator. So let's suppose if we change that to 20, save or find, it will give us false. If we change that to 10, so this is how the loose equality operator work. I'm gonna log to the console like 10 is not equal to 10. So this is a strict loose equality and this is just a loose equality right here. Okay, so let's just comment this line out, save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us false right here. It is saying like 10 is not equal to 10. Well, 10 is equal to 10, so it is now giving us false right here. But if you just write like 20, 10 is not equal to 20. Yep, that's true. So it is now giving us true right here. But if you just write 10 is not equal to 10, it will give us false. And it will also not care about, what do we call it? If you just write a strings right here, save our file, it will also not care about the string as well. If you change that to 20 in this case, and now if you save that, it will now it will not care about what do we call it, the type, but it will just care about the value. So that's why a lot of people, including me, not use this loose stuff, because these loose stuff, because we use the strict equality operator and strict non-equality operator all the time. So that was a comparison operator in JavaScript. So inside a comparison operator, we have a relational operator and we have equality operators. And relational operator will be a greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. And equality operators are strict equal to or strict equality, non-strict equality, strict non-equality, and loose equality and not loose equality operators right here. So now let me just give you a quick challenge and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then I'm going to give you my solution. So I'm going to just place these comments right here and you'll say, oh my god, Hussein, that's a lot of JavaScript I have to write. Well, you have to write them, but it's not that much difficult. So the first thing that you have to do is that we have to create a variable with the name of first favorite number and store your favorite number inside there. Then create a variable with the name of second favorite number and store your second favorite number inside there. Then check the first favorite number is greater than the second favorite number. Check if the first favorite number is less than or equal to, then greater than and equal to the second, less than and equal to the favorite second number, equal to the favorite second number using a strict equality operator, and equal to a second favorite number using a loose equality operator, and favorite number is not equal to the second favorite number using a strict non-equality operator, and check if the favorite number is not equal to the second favorite number using the loose non-equality operator. So I want you to read that through, or you can also take a screenshot if you wanted to and perform this challenge. It will not take that much time, I promise. Like it will take I don't know, maybe 5 minutes or so for you, I don't know. So just give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. And here is my solution. So I'm going to just go inside a little bit and I'm going to declare my variable, which will be a first favorite number, and it will be now equals to 21. You already know that. Let's second favorite number and it will be now equals to 10 right here. Now let me just log to the console like first favorite number is greater than the second favorite number, semi-file, true. And now let me just duplicate that and change that to less than, semi-file, false. Now let me just write greater than or equal to, save, and true. Let me just write less than or equal to, save, and false. And I'm going to now use my, what do we call it, equality operator right here. So I'm going to use my console.log, and first favorite number is triple equal to second favorite number. Semi-file, it is false. I'm going to comment these out for a second so you guys can see everything a bit better. Semi-file, we have a false. Now let me just log to the console. This first favorite number is not equal to, by using a strict non-equality as second favorite number, and it is now set to false. And now let me just use console.log of first favorite number and double equal to, which means like use equality operator, and semi-file, and it is now set to false. Now let me just log to the console. First favorite number is not equal to the second favorite number. So I'm going to semi-file, and it is now set to true right here. And you can see all of the code right here. You can comment these out. You can comment like each one of them if you want to check one by one. So let me just comment this line out. So is first number, which means like is 21 greater than 10? Well, semi-file, and that's true. So that's why we are now getting true right here. And then uncomment this line out, then uncomment this line out. And you can think about these variables just like that. Instead of first favorite number, you can think about your favorite number like 21 or whatever you provide right there. And then you can see this over like greater than or equal to, and then you can check your favorite second number, like I don't know, in this case I just provide like 10 right here. You can provide 7 or whatever you want to provide. So uncomment all of these line out, and then save your file and check the results, and then comment all of that stuff out. And you can also find all of these code in my GitHub repository one by one. So that was it about comparison operator in JavaScript. So that was it about a comparison operator. So I'm going to remove that. And now let's learn about strings in JavaScript. So what in the world is a strings, and why you should care about learning strings in the first place? So anytime you want to work with a text, so for that you're going to be using a string data type. So in some situation you're going to be writing your own name, or in some situation you're going to be writing some sort of a lot of text, like this is a lot of text right in here or something like that. Or in some situation you're going to be writing your own HTML markup in JavaScript, and then you'll be appending that, which we are going to be also learning later in this course. So for that kind of reasons we would work with strings in JavaScript, a string data type to be precise. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write let first name right here, and I'm going to just store my first name right here and here. So anytime you want to work with a string, so you can either use a single quotes, or you can use a double quotes, or you can use these backticks right here. And I'm going to also show you what's the difference between all of them in a second. So now let's suppose if I want to store my first name inside a string, so I'm going to just write a single string right here, like a first single string opening tag, not a tag, but first single string opening and then closing. And I'm going to just write Hussein right here in this case. And now I'm going to just log that to the console like a first name, and I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting Hussein inside a console right here. Let's suppose if you just write let second, come on, second name, and it will be now equals to double quotes right here. And by the way, when I save my file, my single quotes will be replaced with these double quotes. That's because of their prettier extension which I've been using. And I'm going to just write a web dev right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write second name in this case. I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it will now give us this Hussein web dev right here. And we can also change that to these backticks. So these backticks will be underneath your escape key and above your tab key. There you will find these backticks. And now let me just save that, and everything is working just fine. So now you might be thinking like, which kind of way should I use to when I'm writing a strings? So you can choose whichever one you like, but there's just a bit of catch by using this syntax, which is a template literal syntax, which I'm going to also show you in a second. So this is how you're going to be writing a strings. And now let's learn about a string concatenation. So in some situation we would want to concatenate this string with this string, and I'm going to just change that to these double quotes right here. And you would want to add both of these string into one string. So how can I go about doing that? So you already learned that, but in case if you forgot, so here's how you're going to be doing that. I'm going to write let full name, and it will be now equals to the first name plus the last name. Come on, last name, not last name, but second name. Yep, second name would be fine. And I'm going to just log to the console this full name right here. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this Hossein web dev right here. If you want a space at the middle, so you can provide a space right here and save your file. And here you can see you got your space right here. But if you don't want to do just like that, so for that you have to provide space, quotes, space, and then plus one more time. So it will also give you a space. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now also give you a space. So this process is called a string concatenation. So we are storing this Hossein value as a string inside this first name variable. Then we are storing this web dev as a string inside this second variable, and inside this third variable, which we have like a full name variable, we are storing this value. And I'm going to just remove this from here. I'm going to just replace it with one space, and I'm going to provide a space right here. And we are just adding this first variable with this second variable, so it will give us the value of full name, which will be Hossein space web dev right here. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting Hossein web dev. So this process is known as a string concatenation, but we have a lot of ways to do this string concatenation, which I'm going to also show you in a second. So I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to just write a one of concatenation. You know what, I'm going to declare a variable. I'm going to also give you the name of like full name right here, and I'm going to just write first name, then dot concat right here, concat method, and inside this concat method I'm going to just provide the last name right here, not local storage but the second name. I'm going to copy that, I'm going to just place it right here. So what are we doing? First of all, let me just go back. So what are we doing? First of all, we are declaring these two variables, and we are storing these values inside there. And in this case, we are doing a concatenation. You can think about this concat method. This is something called a method. You don't have to worry about what a method is at this point. We are going to be learning about method in a very great detail. But you can think about this method is just like a plus symbol, which we saw a second ago, just like that. So this concat method will allows us to join or combine both of our string variables right here. So what are we currently doing? We are concatenating the second name variable inside, or not inside, but with this first name. So I'm going to log that to the console, then you will see the result. So I'm going to use full name, and now if I save that, and here you can see we are now getting this Hossein space and then web dev right here. That's because of this concat method. So that was our first method which we just saw. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to comment this line out, and I'm going to also comment this line out. Now the next thing which you have to learn is something called append. So how we are going to be appending a new value to our existing values. So I'm going to just write first name variable, and in this case here you can see inside first name variable we are storing Hossein right here. And in this case, what we are doing is that we are going to be appending a new value to that string. So I'm going to use plus equal, not just equal, but plus equal, and then something else right here. So I want to provide this something else text with this Hossein web dev right here. So essentially what I'm doing is that I'm going to be just cutting that from here, and I'm going to just place it right here. So this is what I wanted to do. So if I want to provide this text or append this text right here, so for that I'm going to have to write it right here, and then we are going to be using this plus equal to sign, and it will just successfully append that data. So I'm going to use first name, there we go. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now just appending this something else to this first name variable right here. So that's why we can see Hossein and something else. So we can change that to web dev, come on, YouTuber or something like that. I'm going to save that, and here you can see this how we are going to be appending a new text to the existing one. So I'm going to just comment these both out. And then the next thing which we have to do is that we can also check the length, and which is also very important and very simple. So we have this first name variable, and if you want to check the length of this first name variable, so for that we can use just dot and then length. And if I save my file, and here you can see the length is just 4 characters right here. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so that's why it will gives us this length right here. So the next thing which we have to do is that we have to learn about cases. So I'm going to just write 4 cases. There we go. And cases are also very important and useful. So I'm going to log to the console this first name variable. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see this is now, I don't know, whatever case you want to call there, but the first letter is uppercase, the second one is lowercase, the third one is uppercase, and then the last one is lowercase. So if you want to make all of these text like a lowercase, so for that you can use just dot to lowercase and then call there right here. So just provide these opening parentheses and closing parentheses, so it will just make it totally lowercase. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this Hosen at a lowercase. So if you want to make that to a uppercase, so for that we can use to uppercase and then just call that. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now just make it uppercase right here. So this is how you're going to be making it as a lowercase, and this is how you're going to be making it as uppercase. So I'm going to comment both of these out as well. And now I'm going to just write 5 and slice. So now let's learn about a slice method in a string. So we are going to be learning about a slice method in arrays as well, but in this case we're going to be learning it in strings as well. So I'm going to just write a first name, and then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write dot or you know what, yeah, I'm going to just write slice right here, and if I call that, so here you can see the definition. So slice, it will take a starting point, and it will take a number as a starting point, and it will also take an end like the endpoint, and it will also take a number as an endpoint right here. And what is this method will do for us? The index to the beginning of the specified portion of a string object, and it will return a section of our string right here. So this is what a slice will do for us in a string. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just specify the start and comma the end right here. So I'm going to just write the start will be like 0 index base. So anytime you want to grab a value from your string, so the first letter will be starting from the 0 in this case, like it will be a 0 index base. So this one will be 0, this one will be 1, this one will be 2, and this one will be 3 right here. And then I'm going to just provide a comma, and then the ending point will not be a 0 index base. Ending point will be just like 1. So this one will be 1, this one will be 2, this one will be 3, this one will be 4. Okay, so I know it's kind of a weird, this slice method is weird and it confuses me all the time. So this one will be a 0 index base, and this one will not be a 0 index base. So let's suppose if we just want to get this h right here, or h right here, so for that we are going to be using 1. So if I just provide 1 right here, and I'm going to save my file, it will now give us h right here. Why? Because the first starting point is 0 index base, so we are getting the 0 index base, and from where you wanted to go through, so we just want to get through the 1. So here you can see we are now getting the h right here. But let's suppose if you want to get through like this x right here, so we are going to be writing 1 2 3. So I'm going to just write 3 right here. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now gives us hux right here. But let's suppose if you want to start from this u, I mean like from this u, and we want to go to this n right here, so for that we are going to be using 1, and we have to write 4 right here. So I'm going to save my file, and it will now give us uxn right here. So this is a slice method. You can explore that by yourself, but my recommendation will be to not spend that much time in a slice method. And slice method can be used in strings and also something called arrays, which we are going to be learning later in this course. Now let's learn about the split and the join method. So as the name suggests, that split will allows us to split out our strings, and join will allows us to join it back. Okay, so that was just a quick definition of the split and the join. So I'm going to just write like first name right here, and I'm going to just use a split method right here. And here you can see it will take a lot of separators and symbols. You don't have to worry about this syntax. Split a string into substring using the specified separator and return them as an array. You don't have to worry about what array is, but in this case, I'm going to just write a split, and I'm going to just specify a quotes right here. So if I just provide a quotes, no spaces, nothing. So if I save my file, and here you can see it will now gives us an array right here. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, and this is also a 0 index base. So it will just split out our what do we call it, our strings to array. So this is the syntax of array. You don't have to worry about that for now, and it will just split out our string to array. But let's suppose if I provide a space right here, and if I save my file, it will just make it one item inside that array. I know that's confusing. You know what? you don't have to worry about this split method, but I'm just showing you like there is a split method. Once you learn about arrays, then you can come back and see what a split method is, but I just kind of want to show you right now. And then we have a join, so we can also write a join method, and it will also take a separator as a string used to separate one element of the array from the next in this resulting string. If omitted, the array elements are separated with a comma. So I'm going to just specify the join method, and I'm going to just provide space right here. So if I save that, and here you can see it will just gives us our a result, and it will just join it back. In this case, it will make it as array, and this one will join it back as a string. But we can also provide a lot of things, like if I just provide a dash, and if we save our file, and I don't know why is that dash not working. I guess that's because we didn't connect these two, so that's why. But anyways, you can also provide different kind of stuff by using this join method, but in this case we are just working with a one string, so that's why we are not able to do that. And you don't even have to worry about that stuff as well. So that was it about a split and join. In some situation you would need that, but in the majority of the situation you won't. And then I'm going to use 7 and includes. It will give us a boolean, either true or false. So I'm going to use first name, and then does it includes what does it includes? I don't know. I'm going to just search for X. Maybe I'm going to just search for X. In this case, I'm going to write a code, and I'm going to use uppercase X. So I'm going to save my file. It is saying true. Why is that? Because this first name includes this X right here. So here you can see we have this X right here, so that's why we are getting true. But let's suppose if we just write instead of X, we just write W, and if we save that, it will not give us false. So it will just give us Boolean values like either true or false. And then finally we have, finally we have a trim method, trim. And trim allows us to remove the empty spaces right here. So I'm going to just write first name, and I am going to provide a lot of spaces at the end, like a lot of spaces right here. So I'm going to just write a lot of spaces at the beginning and also a lot of spaces at the end. So I'm going to just save my file, and let's just see. So here you can see we have a space at the beginning and we have a space at the end right here. So if you want to trim out this space, so for that we can use dot trim. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will trim out all of these empty spaces from here. Okay, so that was it about this trim method and all of that stuff. So now let me just show you how you are going to be working with the backticks in strings. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write a lot of descriptions. So let's suppose let DEC SC would be fine, and I'm going to just use a double quotes right here. This is some random, and then hit enter text right here. Okay, so if I just write that, and now let me just log that to the console, like, see, come on, we are not even able to do that. And I'm going to just write DESC, and it will give us a beautiful error. It will say like, you are not able to write a multi-line string by using these double quotes or a single quotes. But if you want to prevent that from happening, so for that you're going to be using these backticks right here. So I'm going to use these backticks, and our problem is solved. But the thing is that it will write it as it is. So I'm going to just save that. And here you can see it will say like, this is some random, and then it will give us this text in a new line. It will include all of these spaces and all of that stuff. So if I just write like 1, 2, and something like that, I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will also include these spaces, and it will make it as we write it like so. And there is one more beautiful thing about that. We can also append new variables. So let's suppose this one will be our full name right here. So let's suppose we have a first name, and we just write Hussein right here. Then we have last name, and we just write web dev right here. So in this case, we can append this first name and last name right here by using these backticks right here. I'm going to explain to you what this template literal will do for us later in this course, but not right now. So I'm going to just write a $, and then the opening curly brace, and then the closing curly brace. And here we can write our first name right here, then provide a space, and then I'm going to just write a last name right here. So if I save my file, and I'm going to have to copy this full name, I'm going to place it right here, save my file, and here you can see it will now write this Hussein web dev right here. And we can write anything right here, and if you save that, and everything will work. And if you just change that to like I don't know, Alex, and let me just change that to Merson, I'm gonna save that, and here you can see it will now change that to Alex Merson or something right here. Okay, so this is how we can use a backticks. and this is how the basics will work for us. I'm going to remove this coding from here. And now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay, but you have to at least give it a try. Okay, and then I'm going to give you my solution. So I'm going to place this description right in here. I'm going to copy this variable place actory and I'm going to place it right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create a favorite actor first name variable and store your favorite actor first name, then the last name, then concatenate the first name and the last name, then capitalize the name of their full name, and yeah. And then I want you to write this message by using this template literal, like my favorite actor is that actor. Here you have to specify the actor name and then say something about that favorite actor, like I don't know, you like this, I don't know, just write something good about your favorite actor, like why you like that actor. And now append this message to your favorite actor, like has best show right here. So in my case it's a Silicon Valley, so I'm going to append that. But in your case, if you like a TV drama, or I don't know, it depends on your favorite actor, so you can just specify his or her best show or film or anything like that. Anyway, so I want you to give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. And here is my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write let favorite actor first name, and it will be now equals to, and then let favorite actor last name will be now equals to Guilfoyle. And then I'm going to just write let full name, and it will be now equals to favorite actor first name plus favorite actor last name. Yep. And I'm going to log that to the console like full name. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now use a spectrum Guilfoyle right here. So I'm going to have to provide a space right here. I can do it up above, or I can do it that way, and it will work just fine. And now I'm going to write uppercase in this case, and I'm gonna just make it uppercase like a full name dot two uppercase, and let me just save that. And I'm going to copy this uppercase variable, and I'm gonna just place it right in here, save my file, and here you can see my name is now uppercase. Now, yeah, my name is uppercase. Let message and write this message like my favorite actor is, and then the actor name, which will be uppercase right here, and then comma, and you know, I'm gonna just log this message to the console, save my file, and my favorite actor is Bertram Guilfoyle. And now here we have to append something to this message, so message plus equals to, and I don't know, yeah, I'm gonna just write like as best TV show is Silicon Valley. Okay, VALLEY, there we go. And now I'm going to log to the console this message, save my file, and here you can see my favorite actor is Bertram Guilfoyle in uppercase. His best TV show is Silicon Valley, or was Silicon Valley. Anyway, so that was it about the strings. And if you did this challenge by yourself, so congratulations. If you didn't do it by yourself, so congratulations one more time, because you are currently at least learning something and you are trying something. Alright, so that was it about a string. So now let's learn about a type conversion in JavaScript. So how we are going to be converting a value of one type to another type. So let's suppose if you have some sort of a money, I'm going to store like, I don't know, 50 would be fine. And if I log that to the console, so you already know what will be the result. So I'm going to save my file, and it will now give us 50 right here inside a console. So now if you want to change this type, like let's suppose I'm going to change that to like a string. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us a string type right here. We can check the type, so we can check type of, and it will give us the type of this value or this variable right here. So type of will be string in this case. If you just write 50 without any quotes or anything like that, so if you save it, and here you can see it will now give us a number. But now I'm going to wrap it as a string, and the type is now set to string right here. So now let's suppose if you want to convert this string of number to just a number, so how can I go about doing that? Well, for that we can do lots of stuff. So I'm going to just write convert string to number. So I'm going to write my money, and my money will be now equals to parse int in this case, and we are going to be just passing our money right here. So if you save that, and here you can see the type is now set to number, and I'm going to just write console log one more time, console log of money, save my file, and here you can see it will now print us this as a number, and it will also give us the number, like the type of number right here. Okay, so the type will be number because we convert that to a number. So that's why we are seeing number inside our console. So this is the first way to convert a string number to just a regular number right here. So I'm going to just write money, and this is a shorter way for writing that percent and all of that stuff. And I'm going to just write plus and money. So it will also convert it to a regular number. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see 50, and also the type will be set to number. Here, if I just comment this line out and check it, the type is string, and it is also giving us the string number right here. But if we uncomment this line out, save our file, and here you can see it will now give us this number in kind of a purple color, and it will also show us this number right here, the type of number. So this is the second way. The third way, and I guess this is going to be the final way, will be to use a constructor number. Constructor is something which we are going to be also learning throughout the course in a very great detail, but I'm going to just provide my money right here. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see the type is still set to number, and we are getting this number right here. So that was a three-way to convert what do you call it, a string of number, and we're going to be getting that in some situation from like I don't know, from APIs and all of that kind of stuff. But I just kind of want to give you the test of that, and you don't have to worry about the APIs and all of that kind of stuff. So now let's learn about how we are going to be converting number to string. Okay, so how we are going to be converting a number to our string. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that quotes from here, save our file, and here you can see it will just give us number and also 50 right here. So I'm going to just remove this stuff from here. And now let's learn about how we are going to be converting a number to a string. So we are going to be just writing like, I don't know, I'm going to write like money. My money will be now set to money to string. And by the way, this is also a method which will allow us to convert a number to a string or anything to a string, by the way. I'm going to save my file. And here you can see it is now giving us 50, and it is also giving us the type of string right here. Okay. So that's that. I'm going to comment this line out as well. And I'm going to use money in this case, and I'm going to use a string constructor right here. And I'm going to just pass my money right here. I'm going to save my file. And here you can see we are now getting the same result right here in this case as well. So now let's learn about how we are going to be converting a string value to a decimal. So you don't even have to worry about all of that stuff, but I'm just showing you how you're going to be writing that later in some situation if you need that. So you will already know all of that stuff. So convert string to decimal. Okay, so how we are going to be converting a string to a decimal. I'm going to write some sort of a decimal as a string like 50.3245 or something like that. So this is a decimal value, but it is wrapped inside this string right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to convert that to a regular number or decimal to be precise. So I'm going to use my what do we call it, I'm going to use my money right here, and money will be now equals to parse load in this case, and I'm going to just parse my money right here. So if I save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us the number, and it is a number. If I comment this line out and save it, and here you can see it is string, and it is also giving us this value as a string. So this is how you're going to be doing what do we call it, a type conversion in JavaScript. Conversion, there we go. Save my file, and that's that. All right, so now let's learn about a control flow in JavaScript. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change that to O2. And by the way, all of the code will be available inside my GitHub repository, and I'm just changing the name because we started a new section, and I'm going to just give a name of like control flow. Okay, and inside this control flow we have this f.js file and index.html file, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. But I'm going to have to stop my server because I changed the name. Stop the server, and I'm going to right click on him and open it with a live server once again. So I'm going to just remove that stuff from here. I'm going to also remove I'm going to just hit F12 to open my console, and let me just push all of their stuff side by side. Oh, you know what, that's fine, that's totally fine. Let's just go back, and that's cool. All right, so now let's learn about a control flow in programming. So in every programming language, there are some ways to control the flow of your programs, and that includes if statements, else statements, while loops, do while loops, for switch statements and cases, and all of that kind of stuff, which we are going to be also learning in JavaScript as well. Okay, so in some situation, we would have two direction and we would want to check the condition. If something is true, go on one direction. If something is not true, go on another direction. So now let me give you an example, like, let me just write a little bit of pseudocode, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. If you have money, like if you have money, so what do you want to do? Just print to a user like buy some stuff or buy groceries or anything like this. So I'm going to just write buy some stuff. If the user does not have any money, so what do you want to print to the user? Bring some money, dude. Okay, so if the user, like this is just a pseudocode, it will not work, by the way, and we are going to be also writing this code so it will work. So if the user have some money, so the user can buy some stuff. If the user don't have any money whatsoever, so we just want to print to the user like, you're broke, dude, bring some money. Okay, so this was just a silly example, by the way, and you can also write, let me just give you one funny example. You know what, that was just an awful example which came to my mind. I'm not going to give you any example, but now let me just write a little bit of real code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write if and then some condition. If that condition is true, so what do you want to do? We just want to print this result right here. If that condition is not true, so what do you want to print? We just want to print to the user else if, and we just want to provide another condition right here. And if that's also not true, so then finally we just want to print to the user some sort of a message. So we are going to be first of all writing the if result keyword, then we are going to be writing parentheses right here, like opening parentheses and closing parentheses right here. Inside these parentheses, we are going to be placing our condition right here. If this condition is true, so this code will work. Not this one, not this one. This one will be ignored and also this one will be ignored. If this condition fails, then it will jump to this condition and it will check. If this condition is true, print this code. If this condition is also fails and this condition is also fails, so then finally it will jump to the else block right here and it will just print this code right here. Okay, let me just say that one more time so that it will stick to your mind. If this condition is true, then print this result. If this condition is false, jump to this else if block right here, and we can write as many else if conditions as we want. Okay, so then it will jump to this condition right here, then check. If this condition is true, print this code. If this condition is also not true, then finally jump to the else block right here. So now let me just write a little bit of code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like, I don't know, let a equal to 10 right here, and I'm going to also provide a comma, and let me just declare a b. But you know what, that was a horrible idea. I'm going to use let b and it will be now equals to 20 in this case. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a little bit of conditional statement for myself, and I'm going to just write like if a is greater than b. So what do you want to do? We just want to log to the console like a is greater than b. Okay, so I'm going to save my file. So now let's just see, is this condition true or false? So a is holding the value of 10 right here and b is holding the value of 20 right here. So is a greater than b? So is it true or false? So you know what, let me just write, I'm going to just write a is greater than b. So that's false condition, so this one will not work. Okay, so if I just write like instead of 10, if I just write 100 right here, and now if I save my file, okay, so it will now give us like a is greater than b right here. I'm going to have to remove that. It will give us a is greater than b right here. Why is that? Because this condition is now set to true, so this code will work. If this condition is false, so this code will not run. So let's suppose if I just change that to like, I don't know, 10 right here, if I save that, and here you can see nothing is showing right here. Why? Because this condition is false, because a is not greater than b, a is less than b in this case. Okay, so that's why we are not able to see anything right here. If we change that to like 100 or anything like that, and if we save our file, so now in this case, the a value is now greater than b value, like a is 100 and b is 20. So obviously 100 is greater than 20, so that's why we are seeing a is greater than b. Okay, so this is our first condition right here. So now let me just change that to 10 right here one more time. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are not able to see anything right here. I'm going to use else if block right here, and then here we are going to be passing one more condition. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a condition in a second, but I'm going to have to write a curly braces, like opening curly brace and a closing curly brace one more time. Okay, and you can, by the way, write all of these conditions just like that if you wanted to, but you have to write a condition right here and the syntax will look like that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to remove all of these spaces from here, and now let me just write some other condition like a is less than b. Okay, so I'm going to just log to the console a is less than b. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us a is less than b. Why is that? Why aren't we getting this a is greater than b? Why we are getting this a is less than b? Well, because once our code is executed, so it will first of all check this line out, then it will jump to this line, it will store the 10, then it will store the 20 inside memory, then it will check if a, or to be precise, if 10 is greater than b. No, 10 is not greater than 20 to be precise. Is 10 is greater than 20? So no, 10 is not greater than 20. So this condition fails. It will not run this code. Then it will jump to this new block right here. Then it will check this condition, is 10 less than 20. Yeah, that's true. 10 is less than 20. So it will now give us this result right here, like a is less than b, or 10 is less than 20. So here you can see it is now giving us a is less than b right here. And finally, if all of the condition is fails, and by the way, we can write as many else if blocks as we want. We can write it like 1,000 times if you want to, but this is just a simple example I want to give you. And finally, if this condition is fail, if this condition is also fails, so then finally we have to just write an else block right here, and here we are going to be writing some sort of a code which will run. And by the way, currently we are just writing these console logs right here, like console log here, console log there, console log at the final statement. But later we are going to be using like a document object model, or DOM for short. We're going to be learning all of that stuff later, but for now I just kind of want to give you example of like how you're going to be controlling the flow of your program. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like a is equal to b. Okay, so I'm going to just save my file, and I'm going to just write 20 in this case as well. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now give us a is equal to b. Why is that? Because this condition is fail, like 10 is greater than 20, that will fail. Then it will check like like 10 is less than 20. This condition is also fails, like 20 is equal to 20. So here you can see finally we are getting this result right here, like a is equal to b, like 20 is equal to 20. So then here you can see we are now getting a is equal to b. So that was the first example I want to give you. But now let me give you one more example. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just time example. So I'm going to declare a variable given name of like time, and it will be now set to like 10 in this case. And I'm going to just write a condition for that. If the time is less than 10 right here, so what do you want to do? You just want to print to the user like, I don't know, I'm going to just write, I'm going to declare one more variable, let greetings, and it will be not set to anything. So you would just want to greet to the user. Greetings will be like good morning. And I'm going to also log there to the console. Greetings. Okay. So this is going to be the first condition. Else if that fails, so then we want to check like time is less than 20. Then we want to just copy that code, and we just want to change this to good day or something like that. And then finally, if that's also false, so then we want to just greet the user, and we will say good evening. Okay, I'm gonna save my file. Let me go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. Now time is set to 10, and here we are checking if time is less than 10. So you would just want to print to the user like good morning. So this condition is already false. Why? Because here the time is equal to 10, the time is not less than 10, so this condition fails. And if the time is less than 20, so it will now give us like good morning. If none of this is the case, and finally we are going to be getting like good evening right here. So if you check it here, you can see we are now getting this good like good day right here inside the console. Why is that? Because we set the time to 10, and here we are checking the time is less than 20, so we just want to print to the user like good day. Okay, and yeah, and let's suppose if I just write like, I don't know, time is less than, so I'm going to just write like 5, and I'm going to save it, and here you can see it will now gives us like good morning right here. And if you just write like I don't know, 50 or something like that, save our file, and here you can see it will now give us like good evening right here. So this is how we are going to be controlling the flow of our program by using a conditional statement, and all of these if and else if and all of that is called a conditional statement. There we go. Conditional statements. There we go. So that was it about a conditional statements, and my job is done, and now it's time for you to perform a challenge, and I want you to do it by yourself. Spend a little bit of time. If you can do it, then I'm going to give you my solution. I'm going to place these comments right here. CHARAC. CHARAC. There we go. Alright, so the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create a variable with the name of password and store nothing inside there. And then if the password is equal to @, then print welcome. If the password is less than or equal to @, then print like password is too short. If the password is greater than or equal to @, print too long password. And password should be characters. And if all fails, print please provide a password right here. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then I'm going to give you my solution, and here is my solution. So I want you to pause the video. And anyway, so I'm going to now give you my solution. Let password, and we are not going to be storing anything inside there. And here, if password is equal to @, so what do you want to do? We just want to print to the user like welcome right here. Okay, so yeah, this one will not work if you save our file. And here you can see, okay, my computer just jammed, and here you can see nothing is happening right here. Why? Because the password is not holding any value, and the password is undefined in this case. And here we are checking if the password is equal to characters or to be precise, then just print a welcome. So password is set to nothing, that's why we are not seeing anything. Okay, so then we are going to be checking else if, and we are going to be writing like a password is greater than or equal to, or you know what, not greater than or equal to, but less than or equal to characters. So what do you want to do? I'm going to just log to the console like password is too short. Okay, so if the password is less than or equal to character, the password will be short. Else if the password is greater than or equal to characters, so what do you want to do? You just want to print to the user like not password but too long password, and also password should be should be characters. There we go. And finally, I'm going to just write an else clause and log to the console. Please provide a password right here. I'm going to go back, and this is how currently things looks like right here. So we are first of all checking if the password is equal to characters, so print welcome to the user. If the password is less than or equal to characters, print like password is too short. If the password is greater than or equal to characters, print to a user like too long password, and password should be characters. Otherwise, if none of the condition matches, we just want to print to the user like please provide a password right here. Okay, so what do you think will be the result? So I want you to pause the video and tell me what will be the result. If I save my file and check it out, here you can see it is now giving us please provide a password, because in this case we didn't specify any password whatsoever, so that's why we are not getting anything. And it is saying like please provide a password. So let's suppose if I just provide 8 characters or maybe 9 characters or something like that. So you know, first of all, let me just write 8 characters. So I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it will now give us welcome, because our password is 8 characters or 8 to be precise, so we are now getting welcome right here. Let's suppose if we just provide lower than 8 right here, like 5 or something, so it will now print us password is too short. So I'm going to save my file, and like password is too short right here. Okay, and let's suppose if I just provide something greater than 8 and save my file, and here you can see it is now saying it is giving us 2 outputs right here, too long password, and password should be 8 characters right here. Okay, so that was our simple program that we built by using a conditional statements in JavaScript, and I hope you learned a lot in these conditional statements. Once I learned conditional statements in programming, then I get to know like, yeah, programming is something. Anyway, so that was the first way to control the structure of our program, and in the next section we are going to be learning about switch statements in JavaScript. I'm going to remove all of this coding. So now let's learn about a switch statements in JavaScript. So a switch statement work the same, like exactly the same like if and else statement, but the syntax is totally different from if and else statements. So it will also allow us to control the flow of our program. So this is another way to control the flow of your program. Okay, so how the syntax will look like. First of all, we have to write the switch result keyword, then we have to write our opening parenthesis and the closing parenthesis, and inside these parentheses we have to provide our expression right here, then our opening curly brace and closing curly brace, and then inside these curly braces here we are going to be passing our cases right here. So if our case is true, then what do you want to do? We just want to print some sort of a result, and then we want to break out from this case right here. And then if that case is not true, we have to create another case, and the step will go on and on and on. Okay, so we have to print some other code and break out from that case if that's not true. So this is just a basic syntax of a switch and cases looks like. I'm going to delete this pseudocode from here. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to just write X in this case, and I'm going to store the value of 0 right here. And now in this case, we are going to be using our switch statement right here. So we have to first of all write this switch result keyword. What did I do? And then here we have to write our opening parenthesis and closing parenthesis. And inside these parentheses, we are going to be providing our expression. So in this case, we are going to be passing this X right here, which is holding the value of 0 string right here. Okay. And now let me just go inside there, and here we are going to be writing our first case, and we are going to be checking if the case is set to 0. So what do you want to do? We just want to write some sort of a text right here. So I'm going to write let text, and it will be not equal to nothing right here currently. So I'm going to just write like text will be now set to off. Okay, off like so. And I'm going to also break out from here. I'm going to go back, hit enter. Now let me just write one more case. If that's not true, so then jump to this case 1 right here. Then we are going to be just writing text off on in this case, and I'm going to also break out. If that's not the case, so then finally this is going to be our else clause right here. So we are going to be writing our default case. In our default case, we just want to print to a user like no value found right here. So I'm going to just save my file, go back, and this is how currently things looks like. We are first of all providing our expression right here, then we are checking the first case. If the case is 0, so we just want to print to the user like text is off, or a bulb would be off. So I'm going to just write bulb, there we go. So bulb will be off. If the case is 0, so our bulb will be off. If the case is 1, so our bulb will be on. If the case is nothing, so we just want to write like no value or something like that. Okay, so I know this is a horrible example. I'm going to give you a real world example in a second, but this is going to be just for demonstration purposes. So I'm going to save my file, and here you cannot see anything because this is a string. I'm going to have to save that. Oh, we are not console logging anything, so that's why. I'm going to have to hit enter right here and log to the console just this bulb right here. So that's why we weren't able to see anything inside our console. I'm going to save my file right now, and here you can see our bulb is now set to off right here. If you want to make it on, so you would want to write 1, save it, and here you can see we have on right here. And if you just provide something else like I don't know, 10 maybe, I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will not give us like no value found right here. So if you want to refactor this code to if and else statements, so you can totally do that. But now let me just give you one more example of this switch and cases, and then it will be time for you to perform a challenge. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to declare a variable given name of like day, and I'm going to just store Monday, in this case Monday for now, and I'm going to use my switch and cases right here. So I'm going to just pass my day as expression, and here I'm going to just write my case. If the case is set to Monday, Monday, so what do you want to do? We just want to log to the console like today is Monday. Okay, and then we want to break out from this what do we call it, this statement right here. Then we want to write another case, and if the case is Tuesday, 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 there we go. And then we want to just log to the console today is Tuesday, there we go. And now I'm going to just write break right here. Let me just write one more case right here, and Wednesday, and I'm going to just write console.log today is Wednesday, and break out from there, case one more time, and I'm going to write Tuesday in this case, and log to the console today is Tuesday. And let me just write a break right here. I'm gonna have to go back so you can see everything a bit better. Anyways, I'm gonna just take my time. Let me just write my case one more time, such array. Let me just write Saturday. Log to the console. Today is Satur, S-A-T-U-R day. There we go. And break out. And then finally we have a case of Sunday. And I'm going to log to the console like today is Sunday. Break out. And finally we have to just write a default statement. So default, the user specifies something else. So we just want to print to the user like don't know what day is today. Come on. Don't know what day is today. So I'm going to just save my file, go back, and here you can see we just write a lot of statements right here. So first of all, we just declare a variable, give a name of like day, and we store Monday inside this variable. And then we just write our statements right here. If the case is set to Monday, just print to a user like today is Monday. If the case is set to Tuesday, just print to a user like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. If none of the case matches, then finally just show to a user like don't know what day is today. So currently, what do you think will be the result if I just save my file? And I want you to tell me the result. What do you think will be the result? I'm going to save my file, and today is Monday right here. If you change that to like Tuesday, I'm going to copy there and I'm going to just place it right here. Today is Tuesday. Today is Thursday. Like so. And today is Saturday, and everything will work right here. So if I just write Sunday and save it, and today is Sunday right here. So you can provide more logic than that, but this is just a basic example to teach you how to work with this, what do we call it, switch and cases and all of that kind of stuff. Let's suppose if I just provide, instead of Friday, F-R-I-D-A-Y, if I just write Friday, okay, I just misspelled it right here. Friday, I guess I guess I didn't specify the Friday right here. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, and I forgot to include the Friday. Okay, so I'm gonna have, you know what, I'm not gonna add Friday because it will waste a lot of our time. So you can provide Friday if you wanted to. Just duplicate one of the cases and just write a Friday. Anyway, so here if I just write like I don't know, instead of Tuesday, I just write Tuesday and save my file. And here you can see it will now give us like don't know what day is today, or don't know what day that you specified, or something like that. Anyways, so this is how you're going to be controlling the flow of your program by using a switch and cases. And now I'm going to give you a challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. And then I'm going to give you my solution. Let me go back, and I'm going to just place it right here. So the first thing I want you to do is to create a variable with the name fruit and store banana inside there. And check if the case is banana, print banana is good. If the case is orange, print I am not a fan of orange. If the case is apple, then print like how you like them apples. And the default case will be like I have never heard of that fruit which you've been talking about. So I want you to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Come back, watch the solution, and here is my solution. Let me just zoom in a bit. So I'm gonna just declare a variable given name of like fruit, or fruit. Yeah, fruit would be fine, singular. And I'm gonna just place banana like so. And then use my switch statements. I'm gonna pass my fruit inside there. Let me just check the case of banana, and I'm going to just log to the console like banana is good. And let me just break out, and now let me use case of orange. Okay, log to the console like I am not a fan of orange or oranges or something like that. Let me just break out as well. Let me write a case one more time, and apple. Okay, log to the console. How you like them apples? Question, breakout. And finally we have our default case. I'm going to log to the console like I, or you know, double quotes, I've never heard of that fruit. Okay, go back, save my file, and this is how the current code will look like. First of all, we are declaring a variable with the name of banana. Then we are specifying that fruit variable as expression to the switch statement right here. Then we are checking if this case is true, then print like banana is good. If this case is orange, I mean like if the user provide banana, so just print like banana is good. If the user provide orange, then print like I'm not a fan of orange or oranges. Oranges, come on, there we go. And then finally if the user provide apple, then you just have to write like how you like them apples. Otherwise, just print to a user like I've never heard of that Heard of that fruit. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us banana is good. If I just copy that orange and I'm going to just place it right here, save my file. I'm not a fan of oranges. Let me just copy these apples. I'm going to place it right here, or apple to be precise. And here you can see how you like them apples. And if I just provide like, I don't know, mango or something like that, let me just save that, and here you can see I've never heard of that fruit in my life. Anyway, so that was a switch and cases in JavaScript, and the next topic we are going to be learning about a for loops in JavaScript. So now let's learn about a for loops in JavaScript. So what in the world is a for loop and why you should care about that? So for loop, there we go. In programming in general, in some situation, we would want to repeat a block of code a lot of times. So we can copy and paste that because then we are going to be violating the famous rule of programming, which is do not repeat yourself, or try to be precise. DRY, don't repeat yourself. So now let me just give you an example of don't repeat yourself. And then we are going to be refactoring that code by using a for loop. So let's suppose if I ask you to print like, I don't know, 100 console logs, and which will say like, hello Hossein. Okay, so if I give you a task to print this console log of like hello Hossein, or maybe your name like 100 times or maybe 1,000 times. So the first way is you are going to be holding your mouse and just selecting that and then right click on it. I don't even know how to copy that. Okay. I'm going to copy that and then hit enter and then right click on them and then paste it right here. The second way is to just use Control V, Control V, Control V all the time. The third way is to just hold Alt and Shift and down arrow, so it will just like duplicate your code all the time. But look at this code, like this code is first of all taking a lot of time to write, and the second thing is that we are repeating our code and our code is looking more than clutter. And in some situation, trust me, we would want to do the same thing like that. I mean, like not exactly the same, but in some situation we would want to repeat our code like that. But for that, instead of repeating our code, we can use for loop right here, and for loop will allows us to repeat our code a lot of time, and it will also allows us to iterate over through a lot of data and filter data, and we can do a lot of sort of stuff with the for loops, which I'm about to show you. So how the syntax will look like, first of all, I'm going to remove that. So how the syntax will look like, first of all, we have to write the for result keyword. Then we are going to be writing the opening parenthesis and the closing parenthesis. And inside these parentheses, first of all, we are going to be providing our initial expression right here. Then we are going to be passing our condition. There we go. Condition. That, come on, CONDITION. Then we are going to be writing either increment or decrement expression. So increment expression or the decrement expression. EXPRESSION. There we go. So this is how the for loop syntax look like. So we have first of all a for result keyword, then our opening parenthesis and closing parenthesis. Then here we are going to be passing our initial expression. Here we are going to be declaring our variable to be precise. Then we are going to be checking that condition. So as long as that condition is true, it will just repeat itself a lot of time. Like if you just write like 500 or I don't know how many times you want to repeat your code, as long as this condition is true, it will repeat itself. And then either the increment or decrement operator we are going to be writing, it will allow us to break out from this condition. It will make this condition false. So if it make this condition false, so our loop will stop. So this is just a pseudo code and the theory of for loop. And now let me just write a little bit of code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just remove the pseudo code from here, and I'm going to just write a for result keyword. And by the way, if you're using a Visual Studio Code editor, so I want you to just hit the down button. And here you can see that box right here, like that, kind of a home or laptop or something like that. I'm going to click on that. And this is the for loop syntax. Is it looking horrible? Yeah, it is. and nowadays, we have a lot of alternative to iterate over through our data and to repeat our code a lot of time. We don't even use for loops that much, but it is still a good skill to have in your belt. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write a for result keyword, then our parenthesis right here, and our initial expression will look like this. I'm going to write let I equals to 0, and this is our initial expression right here. You can give this variable any name you want. You can give him like index, you can give him idx, you can give him banana if you want to, but the convention is anytime you see a for loop, you would either see the I you will see the index or you will see the IDX. But for me, I'm going to use I, and probably you will too. And then we have to specify our condition right here. So I'm going to just use like I. As long as I is less than or equal to 5, this code will run again and again and again. And so finally, we have to provide some sort of a code to make this condition false. Otherwise, this code will run again and again for infinity. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write I++ right here in this case. And you already know that it will just increment it by 1. So once this I reaches to 5, and it will just increment it right here, so our loop will stop. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write hello world or some, oh, you know, I'm not gonna, oh yeah, I'm gonna just write hello world right here, and I'm gonna just provide a comma in there and then specify my index right here or my I variable right here. So I'm gonna just save my file, and now let me just check, and here you can see our loop will start from 0 because here we specify 0 right here, and then it will run through 5 right here, and once it reaches to 5, it will just increment it and our loop will stop working. And now you can also provide 1 right here, and you can just remove that equal to sign. And now if you save our file, and here you can say, oh, you have to provide this equal to sign, my bad, I'm gonna have to save it, and here you can see our loop will start from 0, I mean like from 1 through 5 right here. So you can like specify 500 if you want to. Let's suppose if I don't want to go that much crazy, but I'm going to just provide 100 right here. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us 100 right here, and here you can see this scroll. It will print this hello world all the time, and yeah, that's looking powerful and very crazy. I know the syntax is looking a bit awful, but if you practice enough, and you will get there. You can provide anything you want, like you can provide your name like Alex, you can write whatever you want to write right here. Okay, so in this case, let's suppose if you just want to get these numbers, so I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it will just give me all of these numbers right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be working with the loops in JavaScript. So that was just a basic example of a for loop. We can also write a while loop, do while loop, nested loop, which we are going to be also learning. And let's suppose we also have another concept of nested loop. Thank God I said it, because I was almost forgot. And now let me just write another loop inside this loop, and this loop, or this is something called a nested loop. This nested loop can be used very rarely, like nobody use nested loops. But anyways, I'm going to show you if you need that, so you can use nested loop, but if you don't, so you don't have to. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just log to the console like outer loop, and here I'm going to just provide a little bit of separators right here, so like separator here, separator there. Okay, and now let me just create one more loop inside this loop. So this is something called a nested loop. I'm going to just write let j in this case, because we can't write I right here, we already write I right here. So if you just write this I again, so it really gives us an error. So in this case, you can give him like jdx or whatever name you want to provide, but in this case I'm gonna just write j, and it will be now equals to 1 as well, and this j will be less than or equal to maybe 5, and you know that would be 5, and this one should be 10 right here. And then finally I'm gonna have to write my j++ in this case. And now let me just log to the console something like, I'm gonna copy this console out, I'm gonna print it right here. Okay, so inner loop, and I'm going to also provide a comma, and here I have to provide my j, and here I have to specify the I, like the index. Let me just save this file, and here what you can see is we are now getting the inner loop and the outer loop that much time. So it will now first of all give us the outer loop, it will iterate over through all of the data, it will give us the outer loop, then it will print 5 times this inner loop, then it will go outside, it will print us that outer loop, and then it will print us that inner loop all the time 5 times, and then it will print us that outer loop one more time, and the step will go on and on like that. I know that will be looking confusing, and I can guarantee like you're not going to be using nested loops like ever. Maybe in some situation you would need this nested loop, but not all the time. But anyways, that's a good tool to have in your belt. So now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch the solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to delete that, and I want you to print your name and numbers from 0 through 1000 right here without using a loops. I'm just kidding, with using a loop. So I want you to print your name and numbers from 0 through 1000. Give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. And by the way, this is not something where you're going to be using a nested loop, so you can use that by only using one loop. Okay, so give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. And here is my solution. So I'm going to just write 4. I'm going to write 4 and I am going to select that. Let me just change that to I, and it will be started from that. It will be starting from 0, and I'm going to just specify 100 or 1000 to be precise. Let me just log to the console this, my name first of all, Hussein web dev, and I'm going to also provide my I right in here. Okay, so now if I save my file, and boom, here you can see 999, there we go. But I'm going to have to start from 1, save it, and it will give us, oh, come on. Okay, my bad. It should be less than or equal to. And here you can see it is now giving us 1000 Hussein web devs right here inside a console. And I know that's a lot. That's a lot. So yeah, that was it about for loops in JavaScript, and the next section we are going to be working with a while loop in JavaScript. So now let's learn about a while loop in JavaScript. So while loop will do exactly the same thing like a for loop, but the syntax is just a bit different. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write a pseudo code for while loop. So I'm going to write a while result keyword first of all, then the opening and closing parentheses, and here we have to specify the condition, and here we have to write our curly braces, and inside these curly braces, here we are going to be writing our code block to be executed right here. Okay, so we are going to be writing our code right here, and here we are going to be passing our condition. So this is just a pseudo code for writing a while loop. So now let me just give you a real world example of a while loop, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now first of all, let me just declare my index, and my index will be starting from 1, and I'm going to use my while result keyword right here, and I'm going to just check while I is less than 5. So what do you want to do? We just want to print to the user like hello world, world right here, and I'm going to just write my I right here, and then finally I'm going to use my I++ at the end. And if you didn't specify this I++ at the end, so it will give us something called an infinite loop, and our code will run again and again. It will crash our browser or our application. So I'm going to also show you that. But now this is just a syntax of writing a while loop. I'm going to save this file, and here you can see it will start from 1 through 5. If you change that to like, I don't know, maybe to 10 or something like that, let me just save that. And here you can see it will now give us 10. We can change that to 100 if you want to, and it will now give us 100 right here. Okay, so let's suppose if I just write like 5 in this case, let me just save that. And we forgot to include I++, and I guess I'm gonna have to stop this recording and then I'll come back to you. Anyways, if you just forgot to include this I++ at the end, or we just comment this line out, and now I'm going to save my file and watch what happened. Here you can see our code will run that much time, and at some point in time it will just crash our browser. So I'm going to have to uncomment that and save it, and let's just stop, man. Come on. Okay. Oh, I'm going to have to stop it. Let's just remove all of the code, refresh my browser. Okay, it's not refreshing. I'm gonna have to close it, and here you can see our browser is spinning. Yep, come on, man. I'm gonna have to open my index.html file one more time and click on this open with live server. It will now open our file in live server, but it will take a little bit of time. Okay, so why is it taking that much time? It shouldn't have to take that much time. And here you can see it will now give us this console right here. So if you just right click on them and inspect, go to the console, and if I just write hello world or something like that, if you save it, and here you can see it is now giving us this hello world right here. Anyway, so that was it about a while loop, and now I'm going to give you a challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can't do it, you already know where to find me. I'm going to place it right here, go back like so. So the first thing I want you to do is to print your name to the console like 100 times, and iteration will be start from 10, not from 0, not from 1, but your iteration will be start from 10. Okay, so this is what I want you to do. Give it your best shot if you can do it. So now let me just show you my coding, or my solution to be precise. So I'm going to just write let I, and it will be started from 10, as I said, and then I'm going to use my while loop right here, and I'm going to just provide my I is less than or equal to 100 right here, and then console log Hussein web dev, and finally never forget to include this I++ you have to write this I++ at the end. I'm going to save my file, and it is giving us 91, but now I'm going to just put a comma and or index. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it will now give us 100 Hussein Web Devs. Our iteration will be starting from 10 right here, from 10 through 100 right here. So that was it about a while loop in JavaScript. Next, we are going to be learning about a do-while loop in JavaScript. So I'm going to delete this code, and now let's learn about do-while loop in JavaScript. So a do-while loop will also do exactly the same thing, but the syntax is just differently a bit. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to declare my variable or index outside, and our index will be starting from 1 right here. And then I'm going to just write do result keyword, and then we have to write our opening parenthesis and closing parenthesis. And inside this parenthesis, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write my logic right here. So I'm going to just write like hello world in this case, and I'm going to also provide my I right here. Then I'm going to just write I++, like never forget that, otherwise it will give you infinite loop. And outside from these parentheses, outside from these curly braces, you have to write a while result keyword, and then opening parenthesis and closing parenthesis, and here you have to provide your condition right here. So I'm going to just write I is less than or equal to 5, and that's it about the do while loop. So if I save my file and check it out, so here you can see our iteration will be start from 1 through 5 right here, and we can do whatever you want to do with that. Like here we just print like hello world right here. We can do like document object model, which we are going to be also learning later, but you don't have to worry about that for now. So we are not going to be using do while loop that much, or maybe ever in this course, but I just kind of want to show you like there is something called a do while loop in JavaScript. So now you're aware of that, and you know the syntax, and you can now tell other people like I learned about a do while loop in JavaScript. But anyways, maybe you would use that, but I've used that in professional work maybe for free to, I don't even remember like how many times I used this do while loop in my life. Anyway, so that was it about a do while loop in JavaScript. Wait. I'm gonna give you a challenge, and you have to perform a challenge by yourself. If you can do it, then I'm gonna give you my solution. Let me just place it right here. Go back. The first thing I want you to do is that print your name 400 times in the console, and then iteration will be start from 20 in this case. So that's quite simple and easy. First of all, you have to do it by yourself. If you can't do it, then watch a solution. So I'm going to just write let I equals to 20 in this case, and now I'm going to just use my do and hit control space, and it is now giving me, it is not helping me in this case, so I'm going to have to write it manually. So do while loop, I'm going to use my console.log of Hussein Web Dev, and you should write your own name inside. You can print that I, yeah, I'm going to just print it right here. So I'm going to use my I++, and then I'm going to use my while right here. So while I is less than or equal to 400 times, and boom, I'm going to save my file, and it will now print it 400 times right in here, and our iteration will be start from 20 right here. So that was it about a while loop in JavaScript. Alright, so I'm going to delete this code from here, and now let's learn about logical operators in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, we have 3 kinds of logical operators, and logical operators simply means like which produce a logic. So a logical operators will allows us to produce a logic. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like a logical AND operator, and the syntax will look like that. So we just have to write double AND symbol, and this is the logical AND operator. And the second one, which will also produce some logic, so this is a logical OR operator, and I'm going to write OR right here, and let me just put that in parentheses. And then we have the final one we have is the logical NOT operator, and it will look like this. So let me just give you a definition all of them, and I'm going to just write one arrow right here. So this is just a basic definition of logical AND operator. So it will use us true if both of the operands are true, like both of the operand, or you can also call it Boolean values are true. Otherwise, if both of the value is not true, it will give us false. Let me give you a definition of this OR operator as well. So I'm going to just write like it will give us true if either of the operands Boolean value is true, and it will evaluate to false if both are false. Okay, and now final one we have the, it will just do a toggling. Okay, so it will give us true if the operand is false and vice versa. Okay, so it is kind of like a toggler. If something is true, so it will convert it to false. If something is false, so it will convert it to true. I know this definition and all of that is looking horrible. So now let me just give you an example and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just declare 3 variables. So const A will be now set to true, and then const B will be now set to false, and then we have a const C and it will be now equals to 4 in this case. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write a console log of A and B. So what do you think will be the reason if I save my file and check it out? And here you can see it is now giving us false right here. Why is that? Here we are checking true and false, like A and B, so it will give us false. Why? Because logical AND operator will give us true if both of the operands are true. Okay, so if one of them is false, so it will give us false. And here in this case, one of them is false, so it is giving us false right here. So if we change that to true as well, save my file, and here you can see it is also giving us this true right here. Okay, so if both of the operands are true, then it will give us true. But if it found one of them to be false, so it will give us false. Okay, so I'm going to save that, and it will now give us false right here. So we can also do, I'm going to comment this line out, and I'm going to also write to the console like C is greater than 2 and C is less than 2. So what do you think will be the results? So I'm assuming it will give us a false. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is giving us a false right here. Why is that? Here we are just checking the C value. C is currently set to 4, and we are checking C is greater than 2. So this condition here you can see is totally true, like C is greater than 2 right here. And then here we are specifying the AND operator, and we are checking C is less than 2. So this is not true because 4, here you can see C value is 4, so like 4 is not less than 2, so it will give us false right here. So one of them is false. It will make the entire condition as a false. So that's how we can use the AND operator in JavaScript. So now let's jump into the OR operator, and it will give us true. If one of them is true, it will give us false if both of them is false. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write console log, and I'm going to log, I'm going to cut this out. I'm going to also cut this comment from here, and let me just comment this out. Anyways, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write A or B right here. So the A value is now set to true and the B value is set to false. So we are checking if A or B. So what do you think will be the result if I save this file? And here you can see it is true. Why? Because the logical OR operator will give us true if either of them is true. If it found one of them true, it will give us true. If it found like both of them false, so then it will give us false. So now in this case, it found this one true, so that's why it is now giving us true right here. But let's suppose if I make this one false, so it will obviously give us false because both of them is now set to false, so that's why it will give us false. But if it found like one of them to be true or both of them to be true, so it will give us true right here. So now let me just make that as a false right here. So let me just write false. And here you can see it will now give us true right here. So it is searching for one of them to be true. If it found one of them to be true, it will give us true. It doesn't care about other properties, but it is searching for one to be true. If it found one of them to be true, so it will give us true value. Otherwise, if both of them is false, so it will give us the false value right here. Okay, so that's that. And now I'm going to just write console log of B or B right here, like false or false. So I'm going to save that. It will obviously give us false. And now I'm going to just write C is greater than 2 or C is less than 2 right here. In this case, we are not using this AND operator right here. In this case, we've used the AND operator, and AND operator will be searching for one of them to be false. If it found one of them to be false, so it will give us false. And here, this one is searching for true. If it found one of them to be true, so it will give us true. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us true because this one is true, like 4 is greater than 2, and this one is false, like 4 is not less than 2. This one is false and this one is true, so it is searching for one of them to be true. That's why we are getting this true right here inside a console. And now let's talk about this final one, and it will just do a toggling. Like if something is true, so it will just make it false. If something is false, so it will just make it true. Okay, so let me just show you that. Let me just hide them. Let me just comment these out. And finally, come on, let me just hide them out. And finally, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to console log a right here first of all. So if you save there, here you can see it is now giving us true. But if I just write this explanation mark at the beginning, or you can call it a logical not operator if you wanted to, but I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now converting our true value to false right here. And now let me just log to the console b value right here. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us false right here. But now if I want to convert this false value to true, so for that we can use this explanation mark or logical not operator. So I'm going to save that, and boom, here you can see it is now converting our false value to true right here. Okay, so yeah, that's that. I'm going to just write a little bit of more code, and then it will help you master logical and not and or operators. So I'm going to remove this coding from here, and I'm going to just write a password variable right here, and I'm going to store the password of Postman web dev right here. Okay, so now let me just check if the password.length is greater than or equal to add character, and I'm going to go back, and password.includes what do we call it, web right here. So what do you want to do? We just want to print to the user like a valid password right here. Otherwise, we want to print to the user like console log invalid password right here. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and it is now giving us the valid password right here. Why is that? Because our password length is greater than add or greater than or equal to add, and password includes web right here. Here you can see it is including web right here. Let's suppose if one of them is set to false, like I'm going to remove this web from here, and I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us invalid password right here. If I just undo this step, save our file, it is now giving us the valid password right here. But now I'm going to cut it one more time so that it will give us invalid password. But instead of writing the AND operator, I'm going to just write the OR operator right here. And I am going to just save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us the valid password right here. Why is that? Because it will just search for one of them to be true, and it found one of them to be true. Like our password length is greater than or equal to add, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and add. And here you can see it will just found one of them to be true, and it will give us the valid password right here. And we can also make that other stuff to be, or let is true, and it will be now set to true right here. And I'm going to just log to the console is true, so you obviously know like it will give us true inside our console. So here you can see it will now give us true right here. But let's suppose if I want to convert that to false, so I'm going to just use this explanation mark, and if I save my file, and here you can see it will now convert it to false right here. So that was it about a logical operator in JavaScript. And that was it about the second section of this course. So now let's learn about our first data structure in JavaScript, which is called arrays. And arrays are a data structure which allows us to store a collection of data at once. And arrays are also something called zero index based. Okay. So now in some situation you would want to store like multiple data at once. So you cannot store that in variable, can you? So like let's suppose if you want to store like fruits. So fruits, and it will be now equals to, I don't know, I'm going to store a lot of data like mango. And I'm going to also store like orange. And I'm going to also store like something else right here. And here you can see like it is already giving us this error right here. Like we can only store one value inside this variable. So if you want to store like multiple values inside our variables, so for that we would need a data structure, some sort of a data structure. You can either use arrays or you can use objects, something which we are going to be also discussing later in this course. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove them. And now let me just start by defining the empty array. So we are going to be creating an array with no content, nothing inside there. So you can either create it by using a const result keyword or let result keyword, or God forbid, don't use the var result keyword. But anyways, I'm going to just write my const and my list. You can give any name you want. So now let me just use this opening bracket and closing bracket. And this is how we can create our empty array right here. And this is the JavaScript data structure which I've been talking about. So now let me just log that to the console like my list right here. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us this array with no content, nothing inside there. And here you can also see the length is 0. But let's suppose if you want to provide some sort of a data to it, so you totally can. I'm going to remove this comment from here, and I'm going to change the name of that to like numbers, or numbers array would be fine. and I'm going to just store a little bit of numbers like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I'm going to just store that inside my array right here. Okay, so I'm going to just save that, and here you can see it will now give us all of these values right here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is a data structure, so it is now allowing us to structure our data at one place right here. So we are now able to store all of our data at one place in this one variable right here, numbers array. You can give like nums or something like that, and that would totally work just fine. So I'm going to just write num. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is working just fine right here. So that was a number array. So now let me just delete that and write a string array. Okay, so here I'm going to just store like, I don't know, eat, sleep, and code, repeat. There we go. So eat, code, sleep, and repeat. So I'm going to just save my file, and now let me just log that to a console like string array. I'm going to save that, and here you can see it is now giving us all of that array right here. So we are now getting eat, sleep, code, and repeat. And as I said, that arrays are a 0 index base, which means like array will be starting from 0. So here you can see our array is now starting from 0. Then we have 1, 2, 3, and all of that kind of stuff. So now let's learn about how we are going to be accessing items from our array. Okay, so now let's learn about how we are going to be accessing items from our array. So to access item from this array, like, I don't know, like let's suppose if you want to get this item or this item or this item, so you would first of all write array name, and then you would just write these brackets right here, and then here you have to provide the index. So in my case, I'm going to just provide 0 right here. As I said, like arrays are a 0 index base, and I want to get this eat right here, and now I'm going to just save my file. And here you can see it is now giving us this eat right here. Let me just remove that 0, and I'm going to just put 1, save my file. It is now giving us sleep right here. So I'm going to just provide 0, and I'm going to duplicate that a few times. So I'm going to write 1, 2, and also the 3 right here. So I'm going to save that, and here you can see it is now giving us eat, sleep, code, and repeat. So everything is working the way we expect them to work. And this is how we are going to be creating our array right here. And this is how we are going to be accessing the item from the array. Okay, so that was it. So you can also write a nested array if you wanted to. So now let me just give you an example of nested array. So a nested just simply means like array inside another array. You don't even have to worry about that much of this data structure, but I'm just showing you the example. So like you can totally do that if you want to. So I'll just write nest array for nested array, and I'm going to just write like 1, and then I'm going to just write a nested array inside this array right here, like so. So now this array is inside this array right here, and I can write like I don't know, 2 and 3 or something like that, and then I'm gonna just write comma. I can write 1, I can write true, I can write I don't know, whatever I want. So I'm gonna write false, and we can do whatever you want to do with this array right here. So I'm gonna just save this file. Now let me just log that to the console like nest array. I'm gonna save that, and here you can see we are now getting all of these items right here. And if I click on this one right here, so it will just expand it. So here you can see we have this nested array inside this array right here. All right, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just get this array right here. So if I want to get that, so first of all, I'm going to have to access this array right here. I'm going to have to write the array name. So I already write that right here. And then here I have to provide the index of this array right here. So I'm going to just write 1 right here. Why? Because this one is a 0 index base, and this one will be a 1. I mean like the first index right here. So I'm going to just save that, and here you can see we are now getting this array right here. So now let's suppose if you want to get this item inside this second array, so you would just write these curly braces, I mean not curly braces but brackets, and then here you would also write 1 right here, because this one is 0 and this one is 1. So that's why I just provide 1 right here. So I'm going to just save that, and here you can see it is now giving us this 3 right here. Okay, so this is also called nested array, and some people call it like 2 dimension array. You can also call it like 2-dimension array, or you can call it I'm going to write an or symbol and or nested array right here. Okay, so this is how you can work with that. And by the way, you are not just limited to store like single. You can even go further than that. You can create like more arrays right here. So then you can specify more items inside there, like item blah or something like that. and it will totally work. And then you will just go nested, 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 and again. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove that, and now let me just give you example of mixture array. Or you know what, let me just give you example of just storing a letter. So I'm going to just write const my letter or letter, there we go, and it will be now equals to array of like H, E, L, L, and O. Okay, so now I'm gonna just log that to a console, my letters, and letters to be precise. So I'll just write letters. I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us all of these letters right here. We can also iterate over through all of this array, and we can get each of these item one by one, but that's other topic which we are not going to be learning, I guess, in this section, but in future we will learn them. And you are not just limited to write these strings and numbers, you can write a nested arrays, and later we are going to be learning about objects, and you are totally able to provide objects right in here if you wanted to. So arrays are a data structure which allows us to store multiple data at once. So this is how we are going to be creating our array, and this is how we are going to be accessing the items from that array. So we have a lot of array methods which we are going to be exploring in a second, but now I guess this is the time for you to try array by yourself. I'm going to delete this code. I'm going to go back, and I'm going to just place this instruction for you right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create an array with the name of favorite singers and store 3 favorite singers. Like if you have, like, I don't know, your favorite singers, so you can just put their names inside the array and log the first singer in the console in that array. So first of all, I want you to store 3 your favorite singers and then log the first singer inside the array. And then create an array with the name of favorite numbers and store 4 favorite numbers inside there. Then create an array with the name of mixed array or mixed and store this string other array 1, 2, 3 and true right here. And now access each items in that array by using this bracket notation right here. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then I'm going to give you my solution. So here is my solution. So first of all, I want you to pause the video and do it by yourself. But if you can do it, here's my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write fav singers, and I'm going to store weird singers. I really love these singers. So savage, 21 savage. That's the only reason I like this 21, what do you call it? 21 number. There we go. Post Malone, a little bit my favorite singer, but not that much. And NF, oh, come on, NF is awesome. And now let me just log that to a console like fav singers, and I'm gonna just save my file. And here you can see it will now give us all of these favorite singers right here. So let's suppose if you wanted to get this first one, so for that we are going to be writing our brackets and the 0 index best. So I'm gonna just save it, and here you can see it will now give us 21 savage right here. Okay, so that was the first one. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create an array with the favorite numbers, and it will be now equals to like some sort of a numbers. I'm gonna just write like 3, 2, 1, and I don't know, comma 1, 2, 3, comma and 1, I don't know, 23 or something like that. And now I'm gonna just log this array to the console like favorite numbers. I'm gonna save that, and here you can see it will now give us all of these numbers right here. Okay, so that was the second array. Now the third array which I'm going to be creating, I'm going to just create it by using a constant result keyword and mixed array, and it will be now equals to this array. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to cheat a little bit. You don't have to cheat. You shouldn't cheat. You can't cheat. If you did, then you cannot become a better JavaScript developer. You shouldn't do that. But I just cheat to save a little bit of time. Anyway, so here is a string value. Then we have a nested array right here, or a multi-dimension array. Then we have a 1, 2, 3 as a numbers, and we have a Boolean right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that let me just log mixed array to the console. I'm going to save that, and here you can see my mixed array. So we have a string, we have other array, we have 1, 2, 3 as the numbers, and we have a Boolean right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just comment these two out, and I'm going to duplicate that a few times. I'm going to console log this one, I'm like comment that out, and I'm going to write a 0, then I'm going to just write a 1, then I'm going to write a 2, then we have, I guess, 3 items. So I'm going to just save that. So we have string, other array, 1, 2, 3, and true right here. Okay, so that was the challenge, and this is how you're going to be creating an array. This is how you're going to be accessing the items from the array. But one topic is left, which is called iterating over through array and getting all of the items from the array, which I'm not going to show you not right now. So I'm going to just delete all of these coding from here, and that was it about arrays. Alright, so now let's learn about basic array methods, and later in this course we are going to be also learning about advanced array methods, but for now we have to just learn about the basic array methods. So for that I already prepared a readme.md for you to check it out. And come on, what the hell, readme dot read IAD and then ME, there we go. Come on, read me.md. Yep, there we go. We have our readme.md. I'm gonna just place that right here. And by the way, all of the code will be available in my GitHub repository if you want to check it out. So now we have these methods available on our array, and there are a lot of them, but for now we have these few of them. I'm going to have to remove the adds. There we go. Yep, that's looking better. So the first method we have is a concat method, and as the name suggests, that it will allows us to join two or more arrays and return a result. And includes will check if an array contains a specified element. Push method will allows us to add a new element to the end of the array. I want you to notice that at the end of the array and return the new length of that array. And unshift will add a new element to the beginning of a new array and returns the new length of the array. Then we have a pop method, and pop will remove the last element from the array, and shift will allows us to remove the first element from the array, and sort will allows us to sort our array alphabetically. Slice will allows us, we already learned about slice, but I'm going to also give you the quick test of that as well. Slice will allows us to select a part of an array and returns the new array. Splice will allows us to remove or replace existing element and or adds new elements right here. So I'm going to go a little bit slow in this case because there are a lot of methods right here, and it will confuse you a lot. So the first thing which I'm going to do is that we are going to be starting from pushing items to the array. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a lot of fruits right here, and const and fruits will be now equals to this array. So I'm going to write apples, and you know I'm going to just fast forward a bit. Grapefruit right here. So this is my simple data structure right here, my simple array right here. So if I log that to the console like fruits, and I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see we have all of these fruits available right here. Okay, so the first method which I'm going to be using, I'm going to remove that. The first method which I'm going to be using is a fruits.push method, and now let's just check out the description of push method right here. And it is already giving us this preview right here, like new elements to add to the array. So it will add or append new element at the end of this fruits array right here. So let's suppose if I want to add like I don't know, banana, so it will now add this banana at the end of this array right here. Okay, and now let me just show you their description one more time. So we have push, there we go, and it will adds a new elements to the end of the array right here and return a new length. So currently, let me just comment this line out. Currently, if I log to the console the fruits.length right here, and if I save that, and here you can see the length is now 6, but if I just push this banana to my fruits array right here, so the length will be now 7. So I'm going to just save this file, and it will be just let me just log that to the console first of all. So we have fruits, I'm going to save that, and here you can see the length is now currently set to 7, and here you can also see that banana at the end of this array right here. You can also just specify that by using the length property right here. So let me just save that. Previously the length was 6, and now it becomes 7 right here. Why? Because we pushed this new item to this array right here, that's why. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that. That was our first item. I mean, like, that was our first method to be precise. So arrays are our data structure, and we are now using this method on that array, and we are just pushing the items to this array. Now let me just use a fruits, come on, fruits.pop method, and as the name suggests, it is kind of like a poop. So it will just remove one item at the end of the array, and we don't have to specify any strings or anything like that. So it will just remove one item from the end of the array. So now let me just show you this, and it will just remove the last element of the array. Okay, so I'm going to just save that, but before I do, I'm going to have to write log of console. So we have fruits dot, yeah, I'm going to just write fruits right here. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to place it right here. So currently it will give us this banana, and then this pop method will remove that banana from this list, and it will give us that 6 items one more time. So I'm going to just save that, And here you can see this one is now 7. Let me just highlight that for you. Here you can see this one is 7, and this one includes 6 items right here. Why is that? Because this pop method allows us to remove the last item from our array. So I'm going to just expand this one. First of all, let me just expand this one right here. So this one have this banana right here, but it is not showing it right here. Anyway, so this one have this banana right here. Just uncollapse that, and here you can see we remove that banana from this list. So that's why this one is 6 and this one is 7 right here. So let me just remove both of them from here. And now let me just use the shift method. So I'm going to just write console log of what did I do? This, what in the world is that? I don't even know what that is. Okay, that's a CSS or HTML comment. Anyways, so I'm going to just write fruits dot what do we call it, shift method. And first of all, okay, so we already have this description right here. So it will just remove the first element from our existing array right here. So which means that it will remove these apples from our array. So now let me just log that to the console and see the results. So we have a fruits, and let me just save them. And here you can see that apples is gone. So here you can see we don't have any apples inside this fruits array right here. Let me just copy that and put it right here. And in this case, this array will have their fruits, and then here, I mean, like, this array will have that apple right here. But here we are just removing the first item from the array, which will be apple. And here it has this apple right here. And here we remove that apple from this list. So that's how we can use this shift, unshift, and all of that method. So I'm going to remove that as well. And now let's use unshift. So I'm going to use a fruits.unshift method right here. And now let me just call that. So this unshift method allows us to insert element at the start of the array. Let me just check my description right here. So we have unshift. I guess I didn't write. Okay, there we go. Adds a new element at the beginning of an array. Okay, so let's suppose if we want to provide something else like orange maybe. So here we don't have any oranges whatsoever. So here we are appending this orange at the beginning of this array. So let me just save that, and let me just log to the console this fruits, and I'm gonna just save that. And here you can see we have this orange right here at the beginning. If I comment this line out, and let me just save that, and here you can see that apple is gone. Let me just uncomment that, and here you can see we have this orange right here. So this is how you're going to be adding element at the beginning of the array. So that's that. Now the next thing which you have to learn is something called a concat, and concat method allows us to add more than one arrays at once. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new array, const I don't know, new fruits or something like that, and I'm gonna just add these fruits. Well, you know, I'm gonna just delete this entire array. First of all, let me just write a fruits, and it will be now equals to apples. Okay, so this is going to be our first array. Let our const more fruits, and it will be now equals to more fruits. So I'm gonna just write strawberries, pineapples, and grapefruits. So okay, so we have these two arrays right here. The first one is including all of these items. The second one is including all of these items. So if you want to like concatenate both of these array or join both of these arrays, so for that we have a concat method. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write const total fruits, and it will be now equals to this fruits, and here we are going to be concatenating this more fruits right here. So I'm going to just use more fruits, and now let me just log to the console total fruits or all fruits or whatever you want to call that. I'm going to save this file, and here you can see we have 6 items right here. This one will be 3 items, and these are also 3 items. So 3 plus 3 is 6. So that's why we are now getting 6 items right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be using this concat method on this fruits array right here. And now that was it about basics of them, and still we are going to be still learning about the basics, but later in this course we are going to be also learning about advanced stuff about arrays as well. So now let's learn about a little bit advanced one, but not that much. So I'm going to use like a PL, and I'm going to just create a programming languages array right here. So JavaScript, then we have Golang, one of my favorite programming language. All the time I love Golang programming language. I really love that. And then we have a Python, and then we have PHP. Okay, and now let me just create another array, const numbers, and it will be now equals to I don't know, some sort of a numbers like 3 comma, I don't know, 5 comma 2 comma 4 comma 1 or something like that. So now we have these two arrays right here. The first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to just log to the console pl dot includes this array Golang. This programming language dot includes, we already learned about this includes method. It will just gives us the boolean value, either true or false. So pl, does this array includes this item? Is that true or not? I'm just asking you a question. Is that true or not? That's true because Golang is right here, so that's why it will give us true. So I'm gonna just save my file, and here you can see it will now give us true right here. If you just provide like I don't know, dart or something like that, and now let me just save that, and here you can see it will now give us false right here. Okay, so this is how the includes method work, and this is how you can search for simple items. Anyways, so that was the include. So I'm gonna just comment this out, and now let me just use console.log and pl.join, and I'm going to join this array by using this dash. Okay, so now let me just save that, and here you can see it will now join all of these items by using this dash right here. So let me just zoom in a bit. So here you can see we have JavaScript dash Golang dash Python dash PHP, and we would use this join method a lot once we jump into the Node.js and Express.js, because we are going to be working with the URLs, and in the URLs we would do something like that all the time. So that's why I want to mention it right here. You can either write like, you can write anything you want, like let's suppose you can write a $sign. I'm gonna save that, and here you can see it will join the array by using this $sign. You can write like my own name, to be honest, or HUXN. Save my file, and here you can see JavaScript, Hussein Golang, Hussein Python, Hussein PHP. So you can like write anything you want, excuse me. You can write anything you want. So I'm going to just write this dash, and I'm going to comment this line out. Now I'm going to use the reverse method. First of all, let me just log to the console this pl. And here you can see, first of all, we have a JavaScript, then we have a Golang, then we have a Python, then we have a PHP right here, okay? In this order. And now if I just write dot reverse method right here, and I'm going to just call that, and I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it will now reverse array. First of all, it will give us PHP, then Python, then Golang, and finally it will give us JavaScript programming language right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be reversing our items, and I'm going through a little bit fast on these stuff because these stuff are very easy. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use that slice method as we learned previously on strings. So I'm going to just use pl right here, and I'm going to just write slice right here, and I'm going to just start from the beginning. First of all, we have to specify the start value as a number, and we also have to provide this end as a number. Okay, so I'm going to just start from 0 index space, and I wanted to get like, I don't know, maybe I'm going to just provide this Golang. So I'm going to write 1, save my file, and come on, this one, the first one will be 0 index space, but the second one will not be a 0 index space. That's why it is now giving us this JavaScript right here. Okay, so if I just write 2, then it will give us this Golang, one of my favorite programming language right here. So it will now give us JavaScript and Golang, and you get the gist. I'm going to comment this line out, and finally let me just use a sort method on this numbers array, and here you can see first of all we are getting 3, 5, 2, 4, 1. Let me just write the numbers right here, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. First of all, we are getting 3, 5, 2, 4, 1. So if you want to sort this out, so for that we can use numbers dot sort right here. So we have to just call that. And now if I save my file, and here you can see it will now give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here. So this is how this sort array method works. So that was all of the list of the basics array methods. So anyways, so now next we are going to be learning about objects in JavaScript. Alright, so that was it about arrays and arrays methods. So now let's learn about a new topic in JavaScript, or a new data structure in JavaScript called objects. One of my favorite topics. And objects, as I said, are a JavaScript data structure which allows us to store a collection of data, but in this case it will also allow us to store our data with a label. So label and then the value for that label. So in arrays we cannot label our data, like we would just store some sort of our data, but we cannot provide a label for our data. But in objects allows us to store a collection of data, and this is a JavaScript data structure which allows us to store a collection of data with a key value pairs, which means like we can label our data, and we can create objects for anything we want. and like for cars, for person, for building, for school, for computers, for laptops, for phones, for anything we want. Okay, so we can create objects for anything we want. So that was just it about the introduction of what an object is. So now if you want to create an object, first of all, you are going to be writing either let const or var. So in this case, I'm going to just use const result keyword right here. Then you can give some sort of a name to your object right here. So in my case, I'm going to just give a name of like person, and it will be now equals to these curly braces. In arrays, we use these brackets, but in objects, we are going to be using these curly braces right here. And inside these curly braces, I'm going to just specify my key and some sort of value for that key. Okay, so like I can provide anything I want. Okay, I'm going to just remove that. And now I'm going to just create a person object, which means like I'm going to be providing a person keys and the person values. So I'm going to just create a simple object in the word, and I'm going to just give a name of like first name, and it will be now equals to Hussein, my own name. I'm going to write a last name as a key, and if you want to separate that, you have to write this colon right here, and then you can provide any kind of data right here. Like you can give them a string value, you can give them a number value like 20 or something like that. You can give them a boolean if you wanted to, like true or false. You can even create a nested object, which I'm going to also show you in a second. You can store arrays if you wanted to, but in this case I'm going to just store like Hussein web dev right in here. But before I do that, first of all, let me just cut this out and let me just save that, and let me just log to the console this person object right here. So I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us this empty object right here. If I expand that, it also have a lot of properties and methods right here. Like we are going to be learning about constructor in advanced course, not in this one. I'm going to just comment that out, like hide that out. And now let's suppose if you want to provide a properties and values for their properties. So this is known as a property, and this is known as a value for that property. Okay, so this is how we are going to be writing a key and value, or a property and value. And we can also even write something called methods inside object, but we are not going to be writing method, not right now, because methods are functions and we didn't learn about functions yet. Okay, then I'm going to provide a comma, and don't forget this comma. I forget this comma all the time, and it is giving me that same error all the time. Okay, like a lot of people do that, not only me. So now I'm going to just provide age of 19, comma, and then location. So I'm going to just provide a location as an array, and I'm going to just provide like planet, planet, and then Earth. Okay, E-A-R-T-H, there we go, I forgot the H. Then comma, I'm going to write like is programmer, and it will be now set to true. I'm going to go back, and here you can see I just simply create a person object, which is taking the first name, the last name, the age, location, and is programmer as a boolean. So we are providing a string value, we are providing a number value, we are also providing this nested data structure, which is array, and here we are also passing a boolean right here. Okay, and we can even pass what do we call it, some sort of other object right here if you wanted to, but I'm going to show you that in a second. Let me just save that, and here you can see it is now giving us our object right here. So these are all the properties which is specified right here, and here you can also see the values, and this is going to be the length of our array. I guess we can see the length of our array, so like object, so I'm going to use the length, length. Yep, we can. It is giving us undefined. Okay, and now let me just check the type of person, and now I'm going to save that. It is now object right here. But let's suppose, let me just create a simple array like empty array, and now let me just check out the type of this array right here. Let me just comment this line out. Come on, comment this line out, and now I'm going to save that, and here you can see this is also an object. So what's going on behind the scenes? Something called constructor and object-oriented programming, which we are going to be diving into in a really great depth. But I just kind of want to show you. Let's suppose if somebody asks you like what is the type of this array, so the type of array is not array, the type of array is object. Okay, so it is allowing us to store a collection of data just like this object, but in this case in arrays we cannot provide keys and values. We can just store the data, and that's it. I'm going to just remove that, and let me just uncomment this person object right here. Okay, let's just remove that from here. Save my file, and here you can see we have our object right here. So now let's learn about how we are going to be accessing items from our array. Not array, but object. So now we are going to be learning about how we are going to be accessing either first name, last name, age, or any property which you have right here. So there are two ways to access your items or properties from your object right here. So the first way is the dot notation, and we have a bracket notation as well. So if I just write dot, and here you can see we have all of these properties right here, like we have age, we have first name, we have is programmer, last name, and location. Let's suppose if I want to just get this age, I'm gonna save that, and here you can see it is now giving us this 19 right here. And let me just remove that and hit Control Space one more time. It is now giving us all of the stuff which I provide right here in my object right here. So let me just like get all of them. Like first of all, I'm going to use first name, then I'm going to get my last name, then I'm going to get my age, location. There we go. Duplicate that, and is programmer. I'm going to save that, and here you can see this is how we are getting all of the properties and its values right here by using the dot notation. So that was the first way to get your data or to access items from your object. So now let's learn about this bracket notation. So I'm going to just remove that, and here instead of that dot, I'm going to remove that, and here I'm going to just provide these brackets right here. But let's suppose if I just write like first name in this case, and if I save that, and it is giving us this nasty error, but I hide that errors. But here you can see it will now give us this error right here. It will say like uncaught reference error, first name is not defined. Or JavaScript compiler will think like, here we want to access some sort of a first name variable, like let first name and some sort of a variable right here, but we don't have any first name variable available inside our global scope. So what's going on? So that's why it is now giving us this error right here, like uncaught reference error, first name is not defined. Okay, so I am going to just remove that, and here I'm going to have to provide a quotes, and inside this quotes we have to provide the property or the value name right here. So now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting Hussein, but I'm going to have to hide these errors from here. So here you can see we are now getting Hussein. I'm going to get my location, I'm going to save that, and location is undefined. I'm going to have to copy that and place it right here, and here you can see we have our location right here. Okay, so everything is working. Now you might be asking like, can I use the dot notation or this bracket notation? So for that, I'm going to give you the answer like there will be a situation where you would need this bracket notation, and there would be also a situation where you would need a dot notation. So what do I mean by that? Let's suppose if I just write like property of something like I don't know. So I'm going to just write 10 right here, and I'm going to just store the value of 10 inside there. And let's suppose if I want to get there by using a dot notation, so if I just write dot, and here you can see we have this 10 right here. So if I click on this 10, and here you can see it is now auto completing for me, but I'm going to just write this 10 manually. And if I save my file, it will give us that error. So here you can see it is now giving us this error right here, like uncaught syntax error, missing that bracket right here after argument list, which means like it will give us an error, and we cannot do that. Instead, we can write this bracket notation. So first of all, we have to write this bracket notation, and inside this bracket notation, we have to specify the quotes, and inside these quotes, we have to get this 10 right here. So I'm going to just save that, and here you can see this is how it works. So that was just about how we are going to be creating our object, how we are going to be providing a properties and values to our objects, and how we are going to be accessing that properties and its values by using a dot notation and the bracket notation. Okay, so yeah, that was it. And we also learned about the type of array and the type of object. So yeah, that was it. But in some situation, we would also want to provide a new value to our array. So I'm going to just write first name right here, and first name will be now equals to Hussein in this case. And now if I want to provide another value to this array, so for that I'm going to just use the why am I saying array all the time? I mean object. So I'm going to use the object name, and then I'm going to use person dot, and here I'm going to just use the property name which I want to add. So I'm going to just write last name, and it will be now equals to web dev right here. Okay, so I'm going to just delete there. Let me just log to the console person, and now if I save it, and here you can see we have these two properties. The first one will be first name, and the second one will be last name right here. So let's suppose if you want to provide something else like person dot location or anything like that, and I'm going to just provide a location of planet and then earth. Okay, so let's just save that, and here you can see that will be added right in here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing a new value to our array, or this is how we are going to be providing a new elements to our array, to be precise. Okay, so that's that. And let's suppose in some situation we would want to delete one element from our array. So we are going to be using delete result keyword, and then we are going to be using person dot like I don't know, person dot first name or something like that. And now if we save that, and here you can see their first name is gone, and we have this last name and our location right here. So this is how we are going to be deleting something from our array, not array, object. Anyways, so this is how we are going to be creating and doing all of their stuff with our object. So now let me just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then I'm going to give you my solution. Let me just paste that right here and create an object with the name of car. Add type, model, and color as a properties. Check the type of that object. Update the type property to Toyota, and update the type property to Toyota. Add new property wheels and log car to the console. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then I'm going to give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that, let me just give you my solution. I want you to pause the video and do it by yourself, and then come back, and here's my solution. So I'm going to just create an object right here, and type will be set to date or whatever name you want to store, and then model will be now set to 500, and I'm going to also provide a color of white right here. Okay, so now let me just log to the console type of car, and now if I save that, and here you can see it is now giving us object. I'm going to go back. It is now giving us an object, and now updating a property. This is how we are going to be, you know what, let's just remove that from here. We don't care about that. And now let's suppose if you want to update a property, so we are going to be using car.type, and we don't, yeah, we already have this type right here. So let's just log that to the console. So I'm going to use console.log and save our file. And here you can see it is now giving us this type right here. Now let's just update that type to something else like Toyota. There we go. Save my file. And here you can see we have this Toyota updated value right here. So let's just log that to the console. Console.log car, save it. And here you can see the type is now updated to Toyota right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be updating our car object. And now let's just learn about how we are going to be providing a new values to our car object. So I'm going to use car.wheels, and it will be now equals to like 4 wheels. Okay, and now let me just log to the console car right here. I'm going to comment this line out. I'm going to also comment these stuff as well. Let's just save our file, and here you can see we have this new property which is called wheels, and wheels are now set to 4 right here. So yeah, that was it. A lot about objects, and this is not it, because objects are a huge topic and objects are a huge data structure in JavaScript. So we are going to be diving into objects in a very great detail later, but not right now. So that was it about objects. So the next topic which we are going to be learning in this video is functions. So what are functions and why you should care about learning functions in the first place? So the first thing which you have to ask yourself is that what in the world is a function? A function is a block of code that performs a specific task. So this is just the actual definition of a function, and functions are not a new thing just specifically tied to a JavaScript, because you will find functions in every programming languages out there. I shouldn't have to say every, because some programming language don't use functions. Anyways, that was a side topic. Functions are the heart of JavaScript. So a function is a block of code that performs a specific task, and function makes the code reusable. You can declare it once and you can reuse it multiple times. So that's why it allows us to work with something called a dry, which I'll get to in a second. So function makes the program easier, as each small task is divided into a function, and function increases readability, that's for sure, which you will also see in a second. And it allows us to work with the dry principle, and dry principle just simply means like do not repeat yourself. Okay, there are a lot of acronyms out there like KISS, like keep it simple stupid, and there are a lot of them, but dry is one of them and the most popular one. Okay, so this is what a function is. And now if you want to declare a function, first of all you have to write a result keyword of function, then you have to give some sort of a name to your function, then the opening parenthesis and the closing parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis, this part is totally optional. In some situation we would want to provide a parameter to our function, and a lot of time we are not going to be providing any parameters. Anyways, so these are also called a local variable just specifically for that specific function. And then here we are going to be writing our actual code. So that was just a basic introduction of a function. And now let me just create our first function in this course. So if you want to declare a function, first of all, we have to write a function result keyword. Then we have to give some sort of a name to our function. In my case, I'm going to give a name of like greet right here, and then our opening parenthesis and our closing parenthesis right here. Then our opening curly brace and closing curly brace right here. And inside these curly braces, we can write anything we want to write right here. Okay, so in my case, I'm going to just write console log of like hello from a function or something like that. Function, there we go. Now that we successfully create our function, which means like we successfully register our function in our JavaScript, if I save that and check it out, here you can see nothing will happen right here. Why is that? Here you can see we successfully create our function, we provide our logic inside that function, but now we have to call, run, and execute this function. You will find a lot of developers who use these terms interchangeably, like someone would call it as call the function, someone would say like run the function, someone would say execute the function. Okay, so all of these terms mean the same, that we have to call this function. Now we register this function right here, now we have to call it. So if I want to call this function, first of all, I have to write the name of our function, and then I have to provide our opening parenthesis and the closing parenthesis, and that's it. That's it, baby. I'm gonna have to save my file, and here you can see it will now give us like hello from a function. Now you might say like, why do we have to write all of their stuff? Like if we can just write this console.log all the time. Well, in this case, I just write a console log, but later on you are going to be creating a function for like a lot of things. I cannot show you that complexity not right now because it will make you confused, and it will make you a lot of confused. Okay, but later as you go through this course, you will find all of their complexity, and you will get to know why do we need this function. And trust me, you will fall in love with this function keyword. Or maybe in some situation when you're writing arrow function, you're not going to be writing function result keyword. Anyways, so what I'm going to do is that, let's suppose if I want to call this function like a lot of time, so I'm going to just duplicate this code a few times, and I'm going to save that. And here you can see it will gives us that same result like 3 times. So here you can see we call it 3 times, it will give us that same result 3 times right here. Okay, so this is how we can register or callback, not callback function, but this is how we can register or functions. So function declaration, and come on, declaration, and there we go. Now let me just create a new function, and it will take a parameter in this case. So I'm going to just write function result keyword. I'm going to give a name of like say hello right here, and my parentheses. And now if I want to take a parameter inside this function, so how can I go about doing that? Well, here I'm going to just provide a local variable or parameter. Some people call it parameter, and some people call it like local variables because they are a local variables. So you can choose like however you want to call them, like either parameter or local variable. So in my case, it will just say like say hello. So this function is about like say hello to the user. So we are going to be just passing the username right here. Like you can give any name you want. So this is just a variable, like you can call it anything you want, which will be only accessible inside this function, not outside from the function, but inside this function. Okay, and later we are going to be also learning about scopes in this course, so you don't have to worry about that for now. So let's suppose I'm going to just pass like name right here, and I'm going to just write like console.log, and here I'm going to just say like hello, and then let me just render my name right here. Okay, so you can write this code like that, or you can use like console.log of I don't know, hello, and then plus, and then you can provide a space, and you can provide a space one more, not a space, but plus one more time, and then you can render your name just like that. You can either write this code or you can write this code. Anyways, I'm going to delete this one because I don't like that syntax, and I'm going to just write our function just like that. So now we register our variable right here inside this function, and we also use this function, we also use this variable inside our function right here. So how can we specify a value to this function? Come on, how can we specify a value to this variable? There we go. I can't even speak today. I'm going to just write say hello right here, and I'm going to just execute that, and let's just see what will happen if I execute this function. And if I save my function, save my file, and here you can see it will now give us hello and undefined right here. Why are we getting this undefined? Well, we declare our variable right here, but we didn't assign any values to it. It's kind of like this one, like let name and, or I'm gonna just change that to like var name or something like that. And now if I log this var name to the console and if I save that, and here you can see it will now give us undefined. So that's why we are getting this undefined right here. We declared our variable, but we didn't specify any value to this variable. So now you might be thinking like, if I want to provide a value to this variable, so I can do that, like it will be now equals to something like I don't know, my own name like Hussein. And if I save my file, and here you can see this one will work, but this is now how we are going to be writing our code. So I'm going to just remove that from here. And now if you want to provide a value to this function dynamically, so for that we are going to be passing this value right in here, because this is a parameter. So here we are going to be passing an argument to that parameter. I know this, like, you don't have to remember these names like parameter and arguments, but a lot of developers are using these words, so I'm saying as well. If you pass some sort of a variable right here, this area is called a parameter, and here you can also see that parameter right here. They didn't provide any arguments right here, but here this area is called an argument. Okay, so parameter and argument. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pass dynamic value to this function. So I'm going to just write quotes, and then I'm going to just write Hussein right here. So if I save my file, and here you can see it will now gives us hello Hussein right here. So let's suppose if I duplicate that and if I change that to Alex instead. So what do you think will be the result if I save this file? And here you can see it will now agree to the Alex as well. And we can agree to like anything or anyone we want. So I'm going to just save that. It will now give us hello John right here. So we can reuse this function again and again. And this is how we are going to be declaring our function. And this is how we are going to be passing an argument or a local variable to a function. And this is how we are going to be passing argument to that function. So that was just it about basic functions. And now let me just give you one more example of a function. Or you know what, let me just talk to you about a return keyword in function. So return keyword in function. So like, what in the word is a return keyword and how to use them. So I'm going to just create a function. And by the way, you can also use this shortcut. Just write func and then just select the second one and hit enter. And here you can see it will now use this function name, and then you can hit tab to write a parameter, hit tab to write your code right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just change this name to add right here. And here we are going to be specifying our parameters. So we can specify like more than one parameter. You can provide countless of them by just separating them by a comma. We can provide a lot of parameter if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to just write like a number one, or just write I don't know, x and y right here. And now in this case I'm going to be using something called a return keyword, and I'm going to just write x plus y right here. And I'm going to explain this return keyword in a second, but now let me just write this add right here, and I'm going to just specify like 10, 20. And now if I save my file, and here you can see we are not getting anything. Why is that? That's because we didn't use this console log anywhere inside our program right here. So that's why we are not able to see anything. So now you might be thinking like, what's the point of writing this return keyword? We can write a console log. Well, in real world projects, you are not going to be writing console log like ever. I mean, like, you will write there for yourself, but your client will not know what in the world is a console log. They will just open their browser and they will just navigate through their websites, or you can use JavaScript for anything else, but they do not know nothing about console.log. So this console.log is only for developers. It is not for client. So we are not going to be writing any code to just print something to the console. We are going to be using this return keyword. And this return keyword, as the name suggests, that it will return some data from this function. So I'm going to just remove that, and it will now allows us to return this data from our function. Okay, so we are just providing this expression like we are adding x plus y. Like if you provide the value of 10 to the x and the value of 20 to the y, so it will just add that and it will give us 30. Now you might be thinking like, how in the world can I see the result of this function? So I'm going to just delete these comments right here. You can either use like console.log right here and just wrap this function inside your console.log just like that. And if you save them, and here you can see you are now able to see this result right here. And you can also do something like, I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to also remove that. And so you can store the result of your function in some sort of a variable. So like in this case, I'm going to just store that in const res, and it will be now equals to the result of this function right here. You can give any name you want. Like this is just a variable which we are declaring right here, and we are just storing the function value inside that variable. Okay, so I'm going to just log this res to the console and it will work just fine. So I'm going to just save that, and here you can see it will log users 30. I'm going to just change the name to like I don't know, res1. I'm going to duplicate that a few times, so we have res2 and then we have a res3 right here. In this case I'm going to just specify 100 and 200, and in this case I'm going to just specify 1000 and 2000 right here. And now I'm going to just log to the console res1, res2, res3. So res2 and res3 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating a function. This is how we are going to be calling the function, and this is how we are going to be returning the data from this function, and this is how we are going to be storing the result of this function call inside your variable. And now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting 30, 300 and 3000 right here. So everything is working the way we expect them to work. And I can guarantee like later on in this course we are going to be writing a lot of function for a lot of different kind of things. And if you join me in my 100 days of projects, I build like 100 projects in 100 days, and all of the videos are totally available for free on my YouTube channel if you want to check it out. So feel free to do that, and then you will be able to create a lot of projects. And I use this function like countless. I can't even imagine like how many times I use this function keyword and how many times I've created a function. And you will get a lot of experience once you finish this course and you jump to that 100 projects. And if you at least build like, I don't know, 30 project or 40 project, you don't even have to create like all of their projects with me. But if you build like, I don't know, 30 or 40 projects, so you will be calling yourself as a JavaScript hero. Okay, so yeah, that was it about the functions, and we learned about how we are going to be declaring a function, how we are going to be storing a value inside that. We also learned about parameters and arguments. We also learned about the return keyword, or the return result keyword to be precise, and all of that kind of stuff. So that was it about a function. So now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. But if you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. I'm going to place these comments right here, go back like so. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create a function with the name of my function, and this function will take two parameters, and any number we pass as argument, it will multiply that number as arguments. Pass your favorite numbers and log everything to the console. So now I'm going to give you the solution, but first of all I want you to go to your own code editor and write your code by yourself. So I'm going to just create this function right here, and I'm going to give a name of like my function. I'm going to use my p1, p2 as parameters. You can give them any name you want. And now let me just return my p1 times p2. And now let me just call that. I'm going to just store the value in the x variable, my func, and I'm going to just pass my, I don't know, I'm going to just pass like 4,3 or something like that. And now let me just log that to the console. So let me just pass x. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now give us 12. Why? Because here we are doing our multiplication right here, and here we are passing a value to these parameters. So that's why we are getting 12 in the console. So now let's learn about what in the world is a function declaration, and what in the world is a function expression. Okay, function, F-U-N-C-T-I-O, and there we go. So what's the difference between function declaration and function expression? So now that we already learned about how we are going to be creating a function, so we are creating the function by using this result keyword, and we are giving some sort of a name to it, and we are not passing, or we are passing some sort of a parameter like username, and we are just returning some value, or we are logging some value to the console. So in my case I'm going to use like hello and then the username right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating a function declaration. So this is a function declaration right here, and a function expression is a function which we store inside a variable. So a function declaration is this function which you are seeing right here, and a function expression are those functions which we store inside our variables. Now let me just give you an example of that, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So let me just call this function like say hello, and we are going to be passing the value of like my own name right here. So save that. We are now getting hello Hussein right here. That was obvious. So now let's learn about what in the world is a function expression. So let's suppose we have some sort of a function. I'm going to give him or you know what, I'm not going to give him any name right here, because this function will be an anonymous function. And now I am going to just log to the console like that same value like hello user right here. and it is giving me this error right here. It is saying like you have to specify some sort of a name to it, but in this case I don't want to provide any name. I want to store that in some sort of a variable, so I'm going to just use like const greetings like so, and it will be now equals to this function right here. So now we store this function inside a variable. So now this function is called a function expression. This function is a function declaration, and this function is a function expression. Why? Because we stored this function inside this greetings variable, so that's why this function is called a function expression right here. So we can pass a value to that if you wanted to. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write a greetings, and I'm going to just provide like I don't know, John would be fine. And now if we save our file, and now I don't want to run it right here, come on, I'm going to have to stop there like so. And here you can see it will now give us hello Hussein and hello John right here. So both of the function will work just fine, but there is a bit catch right here. Let's suppose if I cut this function call from here, let me just cut that from here, and if I place it right here at the top of the file, here we are first of all calling the function, and then we are declaring the function. And now let me just save my file, and what do you think will be the result? If I save my file, and here you can see everything is working just fine right here, like nothing is breaking, we are not getting any errors, nothing right here. But if I just cut this out, and if I place it up above this function, and now if I save my file, and we are not getting that other one, but we are getting a nasty error which I hide right here. So we are now getting this error right here. What are they saying? It is saying like uncaught reference error, cannot access greetings before initialization at that line right here. So now here you can see we create this function by using a const result keyword, and here we are calling it right here. So it is now saying like I don't have any idea where in the world you create this greet functions. And then once it jump to this line of code, it will say, oh, we created that right here, but I'm gonna still throw you an error. It will read this function right here, but it will still throw us an error, and it will not give us any result whatsoever. So just be aware of that. Function expression and function declaration. So you have to call it underneath your function call right here. I mean like underneath your function registration. So this is how we are going to be registering, declaring whatever name you want to call there, and this is how we are going to be calling our function. So now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting not this error again. Come on, I gotta do something about that, but I'm gonna have to check out the documentation about that anyways. So here you can see we're now getting this same result right here. So this is a function declaration, and this is a function expression right here in JavaScript. Alright, so that was it about a function declaration and expression. I'm gonna delete this coding, and now let's learn about something called a callback function in JavaScript. So what in the world is a callback function, and why you should care about that? So this is what a callback function is. So when we provide a function as an argument to other function, that function is known as a callback function. So let's suppose we would have some sort of a function like I don't know, I'm going to give a name of like show call func right here, and here this is a function call, by the way. This is not a registration, this is a function call. And if we provide another function right here, so this function is now known as a callback function. And let's just read this definition one more time. When we provide a function as an argument to other function, that function is known as a callback function right here. So now let me just give you an example of that, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let me just create a function, and I'm going to just give a name of like show call func right here, and I'm going to just provide a fn. This is just a local variable, but I'm just calling it a fn. And you can call it anything you want. And here what I'm going to do is that, and here I'm going to just write a const value, and it will be now set to 10. And here I'm going to pass this value to this function right here, which I'm going to be creating in a second. So here I'm going to just pass it right in here. So what are we currently doing? We are first of all declaring this function, which is a show call function. We are passing this callback function, and we are calling this function inside this show call function, and we are providing this value from this function to this fn function, which we will create just in a second. I know that sounds confusing, but it's not. So I'm going to just write show call func, and here I'm going to pass my callback function right here. So now if I want to provide a callback function, so here I'm going to just write a function result keyword, and then I'm going to just specify my value as parameter right here, and then my curly braces. This function, let me just highlight that, this function is known as a callback function. Why is that? Because we are passing this function as an argument to this function. So that's why this function is known as a callback function. Okay, so I'm going to just log to the console that value which we are getting as a parameter right here. So I'm going to just save my file, and I'm going to explain this coding in a second. And here you can see it will now use us this 10 right here. So what are we currently doing? First of all, we have this function. First of all, we have this function right here, and we are passing another function as a argument to this function, and this function is known as a callback function. Okay, I'm going to expand that one more time. And here we are just declaring a variable, and we are storing 10 value right here, and we are passing that value. It is now taking that value as a parameter, and it is now calling that parameter right here, and we are passing the value to this function right here. So we have this variable which is holding the value of 10, and we are passing it right here. I know that sounds confusing, but if you write a little bit of functions by yourself, so I can totally guarantee like this is the most easiest thing in the world. I shouldn't have to say the most easiest one, but it is like easy. It's not that much difficult to learn. Anyway, so now let me just give you one more example. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just pass first of all, let me just write my greet function one more time. And it will take two parameters. The first parameter, it will take a name, and it will also take a callback function, CB. You can provide like any name you want, but in my case, I want to just give a name of like CB, and that's that. I'm going to log to the console like hello right here, and I'm going to just write my name right here. Where is that name coming from? This name is coming from this parameter right here, and we're passing it straightly to this function. And now that's done. But we also have to call this CB function right here as well. So I'm going to just write CB, and I'm going to just execute this function. Execute, call, or run, or whatever you want to call it. I'm going to do that. Okay. Underneath this function, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write function, and I'm going to just write call me. And I'm going to provide nothing inside there. I'm going to just write like console.log, and I'm going to just write like I am callback function right here. Okay, so that's cool as well. Now the final thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to, and now it shouldn't have to be a call me function, it should be a CB function, my bad. Okay, and the final thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to call this function, and I'm going to just specify this value right here, this function as a value. I'm going to use my greet. I'm going to go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to call my greet function right here. The first value I'm going to provide as a John right here. So what are we doing? First of all, we declared this function right here. It is now taking two parameters, the name and the callback function. We are passing that name right here, and we are also passing the value to that function right in here. The next thing which we are doing is that we are now creating this function separately, and we would pass this function right in here. So I'm going to just write CB, and now that we successfully registered this function right in here, so I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it will now give us hello John. I'm a callback function right here. So what's going on? We can also take this function. I'm going to cut that from here, and I'm going to just place it right here. So you can either do that. This will also work if I save my file, and here you can see it is still giving us this hello John, and I'm a callback function right here. Or you can just extract this function from here and just place it right here, and then you can just pass the reference of that function right here as a call. So I'm going to just save my file, and that was the most difficult topic in this entire course. And no, that's not. That was the most easiest one. I'm just kidding. So yeah, callback functions can be useful like all the time. We are going to be using this callback function all the time, and you have to learn that, like, because this callback function can be used all the time, like there is no way around. You have to learn about a callback function. If you didn't get what I was talking about, so you can rewind the video, or you can do whatever you want to do. You can read the documentation, you can go online and search for a callback function, but you have to learn about a callback function. Anyway, so that was just a quick introduction of what a callback function is and how to use that. So now let me just give you exercise, and you have to do that by yourself. But if you can't do it, then I'm gonna give you my solution. Let me just delete all of this coding right here, and I'm gonna just place it right here. HOLDS, there we go. I'm gonna go back so you guys can see everything just like that. So the first thing I want you to do is that create a function with the name of show call func. Then I want you to provide a fn as a parameter to that function. Inside the function, create a variable which holds the value of 10 and pass that value to the callback function. Now create a callback function and print the value which you pass as a parameter to that callback function. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then I'm going to give you my solution. So I'm going to just write a function right here, and I'm going to just give a name of like show call func. It will take this fn as a parameter, and we are going to be writing our value, and it will be now set to 10. And I'm going to just call this fn right here, and I'm going to just pass my value inside there. I'm going to call my function right here, and I'm going to just specify my callback function. It will also take a parameter of value, and now let me just log to the console that value right in here. So that was just a little bit quick, but this is the code which I want you to write. So here you can see we are now declaring this function. We are passing another function as a callback to this function, and here we are just declaring a variable, and it is holding the value of 10, and we are passing that value dynamically as an argument to this function. We are now calling or executing or running this function right here, and we are passing this value as a parameter, and we are finally logging that value right in here. Okay, so here you can see it will now give us 10. We can also change that to like something else, and come on, something else. And now if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us something else right here. So yeah, that was it about a callback functions in JavaScript. Alright, so now let's learn about the scopes in JavaScript. So what in the world is a scope, and why you should care about that? So what is a scope? First of all, a scope in JavaScript refers to the current context of the code, which determines the accessibility of a variable in JavaScript. So like where in the world you are going to be accessing your variable and where not. So where can you access the variable and where cannot. So this is what a scope will allows us to do. So there are two types of scopes in JavaScript. The first one is a global scope, and the second one is a local scope. So a global scope variables are those variables which are declared outside from the block, and it can be accessible anywhere inside our program. And then we have a local scope variables, and local scope variables are those variables which is declared inside of a block. Okay, so now let me just give you a coding example, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so here I'm going to first of all write a simple variable. So let text message, and it will be now equals to hi. Okay, so if I log this to the console like text message right here, and now if I save my file, and here you can see it will now give us hi right here. So this variable is now declared outside from something called these curly braces right here. These curly braces, this is not inside a block, so this variable is outside from these curly braces, which means like this variable is a global variable. But if you put this variable inside these blocks right here, so this variable will no longer be accessible outside from these blocks, and it will be a local variable. So you just have to keep that in mind. So I'm going to just put that up above, and I'm going to just remove these braces from there. Global variable right here. So now let me just give you an example of a local variable. So I'm going to just write a function, and I'm going to just give a name of like, I don't know, show message or something like that. And it will not take any parameters. So I'm going to remove that. And I'm going to just write like let text message right here. That same variable which we create up above. And here we are going to be also storing that as a hi. Okay, and now let me just log this to the console. So if I just write like text message, and here instead of writing a hi, I'm going to just write hello. So now I'm going to save my file, and here I'm going to execute this function right here. So show message, and I'm going to execute this function right here. So what do you think will be the result? Like we already created this variable or declared this variable outside from this curly braces right here. Like this variable is available globally, and this variable is also available locally right here. But we just change the text. Like here we just write hi, and here we just write hello right here. So what do you think will be the result? If I save my file, it will give us hi and hello. Why is that? But let's suppose if I just cut that from here, I'm going to comment this line out, and I'm going to place it right here underneath. Okay, so what do you think will be the result? You can all probably see that right here. So if I save my file, and here you can see it will now give us this beautiful error right here. If I can see it, so here you can see it will now give us this error right here, like syntax uncovered syntax error, identifier text message has already been declared. Okay, so it will now give us that error. But if we cut that from here, and if we put it right here, so this variable is only accessible inside these curly braces right here. You cannot access this variable outside from these curly braces. So don't believe me, let me just show you that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to comment both of these line out, and here you can see we have this variable which we have created right here. And now let's suppose if you want to call this same variable outside from these curly braces right here. So I'm going to just write like console.log, and I'm going to use my text message right here. So now what do you think will be the result? So if I save my file, and here you can see it is still giving us this error right here, like uncaught reference error, text message is not defined. Our JavaScript compiler will first of all run our code, like it will say like, this is some sort of a variable, but they've been commented out, so I'm not going to run that. I'm going to just ignore them. And then it will say like, we already have this function and we are now declaring this variable inside this function. But this function, not function, come on. But this variable can only be accessible inside these blocks. It cannot be accessible outside. So here, if our JavaScript compiler will see it, so it will say like, oh, Hussein, you cannot do that. You are violating the rules because you declared this variable as a local variable, which means that you can only access this variable inside these curly braces, not outside from these curly braces. So you either have to comment this line out or you should have to delete that. So I'm going to just delete that. And now let's just call it. And here you can see we're now getting our hello, but I'm going to have to remove this error from here. Anyway, so that's that. And now let me just give you one more example of a local variable. So let me just write a comment, local variable, there we go. So this one will be a global variable, which means like we can access this variable anywhere inside our function, like inside our program. And we can also even access this variable, like global variable, inside this function as well. So now let me just uncomment this out. And now let me just comment both of these line out. And let's suppose, let me just write a console log. I'm going to copy that from here and I'm going to just place it right here, save my file. It will give us this hi right here. Why is that? Because this variable is declared globally, which means like you can access this variable anywhere you want. You can even create another file and you can call it there. But first of all, you have to export that from here, something which you will learn in a Node.js course. I already covered that. Anyways, so now you get the idea of a global variables and a local variables in JavaScript. And now I guess I'm going to give you one more example and that would be it. Oh, I'm going to just delete this coding from here and you can find all of that code in my GitHub repository. So now if I just write a for result keyword, and here you can see we have this I is less than or equal to something. I'm going to remove that and I'm going to just change that to 5 right here. And now let me just use console.log of I right here. So what do you think will be the result if I save this file? And here you can see it will now give us numbers from 0 through 4 right here. And we already know why is that, but now here you can see we can only access this I variable inside of these curly braces right here. But what if we try to access this I variable outside from that not quotes but curly braces? But I'm going to just save my file and here you can see it will give us this result right here. That's because we are just logging this one right here. But let's suppose if I just unhide like what do we call it, errors right here, and it will give us this error right here, which will say like uncaught reference error, I is not defined. And this is coming from this line of code right here. You cannot access this variable, this I variable, outside from these blocks right here. Why is that? Because our I variable is currently our local variable. There we go. And now we are accessing this variable as globally if I can spell it, so it will give us an error. So I hope that makes sense. And that was it about a local scope and a global scope. Now let me just review that one more time. And that would be it. So scope in JavaScript refers to the current context of the code, which determines the accessibility of a variable to the JavaScript. And there are two types of scopes in JavaScript: global scope, which can be accessible anywhere inside our program. Then we have a local scope, and local scope can be only accessible inside a curly braces. There we go. Okay, so that was all of the definition of a scopes in JavaScript. So that was it about scopes in JavaScript. So now let's learn about methods in JavaScript. So what in the world is a method and why you should care about that? So a method is nothing much, but it is just a function inside an object. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to just create a separate function, and then I'm going to just pass the reference of that function inside an object. So first of all, let me just create some sort of a function, and I'm going to just give a name of like read, and it will not take any parameter or anything like that. And I'm going to just write like hello, comma, my name is, and person.name, which we are going to be rendering in a second. Okay, we are going to be creating our object in a second. And I am person dot age right here. Okay, age years old. There we go. So I'm gonna go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. So now we totally register our function right here. So now I'm gonna just create a person object, and we are going to be just calling our function inside this object. So I'm gonna just give a name of like I don't know, John would be fine. And I'm gonna also provide this age right here, and I'm gonna just give him like, I don't know, he would be 30 or something like that. And I'm gonna just write this function right here. Okay, so now we separately create this function right here, and we are passing the reference of this function right in here inside this object. So now this is known as method in JavaScript. So now we successfully provide our object right here. So now how in the world we are going to be able to use this object? By using this person. So I'm gonna just write like console log person, and now I'm gonna just execute that function right here. So here you can see we have this grid, and now I'm going to just select them, and now let me just provide these parentheses, and now let me just save my file. And here you can see we are now getting, hello, my name is John and I'm 30 years old right here. So this is the first way of creating a function. I mean, like, this is the first way of creating a method and passing the reference of that method right here inside this object. So now the next way, which I'm about to show you, is a real method, and throughout the course you are going to be writing your method just like that. Okay, so what we are going to be doing is that first of all we are going to be creating some sort of object, and this object will take some sort of a name and these properties and values. Okay, so I'm going to just write like 19 in this case, and I'm going to just create my create method right in here. Okay, so I'm going to just first of all provide this property, and now I'm going to just provide a function to that property. So I'm going to give a name of like, you know, we already provide a name to it, so I'm going to just pass it as anonymous function. You can totally provide a name to it if you wanted to, but in my case we already provide this name right here, so we don't have to rewrite this name again and again. And I'm going to run this code one more time, so I'm going to just use like return hello, and let me just provide a comma. My name is person.name. Let me just go back, and I am person.age years old. I'm going to provide a comma, and now let me just save that. And now here, if you want to use this create method inside this person, so we are going to be just first of all writing like console log and person.create right here, and now let me just execute that. So if I save my file, and here you can see it will now give us like, hello, my name is Hussein and I am 19-year old right here. Okay, so we can provide a lot of logic right here, but in this case we are just creating a simple person object right here, so I don't want to provide like a lot of objects, I mean like a lot of logic. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating a method in JavaScript. So later in this course we are going to be jumping into the section called ES6. So then we are going to be learning about enhanced object literal. Then you don't need to provide this. Oh, you know what, that's other story, that's other story. So this is how we are going to be creating a method inside a person, I mean like, this is how we are going to be creating a method inside an object in JavaScript. So this is now known as a method in JavaScript. So now let's learn about JSON in JavaScript and why you should care about that in the first place. So what in the world is JSON? So JSON just simply stands from JavaScript Object Notation, and it is nothing more but it is just a lightweight data interchange format that is easy for humans to read and write, and also for machine to parse and generate. So JSON is often used for like transmitting a data between servers and application and stuff like that, something which you don't have to worry about for now, but we will learn all of that stuff once we jump into like the Express.js part of this course. So if you join me in my Node.js journey with Express, so you are going to be learning all of that stuff. So as I said, like, JSON is often used for transmitting a data between servers and web application, as well as for storing a configuration settings and data. Okay, so in JavaScript, JSON is just represented with a string. First of all, we are going to be writing these curly braces, and inside these curly braces, you can think about that is like a JavaScript object, but any key we write in JSON, they should be wrapped with these curly braces, I mean like these double quotes right here. You cannot provide a single quote, that will give you an error. You are totally able to provide these double quotes right here. Okay, and you can provide any value you like you can store a primitive values, you can also store like a reference values like object, arrays, and all of that kind of stuff, which we are going to be learning in this section. So later in this course we are going to be creating a separate file for JSON, but you know, let me just also create that separate file right here. So you can give any name you want to your file, but at the end you have to provide this JSON, I mean like this .json, and it will tell our file that we are currently working with a JSON right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a little bit of JSON right here. So first of all, you are going to be writing these curly braces right here, and all of your JSON code will go inside these curly braces right here. So in this case, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a simple user data, like, I don't know, the username will be some sort of a name, and we are going to be separating that, and I'm going to just store like John Doe our best friend, and then we are going to be also storing our age right here. So he will be, I don't know, like 20 years old or something like that. And I'm going to also write an email for him, like I don't know, jd@gmail.com or something like that. And I'm going to just also write is subscribe, and here we are going to be just passing the boolean value like true, and we can also provide our array right here. So I'm going to just pass like a hobbies, and he will like reading, he would also write running, he would also write like, I don't know, cooking or something like that, and we are going to be providing our comma in there. And finally I'm going to just write address. There we go. Did I spell it correctly? Address. Address, there we go. And now here I'm going to just provide a nested object right here. So I'm going to just pass like city, and he will be from like New York, and I'm going to also pass like something else, like, I don't know, and it will be now equals to true. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating our JSON right here. So if I save my file, and here you can see this code is totally valid, but if I just remove these codes from one of these property right here, so here you can see it is now giving us this error right here. So if I hover my mouse over to it, it is giving us like property key must be double coded right here. Okay, so if you are working with the JSON, first of all, you have to provide these double quotes once you are writing your property right here. Okay, so this is how you're going to be creating a simple JSON. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just leave that right here, and we are going to be working with JSON later in this course. Once we jump into asynchronous JavaScript and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm going to just copy that, and now let me just leave that right here. And once I come to the JavaScript world, so I'm going to remove all of that stuff right here. I'm going to just place it right here, and I'm going to just store that in some sort of a variable like const person, and it will be now equals to this JSON right here. So once I save my file, so here you can see I'm using a prettier, so my prettier will remove that course from here, but this is still a JSON code right here. I mean, like, this object right here, JavaScript provides a method to work with that JSON data. Like, we have a JSON.stringify, it will convert our JavaScript code into a JSON string, and we have a JSON.parse. You know, first of all, let me just show you that. So I want you to just keep that code in mind right here. So we have this person right here, and inside this person we have a few properties and its values right here. Okay, so now let me just show you the JSON.stringify, stringify. There we go. So what in the world is this method on this JSON right here? So this JSON.stringify will convert our JavaScript object. Here you can see that, and it will convert that into a JSON string. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just log to the console this person. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us that object. I mean, like, yeah, it will now give us that object and all of their properties and its method right here. So what I'm going to do is that instead of writing this person, I'm going to just use uppercase JSON. Then I'm going to just write dot, and here you can see we have these two methods right here. Here you can see that we have this parse method, and we also have this stringify method. So I'm going to just first of all use this stringify, and now I'm going to just use that. So convert a JavaScript value to a JavaScript object notation. Yeah, that's a horrible definition. So I'm going to just store that. I mean, like, save that, and it is now giving us undefined. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just store them some sort of variable like const, I don't know, JSON string or something like that. And now let me just log to the console this JSON string right here. So if we save that, and we are still getting this undefined, I don't know why. Oh, that's because we are not providing this person right here. Okay, so I'm gonna just copy that, and now let me just place this right here. Okay, so if we save our file, and here you can see it will now convert our object, which you see right here, to a JSON format right here. Okay, so this is now totally a JSON format. Like, the keys are wrapped with these double quotes right here, and also the values. It will now convert our person object to a string, or JSON to be precise. So this is our first method inside this JSON. So now let's use the other one, which is a parse one. So now we already convert our data into a JSON. So now if you want to revert it back, so for that we are going to be using JSON.parse, and now you get it, what it will do for us. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to just write like const parsed object right here, object, come on, object, and it will be now equals to JSON.parse. And in this case, what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be passing the string data or JSON data into this parse method right here, and what it will do is that it will just parse a JSON string and returns a JavaScript object based on that. Okay, so I am going to just log to the console this person obj, come on, parsed obj, not person obj. So now let me just place it right here, save our file, and here you can see it will now give us that object back right here. Okay, so this is how you are going to be working with a JSON in JavaScript. So later in this course, once we jump into the asynchronous JavaScript, we are going to be diving into this JSON right here, and how we are going to be reading a data from this specific data.json file and all of that. But that was just a quick introduction to what a JSON is and how it works and why you should care about that. Alright, so now let's work with the date and time with JavaScript. So how in the world we are going to be working with the dates and time in JavaScript? So in JavaScript, you can work with the dates by using a built-in date object, which is something which I'm going to show you in a second. And that date object, which we are going to be creating in a second, will allow you to create, manipulate, and format the dates and time. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that first of all, if you want to work with the date, first of all, we are going to be writing a new result keyword. Then we are going to be using our date constructor right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just store in some sort of a variable like date or something like that. And now let me just log to the console this current date right here. So if you save our file, and here you can see it will now use us this format and this date right here, first date and 2023, and it will also give us this time right here, okay, with different kind of formats. So this is how we are going to be getting what do we call it, a date right here, and also the time by using this date constructor. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just provide a specific value to that date. So this is how we are going to be providing a specific values to that date. And so the first value which we are going to be providing is a year, the second one will be for month, the third one will be for a day, the fourth one will be for hours, and then minutes, there we go, and then finally we have a seconds, and we can also pass a milliseconds as well. All the value, so these are all the values which we are going to be passing to this object right here. So the first value, I'm going to just pass like I don't know, 2024, okay, and I'm going to also pass like 6 right here for the month, or you know, 2 is for the month, and I'm going to also provide like 25 or 24 for the hour, or like for the day. I'm going to also provide like 12 for the hour, and I'm going to also provide, I don't know, 30, or yeah, I'm going to just pass like 30 for the minute, and I'm going to also provide 0 and also 0 for seconds and milliseconds. So I'm going to just log to the console like current date, and now if we save our file, and here you can see it will now give us this date right here, okay, and it will also give us different kind of time zones right here, something which you don't have to worry about that for now. Okay, so this is how we are going to be passing our own properties to this new date right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to just create one more like const date, and it will be now equals to new date one more time. And now we are going to be extracting the value from this new date right here. So first of all, if I want to extract the value of like year, so I'm going to just write first of all const year as a variable, and I'm going to just use date dot get full year. There we go. I'm going to just execute that, and now let me just log to the console like year. I'm going to provide my separator and also this years. Now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us the current year when I'm recording this course right here. Okay, so now let me just extract what do we call it, the month. So I'm going to just use like month, and it will be now equals to date dot get date, not get date but get month. There we go. I'm going to just execute that. Now let me just duplicate that, and I'm going to just provide a month right here, and this one will be also a month. Okay, so if you save that, it will also give us the 7 month right here when I'm recording this course. And I'm going to also extract like the day, so I'm going to just use like date dot get day, or you know what, I'm going to just write get day. There we go. I'm going to execute that, and now let's just duplicate that. Let's just change that to day. I'm going to also write the day right here. So if you save that, and here you can see it will give us the second day. Okay, so now let's just use like const, and I'm going to just provide like I don't know, hours, and it will be now equals to date dot get hours. Now let me just execute that one. Is, oh, you know, first of all, let me extract all of the value, then we will log that to our console, and I'm going to just use like minutes. Come on, if I can spell it, minutes. And now I'm going to just use like get minutes, and I'm going to finally also log to the console like milliseconds, and I'm going to also get my millisecond. So if we just use like date dot get millisecond, and now let me just execute that, bar mili come out. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just log to the console all of them. I'm going to duplicate that a few times. So we have a day, then we have a hour, and I'm going to just write a hour right here. And I'm going to also write minutes, and I'm going to just pass my minutes right here. Copy that, place it right here, and I'm going to also pass my, let me just copy that from here. Let me just pass it right here and also here. So now if you save our file, so here you can see, if I just refresh it, why in the world we are not getting all of that data? Hours, there we go. So if you have to just write hours, and here you can see it will now give us the year, the month, the day, hour, minute, and the second. So if I just refresh my browser, it will give us different kind of data right here. Okay, so if I just anytime I refresh my browser, and here you can see it will give us different kind of data right here. So now that you learn about dates, so now you can totally use that with DOMs. And we already built a project on that, so if you want to check it out on my YouTube channel, so feel free to do that. So we can also provide different kind of formats for our date. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just convert date to string representation in different formats. So I'm going to just log to the console this date.to date string. I'm going to just execute that. And now if we save that, and here you can see it will now use us this representation of different kind of format by using that string. And now I'm going to just log to the console this date.toISO string. I don't even know this method by myself, but they are just a different kind of formats for using these dates. So I'm going to just save that, and it will now use us this format right here. And now let me just log to the console this date.toLocale, and I'm going to use locale string right here. Now let me just execute that, save my file, and it will now use us this kind of format of that date right here. So we have this date and we have this time right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be working with different kind of formats with dates. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just provide like so I'm going to just increment my day by 1. So I'm going to just use like date dot set date. Okay, so set date will allows us to like do whatever you want to do. Like we can provide like own date right here. So I'm going to just use like get date right here. I'm going to execute that, and I just want to add 1 day right here. So now if you log to the console or date, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now use us the next day right here. Okay, so if you want to remove one, so you would just duplicate that, and now you would just remove one, and now if you save that, and it will give us the previous date right here. Okay, so this is how you're going to be working with the dates and time in JavaScript. So now let's learn about set interval and set timeout in JavaScript. So what in the world is a set interval, and why you should care about that? So set interval. Okay, so a set interval function is used to repeatedly execute a function or a block of code at a specified interval. So we are going to be specifying some sort of interval or duration. So it will repeat or execute that code again and again. And once it hit that interval, then it will stop executing. Okay, so there was a lot of theory. First of all, let me just show you some sort of a code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to remove that from here, and I'm going to just use like set interval. And in this case, I'm going to just pass my function right here. So you can pass your function like this, or you can pass your function like arrow function, or you can even create your function somewhere else, and you can pass the reference of that function right in here. So in this case, I'm not going to go that much crazy, and I'm going to just provide my arrow function right here, and it will just say like, I don't know, it will just say like this function will be executed every 2 seconds. There we go. Let me just go back, and this is how currently things looks like right here. The next thing which you have to do is that we also have to provide the time, like how much time it will take to run that code. So it will take the time in a millisecond. So I'm going to just write like 2000. It means like 2 seconds. So I'm going to just save my file, and here it will take it will give us like 1-2 times, and it will give us that code again and again. So this function, this code will execute again and again. So we can stop there by using something called a clear interval. So we are going to be learning that in a second, but first of all, let's just learn about what do we call it. First of all, let's just learn about a set timeout. Then we are going to be jumping into the clear interval with a set interval. So I'm going to just remove all of that code from here, and now let's learn about a set time timeout. And we are going to be using this set timeout throughout this course, like not that much time, but we will use that like a few times in this course. So the set timeout function is used to execute a function or a block of code after a specified delay. So we are going to be just passing some sort of a number like millisecond. Okay, so it will take that amount of time, and once that time is done, then it will run our code. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that, and now let me just give you an example of that. So I'm going to just use like setTimeout, and in this case we are going to be passing our function. So I'm going to just pass my function. I'm going to just provide my regular function right here. I'm not going to be providing any name to this function, because we are not going to be providing, we are not executing this function anywhere inside our program except this setTimeout, so we don't have to provide that name right here. So this function is also known as anonymous function in JavaScript by the way. So that was a side topic. So I'm going to just log to the console like this function will be executed. Come on. This function will be executed after 3 seconds. So I'm going to just pass my 3 seconds right in here. So I'm going to just provide a millisecond, so which means I'm going to write like 3000 instead of writing 300 or 30 or something like that. So in this case it will take that in this case it will take that delay in milliseconds, so which means like this code will only run once we hit 3 seconds. So I'm going to just save my file. 1, 2, and 3. You should give us something, man. Okay, there we go. So it will now give us like this function will be executed after a 3 second. So that was just a main difference between setInterval and setTimeout functions in JavaScript. So once we use a setInterval function, that will run our code again and again until we use something called a clear interval. Okay, so now let me just give you an example of that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just store this value like interval ID. So it will give us that ID right here as a result. So I'm going to just use like setInterval. I'm going to just pass my function to it. I'm not going to be providing any parameter or any name right here, and I'm going to just pass like 1000 right here. And you know what, I'm going to just write this comment right here. So this code will stop the interval after 10 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to just log to the console like this function is being executed at the interval. Okay, interval, come on, interval. Let me just go back, and now if you save there, and here you can see it will run this code again and again, like for countless infinity time right here, until we pass something called a clear interval. So now let's just work with that. So stop the interval after 10 seconds. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pass my setTimeout function. Okay, right in here, we're not going to be passing any parameter or anything like that. And here we are going to be just using a clear interval, okay, this function, and now we are going to be just passing this value. So it will just give us like 1. Let me just show you that in a second. I'm going to just comment this line out. So now let me just use that. I'm going to just log to the console like interval ID right here. So if we save that, and here you can see it will give us that 1, and it will now start executing that code right here. Okay, so I'm going to just cut that from here. And now let me just uncomment this clear interval, and I'm going to just pass my interval ID right here. Okay, and I'm going to also log to the console like interval stop or stop. Come on, STOPPED. There we go. And I'm going to just pass like I don't know. I'm going to just pass like 10 seconds. So I'm going to just write like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I'm going to save my file. And now let's just wait for it to clear my interval. So first of all, this code will start executing again and again right in here, and then finally it will give us interval stop right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be stopping our interval, and that was the main difference between the setTimeout and the setInterval function in JavaScript. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to just give a name of like part2, and you can give him any name you want. I'm going to right click on him. And now let me just open that by using my Visual Studio Coder. As throughout the course, I'm going to be using a Visual Studio Coder, and you are totally free to choose whichever kind of coder editor you like. Okay, so, and probably your coder will totally be different than mine. And now let me just hide these, what do we call it, activity bars and all of that kind of stuff. And we're going to be starting our conversation in a second. But first of all, let me just create a file. I'm going to just give a name of like index.html, and the second one will be I don't know, app.js or something like that. And you probably know all of that stuff which I'm doing right now. If you don't, so you should definitely check out my previous course on JavaScript, which is a part 1 of this course. And now let me just link there. I'm going to save my file, right click on him, and I'm going to open with a live server. So it will now open my file in a live server. So save a file to this one. And now let me just see why it's taking. Anyways, so now I'm going to just right click on him and click on this inspect area. Then I'm going to just click on these three dots, unduck into separate windows. So I'm going to just click on them. And now I'm going to just click on this console right here, and it is already giving me that error, and I didn't figure out because I don't have any time to figure this out. Anyway, so I'm going to just remove this error from here, and everything is working the way we expect him to work. So I'm going to just zoom in a bit, and this is how we are going to be writing our code. And this is how we are going to be testing the result of our coding like so. So now let's start our discussion by learning about our template strings in JavaScript. So what are template strings and why you should care about that? So template strings, and also known as a template literals, are a feature in JavaScript that allow you to create a strings with embedded expression, something which we are going to be discussing in a second. And they are denoted by these backticks, which I'm going to also show you in a second. And instead of using a single quotes or a double quotes, and template strings provide more flexible and concise way to construct a string, especially when they involve variables or expressions. So this is what our template literals or strings definition is. So now let me just give you example, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So first of all, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to log something to the console by using either a single quote or by using a double quotes right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write hello right here inside my console. I'm going to save this file, and here you can see we're now getting this hello right here. Okay, by the way, you can also see that whenever I save my file, it will convert my single quotes to double quotes. Why is that? That's because of this extension which I've been using right here. So prettier, and you can install that to format your code, but you don't have to. If you want to install it, so feel free to install it. If you don't want to do that, so you don't have to. Anyway, so that was a side topic. I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to just write like single quotes of like I don't know, this is some, and then I'm going to hit enter right here, and I'm going to just write like random text right here. So now here you can already notice like we are now getting this error right here, like these red squiggly lines underneath our text. Why is that? That's because we cannot write or enter right here. Like we cannot write a new line by using this what do we call it, these single quotes right here. So if you want a new line, for that we have to just write this /, and these are something called a string sequence. You don't have to worry about that. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now give us like this is some random text right here. But this is not a better way to write our code if you need some sort of a new line or spaces or indentation or anything like that. So for that, we can use something called a template literal. Some people call it literals, some people call it a template strings. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write console log, and I'm going to just use my backticks right here. So where is that backticks located inside our keyboard? So these backticks are located underneath your escape key and above your tab key. So anything you write inside these backticks will be written as it is. So in this case, if I just write like this is some, and if I hit enter right here, and if I just write like random text and period, it is not giving me any error whatsoever right here. But if I save my file, and here you can see it will now use us this new line right here. If I just provide a lot of spaces right here, like I'm gonna indent that code like a lot of times. So let me just write my cursor in here. So here you can see it will now use us like this is some, and it will give us that amount of indentation which I provided right here, and then it will give us this random text right here. So this template literal or string, whatever you want to call it, will be very useful, and it's very like powerful. I'm going to show you why it's so powerful in a second, but first of all, let me just save this code, and here you can see it will now give us that exactly the same message right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that now let me just introduce you the expression inside these template literals. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this text from here. And now if you want to write your JavaScript expression inside this code, or first of all, let me just give you the older way of writing this code. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to, first of all, show you that expressions. So I'm going to just write this $, and then I'm going to just write these curly braces right here, like my opening curly brace and closing curly brace right here. If I just write 2 + 2 inside there, and if I save my file, and here you can see it will now give us 4 right here. Why is that? Because if you just write this $, and also these double curly braces, so anything we write in these curly braces will be totally valid JavaScript. Like unlike this one, if I cut this code from here, and if I store it in some sort of a like, I don't know, variable or something like that, so it will just work exactly the same like this. So don't believe me, let me just show you that. First of all, let me just declare some sort of a variable, and you know what, I'm going to just remove these stuff from here. And now let me just declare some sort of a variable. So I'm going to use like const first name. Let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And it will be now holding the value of like Hussein. Now let me create one more variable which will say like last name, and it will be now holding the value of web dev right here. Okay, so now if I want to render the content or render this variable dynamically to this string quotes right here, or whatever you want to call it, string quotes. This is a template literal or template strings. Anyways, so the name doesn't matter. You can call it whatever you want to call it. Okay, so now I'm gonna just write this a dollar sign and then my opening curly brace and closing curly braces. And this is the JavaScript land or the JavaScript world right here. Like I can even declare variable. I can write whatever I want to write, which I'm going to also show you in a second. So let's suppose if I want to render this value, I mean like this value, which is holding this variable right here. So I'm going to just copy that from here and I'm going to just place it right here. I'm going to save my file. And here you can see we are now getting this Hussein right here inside the console. Okay, so that was the first step. And now I'm going to just write like space and then I'm going to write my dollar sign one more time. And then my opening curly brace and closing curly brace, and I'm going to just write my last name, and now I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this Hussein web dev right here. And we are not just limited to write what do we call it, variables. We can even write arrays, and we can also write a lot of stuff. So in this case I'm going to just write like, I don't know, my name is, and then I'm going to just write a space, save our file, and here you can see it will now use like my name is, and then this separator right here which I provided right here, and it will give us my first name and also my last name right here. So as I mentioned a second ago, that we are not just limited to write or variables, we can write arrays as well. So I'm going to write my dollar sign and opening curly brace and closing curly braces, and inside these curly braces, as I said, that we are now inside the JavaScript land. So we are going to be writing our brackets right here, and here we can write like whatever you want to store inside our array. So I'm going to just write like 1, 2, and 3 or something like that. And now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting 1, 2, 3 right here inside this array. So that's that. What I'm going to do is that let me just declare some sort of, or not declare, let me just create a function. I'm going to give a name of like intro or info to be precise. And I'm not going to be providing any parameters. I'm going to just return like, I don't know, hello, or not hello, but my name is Hossein, web dev, years old. So now if I want to render this function dynamically into my template literal, so how can I go about doing that? Well, the syntax will be exactly the same. So I'm going to just write a dollar sign and then these curly braces right here. So if I just write info, so this is now known as the reference to this function right here. So if I save this file, and here you can see it will now give us this entire code right here. But if we just want to get this result of this function, so for that we have to execute this function inside this template literals. I'm going to have to execute this function right here. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting like that same result, like my name is Hossein Web Dev and I'm 19-year-old. Okay, so this is how you can render your JavaScript expression, your arrays, your variables. You can even render these objects, but for that you will have to pause that and all of that stuff, which I'm not going to be showing you, not right now. So that was just a basic example of what a template literals is and how it works and why you should use them rather than ES5 older way. So let's suppose if you just wanted to render this first name and last name variable by using the older way of JavaScript. So for that you will have to write code like this. First of all, I'm going to write this first name, and then I'm going to write a plus, and then I'm going to write an empty space right here. Then I'm going to write a plus one more time, then last name. And yeah, I can just do that. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this Hossein Web Dev right here. But if you want to write some other message, so I'm going to just write like this is some message or something like that. I'm going to have to close that. Then we have to write plus one more time. And now if you save that, and here you can see it is looking clunky, and we would have to write code like that. Who would want to write a code like that nowadays? So now we are going to be writing these template literals a lot of time, but not all the time, because in some situation, as I mentioned, like if you just write like hit enter somewhere, it will use that text as it is. So it can be dangerous in some situation, but in majority of time we are going to be using it and it is going to be just fine. Okay, so that was it about just the basics of what our template literals are and how it works. So now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. And if you can do it, that's completely okay, but you have to at least give it a try. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just select everything and remove them. and I'm going to place my instruction right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to store this in the template literal right here. So you can create a variable and store that there, or you can just log to the console this. And the next thing which I want you to do is that I want you to create two variables, the first name and the last name. So I want you to store your first name and your last name, and then use that variable in the template literal. So log everything to the console, and then they'll be here. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. And now I'm going to give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to unhighlight all of that coding. I'm going to copy that, and not a coding but just a text. Okay, so now I'm going to just write, I don't know, variable, and it will be now equals to text, and I'm going to just store this text as it is inside these template literals. I'm going to log that to the console by using a text. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now gives like the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. And by the way, this text includes all of the letters or alphabets, whatever you want to call it, in English. So it includes everything from A through Z. I know you're probably aware of that, but anyways, they aren't aware of this sentence, so now you know what this is. Anyway, so now I'm gonna just write const first name, and it will be now equals to Hossein. Now let me just write last name, and it will be now equals to webdev. And now let me just log to the console by using a backticks. And first, come on, not like that. Why, Hossein, you are teaching and you don't even know what the hell you are teaching. Anyways, so I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see it will now use this Hossein webdev right here inside a console. So that was your first challenge in the second course, and that was it about a template literal. So next we are going to be learning about arrow functions in JavaScript. So I'm going to erase every single thing which I currently have on my screen. So now let's learn about what in the world are arrow functions and why you should care about that. So arrow functions, also known as a fat arrow functions, are a concise and shorter way to define functions in JavaScript. They were introduced in ECMAScript 6. Some people also call it ES6 for short, and provide a more compact syntax compared to the traditional function expression. Okay, so this is just a basic definition of an arrow function, and what basically arrow function allows us to do is that it allows us to a lot shorter our code, and you will see that in a second why I said this sentence. So what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to just create a function right here, and I'm going to just give a name of like greet, and it will take one parameter of user, and I'm going to just return hello and then this user name right here. Now I'm going to just log this function to the console by using a greet method, and I'm going to just provide my own name right here. If I save the file, and here you can see we are now getting Hossein, hello Hossein right here inside a console. So this function is totally fine. Like you can always use this function, and you will always use this function. Not always, because now I'm going to introduce this arrow function, so you will fall in love with arrow functions. But this function is like totally okay. But if you want to refactor this code to the arrow function, so it will now look more shorter and awesome. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to comment this line out. So if you want to refactor this code to using arrow functions, so for that, first of all, you will have to remove this function result keyword from here. So say bye-bye to this one. The next thing which you have to do is that you have to write this equal to sign right here. The third thing which you have to do is that here you are going to be writing this fat arrow, and that's it, baby. Now we have to save our file, and here you can see we are now getting this hello Hossein in the console. If I refresh that, and we will still get this hello Hossein inside a console. Okay, so this is the arrow function which I've been talking about. So now you might be thinking like, this isn't that much cool. You just have to remove this arrow, this result keyword of function. We didn't do anything at all. And here we also have to provide this fat arrow right here, and it will confuse me a lot. So instead of doing that, I would prefer using a functions like this. You are totally wrong, because now I'm about to introduce you to a bit more cleanliness. So what I'm going to do is that if you have one parameter right here, if your function takes only one parameter, you can also omit these parentheses from here. If I save my file, it will add it again, but that's because I'm using this prettier extension, which I'm going to show you right here. I'm using this prettier extension. It will just prettier my code. That's why it will provide these parentheses right here. But if you just have only one parameter right here, then you can totally omit these parentheses from here. So I'm going to just remove that. If you have like more than one parameter, like I don't know, username 2 or something like that, then you will have to provide these parentheses right here. It will give you an error if you didn't provide these parentheses if you have like more than one parameter right here. And also if your function is not taking any parameter whatsoever, so you cannot remove these parentheses from here. You have to provide these empty parentheses right in there. But if your function is taking only one parameter, so you can totally omit that parenthesis from your function. So I'm going to just write username. I'm going to remove these parentheses from here. Okay. And the next thing which I am going to do is that I'm going to also remove this return keyword from here. So I'm going to just remove this return keyword from here. But if you remove this return keyword from here, you will also have to remove this curly braces from here as well. So I'm going to just remove these curly braces right here. And why did I do that? Like, I removed these curly braces and I already removed this return keyword right here. That's because currently my function is only holding this one line of code. If you have like more than one line of code, like I don't know, line 1, line 2, so then you'll probably use this return keyword, and you will also need to use these curly braces right here. So currently we just have this simple function. Okay, so then we have to just write this what do we call it? Then we totally can remove this return keyword from here, and also these curly braces from here as well. Okay, so if I just remove that, oh my god, what did I do? If I just remove that, and there we go, this is your function now. Okay, if I save my file, and by the way, you can totally omit these parentheses, and I'm using the Aperture extension, so anytime I save my file, and it will just add it right here. If I save my file one more time, and here you can see it will give us that same result right here inside a console. It will give us hello Hussein right here. And in some situation, we would also want to store our function in some sort of a variable, and that function is known as a function expression, which I already covered in my previous courses if you want to check it out. So I'm going to just write like const result keyword, and there we go. From this area to this area, we are creating our variable, and from this area to this area, we are now adding this function inside this variable right here. If I save my file, and here you can see it will work just fine. Okay, so that was our arrow function, and now let me just give you one more example, and that will be it. Okay, so I'm going to just create one more function. I'm going to give a name of like I don't know, double or something like that. It will take only one number right here. I'm going to just return that, and I'm going to just use like, I don't know, number times 2. And now let me just log that to the console, like console.log and double, come on, double. And if I just provide like 2, it will make it 4. I'm going to save that. If I just write like 5, it will make it 10. If I just write like, I don't know, like 10, it will make it 20. So it will just double everything up right here. So this function will only double anything which we provide right here. So this is what currently this function is doing right here. Okay, so now if you want to refactor this code to using an arrow function, so for that, first of all, we are going to be removing this function result keyword from here. Instead, I'm going to just write a const result keyword right here because I prefer this const keyword. You don't have to if you don't want it to, but in my case, I'm going to just use this const result keyword. The next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write this fat arrow, and I'm going to also remove the, and anytime I say, oh, not a fat arrow here, I'm going to have to just write this equal to sign right here. And then I can totally remove these parentheses from here, and then I can write my arrow function right here. I can totally remove this return keyword from there, and I can also remove these curly braces as well. And here you can see this is our function, and we can tweak that a little bit more if you want to. So instead of writing this number, I'm going to just write n right here, and there we go. So this is now our double function right here. Not taken from that place, but taking from this area to this area. This is our double function by using this arrow syntax right here. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it will give us that same exact result right here. If I just write 1, it will make it 2. If I just write like 100 maybe, it will make it 200 right here. So that was it about this arrow functions. So now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. And if you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution. So I'm going to remove every single thing right here, and I'm going to just place these instructions right here. And now I'm going to go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. So here I give you a little bit ES5 way of writing this setTimeout function right here. And you don't have to do anything except I want you to just refactor these functions to ES6 arrow function. So this is what you have to do. I'm going to uncomment this code right here. And you just have to like, I already told you like how to create an arrow function and all of that kind of stuff. And in this exercise, you will face a little bit difficulties, not just a lot of difficulties, but just a little bit. But I want you to give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. And here I am about to give you my solution. So first of all, I uncomment that code. And now I'm going to just select my first function right here, and I'm going to just hold control and hit D, hit D, hit D, hit D one more time. Okay, so I can totally remove this function result keyword, and here I'm going to just have to write this arrow function right here. And there we go. Now you might be thinking like, I can totally remove these curly braces right here, can I? So if I just remove that, and if I just remove this right here, so it will now give us this error right here. It not error, but it will give us this error right here, and it will say like unexpected this colon. If I just remove that, let me just remove that right here, it will still give us that error, which means that we cannot write that, we cannot remove these curly braces right here. Why is that? Because here currently we have like this setTimeout right here, and we are passing this function as a callback function right here, but this function is not it. Like, we are just returning a lot of function from this function anyway. So that was the other story. So now if I just save my file, and here you can see it will take a little bit of time, because this 2 seconds it will give us hello, 2 seconds later it will give us hey, then it will give us, I don't know, namaste, it will give us hi, and then finally it will give us where is the bonjour? There we go. Come on, we have to get this bonjour. It's not giving me bonjour. I guess we messed up something, or what's going on. Okay, there we go. It's now giving us this bonjour right here. Yeah, so that was it about the arrow functions in JavaScript. And next we are going to be learning about enhanced object literals in JavaScript. So now it's time to learn about enhanced object literals. So I'm going to just place the introduction of that. So what in the world are enhanced object literal, and why you should care about them? So enhanced object literals introduced in ECMAScript 6 or ES6, whatever you want to call that, and they are a set of enhancement to a syntax for defining objects in JavaScript. So these enhancements make it more convenient and concise to define object properties and methods. So it will just allows us to shorten our code just a little bit. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a function, and inside this function it will take, I'm going to just create a function, and this function will take a little bit of parameters right here. So I'm going to just write like name, age, and work as a parameter, and now I'm going to just return something called object from this function. And that's a little bit new one. You can totally like define this object outside from this function right here, but I'm just doing it for this example right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a name as a property, and the value will be coming from this user parameter. So I'm going to copy that, I'm going to just place it right here. I'm going to provide my comma, and then I'm going to also set the edge to this same user parameter, which we are going to be getting once the user provides some sort of a value to it. Okay, so you will see that in a second. And then finally I'm going to just write work to work right here. Okay, so if I save my file, this is how currently things looks like right here. And now let me just write like const Hossein, and it will be now equals to like user, and we are going to be passing this Hossein right here as a value, and the age will be 19, and the work will be programmer right here. Now let me just log this Hossein to the console, and this is how currently things looks like. So now let me just define this code a little bit, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So here we are just defining a function right here, and the function name is user. It is taking 3 parameter of name, age, and work right here. And inside this function, what we are doing is that we are just returning this object from this function right here. And here you can see as a property to that object, we are just writing name, age, and work. And as a values, we can provide these values manually. If I just write like 9, I don't know, Hossein manually, I can also write like 19, and I can also write some sort of a work or anything like that. But I'm not going to. Why is that? Because I'm going to be creating this function for a lot of users, and a lot of users is going to be providing their name, their age, and their work. Okay, so if I write this property manually, like if I just provide this value manually, so then if I just rerun this code, so it will give us that same data. But if I just write this data dynamically, so the user will be able to provide their own name, their own age, and their own work or profession, or whatever you want to call that. So now let me just save this file. And here you can see we are now getting this object right here. We have this age of 19, we have this name of Hossein, we have this work of programmer right here. We can create this, what do we call it? We can call this function for a lot of users. So if I just write like, I don't know, Alex or something like that, I'm going to just use my user right here. And I'm going to just write Alex. There we go. And Alex will be, I don't know, 18-year-old, and he will be like designer or something like that. Designer. There we go. So if I save that, and if I log to the console this Alex, save my file, and here you can see it will now give us their data for this Alex right here. So what enhance object literal will do for us, which we learned a few seconds ago, it will allow us to shorten our code, or specifically the object code. So if you want to use enhance object literal in JavaScript, so if the key and the value, or the property and the value are totally the same, so you can either remove the property or the value, it doesn't matter, but you have to remove one. I mean, like, you don't have to do that, but if you want to use the enhance object properties, like the newer way of writing a JavaScript code, so you can totally remove that. So if I just remove that from here, and now if I save my file, and here you can see our code will still work totally just fine right here. Like, we are now getting this Hossein, we are also getting this Alex right here. If I refresh that, and here you can see it will still use us that Hossein and also this Alex right here. So this one is working. Now let's suppose if I just remove this edge, and we are now getting this name right here, and we are getting this edge right here. If I save that, edge is also working. Why is that? That's because we are using something called enhance object literal, and it provides some sort of enhancement to shorten our code. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also remove this work from here. Let me just remove that, save my file, and here you can see everything is working just fine. So if you want to use enhance object literal in JavaScript, or in ES6 specifically, if your property and the value are totally the same, so you can either remove the property or the value, and then your code will work just fine. So that was the first enhancement it provides. The second enhancement it provides is something called the methods, which you already learned in the previous course, but let me just say that one more time. Methods are a function available inside objects only. Okay, so then we can call that function a method. So now let's suppose if you were using the ES6 enhance object literal, so for that you will write your function like this: intro like so, and then you will have to write your function result keyword, then you will have to give some sort of a name, or if you want to remove the name, so you can totally do that. And now let me just log to the console, like I don't know, I'm gonna just write like my name is, and then the name, and I am age years old period. I guess that would be fine. Oh, and and I am a work, and I'm a work. So if I save that, so now let me just call this method inside of these properties. So I'm going to remove this Alex from here, and I'm going to just write this dot and then intro. There we go. So I'm going to have to save that, save our file, and here you can see we are now getting my name is Hussein, and I'm 19-year-old, and I am a programmer. So our function, or not function, but our method is working totally fine. But if you want to use the enhance object literal, so you can remove this function result keyword. So you just have to remove this colon, and you have to remove this function result keyword right here. So if you do that, and now let me just save my file, and now let me just refresh, and here you can see this is working totally fine. If you want to convert this code to like arrow function, so you can totally do that if you want to. So you can just write this colon right here, and then here you just have to specify this arrow right here, go back like so, and this is how you can introduce this enhancement of ES6. So now let me just save that, and here you can see this is also working totally fine. So that was it about enhance object literals in JavaScript, and now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay, then watch a solution. But first of all, at least give it a, I don't know, 2 or 3 second, and not second, at least give it 2 or 3 or maybe 4 or 5 minutes, and if you can do it, then watch a solution. So before we proceed with our challenge, first of all, let me just say this. This challenge is divided into, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 categories, so you'll have to perform either 2 or 3 challenges. So I'm going to just place it right here. So this is going to be the first part of your challenge. So here is some sort of a ES5 code, and I want you to convert that to the ES6 code right here. Oh, first of all, it will just confuse you, so I'm going to just have to write var result keyword right here, and I'm going to just remove these columns from here. So here you can see we have these 3 variables right here. By using the ES5 way, we use this var result keyword right here, and then we have this like var object right here, which is holding these properties and its values right here. So what we are currently doing is that we have this object, we have this same property of a, and we are now rendering, like we are tagging this a variable, and we are placing it right here. So it will give us 1, it will give us 2, it will give us 3. If I save my file, but before I do, I'm going to have to log that to the console obj. Let me just save that, and here you can see it will now gives us this A1, B2, C3 right here. So I want you to refactor this code to using the ES6 way of enhance object literals, and give it your best shot. If you can do it like that's completely okay, then I'm going to give you my solution. So now it's time for me to show you the solution. So I'm going to just click on one of them, and I'm going to hold control and hit D if you're using a Visual Studio Coder, and I'm going to just change that to either using a const result keyword or using a let result keyword. So I'm going to just stick to the const result keyword. I'm going to go back so that you guys can see everything a bit better. Now that we learn about enhance object literals, so we can totally shorten this code by just removing these properties, and there we go. I'm going to just remove this colon from here, and this is how currently our code looks like right here. So now let me just test out my code. Is that everything working? Let's just refresh that, and here you can see, yes indeed, it's totally working just fine. It is showing me the value of A1, B2, C3. So that was the first part of our challenge. So now it's time for the second part of our challenge, and then we are going to be jumping into the default function, not a default function, but yeah, I guess we are going to be jumping into the default function parameters. But now let me just give you the second challenge of this enhance object literals. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove all of this coding right here, and here you can see we have this ES5 code right here. So what are we currently doing is that we are creating a library with a useful function or a useful method inside it. So we are just creating a library, and inside this library we have like useful method. This sum method will allows us to add two numbers. This mult method will allows us to multiply two numbers right here, and you can add more if you want to, but this is just my simple little library right here. Okay, so what are we doing is that if we call this sum method on this library property, or in this library object to be precise, so if you just provide some sort of a value, so it will add it and it will multiply it right here. Okay, so this is the ES5 way of writing this library, but I want you to convert that to the ES6 way of writing this object. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and here is my solution. So the first thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to just select this one, and I'm going to just replace it with const. You don't have to do that. You can change it to let if you wanted to, but in my case, I'm going to just stick to the const result keyword. And now the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to use my enhance object literal. So I'm going to just select this one, hit Control D, and I'm going to just remove that. Or we have to write this, because here we are going to be using the arrow function, so we have to write these what do you call it, semicolons or colons, whatever you want to call that. And then I'm going to just use my fat arrow. Now let me just remove these curly braces and also these braces as well. I'm going to also remove this return keyword from here. And if you're wondering like how am I doing this magic, so then you'll have to watch my Visual Studio Coder course, which is totally free, by the way. So yeah, that was it. But instead of writing these colons, we have to just write this comma right here, because this is an object which we are currently working on right here. So now if I save my file, so now here you can see it will now give us this addition which we were expecting, and it will also give us this multiplication which we were already expecting right here. So now let me just see, like, do we have the third part of this challenge or not, and then I'll come back to you in a second. And it turns out we have yet another challenge right here. So what do you want to do? First of all, let me just comment this line out. So first of all, we are going to be creating a function of ES5. Come on, ES5. So this function is a ES5 function right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to change the name from ES5 to ES6 code, and then here you just have to use this enhance object literal. You can even convert that to an arrow function if you wanted to, but you don't have to do that anyways. So you just convert the name to ES6 and use your enhance object literal. This is a simple challenge which you can perform just in a second. So I want you to give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. I'm going to select that. I'm going to just change that to ES6 right here. So it will change it right here and here as well. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove these properties from here. Now let me just save that, and let's just check it out. Is it going to do that magic or one-liner? Yep, it does. So I'm going to write right here. So now if I save my file, and let's just log this to the console because we're returning a value from that. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting the edge of 19, the height of 200, height of 200, and the name of Hussein right here. So yeah, everything is working just fine. So that was it about enhance object literal. And next we are going to be jumping into the default function parameters. Time to learn about a default function parameters, so what they are and why you should care about that. So let me just place it right here. So default function parameter introduced in ECMAScript 6 or ES6 allow you to assign a default value to a function parameter. And when a function is called and its argument is not provided for a parameter, the default value will be used instead. So we are going to be providing some sort of a default value, so then that value will be used. And this feature makes it easier to handle cases where the arguments might be missing or undefined. So this is just the actual definition of what a default function parameter means. And now let me just give you example. So let's suppose in some situation we would have some sort of a function and we can assign different kind of default values to it. So we can provide either true, we can provide false, we can provide some sort of a number. All the data types are available. We can just work with the arrays, we can work with objects, anything like that. So in this case, I'm going to just create a function and I'm going to just give a name of like count to 5. So this is going to be the name of my function and it will just take this count right here, and we're not going to be providing any default value to it, not right now. And now let me just provide a little bit of like awful logic. It's not important by the way, but I'm going to still provide it anyways. And if our count is set to true, so what do you want to print to the user? We just want to print to the user, first of all, I'm going to just write a 4 and I'm going to just write let I equals to 1 and I is less than or equal to 5 and then I plus. So we just want to iterate over and we just want to log to the console like count, and then let me just render this I right here. Okay, so here what we are currently doing is that we are just creating a function with the name of count to 5, and if our count is equal to true, then what do we want to do? We just want to log to the console like count and then from 1 through 5 right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just execute this function right here. And if I save this file, so what do you think will be the result if I just save this file without providing any value to that count, anything like that? If I save this file, here you can see we're not getting anything right here inside a console. But instead, if I just provide the value of false, let's suppose, and let me just save that, and here you can see this condition is now currently false, so that's why we are not getting anything. Why is that? Because this function is taking some sort of a count, and here we are checking if that count is equal to true. So then we want to just print to the user like count and count from 1 through 5. And here we are just providing the true value right here, and as a value to that local variable or a parameter, we are passing false right here. But let's suppose if I just write true right here, and now let me just save that, and here you can see our code is working just fine right here. So now in this case, we can totally provide the value of like some sort of a default value to it. So we can either provide an empty array, we can provide some sort of a string, we can provide anything we want. So in this case, I'm going to just provide the default value of false right here. So once our game is totally start, so it will not do anything. But if we just write true right here as a call to this function, so then our game will totally work just fine. So if I just save this file, and here you can see it will still gives us what do we call it, that numbers right here from 1 through 5 right here. That's because here we just specify true right here. But let's suppose if I didn't provide anything and if I save that, here you can see this is not working. But instead, if I just remove that and if I just provide the default value to true right here, and now let me just save that, and here you can see this is working just fine. We are not even providing anything to this function. Why is that? Because we are already by default providing the value of true right here. So that's why this function will run and it will give us this I right here from 1 through 5 right here. So that was the first example. Now let me just give you one more example and then it will be time for you to perform some sort of a challenge. So let me just create one more function right here, and the function name will be some sort of a ratings right here, or rating, or ratings would be fine. I'm going to give a name of like ratings, and it will take some sort of a rate right here. So we are going to be just providing some sort of a rate, and now let's check if our rate is equal to 5. So if the user provide the rating of 5, so what do you want to print to the user? We just want to print to the user like I don't know, high ratings or high ratings and smiley face right here. And if that's not true, so what do you want to print to the user? Else if and I'm going to just write one more condition like if rating is equal to 0. So we just want to log to the console like low ratings and then this sad face right here. Okay, so let me just save this file. Currently our function is now taking this red parameter right here. Then inside this function we are checking this rating, or rate to be precise. If our rate is equal to 5, so we just want to print to the user like high ratings and smiley face. And if our rating is equal to 0, so we just want to print to the user like low ratings and sad face right here. So now let me just call this function right here, this ratings. I'm going to save this file, and here you can see it will not give us nothing right here. Why is that? Because here it is requiring some sort of a value, but we are not providing any value, nothing. So now let me just add like 5, and now let me just save that, and here you can see it is now giving us the high ratings right here. But if you change that to 0, let me just change that to 0, and now if you save that, and it will now give us the low rating and the sad face right here. But we can also provide a default value to it. So like once our program runs and the user didn't specify any rating whatsoever, so the current rating will be set to 0. Okay, so if the user didn't specify anything, so the user will just see low ratings right here and the sad face. And now if the user decided to provide like, if the user provided like, I don't know, 5 or something like that, and if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting high ratings right here. So this is how we are going to be providing a default value, and you are not just limited to write like numbers. You can write arrays of values. In some situation you would need some sort of arrays of value, but I'm not going to go into that much detail. Later in this course, obviously you are going to be learning all of that stuff. So now let me just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can't do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So I'm going to just place this description or instruction right here. So the first thing I want you to do is, first of all, let me just go back. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create a function with the name of multiply with 2 parameters. It will take a and b as a parameter, which will multiply the parameter value. So provide 1 as the default value to that parameter b, not to this one, but to this one right here. And by the way, I forgot to okay, so not to a but to b. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and then I'm going to give my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a function, and I'm going to give a name of like multiply. There we go. It will take the parameter of a and b will be now equals to by default 1. Okay, so now let me just return come on, what the hell is going on? And so now let me just return the a and times b. There we go. So this is going to be our multiply function. Now let me just log to the console this multiply, and I'm going to just provide 5 right here. So it will just multiply it with 1 right here. I didn't specify any value for the b, but I specify the value for the a, which is 5 right here. I mean, like 5 times 1 will give us 5. If I save that, and here you can see we are now getting 5. We can provide more values like 5, 2. I mean, like 5 times 2 will give us 10. So if you save that, and we can provide more values to it, just like that. But here currently our math will be starting from, I mean, like math facts will be starting from 1, because this is the default value if the user didn't specify any values whatsoever right here. So if I just write 2, it will gives us there 2 once again right here. So that was the first one, but I'm thinking to give you one more challenge. But you know what, you know what they said, like you don't even have to do any, you can, yeah, I guess that would be it. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to learn about a spread operators in JavaScript. Alright, so time to learn about a spread operators in JavaScript. So I'm gonna go back. So what in the world is a spread operator and why you should care about that? So the spread operator is a new addition to a set of operators in JavaScript ECMAScript, and it takes an iterable, for example an array. Arrays are iterable, and there are a lot of things like strings and all of that kind of stuff. So it takes an iterable just like array and expand it into individual elements. And the spread operator is commonly used to make a shallow copies, something which I'm going to be also talking to you in a second, of JavaScript objects. And using this operator makes the code concise and enhance its readability. So that was it about a quick introduction about a spread operator. So the next thing which we have to do is that we are going to be learning about a spread operator in different kind of ways. So we are going to be learning it with functions, we are going to be also learning it with arrays, and we are going to be also learning it with objects right here. So now let's talk about the functions first. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a function, and I'm going to give a name of like give me 4. So this is going to be my function name. And I'm going to provide a lot of parameters to it like comma a, comma b, c, d, and there we go. So now let me just log to the console like a, and then here I'm going to just write comma, and now let me just pass this a right here. So now let me just duplicate that a few times. Then we have a b, it will take a b. Then we have c, it will also take c, and I guess, yep, then we have finally d, and now let me just provide a d to it. So now let me just log that to the console like console.log. And here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just provide 1, no, not here, but here first of all we have to just, well, you know what, I'm going to just write give me 4, and I'm going to just provide 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay, or maybe 4 would be fine because we are passing 4 parameters right here. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it will now gives us the a value of 1, b value of 2, c value of 3, and d value of 4 right here. Okay, so there is a little bit problems. First of all, let me just create array. and I am going to pass that array as argument to this function right here. So I'm going to just write const colors, and it will be now equals to some sort of a colors like red, I don't know, green, and we have blue, then we have I don't know, teal or something like that. So now that we want to pass this colors array to this function right here, so I'm going to just pass this colors right here, and now if I save that, so what do you think will be the result? If you check it out, and here you can see it will now give us the a value of all of this array right here, and the rest of them will be undefined right here. So what's going on? Well, first of all, we are just providing the parameter, we are just providing that array value to this first parameter, and we are not providing anything to this b and to this c and also to this d right here. So what will be the solution if you want to provide these values to this array right here, to this function right here as an array? So the solution will be, you guessed it, we are going to be spreading out this array, and then we are going to be providing that same value, that exact value which this array is holding, to this function right here. So how the syntax will look like? Well, the syntax will look like this. So we just have to write 3 dot. So this is the array spread operator right here. Okay, so now if I just write like dot in this case, and now if I just save this file, so now here you can see A is now holding the value of red, B is holding green, blue and teal right here. So now what we did, we just spread out, or we expand this array into individual elements here, which you can see right here. So we just expand all of these items out from this array, and we just put them as an individual elements to this array right here, to this function right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go back, and this is how currently things looks like. If I didn't specify the spread operator, so if I just remove that, here we are going to be specifying this value to the first one, and the rest of them will be undefined. But if I just write these dots right here, now let me just save that, and here you can see everything is working just fine. So that was it about spread operator by using a function or with using a function. So now let's use it with arrays, and then we are going to be jumping into the objects as well. So I'm going to just create a simple array. I'm going to give a name of like stir nums or something like that, and I'm going to just store a few numbers right here like 1, 2 and also 3 right here. So I guess that would be fine. Now let me just create one more. So I'm going to just write const more stir nums or something like that, and here I'm going to just store a few more numbers like 4, then 5, and then 6 right here. So now if you want to combine both of these array into one array, so for that we can use a spread operator one more time. So I'm going to just write a const. You can give any name you want, but in my case I'm going to give a name of like concat, because in this case we are just concatenating both of these array, or we are joining both of these array into single array. So for that we are going to be writing first of all these brackets, and then we are going to be writing this dot and the first array name, then comma dot the second array name, which will be the more string nums or something like that. And now let me just log to the console this concat, and what do you think will be the result? If I save my file, and here you can see it will now combine it into one component, not component but into one array right here. So here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 right here. So this is how we can use this spread operator with arrays. So it will first of all spread out or expand all of the items which this array has, and it will just make it like a separate elements. Okay, and then we can combine them into this one variable right here. So that was the second example by using arrays. And now, you know what, let me just give you one more example. So I'm going to use like let and pupils or something like that, and I'm going to just add a few pupils like Hosen and Alex and also Jordan or something like that. So we have these 3 pupils right here. Now let me just log to the console some new person like, I don't know, Kumar or something like that, and then I'm going to just use like dot and then this pupils array. So what we are currently doing is that we are expanding these items to individual elements, and we are passing it right here just like that. Let me just copy that from here, or I'm going to cut that, not here, come on, not this one. I'm going to select that. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to select that, and let me just cut it out, and I'm going to just place it right here. So this is what's going on behind the scenes. So our array will not be empty. We will still have their items, but we are going to be taking all of these values right here, and we are going to be placing all of these items right here by using this spread operator syntax. So I'm going to use dot and pupils right here. So that's what we are doing behind the scene. So now we can add more items to it. So what we are currently doing is that instead of their console log, I'm gonna write like const all peeps or something like that, and it will be now equals to this array right here. Okay, so now let me just write this array, and here we can provide more items to it, like I don't know, John or something like that. So now let me just log to the console this all peeps. Peeps was a horrible name. I'm gonna save that. So here you can see it will now first of all gives us this Kumar, then it will gives us Hossein, Alex, Jordan, and John right here. So what we are currently doing is that first of all we are just creating this empty array, not an empty array, but we are just creating array, and we are adding this first person inside this array. And then what we are doing is that we are cutting out all of these persons or peoples from there, and then we are adding it right here. And then finally we are providing this John as the last item to this array right here. So now let me just go back. So this is what's going on behind the scene, and this is what we are currently seeing right here. So now I'm gonna just go back, and let's suppose if I didn't use this spread operator right here. So now let me just remove these three dots from here. So now I'm asking you a question. What do you think will be the result of this code right here? So I'm about to save this file, and I want you to give me the answer. I want you to even speak the answer by your own lips. So now I'm going to save this file, and here you can see it will now gives us first of all this array item right here. I mean like the first item inside the array. Then it will gives us the nested array right here. Why is that? Because we are creating this array right here, and we are passing it as the nested array to this array right here. So it will now gives us this nested array or two-dimensional array, whatever you want to call that. And then we are adding this new person to this array right here. Okay. So if you just use like dot dot dot, and now if you save that, and now let me just check it out, and here you can see it will now give us all of the pupils which this array has right here. It shouldn't have to be even a pupils. You can just write like fruits, you can write numbers, you can write anything you want. Okay, so that was a spread operator with arrays. And now let me just give you example of spread operator by using objects. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create two objects, and it will give us something called shallow copies. So that arrays was also shallow copies, but it will also allow us to copy the objects as well. So I'm going to just use like object one, and we are going to be writing some sort of object with a, I don't know, it will hold some sort of value like x, and then we will just write 2 for the y. And I'm going to create one more, so object 2, and him will be now equals to z, and we have this 3 as a value to it right here. So if you want to combine both of these objects into one object, like if you want to concatenate both of these objects into one object, so we can also do that, and you already know how to do that. So I'm going to use object 3 in this case, and I'm going to just write like first of all the object syntax, then dot 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 object 1 comma dot 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 object 2. Okay, so if you save our file, now let me just log that to the console. So I'm going to use my object 3 right here, and now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting this object 1 and object 2. I mean like property 1 with a value of 1. I mean like property x with a value of 1, and property y with a value of 2, and property z with a value of 3 right here. But if we weren't using these what do we call it, spread operators or dots, now let me just remove that. So what do you think will be the result if I just save this file? I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see, as you guessed it, it will give us a nested objects inside this huge object right here. So first of all we have this huge object, and inside this object we have these two objects right here. Why is that? Because we are currently creating these objects separately, and we are passing these objects. So now let me just cut that, and we are passing these objects just like that. So now let me just pass it right like so, and I'm going to just remove that. And this is what we are currently doing right here inside our array, I mean like inside our object. And yeah, so let me just go back, and spread operator will allows us to do exactly that. So it is now a cleaner syntax, and we can do a lot more than that. So now let me just give you one more example of that. So I don't know, I'm gonna have to just write like const person, and I'm gonna just use like name of Hussein, my own name, and I'm gonna also write the age of 19, and I'm gonna also write the gender, come on, gender of male. That was obvious. And now I'm going to just clone that person. So I'm going to just write const clone. You can give him any name you want, by the way, it doesn't even matter. And then here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like dot 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 person, and I'm going to just add, I don't know, a few more properties to it. So if you just write dot 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 person, and now let me just log to the console this clone, and now if you save there, so now this clone property, I mean not a property, but in this clone will also hold the value of all of these properties and its values right here. So here you can see we have age, we have gender, and we have male right here. Okay, so we can just log to the console. If I just log to the console this person, and if we just save that, and here you can see it will give us that exactly the same thing. So in the first line of code, we are cloning that object right here, and in the second line, we are just printing exactly the same one. So I'm going to just remove that. And we can even specify more properties to this object if you wanted to. So we can just write a comma, and we can just write like, I don't know, one more property or something else like, I don't know, work, and him will be like a programmer. And now let me just provide one more like location of like, I don't know, or something like that. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we now just provide the work, and we already provide this location right here. So that was it about the spread operator in JavaScript. So now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to make a clone of this array and also the array 2 by using the spread operator, and I already give you these arrays right here. Then I want you to clone the user object by using the spread operator right here, and I already give you this user right here. So you just have to give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. Time to clone our array 1 and array 2. So I'm going to just write like and it will be now equals to like dot 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 and then and also I'm going to provide a comma and then dot 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 r2 right here. Okay, and I'm going to just store that, I don't know, const, and this one will be r3 to be precise. Why are we getting this error? And it should be 3 dots, not 2 dots right here. And now I'm going to log that to the console by using r3. Kind of awful name for a variable, but anyways, I'm going to save that, and here you can see we successfully cloned that by using a spread operator. And now let's just clone this user as well into a separate variable. So I'm going to just use like const cloned user, and it will be now equals to this object dot 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 user. And now let me just log this cloned user into the console. So now I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we have an age will be now set to 22 and name will be set to Jenny or Jen, whatever you want to call that. Okay, so that was it about a spread operator in JavaScript. And next, I don't even know what we are going to be learning next, but it's coming. Time to learn about a REST operator in JavaScript. So what in the world is a REST operator and why you should care about that? So as we already learned, like a REST, like spread operator, so the syntax was looking like this. So the syntax will be totally the same in the REST operator as well. So this is going to be the spread operator, and this is going to be the REST operator in JavaScript. So now let me just provide the definition of that, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So the REST parameter syntax allows a function to accept an indefinite number of arguments as an array, and providing a way to represent a variadic functions in JavaScript. So we have variadic functions in Golang and in C++ as well. So variadic functions are those functions which accept like unlimited amount of parameters. So in JavaScript we can now totally do that as well. Okay, so that was just a quick definition of what in the world is a REST operator, and now let's learn about that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a simple function right here, and I'm going to just give a name of like user, and it will take one parameter of like user data right here. Okay, and it will also log to the console this user data. Okay, come on, data. And now let me just provide some sort of a data for this user function. I'm going to just provide my own name right here. So now if I just save this file, and here you can see we're now getting this Hossein right here inside a console. So everything is working just fine. But in some situation, we would want to provide a lot of values for a different kind of parameters. So like we would have, I don't know, age of 19, we would have the profession of like programming, and we would have a hobbies of like football or something like that. Okay, so if we log that to the console, nothing will happen. Well, obviously nothing will happen because we are just logging this user data to the console. But now if you wanted to make this function as a variadic function in JavaScript, so how can we go about doing that? Well, as I said, the syntax will be totally the same as a REST operator, like the spread operator. So we are going to be just writing dot dot dot, and if we just write these dot 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 right here like 3 dots, and if we save our file, and here you can see it is now giving us all of their values which we specified to this function as array right here. So here you can see this is array which is holding all of these values. So this is how we are going to be making our function variadic, which means like this function can take unlimited amount of parameters right here. But there is a bit catch. If I just write like, if I just provide a comma right here, and if I just write something, come on, something else, and here you can see it is already giving us this error right here. So if I roll my mouse over to it, so here you can see it will say like arrays parameter must be at least in a parameter list. So which means like this is not in a parameter list no more. But if we cut that from here, and if we just provide a comma right here, and if we write it again here, so here our problem is totally solved. So what are we currently doing? We are providing this something else. Let me just log that to the console. I'm going to write console log of something, or there's something else was awful, but I'm going to just write x right here, and I'm going to also provide x right here. So what are we currently doing is that we are creating a function which is taking two parameters, not a two, but a lot of them. But here for this x1, we are going to be passing this Hussein value, but for this unlimited parameters, it will take all of these parameters, and I just provide these three right here, and you can provide countless, and it will give you that countless data right here inside your console. So now let me just save this file, and here you can see first of all it will give us Hussein right here. Why is that? That's because we are taking this parameter of x, we are logging that inside this function, and this x is now holding the value of this Hussein, like the first parameter, like the first value which we are specifying to our function, and the rest of them will goes to this user data right here, where we are using this rest operator right here. So we cannot write this rest operator here, it will give us an error, but we can write it like before all of these other parameters. So if I cut that from here, and I'm going to just provide a comma, and I'm going to just write not before but after. So this is a rest parameter. So now let me just give you one more example, and I guess that will be it. So I'm going to just give you one more example. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use function, and I'm going to give a name of like person, and it will take like first name, it will take the last name, and it will also take dash 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 dash, not dash dash dash, but dot dot dot, and hobbies. There we go. Or hobbies can be unlimited amount, so that's why I just write dot dot of hobbies, or rest parameter of hobbies. So I'm gonna write like first name, and my first name will be first name. There we go. And now let me just duplicate that a few times. Then we would have our last name, and then we would have our hobbies. And let me just remove that name from him. Let me provide this separator right here, like so. So this one will be now taking the last name, and this one will be now taking the hobbies. There we go. So if I save this file, now let me just provide a lot of values to this function. So I'm going to just use person, and I'm going to just first of all provide my first name of Hussein, then I'm going to write my last name of web dev, and now let me just provide a lot of hobbies, like I don't know, programming is also my hobby, football is also my hobby, and guess what? Singing. I'm pretty good at singing as well. I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see it will now give us like first name of Hussein, last name of web dev, and now my hobbies are programming, football, and singing. So that was it about a REST operator in JavaScript, or in ES6 to be precise. And now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution. I'm going to remove all of that. So I want you to create a function which will take unlimited amount of parameters, and I want you to log every single one of them to the console. So yeah, I know that's easy. You can totally do that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create some sort of a function. The name doesn't matter, but I'm going to just give a name of like, I don't know, variadic. The name is kind of awful. Variadic parameter, and I'm going to just provide dot 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 of params, and I'm going to log to the console dot 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 of all of their params, or not dot dot dot, but I'm going to just use params right in here. Come on, let me just copy their params, and I'm going to just place it right here. Now let me just log to the console like Hussein and web dev. Let me just check that, and now I'm going to save that, and here you can see it will now give us Hussein web dev. If I just write 19 and 20 and something else, like some sort of array or something like that, let me just save that, and everything is working just fine. So that's how we can use the variadic parameter or the REST operator in JavaScript. So I guess this is the best time to learn about the best part of this course, which will be destructuring. So what in the world are destructuring, and why you should care about them in the first place? So destructuring allows us to unpack the value from the data structures like array objects into a separate distinct variable. So we are going to be learning about destructurings with arrays, with objects, and also with function as well. Okay, so destructuring, as the name suggests, that it will allows us to destructure our data structure, and it will allows us to unpack the values or the data from the arrays or from the objects. And we're going to be also learning about function as well. Okay, so it will allow us to unpack or extract data from different kind of data structure. So that was just a quick introduction about destructuring in JavaScript, and now let me just give you a quick example of destructuring. So first of all, we are going to be learning about destructurings with arrays, then we are going to be jumping into the objects, and finally we are going to be learning about destructurings with functions. So first of all, let me just create some sort of array, and I'm going to just give a name of like foo, like just a random name, and I'm going to just store like 1, 2, and also 3 inside the array. And what I'm going to do is that if I just log to the console like I don't know, if I just log to the console like 1, and if I just write 0, save my file, so here you can see it will log users 1. And now if I just duplicate there like 2 times, now let me just write 1, and now let me just write 2. And now if you save that, so here you can see it will log users like 1, 2, 3 right here inside the console. But let's suppose if you have like 1,000 of these items, so it would be difficult for us to like extract the data by using this syntax, and then it will be difficult for us to store them in some sort of a variable like const I don't know, I'm going to give a name of like 1. So this is going to be the first value which we've extracted from this foo array, and now we store that inside this one variable. So now if you just log that to the console by using this console log of 1, save that, and here you can see it will now use us 1 right here. So instead of doing that, we can use something called destructuring in JavaScript. So the syntax will be looking a bit weird, but I want you to stick with me. First of all, I'm going to just write a const result keyword, then I'm going to just use my brackets right here. And here I didn't specify any name to it right here. I want you to notice that as well. And here I am going to just use the equal to sign, and then the data structure in which you want to unpack or extract data from. So in my case, I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to just place it right here. And in this case, I want to just get this one right here, and I wanted to store that in some sort of a variable. So if I just write like 1, and now let me just log to the console. Come on, console log of 1. And now let me just save that. And here you can see it will now extract this data from this data structure right here, and it will store in this one variable right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be getting the data, this is how we are going to be storing that data, and this is how we are going to be logging that data from this array, and this is how we are going to be destructuring that value from that array right here. Let's suppose if you also want to get this 2 and 3 as well. So I'm going to just write not const but comma 2 and also 3. Okay, so now let me just log to the console the other ones like 2 and also this one 3. And now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting 1, 2, and 3 right here inside the console. Okay, so that was the first one, but let's suppose, let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to just give them like, I don't know, 2 values right here. I'm going to remove that third one, and now if I want to log to the console like const red, and I'm going to also provide like yellow, and I'm going to also provide like green, I'm going to also provide blue, and it will be now equals to this foo. Okay, so currently we don't have any values like red, green, and all of that kind of stuff. So now let me just log to the console this red, and now if you save there, and here you can see it will now give us 1 right here. Why is that? Why are we getting this 1 inside a console? The name, but once we are destructuring the arrays, so the name doesn't matter. We can give him banana, we can give him apple, we can give him any name we want. So here we are just storing 2 values right here, like 1 and 2 right here, and we are just giving the first item the name of red right here. If you just give him the name of like I don't know, my own name, let's suppose if I want to just give him name of like my own name, and I'm gonna just place my own name right here, let me just save that, it will still gives us 1 right here. Why is that? Because currently we are destructuring the first item from this array, and we are now storing it inside this Hussein variable right here, and we are logging this Hussein variable into the console, so that's why we are getting this 1 right here. So now let's suppose if I want to get this blue, let me just copy there, and if I just write blue right here, now let me just save there, it will give us undefined right here. Why is that? Because currently we just have these 2 items right here, so we have 1, then we have 2. If you just log to the console this yellow, let me just put a yellow, and here you can see it will now give us 2 right here, but if you try to access this green, it will give us undefined right here. So you get the gist, how we are going to be destructuring the values from this array, and how we are going to be storing them in some sort of a variable. Okay, so that was the second example. So we can also provide a default values to our array, so we can just write like let a comma b, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use my array syntax, and a will be now equals to 5. Then I'm going to also provide a comma, and b will be now equals to like arrow or something like that, and it will be now equals to this one right here. So now let me just log to the console this a, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us 1 right here. Why is that? Because currently we just specify this one right here, but if you didn't specify anything to the array, and now let me just save that, it will give us 5 right here. Why is that? That's because currently we are adding this value as a default value to the item of that array. Okay, so this is how we can destructure that, but we can provide more values to that. Like, let's suppose if I just write like 1 in this case, it will give us 1, and if I just write comma of 2 and save our file, and it will now, if we log to the console B, and now if we save it, it will now give us 2 right here. But this is how we can provide default values to it. So like, let's suppose if I didn't specify any value for the second one, and if I log to the console this B, and what do you think will be the result? So I'm just asking you a question. So here we are just declaring these two variables right here. We are assigning a default values to that, and here we can totally specify like a new value if you wanted to. So what do you think will be the result for this code? I'm going to save my file, and we are going to be getting the add right here. Why is that? Because we are specifying this add as a default value to this b variable, and here we are not specifying any new value whatsoever, so we can just specify new value right here, new value or anything like that. So if you save there, and it will now take this new value right here. Okay, so that was our default values for our arrays by using the array destructuring, but we can also parse an array which will be returned from a function. So let me just create some sort of a function, and I'm going to just give him, like, for the simplicity's sake, I'm going to just give him a name of like f in this case, and it will just return like 1 and 2. It will just return there. Just a simple example, and I'm going to just create two variables like a and b, like so. And now in this case, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to destructure the value from this function which this function is giving us. First of all, let me just call this function. I'm going to call this function right here, and now I'm going to destructure both of these values right here, or unpack both of these values, and I'm going to just store them in different kind of variables right here. Okay, so I'm going to just use this array syntax one more time, and I'm going to just use like a comma b right here. So we already created this a comma b. We already created this a variable, and we can also create this variable by using the b just like that. Just write the let result keyword, and we can also create it by using this syntax, but we don't have to. I'm just doing it like one liner. So yeah, let me just put my comma in here. So now let me just log to the console that a, and I'm going to also console log this b. So if you save that, and I want you to first of all take a look at this code, and then I'm going to show you a result in a second. So here you can see it will now give us 1 and 2 right here. Why is that, and where even this 1 and 2 are coming from? Well, first of all, this function is just returning array of 1 and 2, like array with the properties or the values of 1 and 2 right here. Then we are creating like these variables like a and b, and we are storing that value which is coming from this array. We are storing that values from this a variable and b variable, and then we are logging that a variable right here and b variable right here. So that's why we are getting that 1 and 2 right here. So now let's learn about how we are going to be ignoring some return values from a function. Okay, so this is how we are going to be storing or extracting some data from a function by using this array method, this array data structure. And now let's learn about how we are going to be ignoring some return values from a function. So I'm going to just write like function, and I'm going to just write f right here, just for function name, and it will take no parameter, nothing, and I'm going to just return like, I don't know, 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, so it will just return this array right here, and I'm going to just use a little bit weird syntax in this case one more time, and I'm going to just write a comma, and then I'm going to just provide one more comma, and then I'm going to just use b, and it will be now equals to f. And now let me just call that. Okay, now you might be thinking like, Hussein, wait a second, you forgot something right here. Well, I didn't forgot something, but here we are ignoring this second right here, like this second value from this function. So this is how we are going to be ignoring that in destructuring. So anytime you want to do a destructuring and you want to ignore one thing, so for that you just have to write this empty space and then just write a comma, and which means like we are now ignoring the second value from this return value of this function right here. Okay, so now let me just log to the console this. What the hell did I do? So now let me just console log this a, and then also b to the console. So I'm going to save my file, And here you can see we are now getting a and 3 right here. So we are not getting this 2. Why is that? Because we are not even destructuring there. We are destructuring the value of 1, and we are also destructuring the value of 3 right here, which you can see. So we are destructuring and we are assigning it into this a variable right here, and we are destructuring the value of 3 and we are assigning it to this b variable right here. Okay, and the name doesn't even matter. You can give him Apple name, you can give him any name you want, but that can only work on array destructuring. It will not work on something called object destructuring, which we will go into a bit shortly. So that was just the basics of array destructuring. And now let's learn about how we are going to be assigning the rest of the array items to a variable. So this is how we are going to be doing that. First of all, let me write a comment like assigning. Okay, so how can I go about doing that? First of all, we would have some sort of a array. So I'm going to just write a. So we are going to be destructuring the first item from the array, and we are going to be storing that in the a variable. And then we would just store all of the rest of the items into this b right here. Okay, so it will just store all of the rest of the items into that b. So I'm going to just write like, I don't know, 1 and I don't know, 2 and then 3. Now let me just log to the console a. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will just gives us this one right here. But if I log to the console this b, and if we save that, so here you can see it will now just create an array, a separate array. Why is that? Because here we are using this syntax, and it will now give us the 2 and also the 3 right here. Okay, so it will just make a separate array for them, and it will just store it. It will just store the rest of the item inside the array. Like we can provide countless of them. We can write a true, we can write I don't know, number, some sort of, I don't know, we can just write a nested array or something like that. And now if I save that, and here you can see it will now store it inside this b. It will just create a separate array for that, and it will store all of that items inside that separate array. And if you just log to the console this a, it will just gives us that one right here, which is the first item of that array. So that was just it about the basics of destructuring and the basics of array destructuring. And now let me just give you a quick challenge. You have to perform this challenge by yourself. And if you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. And after that, we are going to be jumping into the object destructuring. So I'm going to just place this coding right here, or instruction to be precise. So here you can see I already give you this array right here. And your task is to use the array destructuring to extract the first 3 colors from that colors array and assign them into a separate variables name color 1, color 2, and color 3. After extracting the colors, log each variable's value to the console. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. Then I'm going to give you my solution. Alright, so now it's time for me to give you the solution. So the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a destructuring. I'm going to give a name of like color 1 and color 2, and I'm going to also provide a color of 3 right here. And it will be now equals to what? It will be now equals to this colors array which we've created up above. I'm going to cut that from here, and I'm going to just put it right in here. Come on. I'm going to put it right here. And oh, I forgot. It should be colors, not a color. And now let me just log to the console each of that color. I'm going to use color 1, comma color 2, and comma color 3 right here. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it will now give us the red, green, and blue right here, because we stored the red, green, blue as the first values. So that's why we are now getting the red, green, blue as inside the console. We are extracting each of these variables. We are extracting each of these values, and we are storing that in separate variables, and we are giving him different kind of names right here. So yeah, that was it about array destructuring in JavaScript. So now let's learn about object destructuring in JavaScript. So in array destructuring, the order does matter, but the name doesn't. Like you can give him any name you want and it will still work. But on the other hand, in object destructuring, the order doesn't matter, but the name does. Okay, so now let me just put that right in here. So in object destructuring, order doesn't matter, but the name does. Okay, and the syntax will be totally the same, but instead of writing these curly braces, we are going to be using, instead of writing these brackets, we are going to be using these curly braces. Okay, so now let me just go inside, and now let me just write some sort of a code. And I'm not going to be spending that much time in the object destructuring because it is simple and easy. So I'm going to just write object of student, and it will be now equals to, the value will be now equals to name of Hossein. And I'm going to also write a position of like position of like, I don't know, first position or something like that. I was on a first position, by the way. and my roll number was, I guess, 27, or yeah, I guess it was 27. Yeah, I'm gonna go back. So this is going to be just our first object right here. Now if you want to destructure these properties and you want to store them in some sort of a variable, so how can we go about doing that? I'm going to just write like const result keyword, and then here, instead of writing these brackets, we are going to be using these curly braces. And let's suppose if you just want to destructure this name from this student variable, I mean like student object, so we can just write a name, and then we have to just write equal to sign and then the data structure name. In this case it is a student, so I write a student right here. Now let me just log to the console this name right here, and now if I save that, and here you can see we are now totally getting Hussein right here inside the console. Why is that? Because we are just destructuring this name of I mean like we are destructuring this name right here, and we are passing it right here, so that's why we are getting this name. But let's suppose if I just give name of like, I don't know, color 1, as we did a second ago. So now let me just save that, and I'm going to have to use this color 1 right here. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now give us undefined right here. Why is that? It was working a second ago, but why in the world it's not working right now? Well, that was array destructuring, and this is a object destructuring. And as I said, that objects are also a data structure which allows us to label our data. So here we are already labeling our data, so we don't have to provide a new label for our data. I mean like we can totally still do that, which we are going to be learning next, but we don't have to, like here we are already labeling our data, so we don't have to label our data once again. So I'm going to just write a name, and we destructure the name. Now I'm going to write a name as separately, and now if I want to like destructure this position or that roll number or something like that, I'm going to just write my position and roll number. And now let me just log to the console like position, and I'm going to also log to the console roll number. Okay, just like that. And now if we save our file, and here you can see we're now getting this Hussein and first first inside a console first, and it will now give us first and 27. So yeah, my roll number in university was, I guess, 27. Yeah, I know that. So that was the object destructuring in JavaScript. And now let me just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. But if you can't do it, that's completely okay, then watch a solution. So I'm going to remove all of this coding right here. I already give you this object, so your task is to use the object destructuring to extract the name, age, and country properties from this person object. After extracting the properties, log everything to the console. I mean like store everything inside a variable and log the values to the console. So here you can see we have this object right here, and I want you to destructure the name, the age, and country, but not the gender. I didn't specify this gender right here, so you don't have to. Okay, and give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay, then watch a solution. Now here is my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write name, age, and country right here, and it will be now equals to, come on, it will be now equals to the person right here. And now if you log to the console this name, let me just duplicate that a few times. We have the age, and also we have the not location but country. And now if you save them, and here you can see we are now getting John Doe, age will be 30, and the country will be USA. Okay, so let's suppose if I destructure that, like, so if I just cut that from here, and I'm going to just write country here, and I'm going to provide my name right here, and here I'm going to just provide my age right here, like a reverse, like in a reverse order. If I save that, it will still work right here, but we are not able to write code like this in the array destructuring, so you just have to keep that in mind. We cannot provide a label for that. I mean like we totally can, which you will also see in a second, but if you provide some sort of a label, like let's suppose if you just, instead of writing a country, you just write my own name, and if I just write instead of a country like my own name, so it will give us undefined right here. Okay, so you just have to keep that in mind. Anyway, so that was it about object destructuring in JavaScript, and next we are going to be learning about how we are going to be renaming or destructuring in JavaScript. Alright, so very quickly we have to learn about how we are going to be renaming our variables and this one will only work with objects. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write const num, and it will be now equals to, like, x will be equals to 100 coordinates and y will be equals to 200 coordinates. Okay, and now if I want to change the name, so first of all, I'm going to destructure that. I'm going to use x and y, and we are going to be just destructuring it from this num, and I'm going to log to the console this x and also this y right here. Let's just save that, and it will now give us 100 and 200 right here. So now if you want to change the name of this x and y to something else, so we can totally do that. We will just first of all write this colon right here, and then we can give him any name we want. So in my case, I'm going to just write like, I don't know, new one. And yeah, I guess that would be fine. And then I'm going to just also write this colon right here. Then we have to write a new 2 right here. And next we just have to write this new 1. And we have to write this new 2. And now if you save them, and here you can see we're now getting the same result like 100 and 200 right here inside a console. But now if I try to access this x right here, I'm going to just write x. And if I just write y and save our file, and here you can see we are not going to be seeing anything. If you just see our errors, so here you can see it will now gives us this error, and it will say like uncalled reference error, x is not defined. Why is that? Because here we are changing the name of this destructuring, so that's why. Okay, you just have to keep that in mind. Anyways, so that was it about how we are going to be renaming the names of the variables. And now let's learn about object destructuring and a REST operator with or object destructuring. So what I'm going to do is that let me just write a comment like object destructuring and REST operator. There we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use my object destructuring, and I'm going to just write a and b, and then I'm going to use dot dot dot, and then I'm going to give a name of like REST. Okay, so first of all, the first thing it will do is that it will take the first two value, like the first value it will take and it will store inside this a variable. The second value it will take and it will store inside this b variable, and then it will take the rest of the values and it will store inside this rest variable right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like a, and a will be now equals to this is my object, by the way. I can write it separately, but I want to do it in one line. I just kind of want to show you this one as well. So we have a of 100 and b of 200. Then we have c of 3. Come on, 300. And then we have d, a, b, c, d. I even forgot the a, b, c, d. And now we just have to write 400 and e of 500. There we go. And now if you save that, let me just go back. Come on, let's just go back. I don't know what the hell happened to my Visual Studio Coder. So this is how currently things looks like. But now if I log to the console A, if you save our file, and here you can see we are getting this 100, but I don't know where the hell is this error coming from, so I'm going to have to hide it. So we are now getting this 100 right here, and now I'm going to duplicate that, and now let me just change that to B, save my file, and we are now getting 100 and 200. Now let me just comment both of these out, and I'm going to log to the console this rest right here, and save my file, and here you can see it will now store all of the rest of the values inside this object right here. So this is how we can clone that, and this is how we can do whatever you want to do with that. So we are cloning and we are destructuring the values at one time right here. So this is what I want you to know. So we are cloning and we are destructuring at one time. Anyway, so that was it about object destructuring in JavaScript. And now let's learn about, or not learn, but I'm going to give you a quick challenge and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can't do it, then watch a solution. I'm going to go back and I'm going to just place these instructions right here. Okay, so here I already give you this object right here. And your task is to use the object destructuring to extract the name, age, and country property from the person object and assign them into separate variables, name person1, person2, like person name and person age and person country. After extracting the properties, log variables value to the console. So this is what you have to do. So give it your best shot. If you can't do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. And now it's time for me to give you a solution. And I'm going to just write like const, and I'm going to get my name. And also let me just write first of all name, age, and country. I want to make sure that we select everything from this person. Now let me just log this name, age, and country to the console, save our file, and we are now getting John Doe 30 USA. So everything is working the way we expect him to work, but now I'm going to rename them. So if you want to rename them, first of all, we have to write this colon, and then we can give any name we want. So in my case, I'm going to just give a name of like person name. And in this case, I'm going to just write colon person age. Person age. There we go. And in this case, I'm going to just write like person country or location, whatever you want to call that. I'm going to go back. And now let me just log to the console. Let me just duplicate that. Person name. Let me just log to the console this person age. There we go. And finally, let me just log to the console person country. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting John Doe 30 and USA, United States of America. So that was it about how we are going to be renaming stuff by using a destructuring in JavaScript. So now let's learn about a function destructuring in JavaScript. So let's suppose we would have some sort of a function. So let me just zoom in. We would have some sort of a function which will, the name of the function will be like print person info or something like that. And I'm going to just pass like a person as an object. So person as an object, there we go. And I'm going to just destructure the name of the person, and I'm going to just render that name, and I'm going to duplicate that a few times. Then I'm going to destructure the edge, and I'm going to just print my edge right in here. And finally, I'm going to have to get the person country. There we go. And I'm going to also provide that country right here. Okay, so this is how, first of all, we are going to be destructuring something from the parameter of the function, and we are going to be passing the values right here like name, edge, and country. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just pass, or first of all, let me just create some sort of an object which we are going to be passing. So I'm going to use const person, and him will be now equals to name of John Doe, and also the edge will be 20 would be fine. And I'm going to also provide a country, and he will be from, like, I don't know, Arab, or I'm going to just go still stick with this USA. Now let me just save that, and I'm going to use the person, not a person, but the print person info variable right here. So what are we currently doing? I'm going to copy there, I'm going to place it right here. So what are we currently doing? We are creating a person with a lot of properties in its values right here. Then we are creating a function, and here we are just taking the person as an object, and we are now providing that person, this person object, as a value or as an argument to this person right here. So now if I save this file, what do you think will be the result? Here you can see we are now just getting the name, and we are not getting anything. If you want to get the name, so we can just write like person dot and name. And now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting the person name of John Doe right here. And now if you want to get the edge, so for that we can use like person dot edge, and let me just save that, and here you can see the edge is now still working just fine. And now if you want to get the country, you obviously know what we have to do. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will also gives us this country right here. But here we are like some sort of a repeating our code right here, like we're writing person dot name, person dot edge, person dot country. So instead of doing all of that, we can destructure the properties from this function, like the properties from this object which this print person info function is taking, so we can destructure it right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write these curly braces right here, and I'm going to just destructure the name, I'm going to destructure the edge, and I'm going to also destructure the country. So now I don't have to like no longer write this person again and again. I'm going to select this one, I'm going to hold Control or Command and hit D one more time. I'm going to remove that, say bye-bye to them. And now if we save our file, and here you can see our code is still working. Don't believe me? Let me just refresh that. And here you can see everything is still working just fine. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing a destructure, or this is how we are going to be doing destructuring by using the functions. Okay, so that was the first example. Now we can provide like different kind of names to our function. We can rename the property from that function. Function destructuring. So we can still do that. I'm going to give you an example of that real quick. And this one will look a bit ugly, I can guarantee. So I'm going to use like let options, and it will be now equals to this object right here. The title will be like my menu, and I'm going to also write items, and the items I'm going to just store like item 1 and item 2 in this case. And now let me just create a function of show menu, and here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just pass something, but before I do, I'm going to have to log to the console like title, which we are going to be destructuring. I'm going to also have to provide W as a width, and I'm going to also provide a height, H as a height. There we go. I'm going to also get my item 1, duplicate that, and item 2. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just call this function right here, and I'm going to cut this, not cut, but I'm going to copy this option from there, and I'm going to just place it right here. And now if I save my file, and we are not getting anything. Why is that? Because we are not destructuring anything. It will even gives us an error. I forgot to show you there, but it will gives us that error right here. It will say like uncalled reference error, title is not defined. So I cannot go any further. You have to specify the title right in there. So if you want to specify the title, first of all, you would have to destructure their properties from this object, and then we would be able to use it inside our function. Okay, so if you want to destructure that, so the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write my destructuring like so, and I'm going to just give a name of like I don't know, I'm going to just write, first of all, let me just destructure the title, and then I'm going to specify more values to it. So I'm going to write a comma, and I'm going to just provide a width, width, and width will be, now we are going to be renaming that width, by the way. I'm going to just rename that width, and I'm going to just specify the value of 100 right here. Then I'm going to write a comma, and I'm going to write a height, and let me just rename that as well, and I'm going to use 200 as a height. And then I'm going to also provide a comma of items. And now let's just destructure that items, which is already available inside this items array right here. So we are going to be destructuring this item 1 and item 2. So for that, we write this what do we call this array syntax right here. So for that, I'm going to just use like item 1 comma item 2 right here. Okay, so now everything will work just fine. So I'm going to write item 2 instead. Let me just save that. And as I told you, like the syntax will look a bit weird, but if you save our file, so my menu is 100 and 200, and we are now destructuring this item 1 and this item 2 right here. We can even provide a default value to this title if you wanted to, because in function parameters, we already learned about the default function parameters, so we can provide like a different like a default value like untitled or something like that, untitled like so. I'm going to save my file. And let's suppose if I just forgot to include this title, like, I don't know, or we cannot do that, but we still can provide this. Or, you know what, let me just remove this title from here, and it will now provide untitled 100 and 200 right here. So this is how we are going to be destructuring stuff, and this is how we are going to be renaming the property names and all of that kind of stuff. Okay, so that was it about a function destructuring in JavaScript. Alright, so now let's talk about a nested destructuring in JavaScript. So a nested destructuring, like you already know the name nested. So destructuring inside a destructuring is known as a nested destructuring. So we have array, and inside this array we are going to be creating different kind of objects with different kind of properties in its value. So like I'm going to just store like different kind of songs names, which are my favorite songs. So like Lucky You. Alright, so these are one of my favorite songs right here. And now what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be doing destructuring inside destructuring. So first of all, we are going to be using array destructuring, and inside this array destructuring, we are going to be using the object destructuring. So how can you go about doing that? First of all, we are going to be writing our const result keyword. Then we are going to be starting our array destructuring, and we are going to be skipping these two items right here. Like let's suppose if you just want to get this person, I mean like this song right here. So for that, we can just remove 2%. So I'm going to just write comma, and then I'm going to write space, and then I'm going to also write one more comma right here. And now in this case, we just want to destructure the singer. So the singer will be this Kendrick Lamar, or I can't even pronounce the guy name, but we are going to be just writing these curly braces right here, and here we are going to be using a singer, and it will be now equals to these songs. And this is how we can do a nested destructuring. So if I log singer to the console, let me just save that, and here you can see it will now give us that singer right here. We can even ignore one more person, and now let's just save that, and it will now give us, oh, I don't like this guy no more, but anyways, that was an old code. And we can even rename this singer to something else, like, I don't know, S. I guess S would be fine, and we can just write S. And now let's just save that, and here you can see it will give us still that same result right here. So this is how we can do a nested destructuring in JavaScript. So the final thing I want to talk to you about in destructuring is something called the destructuring mixture. Okay, so here is a craziness right here. I'm gonna also give you the link to my GitHub repository, and you can get all of the code. Anyway, so we have this data object right here. Inside this data object, we have the user object. Inside this user object, we have the user ID, name, age, email, address, and inside the address, we have city and country. Outside from the address, we have the hobbies of reading, painting, and cooking. Then we have a scores or in different kind of subjects like math, science, history. Outside from that, we have a products array. And inside this products array, we have different kind of IDs and different kind of names, different kind of prices right here. Outside from there, we have different kind of settings right here, like dark mode will be set to true, and notification will be set to like email true, SMS false, push will be true, and finally we have a language of English right here. So now we are going to be doing a craziness destructuring. So first of all, I'm going to write like extract, or I'm not going to writing anything like that. I'm going to use first of all const result keyword, and here we are going to be starting from the user first of all. So we are going to be destructuring the name of the user, the age of the user, the address. I'm going to also provide this address right here, like a city there, and I'm going to also provide a country. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide a comma in here, and I'm going to also destructure my hobbies. I'm going to also destructure my score as math score. I'm going to also destructure the science score. I'm going to also destructuring the history scores. History, not scores. Yeah, score. Yeah, there we go. And after that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also write an email. I'm going to also destructure that email right here. And outside from that, I'm going to just write this comma. And here I'm going to just destructure these products right here. And it will be now equals to product, not products, but product 1, product 2, and we have product 3 right in here. And here I write an object, but it should have to be an array because the products was an array of objects. So I'm going to have to write this array right in here. I'm going to write a comma as well. And now we have to destructure our settings right here. And settings was dark mode. So I'm going to write dark mode. There we go. And comma. And then I'm going to write my notifications. And it was, yeah, it was also an object. And now I'm going to just write an email right here. And email will be email notification. So we are now renaming the SMS was SMS notification. If I can spell it, I hope I didn't misspell something. push notification. There we go. notification. I'm just hoping that I didn't misspell something. And finally, we have our languages. Come on, languages. Provide a comma in here and provide a comma there. And finally, it will be now equals to the data. Okay, so we are now destructuring all of that items. Let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. We are now destructuring all of these items right here, and we are storing them in different kind of variables. Here we are doing a craziness, like we are doing a nested destructuring, and we are like renaming the stuff right here, and we are like doing crazy destructuring right here. So now it's time to log every single thing to the console, and then you'll get to know what I was talking about. So now let me just log to the console the name. I'm going to just write a name because I give a name of name. And the language right here. So I'm going to save my file, and now let's just check it out. So why aren't we getting anything inside of console? I guess we are getting some sort of error. Might have typed something. Okay, so cannot read a property of undefined reading math. We did a mistake inside of math. So we have math right here. And are we destructuring that or not? So we have this math, science, and history. It should be scores rather than a score. So I'm going to save that. And here you can see everything is working just fine. So let me just hide these errors. And here you can see we have a name of John Doe, age, address, hobbies, and math. Math score, science score, history scores, product 1, laptop, and its price. Then we have, oh, come on, we have to write product 2 in here. And also product 3 in here. Save my file. Let me just save that. And we have a dark mode of true. And then we have email notification true, SMS notification false, push notification true, language will be now set to English. So this is what I call a craziness of destructuring. So I hope you enjoyed destructuring part of this series. Next, we are going to be learning about a ternary operator in JavaScript. So now let's learn about a ternary operator. So what in the world is a ternary operator in JavaScript? So the ternary operator in JavaScript is a concise way of writing a conditional expressions. And it is the only JavaScript operator that takes 3 operands. So first of all, a condition followed by a question mark, an expression to execute if the condition is true, followed by a colon, and the expression to execute if the condition is false. So this is how currently things looks like. First of all, we are going to be writing a condition. If this condition is true, run this code. If this condition is false, jump to this condition. So basically, this is a short way of writing the if and else statements. Not else if, but just the else statement. I mean, like just the if statement and the else statement. but not a else if statement. You just have to keep that in mind. So this is just a shorter way. A conditional expression is just a shorter way of writing this if statement and else statement, but not a else if statement. So I'm going to just remove that. So now let me just go in, and here I'm going to give you a quick example, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just write like let password, and it will be now equals to 2 in this case, and I'm going to just create some sort of a function. It will say, come on, function, and the name of the function will be password checker, come on, checker, and it will take one parameter of ps like a password. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write conditional statements like if ps like a password is equal to 0. So what do you want to print to the user? We just want to return like I don't know, if the password is add, by the way, not 0. If the password is add, so we just want to print to the user like strong password. And if the password is not equal to 0, so what do you want to do? We just want to print to the user like add characters. There we go. Okay, so if you just save this file, and now I'm going to just use password checker, and I'm going to just pass like, I don't know, 2, and if we save that, and it will now give us nothing. It should give us password is okay. Well, that's because we are not storing it in some sort of a variable. Now let me just write res, and now if we save that, and here you can see we are now getting like password should be add characters right here. Why is that? Because currently we just specify 2 right here, and it is requiring add, so that's why we are now getting like password should be add characters. But if we change that to like I don't know, if we change that to add right here, and I'm gonna just pass this add password dynamically. I'm going to pass this password dynamically from that variable, so I'm going to save that, and it will now give a strong password right here. Why is that? Because this password variable is holding the value of add, and it is requiring add if the password is add characters. So we just want to print to the user like strong password. Otherwise, we just want to print to the user like password should be at least add characters. So now if you want to refactor this code to use a conditional, not a conditional statement, but ternary operators, so how can I go about doing that? First of all, I'm going to comment this line out, and we can make this code as a one-liner. So how can we make this code a one-liner? First of all, we are going to be writing a return statement, and here we have a condition right here. So first of all, we are going to be providing some sort of a condition. So our condition is right here. So if our password is add character, so what do you want to print to the user? We just want to print to the user like password, not a password, but strong password right here. Okay, if the password is not equal to 0, if the password is not equal to add, so we just want to print to the user like password should be at least add characters. So we would just print this to the user. So now if you save that, and now let's just check him out, and here you can see it is working just fine right here. It is now giving us strong password. But if you change that to like something else, like I don't know, 4 or something like that, and if you save it, and it is now giving us password should be add characters right here. Okay, so now we refactored this code to use the conditional, why am I saying conditional statement, but to use what do we call it, ternary operator. There we go. So this is how we are going to be first of all writing a condition. If this condition is true, run this code. If this condition is false, then run this code right here. Okay, so you just have to keep that in mind. So now let me just give you one more example, and I guess that would be it, and then it's time for you to perform a challenge. So first of all, let me just create a variable, and it will be now equals to 25, and now I'm going to just use my ternary operator right here. So is adult, adult, I guess this is how you spell adult. Yeah, I guess you do. And here we are going to be passing our condition first of all. So our condition is if age is greater than or equal to 18, so then that person will be adult, adult. There we go. If age is not greater than or equal to 18, the person or the boy or the girl is not an adult. There we go. So now let me just log this is adult to the console. Now let's just save it, and here you can see it will now give us adult right here. Why is that? Because here we are just checking if the person is greater than or equal to 18. If the person age, to be precise, is greater than or equal to 18, so then the person will be adult. And here we are checking that right here, and the person is totally like valid, like the person is 25-year-old, so he is adult or she is adult. And let's just change that to like 10 maybe. And now let me just save that, and here you can see it will now print us like not an adult. Okay, so this is how we can use a ternary operator in JavaScript. So now let me just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can't do it, then watch a solution. So now let me just place it right here. If the person have money, so you just have to print to the person like buy products. If the person don't have any money, so you just have to print to the person like they should bring some money. Okay. So yeah, I know it's a silly example. So give it your best shot. If you can't do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So here's my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just declare a variable of person money, and it will be now equals to true. And now let me just check, and I'm going to just write like let have money. First of all, we are going to be providing our condition. If the person have money, will be equals to true. So what do you want to print to the user? Buy products. Okay, if the person don't have any money, so we just want to print to the user like dude, you're broke. Or I'll just say like they should bring money or something like that. Now let me just log to the console have money, and now let me just save that, and here you can see it will now print us like buy products right here because the person have money right here in this case. But if you change that to false, so now let me just save that, and they should bring the money, then they would be able to buy the products. So that was it about a ternary operator in JavaScript. And next we are going to be learning about a for in loop in JavaScript. Time to learn about a for in loop in JavaScript. So what is a for in loop in JavaScript? So the for in loop in JavaScript is used to iterate over through the enumerable property of an object, and it is a way to loop through the keys, the property names of an object. So how the syntax will look like? So this is how the syntax will look like. So first of all, we are going to be writing our for result keyword, then we are going to be writing our parentheses, then the let result keyword, then we have to write keys, and then the object in which we want to iterate over through. And here we can do whatever you want to do with their properties. So that was just a quick definition of what in the world is a for in loop. And now let me just give you an example of that. So I'm going to just declare an object right here, and I'm going to just store the value of like Hossein as a name, and I'm going to also store age of like 19, and gender will be male. Okay, so this is my simple object right here. So if I want to iterate over through all of these properties of this person object, so by using a for in loop, so how can I go about doing that? First of all, I'm going to write a for result keyword, and then I'm going to just use let key in person right here. Okay, so key in person. So it will now iterate over through all of the keys which this person have, and we can do whatever you want to do with that right here. So let's suppose if you want to just log to the console like these keys right here. So if I just write key, or keys rather, I'm going to just call it keys because they are like more than one, they are not just singular. I'm going to save them, and here you can see it will now give us the name, age, and gender as a keys right here. And now what else I can do is that I'm going to just provide the value. So I'm going to just write not const but person comma person, and then here I'm going to just specify my key right here, not key but just keys. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting these values right here. So these are our keys, or properties to be precise, and these are the values specifically tied to their properties right here. Okay, so that was the first example. Now let me just remove them. So now let me just give one more example by iterating over through array data structure. So I'm going to just write let list, and it will be now equals to like 1 1. Then I'm going to just write 2 and 3 THREE, and then we have to write 4, and that's it. So now if you want to iterate over through that, so for that we can use let index in, and then we can just write our list right here. And now let me just log to the console that index, and also let me just log to the console that list, and I'm going to just use my index right here. So I'm going to save that, and here you can see it will now give us the index of the array which we currently have right here, and then it will give us the values right in here. So that was a for in loop in JavaScript. So you can do like more crazier stuff than that, but this was just a few examples to help you understand a for in loop in JavaScript. So that was it about a for in loop, and now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can't do it, then watch a solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution. So I'm going to just place it right here. So iterate over through this object which I already give you, and log the property and the value of that object using the for in loop. So this is quite simple and easy. So give it your best shot. If you can't do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and here's my solution. So the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a for result keyword, and then I'm going to just write a property, and I'm going to use my in result keyword of object right here. So property or property properties to be precise, properties, like more than one in that object. So I'm going to log to the console the properties first of all, properties, and I'm going to just write a separator for myself, and then I'm going to use my object. And now let me just provide these properties right here. So that's what you have to do. I'm going to save my file. It will now give us the property of A. It will be now set to 1. The property of B will be set to 2, and C will be set to 3. Okay. So that was it about a for in loop in JavaScript. So that was it about a for in loop. So now it's time to learn about a for off loop in JavaScript. So what is a for off loop? So the for off loop in JavaScript is a modern iteration statement introduced in ECMAScript 6 that provides a concise and easy way to loop over through elements in iterable objects like arrays, strings, maps, sets, and more. And it also allows us to iterate directly over the values of the elements rather than dealing with their indices and keys, which makes the code more readable and less error prone. So this is how the syntax will look like. So instead of writing the in result keyword, we are going to be just writing the off result keyword, and this one is a bit more powerful than the previous one. I shouldn't have to set that statement. I just scratched that previous sentence. Anyways, so now let me just give you a few examples, and then you will get to know how to work with the for off loop. So let's suppose we have some sort of array of pupils, and we are going to be using a few pupils like Hussein, Alex, and then I'm going to use like I don't know, John, and I'm going to also use like I don't know, Brad or something. Okay, so now if you want to iterate over through all of these people, so for that you can use let pupil of pupils. There we go. So this pupil will be just a singular, and these pupils will be our array right here. Okay, so now let me just log this pupil to the console. So if I save my file, and here you can see it will now give us all of the values right here inside, rather than just dealing with these pupils and providing this pupil which we did a few seconds ago. So I'm going to undo that, and this is how you're going to be iterating over through the array, and this is how you're going to be getting the items from the array. So this was the first example. I'm going to comment this line out. Now let me just give you one more example by iterating over through a string. So strings are also iterable. So I'm going to use const text, and I'm going to just store like, I don't know, hello. I guess hello will be fine. So I wanted to just give you a simple example. So we have not this one. Do we have for in loop? We have for off loop. I'm going to hit enter right here. So it will take an iterator and then the object. So now in this case, I'm going to just write char as a character and then text right here. Okay, so now let me just log this char to the console, and you already know what will be the result. So if I save my file, and here you can see it will now use us HELLO. Okay, if you just write like my own name, like Hussein, if you save that, and here you can see it will now use us this Hussein right here inside a console. So this is how you're going to be iterating over through stuff by using a for off loop in JavaScript. So now let me just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can't do it, then watch a solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution. So I'm going to delete all of that stuff from here, and I'm going to just place it right here. So I want you to iterate over through this array, which I already give you right here, and log the values using the for off loop. Okay, so give it your best shot. If you can't do it, then watch a solution. And here's my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a for result keyword, and I'm going to just use the const result keyword and then element of array 1. Okay, so now let me just log to the console these element, okay, or elements to be precise. So I'm going to just save that, and here you can see we are now getting A, B, C, which are stored inside this array right here. So that was it about a for off loop in JavaScript. Time to learn about our first array helper in this course. So the first array helper which we are going to be learning is the forEach helper. And by the way, these are advanced stuff. From now on, which we are going to be learning is array advanced stuff, or array advanced topics to be precise. So when we call the forEach helper, we have to pass an anonymous callback function, and once we pass that anonymous callback function, the function gets called one time for every element in that array, and whatever is inside that function, that logic will happen. So let's suppose, you know what, instead of wasting your time by defining all of that stuff by using a theory, and I'm going to give you a real world example. So let's suppose we have const colors array, and it will be holding the values of like teal, and I don't know, blue or red, come on. And I'm going to also provide a green right here. So now if you want to iterate over through all of these items inside the array by using a forEach method, so what do you have to do? First of all, we are going to be passing a callback function to that forEach method, which you will see in a second, and that callback function will run for each of these items inside this array right here. So first of all, we are going to be providing some sort of a function right here. Function, there we come on, function, I can't even type function. All right, so first of all, we are going to be creating some sort of a function. Inside this function, we are going to be putting some sort of logic. So this function will run for each item inside the array. So first of all, it will run that same logic which currently this function has. It will run it for this teal color, then it will run it for this blue color, then it will run it for this red color. It will iterate over through all of these items which this array has, and then it will provide, or it will run that same logic which we are going to be storing inside this function for all of these items inside this array right here. So now let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So if we weren't using array for each method, so we would do something like that. So you don't have to write this code which I'm writing right now, and we would do something like that. This is a ES5 code, by the way, and it will be now equals to 0, and we are going to be iterating over through our array just like that. We are going to be getting our array length first of all, and then we have to write our I++ to increment that, and then we will do whatever we want to do with that. Like, let's suppose in this case we want to get all of the items which currently this array has. So we already learned about a for in and for off loop. There was also a new array to write or to iterate over through a JavaScript array. So this was the code which we had to write before the array for each method. So we would first of all write our initial expression, then we would write our conditional logic, then here we would write either the increment expression or the decrement expression, and then we would provide some sort of logic right here, and that code is sucked. So for that kind of reason, they introduced something called array for each method. So now I'm going to just use like array name first of all, and I'm going to just use for each method right here. And this for each method is an advanced array method. If I hover my mouse over to it, so it will now use like perform a specific action for each element inside that array. Okay, so now first of all, we are going to be iterating over through all of the items inside the array, and then we are going to be performing some sort of a logic, and that logic will be performed for every item inside that array. I can't stress that enough. Okay, so let's suppose we are going to be providing a callback function right here. So you can provide your callback function just like that, or you can cut this logic right here. You can create your function anywhere you want, and then you can reference to that variable, I mean like that function right here. You can write your code like that, or you can write an arrow function as we introduced in this course. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a color right here. This is going to be my callback function, and here in this case it is taking like one parameter, so I don't have to write these these parentheses right here as we learned a second ago. But if I save my file, my IDE or my Visual Studio will add it anyways. So I'm going to just write this arrow function right here, and I'm going to just log everything to the console. So this is how we can use this for each method on this array right here. So if we save our file, so first of all, it will iterate over through all of these items inside the array, and it will log each one of them right here. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now use a teal, blue, red, and green right here. Okay, so we can do whatever we want to do with the array, which we are going to be also learning in a second. So this is how we can use this for each method on that array. So first of all, we are using this for each method. Then we are providing a callback function right here. In this case, we are providing an arrow function, but we don't have to. We can if you wanted to, but we don't have to. We can write a regular function right here. But in this case, I don't want to write a regular function. I want to write an arrow function because we are now cool people and we want to use a cool stuff, and we learn about a cool stuff in this course. So that's why we are going to be using that cool stuff that we learned in this course. So this is how we are going to be providing our function as a callback function to this for each method right here. So that was the first example. I'm going to remove that from here. The next example, I'm going to give you like const words, and it will be now equals to some sort of array of like hello, and then we are going to be writing like I don't know, bird, and I don't know, table, and finally I'm going to just write code right here. I'm going to go back. So this is my array which is holding all of these items right here. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to iterate over through all of that item by using a for each method right here. And in this case, it is taking a lot of parameter right here, like 3 parameters. So I'm going to just pass my word. I'm going to also provide the index. I'm going to also provide the actual array right here. Come on, if I can see it and not double quote. So that's looking better. And I can also store the result to like const cap words or capital words or something like that. So in this case, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just first of all get my array right here. Just write a little bit of logic. You can write anything you want. And I'm going to just like get the word first letter right here. So I'm going to just get the first letter, and I'm going to just use the two upper case right here to make it uppercase. So it will just make the first letter uppercase, and I'm going to just add this word dot substring, come on, substring, and I'm going to just pass one right here, and I'm going to just write one right here, so it will just capitalize all of the words. I'm going to log to the console that words, and here you can see the H is the smaller case, the B is smaller case, the T is smaller case, the F is smaller case, and all of them is a smaller case right here. But if we save our file, and here you can see it will now just capitalize the first letter right here. So H is capitalized, the B, T, F, P, and C is also capitalized. So it will run all of that code. I mean, like, it will execute this function for all of the items which currently this array has, and it will perform all of that logic which we provided right here. So that was it about array for each method. Now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and here I'm going to also give you my solution in a second. So I'm going to remove all of that stuff from here, and I'm going to just place it right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create an array of numbers, then create a variable to hold the sum, then create the adder function which takes the parameter of number and add that with a sum variable, then loop over through array by using the forEach method, incrementing the sum variable, except this time a function get referenced in the forEach, and then print the sum variable right here. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go inside, and let me just create numbers variable right here. I mean, like, array right here. It will hold like 1, 2, and I don't know, comma 3, comma 4, 5 would be fine, I guess. And now let me just create a sum variable which will hold 0 inside there. Let me create my adder function, like adder, and here I'm going to just specify a number as a parameter, and then I'm going to just use sum plus equal to, and then this not adder, but then this number right here which we are going to be specifying dynamically. Okay, and then I'm going to just iterate over through all of the items which is already available inside that number. So I'm going to use forEach method, and in this case I'm not going to be providing a callback function like so, like an arrow function. In this case I'm going to pass my adder function, so I'm going to just use adder. And now let me just log to the console the sum, and let me go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now if you save it, and here you can see the sum is now set to 15 right here. So that was it about the array for each method. Next, we are going to be learning about a map helper in JavaScript. I'm going to learn about array map helper in JavaScript. So the map method creates a new array populated with the results of calling a provided function on every element in that calling array. Okay, so in the previous example, like a second ago, we just learned about a forEach method. But on that case, we didn't create a new array. But in this map method will allow us to create a new array, and it will also take a callback function. Like, the syntax will be exactly the same as forEach, but instead of writing a forEach, we are going to be just passing the map, and in this case it will create a new array populated with that logic which we are going to be providing in a function. Okay, so now let me just give you a quick example, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write in numbers right here, and I'm going to just store a few numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, come on, 4, 5, there we go. So we have this numbers array, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use double right here, and I want to double this up. So I'm going to use my numbers, and instead of using a forEach method, I'm going to use my map method right here. Okay, and I'm going to just pass my callback function, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use num times 2. So what's going on behind the scenes? So here's what's going on. So each number inside this array is passed to this callback function. So that was the first step. And whatever this function return is placed into a new array. So whatever this function will return something, and we are placing that inside this new array, or we are storing that inside some sort of a new variable, and it will hold that new result right here. It will not modify this one, but instead it will create a new array right here, which we are going to be storing right here inside this double array right here. Okay, so after each element has been proceeded, the new array will be returned. Okay, so we can provide our callback function right here, or I guess that would be fine. You know what, we are not going to be providing that function result key or anything like that. So now let me just log to the console this double, and that's it. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting, instead of 1 we are getting 2, instead of 2 we are getting 4, 6, 8, and 10 right here. So everything is now totally doubled up. Let me just say that once again, what's the difference between map method and the forEach method. ForEach method will also iterate over through every single item of the array, and we can do whatever we want to do with that, and same will apply for this map method as well. But map method will not modify our existing array. Instead, it will give us a new array. Whatever we pass, like whatever this function will give us the result, we are going to be passing that inside a new array. But on the other hand, if we use a forEach method, it will still give us that result, but it will modify this array, and then we would have to print these numbers rather than this double right here. So let's suppose if I just print like numbers right here, if I just write numbers, and if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting 1 2 3 4 5, which means like this is not been modified. We are now modifying something, the result of this array, and we are storing it inside this double array right here. So now let me just store that inside double right here, and now if you save that, and it will now give us this double version right here. So I hope that makes sense. If it's not making any sense, well, you have to rewatch the video. So it's not that much difficult thing to learn, but this one will give us a new array. On the other hand, forEach will not give us a new array as a return value. Anyway, so that was just the difference between that. I'm going to delete this coding right here. Let me give you one more example, and I guess that would be it. I'm going to write a people's array right here, and I'm going to just write a few objects inside there, like first name of the person will be, I don't know, macom, M-A-C-O-M, comma last name will be now equals to so now we have this array, and inside this array we have different kind of objects right here with different properties like first name and last name and different values. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write const results, because it will give us a new array. So that's why we have to store that in some array right here, or in some variable. So I'm going to just write a map method. It will take that person. It's a callback function parameter, and then we have to just return this person dot first name, and then we have to provide a comma person dot last name right here. Okay, so now let me just log to the console. Let me go back. Let me just log to the console these results right here. So I'm going to just write results, and now if I save my file, and here you can see it will now convert it from object to this array right here. So if I just expand that, it is now giving us this item, so we can iterate over through that even more if you want to. So let me give you some challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. And then if you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So let me just place it right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create an array with random numbers, map over each item in that array, and multiply each item by 10. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So I'm going to just write random numbers. So I'm going to just write numbers, and it will be now equals to, I don't know, it's 65, 44, and 12. I don't know, 4 will be fine, something like that. Let me just create a function, because we are going to be passing this function as a callback function, okay, to our map method. And I'm going to just write a num, and now let's just return num times 10 from him. And now let's just write const new array, because it will create a new array for us. And now let's just write our numbers and map. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to just write my function, and now let's just log this new array to the console, not triple R's but 2. Save that, and it will just give us times 10 of their numbers which we specified right here. So 4 times 10 will give us 40, and I don't know, 12 times 10 will give us 120, and 44 times 10 will give us 440, and 65 times 10 will give us 650. Yep, so everything is working just fine, and that was it about a map method or map helper in JavaScript. Time to learn about array filter method in JavaScript. So I'm going to just place this description right here. So what in the world is the filter method? As the name suggests, a filter, it will allow us to do filtering. So the filter method is a built-in array method in JavaScript that allow you to create a new array containing elements that passes a certain condition. So it will allow us to create a new array, and we are going to be passing some sort of a condition. So if that condition is true, so it will give us some result based on that condition. If it fails, so it will give us some result otherwise. It provides a clean and concise way to filter out elements from an array based on the specified criteria. So that was just a quick introduction about what a filter method is. And now let me just give you a real world example, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just provide this array right here, And here you can see we have this songs array. Inside this songs array right here, we have different kind of objects. Inside these objects, we have different kind of names of the songs, like Lucky You and all of that kind of array. And then we have a duration for that song. So I'm going to just save my file. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write console.log of songs.filter method. And now I'm going to hover my mouse over to it. And here you can see it will return the new element of the array that meets the condition specified in the callback function. Okay, so it will give us a new array based on that condition. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just specify my callback function. It will take one parameter of not cons, but callback function, and I'm going to just specify like song in this case. And I want to get like a song's duration. Like I want to iterate over through all of these items which is currently available inside this array right here. And I just want to filter out the duration which will be like, I don't know, which will be greater than 4 or 3 or something like that. I'm going to just write song right here, and then I'm going to write my duration, and I want to just get a song whose duration is greater than 3. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now use us these 3 songs right here from that list, and it will ignore the rest of these other songs right here. So here you can see it will now use us the Lucky You. The duration is 4.34. It will give us just like You, duration is 3.23. It will give us the box whose duration is 5.23. And now let's check out the other ones. So we have the Surge whose duration is 2.33, so it will skip there. Then we have the Old Town Road, the duration is 1.43, so it will also skip this one as well. Okay, so this is how we can do a basic filtering by using this filter method right here. Okay, so it will take some sort of a condition. If that condition is true, it will give us one result. If the condition is false, so it will give us another result. Okay, so now let me give you one more example, and then it will be time for you to perform a challenge. So now let me just comment this line out, and now let me just give you one more example. Okay, so let's suppose we have const computers, there we go. Inside these computers, we would have like RAM object. It will have like 4, and hard disk drive will be like 100 in this case. I'm going to provide a comma, and now let me just add a lot of computers. The RAM will be 8 gigabytes, and we have 16 gigabytes, and then we have a 32 gigabytes, 32, there we go. And I'm going to just remove that last one, and this one will have the RAM, not RAM, but hard disk drive of like 200. This one will have 300, and this one will have 400 right here. Okay, so now I'm going to save my file, and now if I want to iterate over through all of these items, and I want to just get one computer whose RAM is like greater than 16, so it will just gives us this 32 right here. So if I want to just get this 32, first of all, I'm going to have to iterate over through all of these items right here, each one by one. Then I'm going to be checking like if this condition is true, so then we want to get one result. If the condition is false, then we want to get another result. So now let me just write console.log of computers, and I'm going to just write my filter method. As the name suggests, that it will allow us to filter the items, and it will take a callback function. So I'm going to just provide my arrow function right here, and I'm going to just write like like computer for short, and then I'm going to just get my RAM from here. And if the RAM is greater than 16, so we just want to get that computer. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will only give us one item right here, and it will give us the RAM. The RAM will be 32, and the hard disk drive is 400 right here. And now if you want to get a computer whose RAM is like less than, I don't know, less than, I guess 16 would be fine. So I'm going to save my file. So it will now give us this 8 one, and it will also give us this 4 one right here. So I'm going to just check it out. And here you can see we have this RAM of 4, and we have this RAM of 8 right here. So that was it about a filter method in JavaScript. So I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So this challenge will be divided into 2 parts. So this is going to be the first part. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to iterate over through all of the edges array and print only the adults, or the adults, however you want to pronounce this name, and those people whose age is greater than 18. So I want you to just print that. So give it your best shot. If you can't do it, then watch a solution, and here's mine one. I'm going to create my function separately, and I'm going to give a name of like check adults, adults, there we go. It will take one parameter of age, and now let's just return age is greater than or equal to 18 right here. Okay, so the final thing I'm going to just pass or not, yep, it is edges right here. So I'm going to use my filter method right here, and I'm going to just pass my check adults function. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to paste it right here. And now let me just store that in some sort of a variable right here, and now let me just log to the console this variable. I'm going to save this file, and here you can see it will now use us 32, 33, and 40 years old right here. So we have 32 and 30, 32, 33, and 40 right here, and it will skip this 16 one right here. Okay, so that was the first challenge. Now let me just give you one more, and you also have to perform, at least give it a try, because these challenges are not that much hard. Like, they are totally awesome and simple. At least give it a try. I'm gonna place it right here, go back. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to iterate over through this words array, which I am already giving you right here, and print only those words which length is greater than 6. So I want you to give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and here is mine one. Okay, so I'm gonna just write const results, and it will be now equals to words, come on, space words, and then dot filter. It will take a callback function. I'm gonna just pass my arrow function right here, and I shouldn't have to provide these curly braces. I'm gonna use words dot length, and if it's greater than 6, so we just want to log to the console these results. There we go. So if I save my file, and here you can see it will now use us all of these 3 words, and it will remove, or it will skip the other ones right here. So it will just skip, I don't even know which one will it skip. So it will just skip these 3, and it will give us finally, it will give us the final ones. It will give us these ones, and it will skip the first 3 right here. So that was it about array filter method. And next we are going to be learning about a every and some helper in JavaScript. So now let's learn about a find array method in JavaScript. So what in the world is a find? So the find method is another built-in array helper in JavaScript that allow you to find the first element in the array that matches a specific condition. So we are going to be passing a callback function. Inside that callback function, we are going to be specifying some sort of a condition. If it found that condition true, so it will give us, it will only work for the first element inside the array, and it will return the value of the first element that satisfy the given testing function. Otherwise, it will give us undefined for no elements if it found nothing. Okay, so now let me just give you an example, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So here is my array right here, and inside this array I have different kind of objects, and inside these objects we have different kind of properties like name for different kind of peoples. Then we have an edge for like different kind of edges right here. So now if I want to just search for this Alex person, so how can I go about doing that? Well, I can achieve that by going or by iterating over through all of the pupils, and I'm going to use my find method for that, and I'm going to just provide my callback function as my arrow function, and I'm going to just use person.name is equal to Alex. So then just give me that one person right here. So I'm going to just use const res, and now let me just log to the console this res right here. And if I save my file, and here you can see it will now use us this Alex, the name of Alex with the edge of 20 right here. It will not print us this Alex right here with the edge of 30. Why is that? Because as I said, that it will only work for the first element inside the array. It will iterate over through all of the items, and it will check the condition. If it found one of them to be true, it will give us that same. But if you have like more than one, and it will not work for all of them, so it will just give us this one right here. Okay, so this is just a basic example of a find method. Now let me just give you one more example, and then you will have to perform a challenge. Okay, so I'm going to just write post array right here, and we will have a lot of posts right here, like with the ID of 1. The content will be like I don't know, a good post, and I'm going to just duplicate that a few times, and this one will be now second post, this one will be a third post, and this one will be the fourth one. Okay, so this one will be a good post, then this one will be a funny post, and this one will be a post Malone. Like a sad post right here. Come on, post. And I'm going to just remove the last one right here. So now if I want to iterate over through all of these items inside the array, and I want to just get a funny post because I'm a funny guy, so that's why I want to get this funny post, and I don't want to get the other ones. So for that, we can use what do we call it, their find method. So I'm going to just write const post res for post results. I'm going to iterate over through all of the posts, and I'm going to use my find method. Let me just provide my callback function as arrow function, and I'm going to just use post.content is equal to funny or funny post. Then we just want to get that post, and now let me just log to the console this post res right here, and I'm going to just save that. And here you can see inside a console, it will now give us the ID of 2, and the content will be funny post right here. Okay, so that's that. We can get like a sad post or good, I'm going to just write good post right here, save that, and it will now give us this good post right here. But let's suppose if you have like the ID of 4 right here, or 5, whatever you want to call that. And if I just write a good post right here and here again, so if I save my file, it will just only gives us the first item, but not the last one. I mean, like, not other than that, it will just only give us the first item right here. So if you want to get like all of them, so for that you can use the filter method, as we already learned a few seconds ago. You know, let me just use this filter method right here instead of that find, and I'm going to just save that, and it will now give us both of their results right here. So it will give us the ID of 1 and also the ID of 2. Why is that? Because this filter method, as the name suggests, that it will allow us to filter through items, and then it will give us that item. So it will iterate over through all of the items, and it will filter through all of them. If it found, like, if this condition matches, it will give us all of their result right here. So this filter method is more powerful than this find method, so you can choose them interchangeably, like if you wanted to. So now let me just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. I'm going to remove all of that coding from here, and the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to iterate over through this edges array which I'm giving you right now, and print only those edges which is greater than 18. Okay, so give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So I'm going to just write my function separately, because I also want to show you that, like, you can totally do that if you wanted to, and it will just return edge is greater than 18. So not edges, come on man, edge, come on. Edge, there we go. And now let me just log to the console there, or you know, let me just store that in some sort of a variable of res, and edges.find, and we want to just find these edges. I mean, like, we want to provide that callback function, and we want to just provide their result as a console. So it will now give us 20 right here, because it found one of them to be greater than 18. So 20 is greater than 18, and it will just give us that 20 right here. So now I'm going to give you a bonus challenge. You don't have to do that if you don't want to do that. Like, it doesn't even matter if you do it or not, but I'm just still giving you, just in case if you want to give it a try. So here is another challenge for you, and give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. I'm going to place it right here, and this is some ES5 code, and I want you to refactor. This is not ES5 code, by the way, but this is just an older way of writing their find method. So you can refactor this code to a find method right here. So what are we currently doing? So first of all, we have this products array right here, and inside this products array we have different kind of items right here, and then we have this variable, and we are iterating over through all of their items. And what we are currently doing is that we are just searching for this books array. I mean, like, this books right here. If it found one of them to be true, and it will now just push that book to this product right here. And then finally, if you log that to the console, it will just give us that book with the name of Harry Potter, and category will be book, and that's that. So give it your best shot to convert this code into the ES6 find method, and if you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to just write const product, and I'm going to use my what do we call it, ES6 way. So I'm going to use products.find method, and I'm going to just provide my product, and in this case I'm going to use product.category is equal to books, and that's it, baby. And we have to save that, and here you can see it will still gives us that Harry Potter, but it will just ignore this learn PHP right here, or learn Golang, one of my favorite programming language. So here you can see we have it will not give us that learn Golang right here. That's because we are not using a filter method. If you were using a filter method, it will give us that Golang programming language book as well, and it will also give us that Harry Potter one as well. So that was it about a find method in JavaScript, and next we are going to be learning about a reduce method in JavaScript. So now let's learn about array and some method in JavaScript, and I am about to place a lot of comments which I'm going to be reading throughout. So I promise that will be fun. So I'm going to just place it right here, and here you can see. Now let's talk about the array method and the sum method, and they are not difficult thing to learn, but I want to read this out for you. So the array and sum methods are two built-in array methods in JavaScript that allow you to check the elements of the array based on the given condition. So we are going to be specifying some sort of a condition and also the callback function, and inside that callback function we are going to be passing some sort of a condition, and both the method takes a callback function as the argument which is applied to each element of that array. Okay, so what is the array method first of all? So the array method tests whether all the elements in that array passes the condition specified by the provided callback function. Okay, it returns true if the callback function returns true for every element, and false if any elements false in the condition, okay, or the condition, whatever you want to call that. On the other hand, we have this sum method, and the sum method tests whether at least one element in that array passes the condition specified the provided callback function, okay, and it will return true if the callback function return true for at least one element, okay, and false if no elements passes the condition. So this is what array and sum functions are. And now let me just give you a quick example, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just write const, and I'm going to just create a pupils array right here. I'm going to just store like a few pupils like Jordan, and I'm going to also store Alex in this case. And in this case, I'm going to just write pupils down every. Okay, so I'm going to just specify a callback function right here, and I'm going to just check if people.length is equal to 4. It will give us true if this condition which we are specifying right here is true for every item inside this array right here. Okay, so it will give us false if one of them is false. It's kind of like a or and logical or and logical and operators. But anyways, there was another story, so I'm gonna just write res, and I guess res1 would be fine. And now let me just log to the console this res1. Now if I save that, and here you can see it will now give us false right here. Now let's just check. HUXN, these are 4 characters, not 4, yeah, HUXN, these are 4 characters, but this one is not 4 characters, so that's why we are getting false right here. JORDAN 1 2 3 4 5 6, so it is now 6 characters, that's why we are getting false right here. But if I just write like I don't know, John right here, and if I save that, and here you can see it will now give us true, because it will iterate over through all of the items right here inside the array, and it will check if this condition is true for all of that item, then it will give us true. But if this condition is like fail for one of the item inside the array, so then it will give us false. So I'm going to just change that to Jordan one more time. So that was it about the sum, that was it about the array. As the name suggests, that it will run that condition for every element inside the array. And now let me just write const res2, and it will be now equals to pupils dot array, and then this one will be sum. I'm going to pass my callback function. Let me just go back. Come on, let me just go back. And I'm going to just write my arrow function pupils.length is less than 3. Let's suppose if I just write less than 3. And now let me just log to the console this res2 rather. And I'm going to save my file, and it will now give us false right here. Why is that? Because this length is not less than 3. This length is not less than 3. And this length is also not less than 3. So all of them are false, so that's why we are getting false right here. But if I just write like A, B, and if I just write A, and if I just write C or something like that, and if I save it, it will now give us true right here, okay? So, or you know what, if I just write A, B, C for this one, A, C, C for this one, and this one will be like less than 3 characters right here. So if I save that, and it will, come on, it will still give us true right here, because it will be searching for one of the items to match this condition. So if it found one of the item who is matching this condition, so it will give us true. It doesn't matter if I write like anything right here. If I save that, it will still give us true right here. Why is that? Because it is searching for one of the item inside the array who matches this condition. If it found one of them to be true, it will give us true right here. This one will be searching for one of the item. If it found one of them to be false, it will make the entire statement false, and this one will make the entire statement true. So that was the difference between array and sum. And now let me just give one more example, and I guess that would be it. I'm going to even remove that. I'm going to place this array right here. So we have that same songs array right here. And now I'm going to use my array and sum method right here. I'm going to use array res, the result of array method, and I'm going to just use songs.array method. And I'm going to just pass my callback function songs.duration, not songs, but just a singular songs.duration is now greater than 3. So just print their song. So array res. I'm going to save that, and here you can see it will now give us false. Why is that? Because I'll search for all of the songs whose duration is greater than 3. If it found one of them to be false, so it will make the entire statement false. If it found one of them to be true, then it will give us that true right here. In this case, there are a lot of them, I guess. So songs greater than 3. This one is greater than 3. This one is greater than, all of them is greater than, not this one is greater than 3. So it will just keep both of these true, and this one is greater than 3, this one is greater than 3, and also this one is greater than 3. So that's why it is now giving us false for all of their items. And now let me just use console sum res like response for the sum item. So I'm going to use songs.sum in this case, and I'm going to just pass my callback function, and I'm saying a lot of time like songs response. Let me just use songs that duration is greater than 3 in this case. And now let me just log to the console this sum res. I'm not saying that by purpose, but I don't know. I'm gonna save that, and here you can see this one will now give us true right here. Why is that? Because it will search for one of the item to be true. If it found one of them to be true, it will give us the result of true. On the other hand, it will just search for one of them to be false. If it found one of them to be false, it will give us false. So that was it about not error, but that was it about array and sum method. And now let me just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and then I want to give you my solution. So I'm going to remove every single thing which I have inside this file, and I'm going to replace it with this one right here. Now you might be thinking like, Hussein, there's a lot of coding. No, it's not. So here is the code. In some places I use the ES6, and in some places I use the ES5. So I want you to refactor this code to use the array and sum method. Okay, so give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. And now here is my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that stuff from here entirely. I guess that will be fine. I'm going to remove that from here. We just have our array right here. And now let's just check for, do all products have a category of books, question mark. And now let's just check for that. So I'm going to just use, come on, question mark, and now let's just remove that empty space from there. And I'm going to use let all products books, and it will be now equals to products at array. Okay, so that's why for all we are going to be using array, and here we are going to be just specifying our product. And now let's just return like product.category, and it will be now equals to book. So yeah, or book or books to be precise. So now let me just log to the console all products category. I'm gonna save that, and it will now give us false right here, because this one of them have the category of books, but not for all of them. So that's why we are getting false. And now let's just check for do any products have a category of books. Okay, so now let's just check for that. I'm going to use some products books, and it will be now equals to products.sum. I'm going to provide my product in here, or products or product. I'm going to provide my product rather, not plural but just a singular, and arrow function like so. And I'm going to just use product.category is equal to books as well, not a capital but a lowercase OOKS. There we go. I'm going to save my file, but I'm going to also have to uncomment this line out. And if I save that, and here you can see it will not use us true right here, because it will run for all of them. I mean, like, it will run for all of them, and it will found if one of them is true, it will give us true. If all of them is false, so then it will give us false right here. So that was it about a sum and array function in JavaScript. Next, we are going to be learning about a find method in JavaScript. So now let's learn about array reduce method in JavaScript. So I'm going to remove this coding from here, and this is what array reduce method is. So the array reducer method applies the reducer function to each element of the array, accumulating the result into a single value. So this is what this reducer method will do for us, and it is often used to perform calculation or aggregations on array elements and simplify the array into a single value. So basically what this reducer method will do for us is that first of all it will take some sort of what do we call it, array, and inside this array we will have like some sort of items inside this array. So I'm going to just write 1 2 3 right here, and if we call this reducer method, so first thing it will do is that it will take a callback function. Inside that callback function we are going to be providing some sort of our logic, and then the reducer method will run for each item inside the array. So it will first of all run for this item, then it will run for this item, then it will run for this item right here, and it will take these values which are currently available inside this array, and it will just make it one value. And the reducer method does not execute the function for empty array. You just have to keep that in mind. And the reducer method does not change the original array. So it will just make a copy of that array, and it will just make it as a simple or a single item. inside the array. So that was a lot of theory behind this reducer method right here. So now let me just give you a quick example, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just create a numbers array right here, and I'm going to just store a few numbers like 1, 2, and 4, 5. So I'm going to just store that, and now I want to run this reducer method on this array. So first of all, I'm going to just write like const sum, because I want all of these items to be added, and I just want to get a sum of this array. So I'm going to just write numbers, and I'm going to use my reducer method right here. So the first parameter it will take is the callback function, and the second parameter it will take a current index. Okay, so I'm going to just provide my callback function right here, and I'm going to just provide two values right here, like a p for a previous and c for the current stat right here. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that stuff, and now let me just provide my curly braces right in here. Currently, I'm going to just provide 0 right here in this case, and if I roll my mouse over to this array right here, so here you can see it will now use us like calls the specified callback function for all the elements in the array. The return value of the callback function is the accumulated result and is provided as the argument in the next call to the callback function. Okay, so then it will give us like it will take a callback function. It will also take an initial value which we are currently specifying right here, and that's that. So inside this array, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just return p plus c. And what do you think will be the result if I call this function, or if I just log to the console this sum right here? So what do you think will be the result if I save this file and if I check it out? So here you can see it will now give us 15 right here. It will give us the sum of all of these items, and it will now give us that sum right here inside a console. So everything is working the way we expect him to work. I know you are still confused about what in the world is this p, what in the world is this c, and what are we currently doing. So this p is the previous value of our array, then this c is the current value of our array. So now let me just log that to the console, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So let me just comment this out, and I'm going to just console log this like a previous, previous, and I'm going to just log to the console this p, and I'm going to also just log to the console like a current right in here, and I'm going to also write a c right here. And now let me just uncomment that, and now if I save my file, and here you can see it will now give us first of all the previous index was 0. Here you can see this is the p, so this p like a previous value was 0. Why is that? Because currently we are providing this 0 right here. Okay, so that was our previous value. So then we have a current index right here. So once we iterate over through this array, so it will now give us 1 right here. So here you can see it is now set to 1. So 0 plus 1 will give us only 1 right here. Then we have this previous stat one more time. Then it will now check this array like it is executed one more time. It is executed one time. Let me just highlight that for you, so then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So first of all, in the first iteration, our previous value was 0. And now we are going to be adding this 1 right here. So it will now give us 1 right here. So it will just gives us 1 because 0 plus 1 is 1. So now the next iteration, here you can see our next iteration will be starting from this. So we currently have this 1 right here. So we are going to be storing this 1 as a result inside our previous value right here. So our first iteration was done because here we just write our 0 right here. Then we are going to be jumping into this first value inside this array right here. So I'm going to just write 1, and then we are going to be adding our current index. So what do you think will be the current index? If we check it out, so here you can see our current index in the second iteration is 2 right here, because here we specify this 2 right here. So we are going to be just writing 2, and 1 plus 2 will give us, you guessed it, 3. So what will happen to the third iteration? So here you can see our previous value now in this case is going to be 3. So we are going to be just writing like 3 right here, 3 plus, and what is our current index? Our current index is 4 right here. Here you can see 4. I guess I messed up something, because here you can see we have this 3 right here. So then we have to also check this third one as well. I forgot that. So we are going to be also writing this 3 right here. So I'm going to just write 3, and in this iteration it will now give us the value of 6. So now that we have our previous value of 6 right here, which I'm going to place it right in here. So now let me just write 6, and now what will be our current stat? So now if we check it out, so here you can see our current stat was 6. We added that right here. So we want to add this 4 right here, because here, so now these iterations are done, and now you want to iterate over through this fourth one as well. So we are going to be just writing 6 plus 4, and it will now give us 10. Okay, so now we have the value of 10 right here, and now in the final iteration we have this 10 value. So I'm going to just store this 10. I'm going to write my plus symbol, and then we have to check this 5 right here. So 10 plus 5 will gives us 15 right here. So we are going to be just writing 15. Let me go back, and this is how currently things looks like. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us this 15 right here inside a console. So now let me just log that to the console, and now let me just discuss that one more time. So currently what we are doing is that we are iterating over through all of these items which are currently available inside this array, and we are creating a new array based on this reducer function or method, to be precise, right here. And this reducer method will take one callback function and the current value or the previous value right here, and then here we are specifying the previous value. Some people call it like accumulated value or accumulated, whatever you want to call that. The name doesn't matter. You can specify whatever you want to provide right there, but here we are going to be just specifying our previous state, and here we are going to be specifying our current state. So once our iteration starts, our current value will be 0, and then we are going to be adding this 1 right here. So why are we going to be adding this 1? Well, because here you can see we have this first item inside this array is 1. But now you might be asking yourself, is like, where in the world is this 0 came from? This 0 came from here. Here you can see we just provide this 0 right here. So here you can see we are now getting this 0 right here. So 0 plus 1 will give us 1. And then it will take this 1 value and it will put it right here, just like that. And here this is going to be our previous state. And in the next iteration, so this iteration is done, then it will jump to this iteration right here, this second iteration. And in the second iteration, we previously have this 1 right here. So we are going to be adding this 2. So 1 plus 2 will give us 3. So now we have this 3 right here. So we are going to be storing that inside our memory, and we are going to be storing that as a previous state. And then we are going to be adding one more 3 right here. So this 3 is coming from this third iteration, which you can see right here. Then it will give us 16. 3 plus 3 will give us 6 right here. Then we are going to be taking this 6 and we are going to be placing that. And then we are going to be adding our fourth iteration right here. So 6 plus 4 will give us 10. And then we are going to be taking this 10 value and we are going to be putting it right here as a previous state. And then we are going to be adding the final iteration. It will give us 10, 5. So 10 plus 5 will give us 15. So then we are logging that to the console and we are getting the result of 15 right here inside the console. So that was the basic example of what a reduce method is. So now let me give one more example and then you will get to know a little bit better. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write const pupils, or pupils will be fine. Inside this pupils array, I'm going to create a few objects right here. I'm going to write my name of Hussein web dev, and now let me just write my age right here of 19-year-old. So I'm going to just duplicate the array, that object inside the array right here, and I'm going to just change his name to something else. I don't know, I'm going to write Alex Mead or something like that, and he will be 29-year-old. And I'm going to also change that to Brian Griffin from Brian Griffin from the Family Guy, and I'm going to just write 40 right in here. Let me just write 40, and now if I save my file, so here you can see we have this array, and inside this array we have a few objects right here. Inside these objects we have a few properties and its values right here. So that's that. So we are going to be using array reduce method with ternary operator in JavaScript. So I'm going to just write so now I want to get the oldest guy inside this array right here. So how can I go about doing that? Let's suppose if you have I don't know, 1,000 people or something like that, and you want to just get the oldest guy from this list. So we can achieve the same result by using the filter method, but in this case we are learning about reduce method. So I'm going to just write reduce method right here. So I'm going to just write oldest age or something like that, and then I'm going to use people.reduce method. Come on, reduce, and it should be pupils, not just a singular people. Okay, and now I'm going to just call that. I'm going to provide my previous state and current state, and now let me just write currently. I'm going to just write 0 right here because we are iterating over through the edges in this case. And you know what, instead of writing these curly braces, I can write that as a one-liner. So I'm going to just write first of all my parentheses or explicit return. So I'm going to just write c.age is greater than p, and then I'm going to just write c.age. So if that condition is true, we are now iterating over through all of these items right here, and we are providing this previous state right here and the current state. So inside this current state, if the current state edge property, we are checking this edge property of all of these items right here, or peoples to be precise, and we are checking if this if this current state dot edge is greater than the previous state, which we are specifying right here. So then just gives us c dot edge right here, this result. If that's not true, then just gives us this p right here, like a previous state. And now let me just log to the console this oldest edge right here, and I'm going to just save my file. And here you can see it will now gives us 40 right here. Why is that? Because this 40 is the highest value inside this overall array right here, so that's why we are getting this 40 right here. So this is reduce method with ternary operator. You can refactor this code to like if and else statement or switch and cases if you wanted to, but in my case that was it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to give you one last example, and then it will be time for you to try it out by yourself. So I'm going to just write words right here, and it will be now equals to a few words like, I don't know, or maybe I'm going to just write fruits. I'm going to write like a fruits. I guess that would be a better example. And I'm going to write like a banana. And then I'm going to just write orange. And let me add my banana one more time. Okay, so then I'm going to also write like apple one more time, I guess. And then I'm going to also write my orange. Let me write this apple one more time. And finally, I'm going to just write grep. That will be fine. So this is my array currently right here, and now I want to iterate over through this array, and we just want to get unique values from this array. Like we just want to get apple, banana, and orange, and I guess grep as well. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like const word frequency. Okay, so come on, not this word. There we go, word frequency. So we are going to be just writing like words dot reduce method. We are going to be using our reduce method, and I'm going to just provide my frequency map. Okay, so this is going to be our first item, frequency, just without an e. And then here I'm going to just pass my word right here. Okay, and I'm going to just write my frequency map, and I'm going to just provide my word right here, and it will be now equals to this frequency map. Come on, frequency map. And here I'm going to just pass my word one more time, and now let me just check if that's equal to 0, or then we have to just plus that. And now let me just return this frequency array right here. And now finally, in this case, we are going to be providing this object right here. Okay, so now let me just log to the console this word. Come on, I'm going to copy that, and now let me just paste that right here. I'm going to save that, and here you can see it will now give us this apple of 1, banana of 1, and graph of 1, and orange of 1 as well right here inside the object. Why is that? Because currently here we are specifying the object, and you can provide arrays, you can provide anything you want. Okay, so that was the third example by using the reduce method in JavaScript. So now let me just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. I'm going to remove all of that stuff from here, and now let me just pass this instruction right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to write a function called this calculate product that will take an array of numbers as an argument and return the product of all the numbers in that array. And by a product, I mean like multiplication of that array. We are going to be specifying some sort of a numbers. So then it will give us the multiplication of that array. By product, I mean that. So write the calculate product function using the reduce method to achieve this task. So something like this. So your code should execute like this. So here you can see we have this numbers array right here, and we are just specifying like 2, 3, 4, 5. And we are going to be specifying it right here inside this calculate products function right here. And we are going to be specifying this numbers array right here, and as output it should give us like 120. Okay, so it will give us the product of the array, which will be 120. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch the solution. So here is my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just cut the stuff from here, and now let me just, let me just copy that from here, and I'm going to just comment it out for you. And now let me just paste it right in here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that let me just create that function. I'm going to just create a function with the name of calculate product, and it will take array as a parameter. So I'm going to just write like Now let me just write const product, and it will be now equals to array.reduce method, reduce, and here we are going to be just specifying our accumulators. First of all, ACCUMLATOR. I guess this is how you spell it. And I forgot the U right here, so I'm going to just add that. And here I'm going to just provide my current value. There we go. Some people write this code like that, and I just like to call this one a previous and this one a current. Anyways, so it doesn't even matter. And I'm going to just, instead of writing these curly braces, I'm going to just write my accumulator times current value. So I guess that would be it. And finally, let me just return, or we can also return in one liner. We don't even have to write this product, so I'm going to just return that stuff from here. Okay, and it will do the job. So I just create this function right here, and I'm just specifying this array as a call to this function. I'm just passing this array as a call to this function. And now let me just save that, and here you can see it is now giving us 120. But if we change that to something else, like I don't know, if we change that to like 20, 10, I don't know, 40, 50 or something like that, and here you can see it will now give us that amount of product. If I just write 120, it will now change the product right here, 10 and 20. So now if I save that, and here you can see it will now give us 200 right here. So everything is working the way we expect him to work. And that was it about reduce method in JavaScript. So now let's learn about a map data structure in JavaScript. So I'm going to review all of that stuff from here, and I'm going to just place these comments right here. So what in the world is a map, and why you should care about that? So map is a built-in data structure introduced in ECMAScript 6 that allow you to store a key value pairs where both the keys and the values can be of any data type right here. And it is similar to the object but with a few key differences. So in maps, keys can be defined of any data type, like unlike objects where keys are limited to just strings and symbols or anything like that. But maps allows us to use any data type as key, including the numbers, booleans, objects, and even the other map instances right here. So it also allows us to maintain the insertion orders. So map preserve the order of the key value pair as they were inserted, while object keys may not be guaranteed to be in a specific order. And it also allows us to iterate over through some stuff, so iteration, and maps provide built-in method for every iteration over its element. Okay, so that was just a quick definition of what a map is. And now let me just give you a little bit of a real world coding example, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So if you want to create a map, first of all, you are going to be just writing the new result keyword, and maps are something called constructors, and we are going to be learning about constructor later in this course or maybe in the upcoming course. And I'm going to just write map right here. So this is how you're going to be creating a map. So now let me just store that in some sort of a variable. So I'm going to just give a name of like map. And what I'm going to do is that let me just log to the console this map right here. If we save that, and here you can see it will now use us this data structure right here with entries, but we don't have any properties, no values, and here you can see the size is set to 0. So now if you want to provide a new value to this map right here, so the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to just first of all create some sort of a value, and then I'm going to just add that to this map. So I'm going to just write like, I don't know, const key 1, and it will be now equals to like a string or something like that, and then const key 2, and it will be equals to like I don't know, maybe in this case an empty object, and then const key 3, and in this case it will be now set to some sort of like anonymous function right here. So now if you want to provide these variable as the key to this map, so first of all we are going to be just writing like a map.set method, and now if I hover my mouse over to it, and here you can see it will now give us their definition like it will add a new element with the specified key and value to the map. If an element with the same key already exists, the element will be updated. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that first of all let me just add my key 1 right here, and I'm going to just provide a comma, and now let me just provide a value to that key. So here you can see we have this key of string, and now we are going to be adding some sort of a value like value of key 1 right here. And now let me just log to the console this map, and now if I save that, and here you can see it will now use us the key of string right here, and the value is now set to value of key 1 right here, which I'm specifying right here. Okay, so the next thing which I am going to do is that I am going to use that map set method one more time, so it will allow us to set the key and the value. So I'm going to just write key 2 in this case, and I'm going to just write like value of key 2, and now let me just add this final one as well. I'm going to write key 3 in this case, comma value, value 4 or of key 3. I guess that would be fine. Okay, so now if I save my file, and here you can see it will now use us this map right here. So we have this first property right here, which is holding this data as a object right here, because this is our data structure, and it is now providing a key of string right here. Why is that? Because here we are just storing this key of string right here, but we can give any name we want, like Hossein if we save that. And here you can see it will now give us that value of Hossein, like that property of Hossein, and the value of their value of the one, like value of key 1, and then it will give us the object and value of key 2, and it will now give us function value of key 3 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be setting the properties and the values to this method right here, or map to be precise. And map also provide us with a few methods, so I'm going to just use like console.log clg console.log for map.keys, and now let me just execute that. So it will now give us the amount of keys we have inside this map, so I'm going to just save that. And here you can see it will now give us this iterable object right here, and if you expand that, and here you can see it will now give us like the first value, the second value, and the third value. And now let me just duplicate that, and we have one more one. So if you want to check the values, so we are going to be just writing like a values right here, values. I'm going to save that. So here you can see it will now just gives us these values right here. So value of key 1, key 2, and value of key 3 right here, without these Hossein and object and function right here. So it will now gives us this key, like value for key 1, value for key 2, and value for key 3 right here. We have one more. So let me just comment this out. So we have one more. Let me just write console.log. So if you want to delete like I don't know, some sort of a property or a key from that map, so we are going to be using this delete method right here, and then here we are going to be specifying the key name. So in this case we are going to be just writing key 2, and now let me just save that, and here you can see it will now use us true right here. But now if I log that to the console, and now if I save that, if you check it out, so here you can see that key 2 was gone, where we stored this empty object right here. So here you can see we don't have any empty objects right here. So we just have Hossein, and we just have this function right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be deleting a key from this map right here. So the next thing which I'm going to do is that we can also check the size. So I'm going to just write like map.size, and now let me just save that, and here you can see it will now give us the size of 2. Why is that? Because here we are adding 3 items right here, and here we are getting this 2. That's because here we are removing that key 2 from here, so that's why we are getting this size of 2 right here. So that was it about a map. But now let me just show you how we are going to be iterating over through a map, and how we are going to be getting the keys and the values by using iteration method, which we've already learned in this course. So we are going to be first of all writing the for off loop. So we are going to be using like let, and then here we are going to be specifying the key and the value right here, and we are going to be just writing off, and then the map method right here, not a method to be precise, not a method but the map data structure right here. And now let me just log to the console this key, and here I'm going to just provide 2 dashes for myself, and now let me log this values as well. So now if I save that, and here you can see it will now give us the key, then the dashes, and then the values right here. This is how we are going to be iterating over through our map, and this is how we are going to be extracting or getting the values from that map. I'm going to comment this line out, and now we can also iterate over through just like the keys. So we can just write let key of map.keys, the function which we learned just a second ago, and we can just log to the console this key right here. So now if I save that, and here you can see it will now just gives us these keys right here. So we have the key of Hossein, we have this empty object, and we have this function right, like anonymous function right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be getting the keys, and this is how we are going to be getting even the values as well. So now let me just comment this line out as well. And now let's learn about how we are going to be iterating over through the values. So we are going to be first of all writing for let value of map.values right here. So I'm going to just execute that method right here, and now let me just log to the console this value. And now if you save our file, and here you can see it will just gives us all of these values which we are providing right in here. Okay, so that was just the basics of what a map is and how it works, and why you should care about learning maps, and how should you use maps in your project. So maps is nothing much, like nothing special, but it is just advanced way of object to store your keys and values inside your object. Anyway, so now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution. So I'm going to remove all of that stuff from here, and now let me just place that right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create a new map right here, then set these properties like A, B, and C. Then set these values as these properties like 1, 2, and 3, and then get the value of A from that map. Then check the size of that map, delete the property B, and check the size of that map. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. And here is my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like const of map1, and I'm going to just write like new result keyword and map right here. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write map.set method again, and I'm going to just provide the key or the property of A right here as a string, and I'm going to just provide 1. Now let me just duplicate that like 2 times. This is going to be our B, this is going to be the C, and now let me just write 2, and this is going to be the C. Like the 3. And now let me just log to the console map1.get method of A, just the A. So if you just save that, and here you can see why aren't we getting this A? We are providing A, B, C. Why aren't we getting that? Let's just refresh it. Oh, that's because here we are specifying just map. It should be map1 to be precise. So I'm going to just write map1 and I'm going to just save there. And here you can see it will now just get only one item right here. Okay. We also have to check the size. So I'm going to just write like map1.size. And now if you save there, and here you can see it will now use this one. And now let me just delete one item from that map. So I'm going to use map1.delete. And I'm going to just delete this p1 right here. And I'm going to also check out the size of that. So I'm going to just comment this line out, and now if you save there, and first of all it will give us 3, and once we remove the second, like the b value or the b key to be precise, so then it will give us 2 right here, because we just removed this one, so it will now give us these 2 properties right here. So yeah, that was it about maps in JavaScript. So now let's learn about what in the world is a sets and why you should use them. So set is a built-in data structure introduced in ECMAScript 6 that represents a collection of unique values. And unlike arrays, set allow you to store only unique values, which means that duplicate values are automatically removed from the set, and each value can occur only once within a set. And set objects are useful when you need them to store a list of unique elements and quickly check for the existence of a specific value. So this is what sets are. And now let me just give you a quick example, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So if you want to create a set, so first of all, we are going to be using a set constructor. So we are going to be just writing the new result keyword, and then we are going to be just writing a set and opening parentheses and the closing parentheses. Okay, so this is how you're going to be creating a set. And now let me just store that in some sort of a variable like const my set, or I don't know. And now let me just log to the console my set right here. And if you save that, and here you can see it will now use this set right here. If you expand that, so we have this no properties and the size is 0. So this is how we are going to be creating an empty set right in here. Okay, so now if you want to provide some sort of a values to this set, so let's suppose I'm going to just create some sort of a value like const I don't know, initial values or something like that, and I'm going to just store like a random value like 1, 2, and I guess 3 would be fine. So I'm going to just put that up above right here, and I'm going to copy that from here, like this initial value from here, and I'm going to just place it right here inside this set. And now let me just log to the console, and here you can see it will now use like 1, 2, and 3 right here, and the size will be 3. Okay, so now let's suppose if I just provide this 2 like a lot of times, so I'm going to just write 2 comma 2 comma 2 comma 2 like that much time. And now if I save my file, and here you can see it will only gives us 1, 2, 3 right here. It will not include all of these 2's right here. It will just only work once. Why is that? Because currently we are passing this array to this set right here, and set will only work with the unique values. Okay, it will just automatically remove. Where is that? So here you can see it will automatically remove if you have like duplicates right here. So this is the first way we can pass values to our set right here, and we can also do that manually if you wanted to. So how can I go about doing that? So I'm going to just remove that from here, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like my set first of all, and then we have a property of, or not a property but a method of add right here, and this add will allow us to add anything we want. So we can specify like the number, we can specify the string, and anything like that. Okay, so in this case I'm going to just provide a few items right here like apple, and I'm going to duplicate that a few times. So I'm going to just add like banana. Then I'm going to also add this orange right here, and now let me just add this apple one more time. So what do you think will be the result if I save my file? And if I save my file, and here you can see it will only give us apple, banana, and orange right here. It will not include, it will totally even remove that from our array right here if you just remove it. So this is how currently things will look like right here inside these sets, and it will only work with the unique values. It does not work with the duplicate values. So we have a few useful methods on these sets right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just write like my set, and then I'm going to just use like has method, and has method, as the name suggests, that it will just give us a boolean. Do we have this property, or if you don't, so it will just give us false. So if I just write banana, in this case B-A-N-A-N-A, there we go. And now if I save my file, and here you can see it will now give us true right here. Why is that? Because here you can see we have this banana, so it is now giving us this true right here. But let's suppose if I just write my own name like Hussein, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us false right here. Why is that? Because this property is not available inside this set right here, so that's why we are now getting false inside a console. Okay, so now let me just search, or you know what, that was it about this has method. You can duplicate that and you can play around with that in your spare time, but that's that. Now if you want to delete a specific property from this set, so how can you go about doing that? First of all, you just have to write like the set name, and then you just have to write this delete method right here, and then here you have to specify the value which you want to delete. So in this case, I'm going to just remove like this orange right here, or I'm going to just remove this banana from here. I'm going to copy that, I'm going to just place it right here. I'm going to save my file, and here you can see I'm going to have to log my set one more time. So I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it will only give us this apple right here and this orange. It will not give us this banana right here because we removed this banana right here from our set. We have one other method which is called first of all, let me just save that, and it will now give us apple, banana, and orange right here. But if I use like my set, and if I just write dot clear method, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now just clear out all of the properties, like all of the values which this set has. So it will remove every single thing from this set, and it will just give us clear set or empty set right here. Okay, so that was it about sets, just the basics of sets. I'm going to remove that, and let me just remove these stuffs from here as well. I guess that will be fine. And now let me just iterate over through this set, and now let me just get all of these values. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a forEach keyword, and I'm going to use like item of and then set, okay, or my set to be precise. And now let me just log to the console this item right here, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us all of the values which this set has right here. So we have this apple, we have banana, and we have orange right here. So that was it about the basics of sets. So now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. I'm going to remove all of that stuff from here. And here what I want you to do is that I want you to create a set with the name of letters, and I want you to add these letters like A, B, C as the properties, and A, B, C as the values, and iterate over through the set and log each of the values into the console. Okay, I don't even know why I just wrote that. I'm gonna just remove that, and I'm gonna just set that to 2, and this one should be 3. Okay, so give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch the solution. Alright, so here is my solution. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna just write console letters, and it will be now equals to new set right here. Okay, so the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just add my letters right here like A, B, C. So I'm gonna write A, B, C, and I'm going to just log to the console this letters right in here. So if I save there, and here you can see it will now uses this letter with the key of 0 and the value of 1 right here. So that's that. So now let me just iterate over through all of that array. Like not array, but set, and then we have to get all of their values. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a forEach keyword, then let value of letters, letters, and we just want to log to the console this value right here. So if I just write value and save that, and here you can see it will now use us A, B, C right here inside a console. So that was it about sets in JavaScript. So now let's learn about symbols in JavaScript. So what in the world are symbols, and why you should care about that? So symbol is a unique and immutable primitive data type. So what in the world is this immutable mean? Immutable just simply means like the value cannot be changed. So symbol is a unique and immutable, which means like the value cannot be changed primitive data type introduced in ECMAScript 6. And a symbol is often used as an identifier for the object properties. So just keep that in mind to avoid a potential naming conflicts. Okay, so we are going to be using symbol as the identifier for our object properties. Okay, unlike strings or numbers, symbols are guaranteed to be unique. When you create a symbol, it is unique and cannot be recreated or changed. This uniqueness ensures that a symbol will not be collided with other property names, even if they have the same string representation. Okay, so that was just a basic introduction of what in the world is a symbol. And symbol is not a huge topic, but it is just a new topic which I also want to include it in this course. Okay, so first of all, how in the world you are going to be creating a symbol? So you are not going to be writing a new result keyword. Instead, you are going to be just writing the uppercase S and then symbol name right here. Then you just have to execute that, and this is how you're going to be creating a symbol. Okay, so now let me just store that in some sort of a variable like const my symbol or something like that. And now let me just log to the console my symbol. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will now use this symbol right here. So now let's just check the type of this symbol, and it will now use a symbol. The type of symbol is symbol. It's not an object, it's not a string, or it's not anything, but the type of symbol will be symbol because this is a primitive Where is that? This is a primitive data type, and it is immutable, which means like the value of the symbol cannot be changed. Okay, so I'm going to just quickly remove that. And now let's suppose if you just want to provide a value to this symbol, so we can just write a value like this. So I'm going to just write like my custom symbol or something like that. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will now hold the value of my custom symbol right in here. Okay, so that's that. So you know what, first of all, let me just create two symbols, and we are going to be compare that. So I'm going to just write comparing symbols. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to just write like const my same symbol 1, and it will be now equals to symbol SYMBO, kind of awful name. And now let me just duplicate that, and this one should be symbol 2. There we go. So in this case, I'm going to just write like my custom symbol 1, and I guess that would be fine. Yeah, that should totally do. And I'm going to just compare that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write, or you know, instead of writing their stuff, I'm going to just write name, and this one will also have the value of a name right here. And now let me just log to the console my symbol 1 and triple equality operator, and then my symbol 2. Okay, so now let me just save that, and here you can see it will give us false right here. Why is that? Because as I said, like the value will be always unique. Where is that? The value will always be unique. As I said, like here you can see the value will always be unique, and this uniqueness ensures that the symbol will not be collided. So that's why we are going to be using these symbols as the identifier for the object properties. Okay, so it's not a huge thing. I don't want to waste your time more on symbols, but now let me just create some sort of an object, like totally empty object right here. And now if you want to provide a value for that object, I mean like the properties for the object, so I'm going to just write obj, and I'm going to just put like my symbol 1 as a property right here, which means like we are just writing this code like that. I'm going to just write my symbol 1 and some sort of a value. So here we are going to be using our symbol for this object right here. So I'm going to just remove that. So here you can see we now provide this property of our unique symbol, and we are going to be providing some sort of a value for that. So I don't know, I'm going to just write like a value 1 right here. So now let me just duplicate that, and this one should be value 2, and I'm going to also change the symbol to my symbol 2. There we go. And now let me just log to the console obj, like this simple object right here. So I'm going to just save that. So here you can see it will now give us this symbol right here with the name, and here you can see the value which we specified to our object right here. Okay, so that's that. And yeah, you know what, let me just I'm going to just remove this coding from here, and now let me just create two more symbols. So I'm going to just write const symbol 1, and it will be now symbol, come on, not symbol 1 but just a symbol. And now let me just remove that and change that to symbol right here, and I'm going to also write my name, and here I'm going to also provide my name right here. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to log to the console, not log to the console, but let me just create Hussein object right here, and we're going to be specifying some sort of a properties to this object. So I'm going to just write like Hussein.age, and it will be now equals to 19, and I'm going to also provide this Hussein, and here I'm going to just specify some sort of a gender, and it will be now equals to male, obviously. And yeah, in this case, you know what, let me just change my gender. Let me just show you that, and I'm going to just change that to female. And what am I doing? This one should be gender. Okay, so gender, it will be now equals to female. Okay, but if you use our symbol as the property identifier, so I'm going to just write symbol 1, and it will be now equals to Alex. And now let me just duplicate that, and this one should be John right here, and I'm going to just write 2 right here, symbol 2. And now let me just log to the console this Hussein, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us like age of 19. The gender will be now set to female instead of a male right here. Why is that? Because here we change the value of this property, which is this gender right here. And here you can see we specified this symbol 1 right here, and we store the value of Alex right here. And here you can see we specified the symbol 2, and we specify this new value of John to it. Okay, so if you just write like symbol 1, and now if you save that, and now let me just check it out, and here you can see it will now give us the symbol 1 of John right here. Okay, so now let me just undo that, and this is how you're going to be creating a symbol. This is how you're going to be providing that symbol to this object right here, and this is how you're going to be playing around with symbols in JavaScript. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch the solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution. I'm going to delete all of that stuff from here. So create a symbol and provide the value of foo and check the type of that symbol. Create an empty object and store the symbol as a property to that object. Iterate over the symbol. And I guess I forgot to show you how to iterate over the symbol, but you know, you don't have to do this last step. You don't have to do that. So now let me just give you my solution. So here I'm going to just write like a let result keyword, and I'm going to just write sim for symbol, and I'm going to just store my symbol as a value. Okay, so I'm going to just write foo as the name, and then I'm going to just check the type of that symbol, like type of sim, and now if you save that, and it will now give us that symbol right here inside a console. And now what I'm going to do is that let me just create an object right here, just an empty object right here, and I'm going to just specify this symbol as a value. So I'm going to just write symbol, and here we're going to be providing a simple value of a, and here what I'm going to do is that it will be now equals to like some value for 2. Okay, and now what I'm going to do, you know, I'm going to just log to the console my object right here, and let me just save that, and here you can see we have this symbol, and here we are just specifying some sort of a value, some value for that foo. So I'm going to cut that from here, this foo, and I'm going to just place it right here, save my file, and this is now a symbol of foo. Okay, so that's that. And now the final thing which I'm going to show you is that we are going to be also iterating over through our map. So I'm going to just write index and then inside that object, and now let me just get my index right here, so, or items to be precise, not index. So if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us this symbol right here, so it will give us some value for foo, and we can provide like more values if you wanted to. So you can just write like first name, and it will be now equals to Alex, and then the last name will be now set to mid or something like that. So if you save that, and it will now give us the first name, the last name, and this foo right here. So everything is working the way we expect him to work. And that was about symbols in JavaScript. Before getting into the actual content of this course, first of all, we have to ask ourselves is that what is a DOM even mean? So if you ask our good old friend like Google that what is a DOM even mean, so it will give us that definition that DOM simply stands for document object model, like D stand for document, O stand for object, M stand for model. Document object model, you just have to stick that into your mind. But now the question is, what does that even mean? Like, what is the meaning of document, what is the meaning of object and model? So let me just give you a quick definition of that. When a web page is loaded, the browser creates a document object model for the page. So like, let's suppose you visit to some sort of a web page, like, I don't know, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, whatever. You visit some sort of a web application or web page, so that browser will create a document object model for us. And I'm assuming that you are still not with me. So let me just give you a quick example in coding about. Alright, so here you can see we have like this HTML code right here, and I'm assuming if you're watching this video is that you already know HTML and CSS. If you don't, so you can check out my 16-hour long course if you want to. Anyway, so let's suppose we have a file. Inside that file we have this code, and like we have body. Inside this body we have h1 with the text of hello, then we have a ul and two li's inside there. So we have 1 and 2 as the levels. So this is our code. We save our file, everything is working the way we expect them to work. We open that file in the browser. I want you to consider this is like a browser. Okay, so we open that file inside our browser, so that browser will convert our coding into a document object model. So it will just create a huge document object, and it will just create object for body, object for h1, for ul, li, if you have section, article, navigation, a footer, a sidebars, all of that stuff. It will just create object for all of that stuff which we have inside our files. Okay, so I want you to just stick that structure in your mind. So whenever we visit to some site, so that browser will convert that web page to something called document object model. So that was just a quick definition of document object model. So now let me just show you everything in a coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So attached to this video, you will find a link which will bring you to my GitHub repository. So you can either clone my repository, or you can download the starter files, and you can also download the finished file as well. So if you just open this folder right here, so we have a few other folders, like we have what is a DOM, accessing the DOM, inner text, content, HTML, class list, getting and setting attributes, sibling style, blah blah blah, and we also have this folder for projects as well. And so I want you to just download this starter folder. Then I'm going to be just right clicking on it and click on this git bash, and then I'm going to just write code and period. And throughout this course I'm going to be using a Visual Studio Coder as my coder, and as a web browser I'm going to be using a Google Chrome. And if you want to use some other web browser or some other coder, so you're totally free to use that. But for me, I'm going to be using a Visual Studio Coder and a Google Chrome as my browser. Okay, so I'm going to just get into it. Let me just zoom in a bit. So starting from the first thing is that what is a DOM? We already learned that. So we have this index.html file and we have this app.js file right here. So inside this index.html file, we just have our basic HTML structure right here. And then inside this body, we just have our h1 with the text of hello world. And then we have another h2. We have like hello, not hello, welcome to the DOM section of this course. And then finally, we just link our JavaScript to our HTML. So I'm going to just right click on it and open it with a live server. So it will now open this file in a live server. So the next thing which I'm going to do is that I want you to just click on these three dots, and then I want you to just click on or hover over your mouse over to this more tools, and then I want you to just click on these developer tools, or you can also use this shortcut if you want to. And throughout the course I'm going to be using a shortcut. So chances are your will be set to elements. So if it's set to elements, you just have to click on the console. Okay, so it will just open a console for you. Anyway, so now let me just prove my point about the document. So what do I have to do? I'm going to just write console.log of document. So if you just write console.log of document, and if you save our file, and here you can see we get a document right here. So if we expand that, and now here you can see we are getting all of that properties and its value, different kind of values. And by the way, if you're not getting all of these properties and its values, so what do you have to do? You just have to write, instead of console.log, you just have to write console.dir for directory or whatever. So if you save our file, so it will now gives us that same result right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to just click on these three dots and like so. So now here you can see I just proved my point. Like here you can see we have a location property, a URL, and we have countless other. And I will highly encourage you to spend a little bit of your time on this document object, and we are going to be also using this document object throughout this course. So now let's suppose if you want to get your body, like you know what, you want to get like a head area, like this head area which we have right here. So head opening tag and head closing tag. So if you want to get there, so I'm going to just write, instead of console.dir, I'm going to write console.log, and I'm going to comment that first line, and I'm going to just write period. This document is an object, so we can access our properties and its method which we have inside this document object right here. So I'm going to just write period to access some sort of a property or element. So in this case I'm interested in a head property, so I'm going to just write head. And now if you save that, and now here you can see it will now gives us that head area right here. So we don't have nothing inside that. That's not true. Let's just see, we have a metadata, but it's not showing it. Anyways, you know what, we can also get a title. So I'm going to just duplicate this line of code, and instead of head I'm going to just write title, and if we save that, it will now give us the title of DOM right here. So we provide a title of DOM in this HTML, so it will give us that DOM in our console. Okay, so I'm going to just duplicate that, and let me just write a body. Let's suppose we want to get body, so I'm going to save my file, and now here you can see we have this body. If we expand that, and now here you can see it will now give us all of the properties and its values and different kind of methods related to this body right here. Okay, so we have countless properties and its methods and all of that good stuff. So we have inner HTML of that h1 of hello world, and then we have a new line of then h2 of welcome to the DOM section of this course. And you can also see the inner HTML, I mean like inner text and inner HTML. The input mode is set to empty string, and you can explore all of that in your spare time. Okay, so let's suppose if you want to get like base URI, so you just have to write document.base, not base URI, but you just have to write document.uri. So if you save that, and now here you can see it will now gives us that URL in which we are running our application. So this one right here. Okay, so it will now gives us that. So that was it about definition of a document object model. So I'm going to just close this file, close that file as well. And I am going to close that folder, and I'm going to expand this second folder, which is accessing the DOM. Okay, so we have two files, so we have two other folders inside this accessing the DOM folder. We have an exercise one, which you're going to be doing that by yourself, and of course I'm going to also give you my solution as well, but I will highly encourage you to solve this exercise by yourself. Now I'm going to expand this one, so we have this index.html file, and then we have our app.js file right here. Okay, so close that one. Okay, we wrote a little bit of code in there. I'm going to close that one like so. And now let's just get back, and here you can see we have a basic setup of our HTML right here, but we have a little bit of styling right here. So we select our h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, and what we did, we just provide a little bit of border of CCC 1 pixel solid. We provide 10 pixel of padding, and we also give him the max width of 400 pixel, and we also provide a box shadow of 0.5 and blah 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 of CCC. You will see the result just in a second. But inside the body area, we have our h1 with the label of get elements by tag name. Then we have our h2 with the id of main, and we have a label of get element by id. Then we have h3 with the class of cls, get element by class name. Then we have a h4 with the class of cls1 and also the id of 1, and we have a query selector. Then we have our ul, then we have a label of query selector all, and a few allies, and each of these allies will have 1 2 3 4, yeah, just 4. And finally we just add our script area right there. So if you just right click on it and open it with a live server, so it will now open our file in a live server. And I'm going to be also opening my developer tools. I'm going to stick that to the right like so, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so say bye bye to the other one, and now we are going to be working on or accessing our DOM elements. So I want you to just go to your not index.html file but app.js file. I'm going to just zoom in a bit. So if you have previously worked with CSS, so you already know that first of all you have to select something, and then you can play around with that. Like let's suppose if you want to select something like I don't know, CSS selector, like some sort of a selector, and then you can just provide a property and a value specifically to that property. Okay, so you already know this. So the same will apply in JavaScript as well. So like the DOM, so we have a few methods to access our elements. So if you want to access something by using JavaScript, so we have a few methods right here. So we have get elements by tag name, get elements by ID, get elements by class name, but query selector and query selector all. And you don't have to worry about this one for now. So as the name suggests, that get elements by tag name will allows us to select something by tag name. Okay, like HTML element by tag name, and then we have a get elements by ID. So it will allows us to select something or HTML element by using ID. So then we have a get elements by class name. So as the name suggests, that it will allows us to select our HTML element by using a class name. Okay, so in CSS, if you want to select something like maybe by the tag name, so you're going to be first of all writing h1 or h2 or whatever the tag name is. So in my case, I'm going to just stick to that h1, and then you can provide your content inside there. So this is the HTML, this is the CSS tag selector. And now if you want to select something by ID in CSS, so you're going to be first of all writing a pound symbol and then the name of the ID. Okay, so then we have a class selector. So if you want to select something by a class, you're going to be writing a period or dot, whatever you want to call it, and then the class name, and then opening curly brace and closing curly brace, and you don't have to worry about these two for now. So this is a CSS selector, so I'm gonna just remove that from here. I just kind of wanted to show you if you guys already don't know about that. So that was just kind of a CSS selector. So now if you want to select something by using a JavaScript, so we have a few methods. So now let's just use that. First of all, what do we have to do? I'm just asking you a question. So like, what do we have to do? First of all, if you want to select something, so we are going to be writing our document, because this document is our main object. So we are going to be accessing all of our properties and method from this document. So now if I want to access this method like get elements by tag name, so what do I have to do? I'm going to just write dot or period, whatever you want to call it, and then I'm going to just use the name of that method like get elements by tag name. Okay, and then opening curly brace, not curly brace, but opening parenthesis and closing parenthesis. And inside this parenthesis, we just have to specify the element name. So which one we want to select. So if in this case we want to select that h1, so I'm going to just write h1 in it. Okay, so now let's just log that to the console real quick. So console.log and like so. So if you save that, and now here you can see it will now uses the collection of that element. So we have 0 value because this is some sort of array, but it's not an actual array, it's a collection. If we have our mouse over to it, so here you can see it will now select that h1 right here, and the length is 1. Now let's suppose if we have more than one h1 inside our HTML document, so if you just duplicate that a few times, and now if you save that, and now here you can see inside this collection we are getting all of that h1s right here. So we have 1, 2, and blah 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 through 9, and here you can see the length is 10 right here, and you can also see the inside our web page right here. So I'm going to also get a length. So in some cases you need the length of our HTML selector, so we can just duplicate this line and we can just write a length property on there. So if you save that, and now here you can see it will now give us 10, like the length is 10. So we have 10 items starting from the 0 through 10, so it will just give us 10 values, whatever you want to call it. So that was the first selector about get elements by tag name. I'm going to comment these and I'm going to hit enter right here just for separation purposes, and I'm going to remove all of these h1 except that first line and zoom in a bit. So that was just a first selector like get elements by tag name. If you want to select something by a tag name, so you can just specify the tag name. It doesn't matter if you provide like h1, h2, h3, 4, ul, span, article, section, aside, header, footer, etc, etc. You just have to provide it inside these double quotes right here. Okay, so it will just select it for you. So that was just it about for first selector. Now the next selector we have is a get element by ID selector. It's a method, but it allows us to select something by using ID. So what do we have to do? I already gave you the answer, so I want you to give me the answer. What do we have to do to access this element? Well, first of all, we just have to write document, and then we can access or get element by ID method on there. So what do we have to do in this case? We just have to give them the ID name right here. So what is the ID name? The ID name is main. So I'm going to just copy that and I'm going to put it right here. And let's just log that to the console and see what will we get. And now if you save that, and now here you can see we have that h2 with the ID of main right here. So if you click on that, we have different kind of properties and its values for this h2 right here. Okay, so this is our h2. And this is how we can select something by using get element by ID method right here. So if you have another ID, like I don't know, maybe if you want to select this one, so I'm going to just copy this ID and I'm going to pass it right here, and I'm going to just save my file, and here you can, it will now give us that h4 with the ID of 1 and also the class of 1, so like cls1. so here you can see we have a class of cls1. Okay, so this is how we can select something by using ID get element by ID selector. So I'm going to copy this main and I'm going to paste this main right here. It will now give us that main right here. I'm going to comment this line out as well. Let's just start working on our next one, like get elements by class name, and as the name suggests that it will allows us to select our element by using a classes. So first of all we have to write a document, so then we want to get our get element by class name, kind of a long method right here, but here we have to specify our class name in a quote. So which kind of class we want to select? So we want to select this CLS class. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it right here. So if we save our file, then we have to log that to the console so that we can see everything a bit better. I'm going to zoom out, and this is how it looks like. So we have console.log, then we have our document, and we are accessing this method on this document. Okay, so the value we provide our CLS, and now you want to check if that value is available or not. So if we save our file, and now here you can see it will now gives us that value right here. So we have this h3 with the class of CLS, and now if you have our mouse over to it, it will now select or highlight there in that kind of a orange color right there. Okay, so we are now selecting this one. What if you don't have like that class? If you just provide invalid class, like I don't know, maybe if I just provide apple, and if you save there, it will now gives us nothing because this HTML collection did not found that apple class, so it will now gives us empty collection right here. Okay, so what if we provide this class right here, so like cls1, copy there, and I'm going to paste it right here. So if you save our file, and now here you can see it will now select that h4 with the ID of id1 and also the class of cls1 right here. Okay, so it will now select this cls1 right there. Anyways, that was just it about for get element by tag name, get element by ID, and get elements by class name. So now what about this query selector and this query selector all? So now let's just discuss that a bit. I'm going to comment this line out, and I'm going to start working on our query selector. So query selector is the most used one and my favorite one, selectors. So throughout the course you're going to see me using query selector. If you want to use like some other selector, like maybe tag name, ID name, blah blah blah, which we already learned, so you can also use that, but for me I'm going to be using this one. And I'm not saying that you don't have to use the other one and you should use this one. I'm just saying like I really like query selector because it allows us to select something or select our elements by using just a CSS selector. So if you want to select something by query selector, so you just have to write like I don't know, if you want to select like class, so you have to just write a period. If you want to select ID, so we have to write pound symbol. If you want to select a tag, so you just have to write a tag name. Okay, so I'm going to show you that just in a second. First of all, we have to just write document, then query, and then selector. Okay, so query will be in lowercase, and then this s will be uppercase, and then the rest of them will be in lowercase. Okay, so this is how the syntax will look like. And then we have our opening parenthesis and closing parentheses, and inside these parentheses we are going to be writing our strings. So here, if you want to select something by tag name, let's suppose, so you just have to write a tag name like h1 maybe. If you want to select this h1, so we are going to be just writing or h1. And now let's just log that to the console real quick. So console.log. And now if you save our file, and now here you can see it will now select that h1 right here. Okay, so if you want to select something by class, so you just have to write period or dot and then the class name. So what was the class name? The class name was CLS. I'm going to copy there and I'm going to paste it right here. So if you save our file, it will now give us that h3 with the class of this CLS. If you don't have some classes, like maybe I just want to write my own name, and if you save our file, it will now give us nil or null, whatever you want to call it. And let's suppose if you do provide this class right here, but we forgot to include that period, and now if you save that, it will still give us that nil class right here. That's because we forgot to include that period right here. Okay, so that was it about how you can select something by tag name and class name. Now let's just learn about ID selectors. So if you want to select this ID, so we are going to be copying this name, paste right here, but first of all we have to write our pound symbol right there. So we have to specify this pound symbol and then the ID name as just like a CSS selector. And now if we save our file, it will now select that h4 right here. So here you can see we have that ID of 1 on this selector. So yeah, that's that. Anyways, so that was it about query selector, but it will just gives us one element at a time. So if that selector, like I don't know, let me just show you that real quick. So we have CLS1, CLS2. You know, I'm going to duplicate this line of code a lot of times. And now if you save that, okay, so I'm going to put my CLS right there. So CLS, and now if you save that, it will just select that first one. It will not select all of them. Here you can see we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 classes right here. So we reuse this class like 6 times, but it will just select the first one like this h3. It will not select this one, that one, and not any of them, but it will just select the first one. So if you want to select all of them at once, so for that we have another method called query selector and all right here. Okay, so I'm going to comment this line out, and instead I'm going to be just writing like document.query selector all, and now let's just provide our query selector all, like just period and CLS. And by the way, if you want to select something by using ID, so you just have to provide a pound symbol. If you want to select something by tag name, so you just have to provide a tag name like h1 or span or section or whatever. All of them will work in here as well, just like a CSS selector. But now in this case, we want to select all of that LIs, CLS classes. So you just provide CLS. I'm going to just write console.log, and if we save our file, it will now select all of these CLS right here. Why am I saying CLS? Yeah, CLS is the class. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so it will now select all of their CLS. So I'm going to comment this line out. And now let's suppose if you want to, I'm going to remove that. Now let's suppose if you want to select all of these LIs at once, so for that we can use this query selector all as well. I'm going to just write console.log of document dot query selector all, this method inside this query selector all. I'm going to just provide li right here. So if you save that, and it will now select all of these li right here. So we have li 1 2 3 4 right here, and the length is also 4, and we can also provide dot length property in this one as well, so it will now give us the length of 4. Anyway, so that was it about a little bit of query selectors and all of that kind of a good stuff. Okay, we have to provide our quotes in there. What else I wanted to show you? Okay, so if I just write like li right here, and instead of query selector all, if I just remove that all, and if we save that, and here you can see it will now just select the first one right here, like this one. A lot of talking. I'm going to just provide query selector all. I'm going to comment this line out. So now here you can see we are just console logging all the time. We have like console log 1 2 and blah 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 a lot of times right here. So instead of logging everything to the console, we can also store everything in variables. And I'm assuming that you already have a little bit of knowledge about JavaScript. If you don't have a little bit of knowledge in JavaScript, so you can check out my course or entire playlist. I've got totally entire playlist for you. You can check it out, and it's totally for free. So now let's suppose if you want to select something and you want to store the value of that in some sort of a variable, so you can also do that. So let's suppose if I want to select that h1, so I'm going to just write const h1 or let h1 or var h1, so you can use whichever kind of you like, but in my case I'm going to just select that h1, and here I'm going to just write document.query selector of our h1. Okay, so we are using tag selector. So if you just log that to the console like h1, and if you save that, it will just log that h1 to the console. And the name doesn't matter, you can give him like Apple name. Let's just select that Apple, and it will still work, but you have to specify the correct selector inside this method right here. Okay, this is just a simple variable, so you can store your values inside this variable. So I'm going to just set back that to h1. So h1, you can also just set that to like I don't know, h1l or element if you want to, but in my case I'm going to just stick to that h1. So if you save that, it will now give us that h1. If you want to store multiple values like query selector all, and you want to select that LIs, so if you save that, it will now give us the collection of all of these LIs right here. Okay, so everything is working the way we expect them to work. Okay, so we are totally done with this section. So in this section we just learned about a few selectors. We learned about get element by tag name. It allows us to select something by using a tag name. Then we learn about get element by ID. We also learn about get element by class name. We learn about a query selector and query selector all. Query selector and query selector all will allow us to select our element by just using a CSS classes like period, pound symbol, and all of that kind of a good stuff. But this will just give us the first element, but it will not give us the collection, and this one will give us all of the collection like so. Okay, so now it's challenge time. I want you to just open this file, and I want you to just open this app.js file, and I want you to just read through this instruction and solve this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's totally okay. Then I want you to come back and continue with the video, and now I'm going to give you my solution. So what are they saying? Select element h4 which holds the text of red by using get element by tag name. So let's just explore our HTML. I'm gonna hide this head area. So we have this h4 with the text of red right here. So what do we have to do? We have to select that by using get element by tag name. Oh my goodness, it's kind of the most simplest challenge I can give you. So let's just write const and let's just store that inside h4, and I'm gonna just use document dot get elements by tag name, elements by tag name, like so. Now let's just put our h4 in it, and now let's just log that to the console like h4, and now if you save that, and boom. Okay, so we have to launch this index.html file, my bad. Launch this one, save a byte to the other one, open our console, and here you go. We have our h1, and we have our h4 right here with one element selector right here. Okay, so let's just refresh that, open it, and there we go. We have our h4. All right, so that was the first solution. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to select a div with the class of green, which hold the text of green as well, by using get element by tag name. So let's just explore that. We have a div with the class of green, and we want to select that by using this get element by tag name. So let's just write or const and then green in this case, and document dot get elements by what, by class name. And now let's just put, or not period, but we just have to specify the name because we are not working on a query selector. And now let's just log that to the console like green, and if we save that, it will not. Okay, so something isn't working. Get element by class name, it's a green. Oh my god, it's a green. And now if we save that, and it will now give us a div with a class of green right here. Okay, so the second challenge is also done. I'm going to comment both of these console logs from there because we don't want it to clutter or console. So the third thing which you have to do is that select div with the ID of blue, which holds a text of blue, by using get element by class name. Yeah, there we go. So let's just see, we have a div with a class, not class but ID of blue, and the text is also blue. So we just have to write like const blue, and inside bul blue, and it will be now equals to document dot this get element by class name. I just copy there. I cheated a bit. You can also do cheating if you want to. And now let's just log this blue to the console, and now if you save that, okay, so the class of select the div with the ID of blue. Okay, so we are using a class name, not a class name. Get element by ID. ID, my bad. Sorry. This one is a tag. This one is a class name. Get element by ID. Copy that, and I'm gonna paste it right here. Set. Alright. So here you can see it unlock uses div with the class of blue. And by the time you're watching this video, you will get this correct instruction. You will not see that query selector or whatever that was. Get element by class name. It will be a get element by ID. I'm going to comment this line out. And now what else do we have to do? Select div which has the class and ID of yellow by using query selector. Let's just see. Okay, so this one do have a W at the end. So div with the class of yellow, ID of yellow, and text of yellow. So we are going to be using that using a query selector. I'm going to just write const yellow, and it will be now equals to document dot query selector, document dot query selector of just yellow in the class. And let's just log that to the console real quick like yellow. So there, it will now select it as a class. We can also select it as ID because we have a yellow ID as well, and we can also select we cannot select it by anything else, so we just have to either select it by class or by ID. Alright, so that's working. Let's suppose if we just forgot to include that pound symbol, save it, it will now give us nil. We already expected that. Comment this line out. So the final thing which you have to do for this exercise is that select all of the elements which has the class of teal by using query selector all. Okay, so let me just show you that in real quick. Const all teals, you can give them any name you like, document dot query selector all, and inside that we are going to be selecting our teal. Okay, so let's just log that to the console like all teals, and now if you save that, it will now select all of these teals right here. So if I hover my mouse over to it, so it will now select all of these teals right here. Okay, so let's suppose if you just provide query selector instead of query selector all, and if you save that, it will now just gives us the first one. It will not give us the rest of them. So that's just the difference between query selector and query selector all. So in this section, we just learned about accessing element by using the DOM, accessing the DOM element by using JavaScript. There we go. So now that we learned how we can access elements from a DOM, the next topic which we are going to be discussing is how we can get the inner text, inner content, and inner HTML. So we have two folders. We have a live coding. So I'm going to just open my index.html file and also the app.js file, and then we would have our exercise. Okay, so just right click on it and open it with a live server. So now just open our file in a live server, and I'm going to also open my dev tools as well. So now I'm going to just grab this head area for now. And now here you can see we have our p tag. Inside this p tag we have a few just random words right here, and we also have this strong tag right here, and we just put a little bit of text inside this strong tag as well. And then we have a script tag inside this paragraph as well, and then we just log that to the console like Hussein here, right here. Okay, and then finally we just have our h1 with the text of hello world. So in this video we are going to be learning about, in this section we are going to be learning about three properties. The first one will be inner text, the second one will be inner text content, and the third one will be inner HTML. So this is what we are going to be learning. So first of all, we are going to be selecting our paragraphs. So you already know how to select that. We already learned a lot about selectors. So we are going to be writing p document dot what query selector, and you can choose whichever kind of selection method you like, but I just choose query selector. So now let's just start from the first one, which is that inner text. So if you want to get the inner text from some sort of an element, so we can just use the inner text property for that. Let me just write a console.log of paragraph and then dot inner text right here. So if we save that, and now here you can see it log uses that inner text right here, totally formatted. I'm going to open that in a separate window so you guys can see everything a bit better. Here you can see we have that Hussein here. That's because of this script tag right here. So we have like console.log right here. Inside this console.log we just have Hussein here, right here. And you cannot see that script tags right here. It will give us all of that HTML content right here, but we cannot see that script tag, and we cannot see that Hussein here, right here. If we just hit Control F, and we can also search for a script, and it will not give us any script tag right here because we don't have any. This inner text property will give us all of the text, but it will be totally formatted, and it will not give us any content like any HTML and any JavaScript kind of a content. It will just gives us a pure text right here, just a simple pure text. Alright, so that was the first one. Now let me just duplicate that, and I'm going to comment this line out, and now let's just change that to something called a text content. So if we save that, and now here you can see we are now getting this text right here, but it's totally unformatted, and we are also getting this console.log right here, but we cannot see that script tag. That's because the script opening tag and script closing tag is HTML elements, and also these strong tags are also HTML elements. So we cannot see either a strong tag, and we cannot also see that script opening tag and script closing tag right here. So this text content property will just give us the content which is inside our HTML document. So it will not give us the HTML elements and stuff like that. It will just give us a pure text. It will give us a pure content. And this final property will give us everything. So we have an inner HTML if we save that, and now here you can see it will also include this strong tag right here, like strong opening tag and strong closing tag, and it will also include this script opening tag, script closing tag, and also this content inside the script tag, and it will now give us everything. Okay, so we can also change that if you want to. You know what, I'm going to comment both of these line out, save our file, and we just have our clear console. I'm going to also remove that, or I'm going to comment that out for a second. Save that. We have a clear console right here. So we can also change that text if you want to. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this h1 right here, and I'm going to change its content. So I'm going to write h1 document.query selector of h1. So now if you want to change the inner text of that h1, so I'm going to just write h1.inner text. So I'll just write text, and it will be now set to text changed. Okay, so if you save that, I'm going to stick that to the right, and here you can see we are now getting text changed. If I comment this line out, and by default we are getting hello world. That's because of this h1 of hello world. And if you want to change that, so we can just write dot inner h, so we can just provide dot inner text property, and we can change this text to anything we want. And if we save our file, it will now change this text to text changed. Okay, so we can also change the HTML if you want to. So I'm going to just write h1 dot inner HTML, and it will be now equals to, like, I don't know, emphasis would be fine. So I'm going to just use M, and I'm going to just write 1 2 3 in it. Okay, so let's just close that real quick, like M opening tag and M closing tag. And then this, as the name suggests, that it will also provide the inner HTML. So if you save that, and here you can see it will first of all give us 1 2 3, and it will also italicize that right here. Okay, so if you just provide like my own name, like Hussein web dev, and if you save that, and it will just make it italic, and also what do we call it, it will also change the text to be like Hussein web dev. Okay, so we can also provide I don't know, a del tag. So if you just provide a del tag, del, and if you save that, it will just line through. We can use our HTML by using this inner HTML property. So these stuff can be very useful and very dangerous in some scenarios, but you don't have to worry about all of them for now. You're going to learn all of that once we jump into some sort of a project. So we are totally done with our inner text property, text content property, and inner HTML property as well. So I'm going to just remove that. And now let's just get into our exercise. So I'm going to open this index.html file, style.css file, app.js file. Okay, so right click on it and open it with a live server, so we can see everything in a live server, like so. Alright, so we have a few content. I'm going to collapse this head area from here. So let's just zoom out a bit. First of all, we have a section with a class of container. We have a section with box 1 and box 2. Inside of this box, we have our h1 with a class of first, and we have a few lorem ipsum right here. Okay, then we have a section 2 with a class of 2 and box. Then we have h1 of second, and we have a little bit of text in there. Then we have box 3, and then we have h1 of third, and we also have a span of special right here, and we just wrap this text inside that span. And finally we just have our strong tag right here, like strong opening tag and strong closing tag. And this is the result of all of that right here. Okay, so in CSS we don't have crazy CSS, but first of all we have our resets. Then we just change the background color of the body to totally black. The text color will be white. We select our boxes, so all of these boxes. So we have box in here, this one is a box, this one is a box, and so on and so forth. We provide a max width of 600 pixel, margin will be 20 pixel, padding will be 20 pixel, border will be 1 pixel all around. Then we have a special class, which is this special class right here, like these spans, and we just provide a color of teal and font size, like font style of italic. And then finally we just select word strong, which is that strong right here, and we just give them a little bit of color of kind of a orangish or brownish or whatever you want, kind of a brownish color right here. So this is it about our HTML, and this is it about our CSS. So what do we have to do in our JavaScript? Check the inner text of the first element. So what is the first element? Let's just see. If you just hit, okay, so we have this first element right here. So if you want to check the text of that first element, so for that we just have to create our variable const first, and it will be now equals to document.query selector of period and first. Okay, so now we get that. Let's just log that to the console, save it, and here you can see we are now getting this h1, and we have a little bit of lorem ipsum inside there. So if you want to get a text of that first, so for that we can just write like dot inner text, so inner text, and now if you save that, and it will now give us the inner text of all of that h1 right here. Okay, so that's it about our first step. So what do we have to do in a second step? So check the text content of the second element. So first of all we have to see, do we have word second? Yeah, we do have that second right here. Let's just select that. I'm going to just write const second, and it will be now equals to document.query selector of second. Okay, so now if you want to check the text content, so I'm going to just write second dot text content, but we have to wrap that in our console.log so that we can see it. I'm going to comment this line out, and I'm going to save my file, and now here you can see it will now use the content but without formatting whatsoever right here. Okay, comment this line out. The third thing which you have to do and the final thing which you have to do for this exercise is check the inner HTML of the third element. So let's just see what do we have inside this third element. So inside this third element we have our span with the class of with the class of special, and then we have a strong opening tag and strong closing tag. So it will show up all of these spans and all of these gibberish. So let's just select that. First of all, const third, and it will be now equals to document.query selector of third. Okay, so we just have to write console.log third dot inner HTML in this case. So now if you save that, and now here let me just separate that, and now here you can see we are now getting span with the class of special and the text of I can't pronounce and we also have this strong opening tag and strong closing tag. If I change that to like I don't know, inner text right here, so if I just change that to inner text, so it will not include all of that, but it will give us it there in a formatted fashion. If we change that to inner, not inner but text content, and if we save that, it will give us that like so without any code word search. So if you just write like inner HTML, save it, it will give us that inner coding inside that inside that text. So that was it about inner HTML, text content, and inner text right here property. So now that we learned that what is a DOM, how to access elements from a DOM, and how to see the text content, inner HTML, and the text inside that element. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to learn about a class list property and how we can add classes to our elements and how we can remove classes from our elements and how we can do toggling of our classes. So we just have app.js file and we have our index.html file. Right click on it and open it with a live server. So it will now open this file in a live server. I'm going to open my dev tools, set that to the right like so. I'm gonna just hide my metadata from there, and inside this body area we just have our h1 with the class of styles, and we just provide our hello world inside there. And now if I expand that, and here you can see inside this styling we have our styles class right here, and we just provide a color of crimson. Font weight will be totally normal. Font size, not font size, but font family will be sans serif, and text decoration will be line through. Okay, and we are now getting all of these styles right here. Okay, so now let's get into our class list property first of all. So now let's just select our h1 and then we can interact with that. So first of all, let's just write our const of h1. You can store it in let and const as let and var as well. And now let's just select our h1 right here. So now let's just write like const.log of h1.class list. And now if you save that, it will now give us the list of all of the classes which we provide to this specific element right here. So we have just one class right here, so that's why we are getting the length of one right here. But if you have multiple classes, like I don't know, if I just remove the styles, if I change that to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if you have a lot of classes, and now if we save that, it will now give us all of that classes right here, all of the list of that classes right here. Okay, so I'm going to just undo that to styles, save that. And this is how it looks like right here. So this class list property will allow us to check all of the classes which this specific element has. So we just have our selector, and then we can just use this class list property on there. Okay, that was it about for classes. Now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to learn about how we can add classes to specific elements. So how can we go about doing that? Let's suppose if I just remove this classes class from here. So if you save that, and now here you can see we don't have any classes, any styling and whatsoever on this hello world, and we don't have any values inside our console right here. So we don't provide any classes, anything inside this h1, but we do have that class of styles right here. But now if you want to attach this class to this h1 by using JavaScript and interacting with the DOM, so for that we can just use that h1. First of all, we will just select our h1, and then we are going to be selecting our class list property, which allows us to give us the list of that property, and then we can use a useful method called add. So as the name suggests, that it will just add class to our element. Now we have to give the name of that class inside double quotes. So I'm going to just write styles right here, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now apply that class to it right here. So here you can see we are now getting these styles. We don't have that class right here on this element, but if you just right click on it, click on inspect, here you can see it did provide that styles class to it right here. Okay, let's just go back to the console, and now let's just see. I'm gonna copy this line out, paste it right here, uncomment it and save it, and now here you can see we are now getting the styles class right here, and the value will be also styles, and the length is set to 1. Okay, so this is how we can set classes to our elements. Now the next thing which you have to do is that how we can remove classes from our elements. So now in this case we attach this class right here. So now if you want to remove this class from this h1, so what do we have to do? I'm going to duplicate this line of code, and now instead of add, I'm going to just write remove right here. So remove, and then let me just write remove real quick. So remove and then the class name. So now if you save there, and here you can see that styling is gone, and if you just right click on it and click on this inspect, so here you can see it also gone from here. So we do have that class keyword right here, but we don't have any value for that. So that's why we are not getting there. Let's suppose I'm going to comment this line out and save our file. So you already know that we don't have any classes on our h1 right here. But if I just add, I'm going to also comment this line out as well, save our file. So we don't have any classes whatsoever on our h1. So let's just write our class right here of styles right here. So if you save there, okay, so I messed it up something, copy it, copy, paste it, and now we are getting the styles. Alright, so now if you want to remove that style from this h1, so we just have to uncomment this line of code. So we have first of all the selector like the tag name, then we have a class list, and now we are removing this specific class from this h1 element. So now if you save that, and it will now just remove that class from it. If you just provide apple in this here, so if you save that, it will not remove that apple because we don't have any apple class on this h1. We don't have any apple class in this class list, so that's why we cannot remove that. So let's just provide styles back, and will now just remove that. And now finally let's just learn about my favorite property, or method to be precise, which is known as a toggle. So as the name suggests, that it will just toggle the classes. If we have class, so it will just remove it. If you don't have a class, so it will just add that specific class to it. So I'm going to just show you that just in a second. I'm going to write h1, then class list, and then toggle. Okay, so inside this toggle I'm going to give him a class of like, I don't know, apple, and we don't have any apple classes anywhere. So if you save that, and let's just see, okay, so let's just remove that class from here, and we don't have any apple class anywhere. I'm going to right click on it and go to inspect area, and now here you can see it did provide that apple class right here. That's because we are using this toggle class right here. What if I just provide a styles to it? So if I just write styles, so it will now just add that style class right here. I removed that class from here, but we do provide it right here. And what if I just provide it right here? Let's just write class of styles and save that. It will just remove it. So it will just go the other way around. So if we have class, it will remove it. If you don't have that specific class, so it will add it. This is how the toggling works. So how can I put that in other words? Let's suppose if you have a class of you know what, that's fine. You just have to play around with that by yourself. So let me just say that one more time so you guys can just understand it a bit better. If we have the style class on this h1, so it will remove it. It will just remove it. But if you don't have access to that style class on this h1, so it will just add it right here. So this is what a toggle do for us. So I'm going to just comment this. Oh, we're not going to be commenting anything. So we are totally done with this section as well. Now what else do we have to do? The next topic which you are going to be learning about is something called getting and setting attributes. So this is what we are going to be learning. I'm going to click on this live coding, go to the app.js file and index.html file as well. I'm going to comment or collapse this head area, and now inside this body area we have just one anchor tag which will just go to the Facebook homepage, and then we have our one input area right here with the type of text. So this is what we have so far. Alright, so that's it for index.html file. I'm gonna right click on it and open it with live server, and this is how it looks like. I'm gonna also open my developer tools as well. So we are going to be learning about href attribute, value attribute, type, and also get element, like get attribute, and then the attribute name, and then set attribute, the attribute name and its value. Okay, so we have this href right here. So first of all, what do we have to do? We want to select that anchor tag and we want to get that href attribute from there. So first of all, we are going to be writing const and then a, and let's just store that in the anchor tag, and now let's just get over a right here. Okay, so if you just log that a to the console, you already know what we will get, so we will just get this anchor tag right here. So if you want to get an attribute from this anchor tag, so for that we can use dot href. So if we save our file, it will now give us the value of that href right here. But if you don't have the value of that href, so let me just cut that from here, save it, it will not give us nothing right here because we don't have access to that href, so it will not give us nothing. I'm gonna paste it one more time. So we do have this href value of just a facebook.com, so that's why we are getting this href right here, href value right here. All right, so that is the first thing. You know what, we can also change that to something else, like maybe I don't know, www.youtube.com and /Hossein web dev, my YouTube link. Okay, so let's just zoom out a bit, and this is how it looks like. I'm gonna save that. So here you can see it will now change that to youtube.com. Okay, so this is how we can provide new values to it, and this is how we can get elements or get values of our elements. So that's the first attribute. Now let me just duplicate that. And you know what, I'm gonna also get my input tags as well. So this input I'm talking about, I'm going to write const input, and it will now set to document.query selector of just a simple input right here. Okay, so that's the first attribute. Now the next attribute which you're going to be learning is that let's just log that to the console. First of all, input.value. So if we save that, and we will see nothing. That's because we don't have no values, nothing inside this input area right here, so we will get nothing. But if you do have a value, let's just provide a value to it. So let's just write a value of I don't know, hello, and now if you save that, and we are not getting this hello right here, and that's the value which we provide right here. Okay, so that's how we can get a value from an input. So that's the second attribute we get. Now the next attribute which we are going to be getting is a type attribute. So I'm going to remove that value and set that to the type, and now if you save that, and type is set to text, and we set the type to text right here, so that's why we are getting this text type right here. So if you just change that to, like, I don't know, email, save it, it will now give us email. If you just write a password, it will now set it to password. It will, if you just write something else, like something else, and now if you save that, and it will give us a text because this something else is invalid. Okay, and by default it will just set that to text, and now if you save that, and everything is working the way we expect him to work. So that's it about how we can get a different kind of attributes from different kind of elements. So now let's just learn about how we can set values to the different kind of elements. So now we have our anchor tag, and now we can just change this href to something else, like I don't know, maybe my own YouTube name, like www, oh, you know what, https and then www.youtube.com /Hossein web dev. Okay, and now if you save that, and now we have a Facebook, so if you click on that, and it will now brings us to my YouTube channel right here. Let's just wait for it to render. Alright, so here you can see that gorgeous guy right. I'm gonna close that one. This is how we can get the values or getting the attributes. So getting attributes, and this is about setting attributes, like setting attributes like so. Alright, so now if you want to set the value of something else, like maybe let's just write console.log of input.value, and if you want to change that to something else like hello, and now if you save that, and we're not, oh, we already have a hello. If you want to just say that to like buy, save it, and we are now getting buy in here and also in here. So let's just log the type to the console real quick. So input.type is already set to text, but if you want to change that to password, and now if you save that, it will now change it to password in here, and here you can see this will also be affected right here. Okay, so this is how we can set an attribute. And now let's just learn about a placeholder. So we can also just provide a placeholder to our forms and inputs. So please provide a strong password would be fine. Okay, so let's just zoom out. Let's just zoom out a bit. And now if you save there, but we have to comment this line out. And now if you save there, and let's just remove this value from there, save it. Oh my god, we already set a value in here, so comment this line out. And now you're getting like, please provide a strong password. That's because of this placeholder attribute. So this is how we can get attribute, and this is how we can set new attribute. So I'm going to comment both of these line out as well. Alright, so now the next thing which you have to do is that we are going to be learning about a method called get attribute and then the attribute name. So let me just write that in here. Oh my god. Let's just write get attribute and then the attribute name, like an attribute name in here. So I'm going to just write console.log in here, and then let me just select my input, and we can just write get attribute method right here. And now let's suppose if you want to get a type, so we will just provide a type, save it, and we will get like text right here. So let's suppose if you want to get like, I don't know, let's just provide a placeholder to it as well. So placeholder will be email. So placeholder is now set to email. Here you can see that. And now if you want to get an email, so we can just write email, save it. Okay, instead of writing email, we can just write a placeholder like so. And now if you save that, and we are now getting email right here. Okay, so this property, or this method to be precise, will allows us to get attribute from a specific kind of elements. Okay, so we can also set attribute to elements. So that was it about for getting attribute. So now let's just learn about a set attribute. So set attribute, ATTRIBUTE. Did I spell it correctly? So set, yeah, let's just copy that, and I'm gonna paste it right here, and then the attribute name, like the attribute name, and we can also provide different kind of values to it. So let's just write console.log. Let's just write console.log of input. First of all, we have to get our input, and now let's just use set attribute method on it, and here we want to get like placeholder, PLACE holder right here. And now you want to provide a value of like I don't know, password maybe. So we can just provide a new value of password. It is currently email, so we can also change that to password. So if we save that, and here you can see it will now change it to password, and we don't have to provide that in console. So let's just remove this console from there, and this is how we can set a new value. So now let's just change that to like, I don't know, type to be password as well. So I'm going to also change the type to be password. So if you save that, and the type will be also set to password. So this is how we can get attribute, and this is how we can set attribute, and these are the methods we have for getting attribute and setting attributes. Alright, that was a lot of talking. Now let's just get into our exercise, and now let's just tackle this exercise, and I will highly encourage you to do that by yourself, but if you can't do it, I'm already always right here. Collapse this head area right here. So we have our anchor tag with the href of Twitter, and then we have our input area with the type of text. Then we have an anchor tag with the class of A2 and no hrefs on this anchor tag. Alright, so what do we have to do? First of all, let's just get into it. Select the anchor tag. Let's just select that by using, what was that? Anchor tag, yeah. I'm gonna write const anchor tag will be now equals to document.query selector of anchor tags. So the first step is finish boss. What else do we have to do? Use a get attribute name to check the attribute. Alright, so now let's just do that real quick. So console.log of a.get attribute, and let's just provide attribute name of like, which kind of attribute should we check? Okay, so we have an attribute of href. So now let's just put our href inside there, and if we save that, it will now give us Twitter right here. So that's correct. Now what else do you have to do? Select the A2 and set href attribute to it. That's kind of awesome. So we can just write like I don't know, let's just select this A2. Where is that? Alright, so we have this A2 right here. Let me just write const A2, and it will now equals document.query selector of A-2. Okay, so what do we have to do? Set href attribute to it. So A2 dot set attributes of like, I don't know, href would be fine, and we can just give our own YouTube channel links. So https://youtube.com/@Hussain Web Dev, my channel link, and let's just log that h2 to the not h2 but h2 to the console. So if you save that, and we are now getting this a2. Okay, so it's a Udemy. I'm gonna change that to YouTube. Save it, and now if you click on that, it will now brings us to our YouTube channel right here. Okay. Alright, so we are totally done with this exercises as well, but for a bonus, yeah, you know what, I'm not gonna give you any bonus. You're not worthy of it. I'm just kidding, we don't have any bonuses. Alright, so now we are totally done with the getting and setting attributes. So now the next topic which you are going to be learning about is something called siblings. I'm gonna open my index.html file and app.js file, right click on it and open it with the live server, hide the metadata from there, and let's just see. Okay, siblings, fine. So we have a UL. Inside this UL we have four allies, but we have a fourth one with a class of fourth. For this fourth one we have a class of fourth, and the other one don't have any classes and any IDs whatsoever. So this is what we have inside our body. Alright, so now let's get into our app.js file, and now let's just learn about a sibling. So first of all, let's just get our first li. So I'm going to just write let first li, and it will now equals to document.query selector of our li. So we already know that it will just give us the first li, and now if you just log that to the console like first li, and now if you save that and open it with a console and say bye to that one, so here you can see we are now getting our first li right here. Okay, so now if you want to get the parent of this li, so like what will be the parent of this li? The parent of this li will be this ul. So what will be the parent of this ul? The parent of this ul will be this body. So what will be the parent of this body? The parent of this body will be our document, and then finally it will give us nil. So let's just see what will be the parent of this first li. So I'm going to just write parent elements, so it will give us the first parent of that element. So if you saw that, so here you can see we are now getting a ul right here. So the parent of this li is this ul, so that's why we are getting this ul right here. What if you just duplicate this line of code and we just use that same method, like same property as well, like parent element one more time. I'm gonna zoom out a bit, and now if you save that, it will now give us a body right here, because the parent of the ul is now body. If you just wrap that in a section, let's just write a section, cut that from there, and I'm gonna paste it right here. So it will now use this section right here, because the parent of this ul is now this section, so it will now use us this section. If you have article, navigation, aside, header, if you have all of that, so it will just go on and on and on and on, and you can check that again and again and again, like so. I'm gonna just remove this sections from there, and we already know that we have the parent of body. But if you want to check the parent of this body, I'm going to just duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to just change that to parent one more time, parent element, and now we are getting this HTML right here, like a root HTML. So we have first of all ul, then we have we have a ul, and then we have a body, and then we have our HTML document. But finally, let's just check, and let's just use that parent element one more time, like parent element one more time. I'm going to just zoom out a bit. So if you save that, and it will now give us nil, because we don't have any parents for this HTML, so it will now give us nil. Okay, so this is how we can get a parent for each of the elements. So this is the, so we can also just go from this one, so the parent of this one will be ul, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. So this is how we can get a parents from our elements. So I'm going to just comment this line out, and let's just learn about children. So how can we get a children? So let's just write first of all that ul and document.query selector, and we are now selecting this ul right here. Okay, zoom in a bit. We are now selecting this ul, and now if you want to access the children, so for that we have our children property. So I'm going to just write console.log of ul.children. So if you just write children, and now if you save that, it will now give us the collection of all of these LIs right here. Okay, so we can also access each children if you want to, like we can just specify the index of 0. It will now give us the first one. So if you save that, and now here you can see it will now give us the first one. We can also get like the second one, the third one, the fourth one if you want to. If you save there, it will now give us all of that. But if you try to access the fourth one in this case, so it will now give us undefined, because we just have allies from 1 through 4. We don't have more than that, so that's why we are getting this undefined right here. I'm going to remove that. Alright, so now we can also change the inner text to be like something else maybe, or we can also get the inner text if you want to. So let's just write console.log of maybe ul, and then children, come on, children, oh my god, children, there we go. And now let's just select the first one. I'm gonna comment that other one, and now let's just get like inner text, inner txt, like so. And now if you save that, so the inner text is set to 1, so we are now getting 1. So if you just change that to something else, like I don't know, 1 as a letters, yeah, so if you save that, so it will now change it to 1, like so. We already learned about text and stuff like that. I'm gonna comment this line out. So this is it about how we can get a parent, and this is it about how we can get a children. So now let's just learn about a siblings as well. So we have a first ally. I'm gonna comment, or I'm gonna copy this line of code, comment this line out, and I'm gonna also comment this line out as well. So now let's just learn about a sibling. So we have our first ally one more time, and now let's just write console.log of first ally dot what next element sibling. So it will now give us the next element sibling. And now if we save that, let's just write text content so that we get to see our content. So we are now getting the second one right here. So this one is the first element, and if we just use that next element sibling property on there, so it will now give us the second property. So I'm gonna hit enter right here, zoom out a bit, and duplicate that. And now let's just use this next element sibling one more time and just write a dot in there, save it, and it will now give us 3, and the list will go on and on and on. I wanted to show you everything, but you don't have to go like that much crazy. Okay, so save it. It will now give us 4, but if you try to access this one more time, like so, let me just write it one more time, period. Save it. It will now give us uncaught type error, cannot read a property of nil, because this is a nil, so it will not give us nil. Okay, so this is how we can get all of the siblings. So I'm going to remove that final one because this one is a little bit cluttered. So we already learned about how we can get a parent, how we can get a children, and how we can get a next element sibling. So I'm going to comment both of these line out. Okay, and now let's just finally select our fourth ally, which is this one, and let's just learn about a previous elements sibling real quick. Let me just write let fourth ally, and it will be now equals to document.create selector of this fourth ally, and I'm gonna be let's just log that to console like fourth ally. And now if you save that, and you already know that it's that fourth one, if you just write text content of save that, it will now give us 4. Okay, so if you want to just get a previous element sibling, so we can just write previous, let me just write that previous element sibling. So if you just write that and save it, and it will now give us the third one. We can duplicate this line of code, and we can reuse that property, copy that, paste it right here, save it. It will now give us the second one right here. We can still reuse that one more time. Like this list can go on and on if you have a lot of elements, and I'm going to use it one more time and save it. It will now give us the first one. But if we try to access this the final time, so save it and nil, it will now give us a nil. Okay, so I know these are a lot of talking and a lot of typing and stuff, but you just have to remember that if you want to get a parent of some sort of an element, so for that you just have to use a parent element property, and this list can go on and on. Like you can go as much deep as you want, but I just kind of want to give you these examples. Now if you want to get a children, so for that you have a children property. If you want to get a next element sibling, so for that you have a next element sibling. If you want to get a previous element, so for that you have a previous element sibling property. So that was it for these siblings. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to learn about styling, like how can we apply styling using JavaScript and not CSS. We already learned how we can toggle classes and stuff, but in this section we are going to be learning about how we can provide a styling through a specific element. I'm going to zoom in a bit. first of all, and then we just have, you know what, let me just launch that and you'll get to see what it is. So we have a color of teal. Let's just open our DevTools real quick. So that's because we are providing this teal class right here. So I'm going to just remove that from here, and we have this hello world, and it's taking the color of the styling right here. So we just selected that and we provide a color of crimson right here. Okay, but if you want to provide a styling using our JavaScript and interacting with a DOM, so for that we can use just a styles property. Let me just get my h1 real quick. So I'm going to write document.query selector. Oh my god, what is that? Zoom in a bit, and let's just select our h1, log that to the console real quick. And now here you can see we are now getting that h1. Now let's just type dot, and now let's just select our style. So if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us a CSS style declaration property. So if you just click on that, and we have crazy amount of styling right here. We have S and color, we have a line count, a line items, A for animation, animation delay, direction, duration, film mode, iteration count, name, and all of different kinds of properties and its values set to empty because we don't provide any values to it. So let me just split there so that you guys can see everything. So we have a border, we have a background properties, we have like width and height, a clear clip path property, columns, the display property. So we have all of these CSS properties inside that style property which we wrote right here. This one is very, very, very powerful, but my suggestion will be to do not use that. Instead use classes and then toggle classes, but don't use that because it provides something called inline style. So let's suppose the color is now changed to, let me just see, the color is changed to, come on, oh my god, the color is changed to crimson right here. But now if you want to change the color to be something else, like maybe teal, so we can also provide that. So I'm going to just write like, you know, I'm going to remove this console log from here and write a dot. And now let's suppose if you want to provide a color property, so I'm going to just write color and change that to teal. And now if we save that, and it will now change the color to teal. So why is that? I'm going to just click on this mouse and I'm going to select that, and now here you can see it will now provide inline style to it. So we are now selecting and we are providing this inline style of color teal. If you want to provide a background color, so you can just write a background. And by the way, you're not allowed to write a CSS kind of style like background dash color. It will just think it's JavaScript, remember, it will just think like we have a background variable, then we have a color variable, and we are just removing something from this color, like we are just subtracting something from a color and we are just adding that to a background. So we'll just think about that. I'm going to remove this dash and I'm going to just write a camel case right here. So background color as a camel case. You can also go with a, no, you cannot go with a snake case because this is a JavaScript and we are working on a style. So you have to write that camel case. So the background color will be now in this case set to crimson. So if you save that, the background color will be now set to crimson and the text color will be now set to teal. We can also change that to white if you want to. We can provide hexadecimal values. We can do all of the CSS craziness by using this style property, but my suggestion will be to avoid using the style property because it's very powerful. And here you can see it will provide the styling inline right here. Okay, so I don't know, you can just play around with that. You know, you can just change that to like sky blue, and this is how it looks like. And you can just provide a transformation, animation. You can use all of these properties which I show you. Let me just show you that one more time. h1.style, and let's just comment both of these properties. Go to our console, split that, and just expand the CSS properties so you can just change like whatever you like. You can change the background image, or you can change the background origin, change the position, X is a repetition, the sizing of the background images, or whatever, powerful and also very huge. Like you can do whatever you want with that. Anyway, so enough talking. We are totally done with this styling and stuff. Now let's just get into our styling, our exercise. And now I want you to do this exercise by yourself. Okay, so we do have a lot of selectors and stuff. Let's just zoom out a bit and let's just see. Open our console real quick. Oh, you know what, this is a styling tag, so we don't have to open our console for that. So in HTML, we just have our style, and we just have our style, and we select our h1. We provide a color of crimson to it, but I'm gonna just hide this head area from there. So inside a body, we just have one container. Inside this container, we have our h2 with a class of main headings, and we just say like welcome to the real world. Then we have a paragraph with a class of subheading, and we have a little bit of lorem ipsum. Then finally we have our anchor tag with the class of btn, and it will just say learn more, and finally we just add our scripts. So that's HTML. Now what else do we have to do? We are now selecting our container, this container right here. What else do we are doing? We are selecting h1, paragraph, and also that button. So what do we have to do as a challenge? Provide 400 pixel of height to container element. So that's the first thing. We already select our container element right there. So provide a 400 pixel height to it. I'm going to just select first of all my container. I'm going to use style and then height. Come on, not get element whatever, but style, and I'm going to just provide a height to 400 pixels. So it will be on quotes, and now if you save that, we cannot still see something because we don't have any background colors. Alright, so what else do we have to do? Change the background color of the container to teal. Let's just do that, baby. Container.style.background, and we can also just write a background color, but yeah, background color would be fine. We can go to just background if you want to, and now it will be set to teal, and voila, we are now getting that. So then we have change the color of h1 to sky blue. So we already select that h1 right here. So let's just write h1.style.what should we have to do? To sky blue. So color will be now set to sky blue, and now if you save that, it will now just change this text to sky blue. What else do we have to do? Change the font family of the paragraph to sans serif. So we already select that paragraph, and let's just write paragraph dot what style dot font family to sans serif. Save it, and we'll now just change that to sans serif. It will remove the serifs from this font. Alright, so change the color of the paragraph to white. Let's just do the p.style.color, and it will now set to totally white. Save it, and the color is now totally set to white. And change the color of the button to pink. So let's just select, we already select that button right here. So btn that change the color of the btn to pink. So .style.color to totally pink. Save it. Yeah, we have a little bit of awful styling right here, but guess what, that's it, and we are totally done with our challenge. Alright, so we now tackle this challenge. We learn about a styling, and now let's just learn about a complicated topic called create element, append element, prepend element, insert adjacent, remove child, and remove. These are a lot of methods we have inside our DOM. I'm going to open my index.html file, style.css file, and app.js file. So we don't have anything inside any of them. And inside this HTML file, we just have our basic stuff. I'm going to comment, or I'm going to collapse this head area. We have a UL. Inside this UL, we have a 4 LIs, then we have a paragraph with a little bit of lorem ipsum in there, then we have a section, then we have a new list, and then we have a little bit of LIs inside there. Alright, so let's get into that. So in JavaScript, we just have a little bit of comments. So the first thing which you are going to be learning in this section is how to create element and how to use this create element method. Then we are going to be learning about how we can use this append child, append method, prepend, insert before, insert element, insert adjacent element, remove child, and remove. Okay, so we are going to be learning these methods in this section. So starting from the first thing, which is that create element. So if you want to create element using JavaScript, so first of all, we are going to be writing our comments for ourselves like creating elements, or element to be precise, just a singular. So suppose if you want to create an element, so first of all, you are going to be writing a document, and then you have a method called create element, as self-explanatory. So if you want to create anchor tag, you can just provide anchor tag. If you want to create like bold tag, so you can just provide B. If you want to create h1, so you can just provide h1, and you can just provide section. If you want to, you can provide article if you want to, but in my case I'm going to just write h1 in it, and I want to store that in some sort of a variable like h1. So now we successfully create our h1. So now if you log that to the console.log h1, and now if you save there, and we have to launch this index.html file like so, save a byte to the other one, open our console right here. Alright, so now here you can see we just have our empty h1 right here. We don't have any classes, we don't have any IDs, we don't have any content inside this h1 right here. Okay, so basic h1. Alright, so now we successfully create our h1. So what else do we have to do? Now if you want to add content to this h1, so we already learned how we can add content to our elements. So for that we have h1.text content property, and we can just provide like hello world. And now if you save that, and let's just check that text content property like text content, and now if you save that, it will now give us that text content right here. Okay, so we can also provide classes to it if you want to. We already learned how we can provide classes to it. So we can just write h1.classlist.add, and we can just provide different kind of classes to it, like I don't know, greetings would be fine. So greetings. So if you save that, let's just remove that text content, and here you can see we have h1 with the class of greetings right here. And we can also do styling if you want to. So we can just write h1, but we cannot see the styling because we didn't append that to our DOM. So this is it about how we can create our element, how we can add text to our element, how we can attach classes to our element, how we can remove even classes from our element, like just write remove class if you want to. So now the next method which you are going to be learning about is append child method, and append child will just append or whatever text we have or whatever thing we have, it will append it at the end of the list. So let me just select first of all the body. I'm going to just write const body, and it will be now set to document.body. So now we successfully select our body. Now we create our element, we provide text to our element, we provide class to our element, but we don't have that element inside our body. So if you want to push that element, that newly created element to this body, so for that we can just use append child. So I'm going to just write body.append and then child. Okay, so I'm going to just set that h1. So if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us that hello world right here, but it will be at the end of this body. It will not be at the top, it will not be at the center, it will not be anywhere in here, but it will be at the bottom, because as the name suggests that it will just append our element at the bottom of the list. So what is the bottom of the list? The bottom of the list is that final area right here, so it will just push it right here. If you change the text to be like goodbye, so if you save that, it will now change the text to goodbye. And also let's just make sure that we provide the classes to it. Let's just click on it. So here you can see we are now getting this greetings class right here. Okay, so everything is working the way we expect him to work. So this is how we can create our element, and this is how we can append it to somewhere. So we can like append it to our UL and LIs and all of that kind of good stuff which we learn. So you can just select like this UL, and you can append it right here at the end of this LIs right there. So now let's just do that. You know what, I'm gonna comment all of this coding from now, and I'm gonna just make a separator for ourselves. So alright, so now that we learned about a create element method and append child method, but now in this case we are going to be learning about insert before and then append, prepend, and insert before and stuff like that. Alright, so first of all we have to select our UL. So I'm going to just write document.query selector of this UL. Okay, so now let's just create our new item. So new, oh you know what, let me just give a name of like new li, and it will be now set to document.create elements. So we want to create an element, we have to just provide li right here. Okay, so we want to create a li, so that's why we provide li. Now let's just provide a text to it. So dot inner text to it, it will be now set to I am li tag. Okay, and now let's just append that to a UL. So we already learned like how we can append that to UL. So you can just use like ul.append child, this is kind of a review, so new li. So now we successfully append that to ul. Okay, so now let's just get our first li. So const first li, and it will now equals to document.query selector, and we want to just select our first li, which is this one. Okay, and now let's just learn about our insert before. It's kind of a weird one. So insert before method is a little bit weird one. You have to remember that. So first of all, we have a selector, then we have an insert before method on there. So it will just take two parameters, like what do you want to insert and then where do you want to insert it. So let me just show you that. So now let me just write ul and then insert before, and we want to provide new li, and we want to put it in a first li. So if you just save that, and it will now just put it at the top right here. Okay, so this is the first li, and it will now insert it before this first li right here. Okay, so the syntax is a little bit weird. First of all, we have to select something, then we want to use this insert before, and then what do you want to insert and where do you want to insert it. Okay, so that was just kind of a quick introduction about insert before element, and now let's just learn about insert adjacent elements. So let me just comment out all of these lines for now. I'm going to comment it out, and let's just copy this line out, and I'm going to paste this separate right here. So we just learned about create element, append child, insert before. Now let's just learn about insert adjacent element right here. Okay, so go to the bottom, and now let's just learn about insert adjacent. So first of all, we have to select our paragraph, which is this paragraph right here. So we are going to be writing const first paragraph. So we are going to be just writing document.create selector of paragraph. So we already select our paragraph. Now let's just create our I tag. So I'm going to write I and then document.create element. So as the name suggests, that it will allow us to create our element of I, and then I.inner text will be now set to I am italics, or whatever you want to call it, and we can also provide a styling to it. So the style.color will be now set to sky blue. Okay, so now we successfully create our element. We provide a style, we provide text to it, and we also provide a style to it. Okay, so now if you want to insert that, so for that we can use a method called insert adjacent elements. So I'm going to just first of all write a first paragraph and then insert a JSON, not HTML but elements, so element like so. Okay, so it will just take like where do you want to insert it and what do you want to insert it. Okay, so it will also take two parameters, like where do you want to insert it and what do you want to insert it. So we have a few values for that. So we want to just write like before begin. So before begin, as the name suggests, that it will just insert it before it begins. So if you just save that, and it will now place it right here. I'm going to just remove that, so it will now place it right here. I'm going to duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to just change that to after begin, afterbegin. Now if you save that, it will now place it right here. Okay, after it begins. I'm going to duplicate that one more time, and then we have before end, and now if you save that, it will now push it right here before the end of that line right here. Okay, so now if you duplicate that, and then we have a final parameter for that, like after end, and now if you save that, and it will now just put it after the end of that paragraph. So this is how you can work with the insert adjacent element. And then now let's just learn about this append and then prepend. These are kind of a similar ones, so I'm going to just comment out this one, and now let's just place this separator for here, and now let's just learn about append and prepend. So for append and prepend, it's kind of a similar and simple one to learn. Let's just get our section first of all. So we have this section with the text of hello inside there. So now if you want to get there, so I'm going to just write section. It will be now equals to document.query selector of section. Okay, so now let's just append or li to it. You know what, I'm going to uncomment these line, or I'm going to copy this text from here, and I'm going to paste it right here, or cut that one paragraph and uncomment these. So now we successfully create our I tag right here, and we just provide inner text to be like I'm italic, and we also provide a color to be sky blue. And now let's just push that. I'm going to cut that from here. I'm going to paste it right here. Okay, so now if you want to push this I tag to this section by using append clause, so we can also do that. So let me just write section let's just write section and then append of this I. So now if you save there, and now here you can see it will now append this I metallic with the hello. So we are now appending this I tag on this section right here. So we can just create another one, like let's suppose const h4 will be now equals to document.create element, create element, oh my goodness, come on, create element of h4, and then h4 will have the text of, like, I don't know, inner text will be now set to maybe my own name, like Hussein. And now let me just change the h4.style.color to be crimson, and now let's just append that as well at the same time. So I'm going to just write h4, and now if you save that, and boom, here you can see it will now append this one as well. So if you just change that to span, and also change these to spans, and now if you save that, and it will now, you can see it will now be in line right here. Okay, so this is how we can append multiple things at once. So then the next thing which we have prepends. So now if you save a file, so here you can see it will now append it at the beginning of that section, and if you just use that append, so it will just push it at the end of that selection. So if you save that, it will now push it to the end, and this prepend will just push it at the beginning right here. Okay, so that's it about create element, the append child before, append, prepend, insert JSON. Now let's just learn about remove child and remove. Okay, so it's kind of a self-explanatory. So if you want to remove that span, so you can just write span.remove. You know what, not span, let's just see. We have a new list. First of all, let me just get my new list real quick, and I'm going to comment all of this code right now, create a separator for myself, and now let me just write a new list. First of all, const new list, and it will be now equals to document.query selector of new list. Okay, so we have different kind of elements inside this new list. So I'm going to write new list dot remove child, child, and which child we want to remove. So we want to remove this one, or you know what, this one, fourth one. I'm going to give a class of fourth, so copy that, and let's just get our fourth as well. So const fourth will be now equals to document.query selector of fourth. Okay, so we have to just specify this fourth in it. So let's just write fourth, and now if you save that, it will now just remove that fourth from here. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 5. We don't have that fourth one. And if you want to remove all of them at once, like if you want to remove all of that list, so for that we have new list.remove, and boom. Okay, so it will just remove that. So if you want to remove the other stuff, so you can just use this remove method, and it will just remove it totally from the DOM. So in this section we learn about different kind of methods, like we learn about create element method, and create element method, as the name suggests, that it will allow us to create element. Then we learn about append child, it will just push or anything we just created at the bottom of the page, at the bottom of the list. And then we have insert before, it will just insert it before, and let me just put like what and where. Okay. Then we have append method, and append will append our element at the end of the list, and prepend will append our element at the beginning of the list. We also learn about insert adjacent element before. We have a few properties for that, and we also learn about remove child and also the remove method. So we learn enough about in this section. So what else do we have to learn? So now the next thing which we are going to be learning is something called event listener in the DOM. Alright, so now that we are totally done with creating element, appending, and prepending, and all of that kind of a good stuff, so now let's just learn about something called events in JavaScript. So this is our HTML coding. It's not that much, but before we get into all of this coding, let's just ask our good old friend, like, what in the world is events? So what is event? JavaScript interaction with HTML is handled through events that occurs when the user or the browser manipulate a page. So when the page loads, we have different kind of events for different kind of things which we are going to be learning in this video. So like for example, when the web page load, it can call an event. The user can, if the user click on some button, the specific event can be called, or if the user scroll down, if the user drags something, if we just click on somewhere else, if we move our mouse to somewhere. So we have different kind of events for that. So I just kind of want to give you the definition of what event is. So let me just say that one more time. JavaScript interaction with HTML is handled through events that occurs when the user or the browser manipulates a page. When the page loads, it is also called event. When the user click on the button, that click is also an event as well. So that was just kind of a definition of our events. So now let's jump into our coder and let's just see what we have. So first of all, we have our doc type HTML, just a structure of that. Then we have our button with no classes, nothing inside there, but we just have a label of click me. Then we have another button with the class of second button with the text of learn, or you know what, bad way would be fine. So with the text of bad way. And then we have a button with the class of best and best way. And finally we just have our paragraph with the class of para. So this is it for our HTML. Now let's get into our JavaScript, and now let's just start working on, you know what, we're not going to be just jumping into a JavaScript straight. First of all, we have to learn about the inline event. So how would you attach inline events to an inline or specific element in your web page? So now in this case we are going to be learning about inline event, but my suggestion will be to never use that. So if you want to attach inline events, so first of all you are going to be writing on, and then we have a click, and we have a lots of events for a lot of different kind of things. If I zoom out, if I just zoom out a bit like so, and if I just write on, so we have on a board, on blur, on can play through, change, click, context menu, double click, drag, and we have different kinds of events right here for different kind of things. But in this case, we are just interested in the click one, so we are going to be just working with the on click event right here. So now what do we have to do? Let me just write alert in here, and I'm gonna just put a value of like a. Okay, so if you save our file, and let's just launch this in our live server, so it will now just launch it. Alright, so now if I click on this click me button right here, so here you can see it will now give us this A right here. That's because of this event like on click. So whenever we click on this button, so something will happen. So we just attach alert. We can also just write like, I don't know, console.log of like hello. So let's just do that. Oh, you know what, or single quote would be fine, so that it doesn't give us an error like so. So if we save our file, open our developer tools, if we click on this click me, so anytime we click on this button, it will now give us this hello right here. That's because of this button, and my suggestion will be to never ever use inline JavaScript like that, and never ever use inline events. But I just kind of want to show you, like for some cases, if you just see like old code bases, so you will find this on click inline events, so be aware of that. So I'm gonna just comment this line for now. And now what else do we have? So we have a second button, and we are going to be learning about yet another bad way, and then finally we are going to be learning about a great way to attach event listener, and we are going to be also learning about event object. Okay, so now let's just write our bad way. So first of all, if you want to work the bad way, first of all we have to select something so that we can attach our event listener on there. So let's just select our second btn, and let me just write document.query selector, this one, and let me just get my second btn, zoom out, which is this second btn right here. Okay, so now we totally select our second button. Now if you want to attach your event listener, and this is the second bad way to attach your event listener, so first of all we have our selector like second button, and then we have on click. So if we click on that button, so what do we have to do? We are going to be just firing this function right here, or you can just put alert in here. And by the way, if you just put alert right here, and if I just put my own name, and if we save our file, it will now give us that alert right here, and our web page does not load up. This is another story, but I want you to know that it will block our web pages from execution. So if I just click on OK, it will just parent our browser right here. But never use this alert and this kind of bad stuff. So instead we can just use a function. If you just use a function like so, and if you just write console.log of Hussein, maybe Hussein web dev, and now if you save our file, and now if I just click on this bad way, it will now print us that Hussein web dev right here. And we have different kind of events, like we have on mouse move, I guess. So save our file. So now if I move my mouse over to that button, so it'll now print my name that much time, like so. Here you can see countless time. So we have different kind of events, but for now I'm gonna just stick to on click event, and this is the bad way to write events. So I'm gonna comment this line out. Okay, this coding out, and now let's just learn about a great way to attach events using JavaScript DOM. Alright, so let's just select our best. So I'm gonna just select my best document.query selector of best, and now if you want to attach event listener on this best by using a best way, so first of all we are going to be selecting our best like some sort of a selector, and then we are going to be using a method called add event listener, and this is the best way to attach your event listener to different kind of elements. So now here we have to specify like which kind of events we want to listen to. We have click, we have a DBL click, we have a mouse move click, we have mouse over, we have a lot kind of events which you are going to be learning just in a second, but in this case we are just interested in click event, so we will just pass our click, and then we have to pass some sort of a function. In this case we just pass our function manually right here, but now in this case we can also pass our function manually as well, like just pass anonymous function and then just write like console.log of hello world, and now if you save that, and now if I click on this best phase, so here you can see it will still print that hello world right here in the console, but we can also just separate that function to somewhere else. So if you just copy that or cut that from here, and if you just put it right here, and we have to give them some sort of a name like greetings would be fine. And now we successfully create our function. Now we have to just pass the name of that function or the reference of that function inside this add event listener as the second parameter. So if you save our file, and now if you click on that one more time, so it will still work right here. Okay, so everything is working the way we expect them to work, and we can just still pass what we call it of arrow function. So I'm going to comment this line out, and let's just remove these greetings from there, and we can still pass an arrow function. And by the way, if you guys don't know about arrow function, so I've got entire course on ES6 and there, if you want to check that out, it's totally free on my YouTube channel. So ES6 through ES whatever the best way is coming up. So I have a course on ES6, ES whatever, like all of these bleeding edge JavaScript. I have entire course on that if you want to check that out. Anyways, so if you want to check out the arrow function value, so feel free to do that. I've got a video on that arrow function as well. So this is how you can pass arrow function, and you can just write like whatever you want to write, like console.log of yellow and now if you save that, and if you click on that, it will print as yellow. And if you are using an arrow function, so you can also omit these curly braces from there. So if you save that, and now here you can see we get our one liner right here, and now if you click on this best way, it will now still print us that yellow. Okay, so this is how we can attach event listener. So in this video we just learned about 3 ways to attach event listener. This is the first way, the oldest, like the 90s way of attaching event listener by using inline event listener, and then we learn about the bad way, which is that by using this on click methods, and then we learn about a great way, which is by using add event listener, and this is also a modern one. Okay, so let's just comment this line out, and I want to also comment this line out as well. So now let's just learn about something called the event object. So let me just select my para, which is this paragraph right here. So let me just select that. Const para will be now equals to document.query selector of para. Okay, so now if you want to attach event listener on this paragraph, so we can just use like para and then add event listener, and we can just listen to a click event, and here we are going to be passing our arrow function, but we are going to be also passing our event object right here. So this is going to be a special object. It's not a parameter, it's a special object. So if you just log that to the console, like console.log and event, and now if event to be precise, so if you save our file, and now if you just click on this paragraph right here, so here you can see we are getting this event pointer event right here. so this is an event object which contains information about a particular event which you're working on. So we are currently working on a click event, so it will now gives us information about this click event right here. If you are working on some other event, so it will just store the information about that specific event. Okay, so we have alt key and bubbles and bottom and all of these kind of stuff. Let me just use that in some sort of input right here. Inside this form we have an input right here, and let me just give a value of like oh, you know, we're not going to give any value. I'm going to remove this value from here, and also this action right here as well. Instead of that para, I'm going to just get my input and select that as an input, and this one will be also a input. So if you save that, we get our input box right here. And okay, so if you click on that, so it will not just fire there. Let's just write form right here. So let's just save it, and now once the form is submit, so you want to listen for a submit event. So we have something, and we have to create a input of submit as well. Come on, man. Submit and no values, nothing. Okay, so we do have to provide a submit value to it, like so. If our form is submit, so it will just print us something. So all of this code means that first of all we are getting our form like this form right here, and we are just attaching event listener of submit. Like when our form is submit, like once we click on this submit button, so we want to just print like this event object. But if you just click on this submit button right here, so did you see that? Let me just click there one more time. Let's just click there. Did you see that flash of that event? So there's the form default behavior. Like whenever we submit our form, so it will just refresh our browser right here. So I want you to just notice this tile, and here you can see it will just refresh our browser. So if you want to remove that default behavior of the form, so for that we can get our event and then prevent default method right here. So we can use this method and we can just listen for that. And now if we save that, and now if I click on it, here you can see it will not refresh our web browser right here, and it will gives us that data specific about that submit event right here. Okay, so we have different kind of events, and we can also get a values if you want to. So let's just get our input area. Let me just write const input, and it will be now set to document.query selector of input. So now we get our input right here, and let me just write input, and we can also get a value of that input. So if you save that, and let me just write apple, and now if you click on the form, and we are now getting apple. If you just write banana, and if you click on this banana, it will now give us banana right here. Okay, so we can do crazy stuff by using forms and events. So we can also shorten the to, instead of writing events, so we can just change that to E, and we can also change this one to E. So that's the, let's just you know what, we are going to I'm not going to give you that much of other example, but I guess that would be about how we can attach event listener and what is event. So let me just review that one more time, and then we are going to be jumping into different kind of events for different kind of things. So JavaScript interaction with HTML is handled through events that occurs when the user or the browser manipulates the page. When the page loads, so we have different kind of events for page loads, like DOM counter loaded, it is called an event. And when the user click on a button, so there is also an event. So let's just say bye to that page or that site, and we learn about a few, or not a few, but we just learn about 3 ways to attach event listener, and we also learn about event object. Okay, so I guess that would be it for this section, and now let's just get into our new section called event in depth. So we have mouse event and we have keyboard event, and I'm not going to be going into that much detail. Like we have different kind of events for, like, let's just quick Google search that DOM events. So it will now give us different kind of events. So we have form events, we have keyboard events, we have mouse event, we have a lots of them. Like here you can see animation and blurriness, can play, change, click, copy, double click, drag, drop, and there are countless events. Like here you can see I can't like show you all of them. It will take like new course to show you all of them. but I'm gonna just show you a few of them, like those which you need in every single day, or not even every single day, but one time in a month. So I'm gonna just show you the important one, and you can explore others if you want to in your spare time. Okay, so say bye to that one. And now in this video, we are going to be starting working on our mouse events. So first of all, we have index.html file and we have a mouse event. So now let's just collapse this area. So first of all, we have our body, then we have a paragraph, not one, but we have a lot of paragraphs inside there. And we just give a classes of different kind of events like click and right click one, double click, mouse down, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse move, mouse out, mouse over, mouse up. For different kind of events, we have different kinds of definition of them. So I'm going to right click on there and open it with the live server, and this is how everything looks like right now. I'm going to open my dev tools as well. Alright, so we have a definition for the first one. The event occurs when the user click on the elements. So let's just start working on that. And by the way, we have a few colors like red, blue, teal, steel, blue, orange, purple, pink, crimson, chocolate, aqua. So we have different kind of colors right here. So we are going to be using that in our app.js. So we have click event, we have context menu, double click, mouse down, and all of their events, which we are going to be exploring in this video. And we also have a reference. So like all of these events came from this W3 school. So if you want to go there, you just have to hold control and click on this link, so it will just open it right here inside a Google Chrome for you. So if you want to learn more about this, so you can in your spare time, but in my case, I'm going to just show you all of them one by one. So let's just attach event to our first element, like one. So I'm going to zoom in a bit, and I'm going to just write like one.add event listener of click. So when somebody clicks on that element, so what do we have to do? On, or not on, but one dot classless dot toggle, and we want to just toggle this red. So now if you save our file, and now if you click on this element right here, so here you can see the text color is changed to red. That's because we are toggling this red class, and we have that red class right here inside our CSS file right here. So we are just toggling this class, and we are going to be also toggling the other classes just in a second. Alright, so that was quite simple and easy. So like if somebody clicks on the element, so this event will fire. The next event we have is that when the user right click on the element, so to open the context menu, so we have that one as well. So let me just write to.add, or I don't want to waste your time, let me just duplicate that, change these two to like 2, and now let's just change the event name to be context menu. Okay, so we want to attach, or we want to change the color to be blue. So if you just save our file, and if I just click on there, can you listen to that? If I just click on there, nothing will happen. But if I just right click on it, so here you can see it will now change the color to that kind of a blue color. So if you just right click on it one more time, it will just toggle that class again and again. So if you just right click on it, and now here you can see it will just work like that. Right click on it and it will just attach or fire that function. So let's just duplicate that one more time and change that to the third one. Third, is that third or 3? Okay, it's a 3. And change the event name to what? DBL and click. As the name suggested, it will just if the user double click on that, so then this event will fire. So change the color to teal, save file. If you just click on it one time, nothing will happen. If you click on it double time, like double click on it, so here you can see this event will fire, and it will now use this kind of a teal color. If you double click on it one more time, so that class will be gone because we are doing toggling. Let's just duplicate that one more time and change that one to what? 4, and also change the event name to mouse down, and also change this color to be steel blue. And now if you save our files, so first of all, let's just learn about the event occur when the user presses a mouse button over an element. If you just click on it, so here you can see this will this event will fire. It's kind of like a click event, but this is another way to use the mouse down. Come on, man. Alright, so then we have another one, which is the event occurs when the pointer is moved on to the element. And this one, and I guess the mouse move, both of them are the same. Let me just show you that one by one. So we have a 4, then we have a 5, And let's just change that to, instead of mouse down, we have mouse enter, like so, and change the color to be orange. And save our file. So what do we have? Okay, so once I hover my mouse over to it, it's kind of like a CSS hover. Once you hover a mouse over to it, so something will happen. So in this case, we are doing a toggling. So this is what's happening right now. Okay, so this is a mouse enter. It's kind of same like a hover one. And let's just change that to 6 one. So 6th, and also change this event to mouse leave. So let me just write mouse leave and change the name, or not the name, but the color to purple, like so. And now if you save that, if you just hover mouse over to it, nothing will happen. But if you just mouse leave, here you can see that event will fire. And if you just hover over it, that event will, nothing will happen. But if you just hover mouse out, like mouse out, so this event will fire. Okay, so let's just duplicate that, and you can learn more about that in your spare time. And SEVEN, mouse move and mouse enter is kind of like the same one. Mouse move, let me just show you that one as well. So we have a purple, we have a pink. So if you save that, and now if you mouse move, not that one. So if you mouse move, so first of all, if you mouse move, so it will now take this pink color. If you mouse out, so it will just remove that color from it. That's because we are doing a toggling, and this is how everything looks like. You know what, instead of mouse move 7, let's just comment this line out. 7 dot text content will be now set to hello. And now if you save that, and now if you hover our mouse over to it, it will now give us that hello right here. I'm gonna comment that one, cut that one to be precise, and duplicate this one. And then we have a 8. Also change this one to mouse out. So once we mouse out, it's kind of like the same one. So change the crimson color to be crimson. So this one, not that one. So once we mouse up, so let me just refresh this page, and now once we hover our mouse over to it, nothing will happen. If we just hover it back, and this event will fire, like so, nothing is happening. If you just go back, so it will, that event will fire, like so. Okay, so you can just play around with that if you want to, but all of them are the same kinda. So let's just change that one to 9. And mouse over, we already learned about CHOCOLATE. Why did I include that again and again? Once we mouse enter, is that a mouse enter? MOUSE over. Okay. This one is not working. NINE. Okay, so mouse over. Mouse over. Okay. So we give a class of mouse over, and we store that in the 9th one. NINE mouse over, and we just toggle the class CHOCOLATE CHOCOLATE, like so. Now if you mouse over it, so everything is working the way we expect them to work. And then the final event we have is mouse up. It's kind of a stupid one. I don't know why people would create such an event like that. 10 and then mouse up. All of them are the same, you know. Equa. And now if you click on it, so here you can see all of them are kind of the same. Like, I mean, like, what's the point of just making 2 events like same? Click on this one, click on that one, and it will do the same thing. The event occurs when the user releases a mouse button over an element. Okay, we have to click on that. Kind of a stupid. Anyway, so that was our mouse event. So we have our click, then we have a on context click menu, then we have a double click, mouse down, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse move, mouse out, mouse over, mouse up. So we have different kind of events, and we already learned all about that. And if you want to learn more, you just have to hold control and click on that, and it will bring you to this W3 school documentation. And you can even learn about a transition, page transition event. You can learn about a pop stat event, progress, and there are countless of them if you want to learn more about that. Let's just click on this one. And all event objects of the DOM are based on the event blah. Close that one as well. And now let's just learn about a keyboard event. So I'm going to launch my index.html file, right click on it and open it with the live server, and open our developer tools right here, or dev tools. And let me just zoom in a bit. Inside this body we just have our input with the type of text, and we don't have nothing special in our HTML. Okay, so we just have a link. You can learn more about the keyboard events by going to W3 school if you want to, but we have a const input.query selector and we select our input. Alright, so now let's just start work on our first event, which is a key press. So once we press some sort of a key, so that add event listener, and let me just write a key press, and here we just have to fire some sort of event, like I don't know, I'm gonna just write console.log of key pressed. If you just press some sort of a key, so this event will not fire until we press some keys. So I'm going to just press some random key right here. So these are random keys I'm pressing right now, and that event will fire that much time, like so. So that was the first one. Let's just duplicate that and change this one to, I'm going to comment this out and change this event to key up. If you just hold our key, so that event will not fire. If we just release our key, so that event will fire. So key up, kind of a stupid one. And if you just let me just hold some button, I'm going to hold this H. So I'm going to hold this edge, and that event will not fire. But if I just release that, and here you can see that event will fire. So if I just presses, and here you can see that will fire that much time. That event will fire that much time. Anyways, so that was a key up, and then we have the final one. Let's just duplicate that and learn about something called a key down. So if the key is down, like key down, key press and key down is kind of a same, like key down, save our file, and if you just key down, like if you just hit some key, so this event will still fire like that much time. Anyway, so that was just it about for keyboard events. And now let's just learn a few useful properties and method related to this keyboard event. So I'm going to just write like useful properties, properties, and methods, like so. So now let's just use that. Let's just get our input, not that one, input, and use add event listener. And once we press some key, so we want to get our e, because this is important. And now let's just write console.log of e, and then char code. So it will now use that character code. So if you just type something, like if I just type A, so it will now use the character code of 97, and then B 98, C 99, D, E, F, and blah blah blah. Okay, so any key I press, it will give us different kind of character code based on the specific key which I'm pressing right now. Okay, like so. And we are going to be building a project by using this char code and stuff like that. Let me just duplicate that and change this one to code, and I'm going to comment that other one line. So save our file, and now if I hit A, so it will now give us key A. If I hit B, C, D, E, F, G, it will just give us key and the specific key name. And then let's just use console.log of e.ctrl key. It will just check, did the user hold that key while pressing some sort of a key. So let me just write A, so it will now give us false, B still false. But if I just hit control and if I hit Q, so it will now give us true. Control and hit B, so it will now give us true. It will just give us true if the control key was hold, but if it will give us false if that wasn't the case. So now let's just log that to the console like key, not key, but e.key. And now if you save that, if you just write A, so it will now give us A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and blah blah blah. It will just print us all of the keys which you are pressing right now. And then we have a shift keys, so it will just check, did the user hold a shift while hitting on that key or not. So if I just write A, so nothing will happen, it will give us false. If I just hit I don't know, B, it will give us still false. But if I hold shift and hit Q, so it will now give us true. And if I just hold shift and hit G, it will also give us true, and so on and so forth. Okay, so these were just a few methods and properties which you can use throughout. And we are going to be also building a project by using these keyboard events and stuff like that. Alright, so now we are totally done with our DOM course, but you can practice that by going to like random websites if you want to. Like in my case, I'm gonna just go splash.com and I can just explore there. Like I can just play around with the DOM, I can change the things, I can even change the images if I want to, and I can do lots of stuff with that. And I'm going to be also giving you a project, like we are going to be building this 6 project in this video. But my recommendation will be to first of all go to random website, like I don't know, in my case I just came to Unsplash. You can go to Google and you can just play around with that, you know. Just select something by using a query selector, check out its code, like go to the elements panel and go to the body like the app, or you know what, you can just click on that and click around like anywhere you like, and it will give us different kinds of like classes. So you don't have to, let me just show you a quick real quick trick. So now that we click on this Unsplash, like we just selected that Unsplash Award 2022, but if you just hit $ and 0, and if you hit enter, and here you can see it will now just select that paragraph for you, but this will only work on developer tools. So now if you just select this Unsplash right here, and if you go to our console and then $ and 0, and if you hit enter, so it will now just select that Unsplash right here. So we can just store that to some variables and stuff, like I don't know, what can I do? I'm gonna copy just single class of it, and I'm gonna just store that to like const site name, and it will be now equals to document.query selector of that site name. And by the way, don't forget to include their period because it's a class. And now we selected their site name. Let's just see site name, and if you hit enter, okay, so we can just use site name dot inner text. We can check out that one, or we can also change it to our own name, like Hussein Web Dev. And if you hit enter, and here you can see it will now change the Unsplash to Hussein Web Dev. You can also find out how many images we have inside this all website. So we can just use like const imgs for document.query selector of just use img, and if you hit enter, and now if you just explore this imgs, and if you hit enter, so it will now just gives us the first one, because oh come on because we just use a query selector, not query selector. Let me just refresh that one more time. And now let's just use our query selector all in this case. I'm going to just use const imgs and document.query selector all. And let's just use our img. And if you hit enter, and if you just hit on img, so we have 17 images on just this one landing page right here. So if you just click on that, we can explore more, like we have this image, that one, we have other images down here. We can explore that, we can get a classes of them, we can do a lot sort of stuff with them. Like we learn enough stuff, we learn crazy stuff throughout this course. So my recommendation will be to just spend a few seconds, not seconds, I shouldn't have to seconds, but my recommendation will be to just spend a few hours just going to random sites and just exploring with that. Like you can even change the background color of this site. Let's just get into, you know, I'm gonna click on here somewhere, and okay, router, additional router, let's just select that real quick. I'm gonna hit $signs and $sign and 0, and now let's just get this class. I'm gonna cut that or copy this class, and we can even change the classes, like we can even change different kind of stuff, like I don't know, const header, or you know what, section when now equals to document.query selector of that element or whatever, and section dot style dot background color will be now set to sky blue. If you hit OK, so something is cannot read a property of null. So we did miss something in here. You know, you can change the color of something else, like I don't know, excuse me. So what should we do? You know, I'm gonna go to some other site, like let's just go to Google Chrome site official web page, and now let's just play around with that. I'm gonna right click on it and go to the inspect area, go to the console and select that body, and let's just use $sign and 0, hit enter, and let's just copy that. And what do we have to do? I'm going to just store that in variable like section or header would be fine. So document dot query selector of that kind of a weird selector. And if you just check the header, it will now give us the header. We can change the background color of that header.style.background color of that to like something else, like maybe sky blue. And if you hit enter, and there we go, your Google is now totally sky blue. You can even remove this stuff from here. Let's just right click on it. Oh, you know what, let's just what can we do with that? Let's just remove this SVG from there. Selected. Okay, so we have different kind of lazy loading and stuff. Okay, this image, I thought it's an SVG, but it's an image. So now let's just use $0, hit enter, and oh my god, this is a huge clauses. Let's just select, oh my god, let's just select this JS lazy loading. Oh my, oh, you know what, we can also remove all of these images at once, I guess. Let me just refresh this browser. Let me just refresh that one more time and go to the top. Let's just get all of the images which we have, like, I don't know, const or not const, let imgs, and it will be now equals to document.query selector all. Let's just get all of the images and imgs.forEach image. And what do we have to do for each image? So for each image we want to remove img.remove. Okay, so all of the images are now gone from this Google Chrome right here. So you cannot find any image right here. You can change the name, you can change the text, you can replace, you can even put your own image if you want to. You can do crazy stuff with that. So I will highly recommend you to go to any site you want, your own site, like, I don't know, you can go to any site you want and just play around with that. You can even change the background color of this button. You can increase or decrease it. You can provide animation and all kind of a good stuff like that. Okay, so finally, let's just jump into this project and start building our first project. So we have our first project, which is this random emojis, and we have index.html file in there. We have this CSS file, and we have this JavaScript file. So I will already give you this as CSS as well, so you don't have to type this CSS again and again by yourself. So here you can see we have like just a basic doc type HTML, but we just have one div, and we have this smiley emoji. And by the way, if you want to get emoji, I'm not sure about a Mac user, but if you are a Windows user, so I want you to just hold a Windows button and hit dot. So it will now give us a different kind of emojis right here. So you can just give a name of the emoji and it will give you that. In my case, if I just hit S, kind of a weird guy, so that's why we are getting kind of a smiley faces. So if you just select that, and there we go, you get your SVG. I'm going to remove that, and this is how we provide our text or image. You can also provide what do we call it, a font awesome if you want to. You can also provide render different kind of things, but in my case we just have a div with the ID of emoji, and we just have one emoji inside there. And now inside the CSS we are just providing 100 pixel of height, and displays flex direction is column, align items is center, and background is kind of a grayish kind of a background. And then we have our emoji, the font size we just increase it to 10 rem, and we just provide a little bit of filter of grayscale of 1, and cursor will be a pointer once we hover over to it. And transition, we are just providing a transform of filter. And then we have a transition duration, it will take 200 millisecond, and once we hover over it, so it will just scale its size to 1.3, and the grayscale will be now set to 0. This is now set to 1, so once we hover over to it, so the grayscale will be set to 0. I'm going to launch that real quick. Stop the live server and open it with the live server. And now here you can see we have this image right here. If I just zoom out, and now if I hover my mouse over to it, so here you can see that grayscale is setting to 0, and this image is taking, this emoji is growing just a little bit, like 1.3. Alright, so it's scaling, everything is working the way we expect it to work. But first of all, let me just show you we have a few things. So we are first of all selecting our button, or emoji to be precise, not a button. emoji like so. And now here you can see we have different kind of emojis right here. I don't want to waste your time, so that's why I provided all of these emojis by myself. If you want to get some other emojis, so feel free to choose whichever kind of emojis you like, but here you can see we have these emojis right here. Alright, so now let's get into the event listeners and stuff. So we already select our emojis, so now let's just select that and attach event listener on them. So once we mouse move or mouse over, so once we mouse over through that emoji, so what do we have to do? We want to just fire this function right here. So what do we have to do inside this function? We want to select that emoji and we want to just change the inner text of that emoji to these emojis. We want to get these emojis like a plural and which we store inside this emojis variable right here. So we want to get that, and we want to just get a random emoji. So in JavaScript, if you want to get a random numbers, random colors, random emojis or whatever, so first of all you're going to be just writing a math.random, and then you're going to be just writing like times whatever you want, so times and then emojis.length. Okay, and yeah, I'm gonna also wrap that inside math.floor as well. Okay, so just zoom out a bit, and this is how everything looks like. And now if you save our file, and now if I hover my mouse over to it, I know that was just a one-liner code, but it's now giving us different kind of result right here, and we can achieve different kind of result, like we are now getting different kind of emojis. First of all, we are just attaching our event listener of mouse move, and once we hover our mouse over to it, so that event will fire and it will now give us random emojis. Okay, so that's the first project. I'm going to just remove everything. And now let's just get into our second project. I'm going to open my index.html file, style.css file, and app.js file right here. I don't want you to write all of this code by yourself, so I've already given you a CSS. And by the way, I've already built this project, so you can check out all of this project plus 100 more projects on my YouTube channel. So I have already built like 100 projects, so that will give you huge, and that will give you a lot practice if you want to sharpen your DOM skills. So I have already covered 100 projects on my YouTube channel if you want to check that out. Anyway, so inside this HTML file we just have our content container. Inside this content container we have our navigation. Inside this navigation we have a few inputs right here, like button, all of them will be button, and we just provide a different kind of values to it, like purple, blue, red, green, yellow, and teal, and we just give them a class of btn to all of them, and then the same color of the which is like the value. Okay, like purple, blue, red, green, yellow, and teal. So this is going to be it for the HTML. So what about the CSS? I'm going to just right click on it and open it with the live server, and this is how everything looks like right now. So what about the CSS? We just first of all write our resets, then we change the background color to that kind of a bluish kind of a background. Then we select all of our button, which we give this class right here, button, and all of them. And we provide a padding of 10 pixel for a top and bottom. Left and right will have 20 pixel. Cursor will be pointer, like once I hover my mouse over to it, so cursor will be pointer. We remove the background, like the border. We change the color to totally white. The border we provide 2 pixels solid white. We give the width of like 120 pixel. The height will be 100 pixels. The margin will be 20 pixel, and text transform will be capitalized like so. Okay, then we select each of the color like this one. So we have purple, blue, red, green, yellow, and teal. We select each of them and we just change the background color of them to like that. And finally we just have our content container. I'm gonna have to put that up above like here, and we just give them a height of 100 vh, and everything is now totally at the center, and that's why we provide this content container class to it. Alright, so we are totally done with our HTML and CSS. So now let's get into our JavaScript and provide our interactivity to it. So what do we need for this project? First of all, we would need a button and a body. So first of all, let's just get all of the buttons. So document.query selector and all. So we have to just get all of these buttons. Okay, not btns, but just a btn. So we have this button, and all of these buttons right here. Okay, so the next thing we would need is a body. So we are going to be just writing document.body. Okay, so now our selection is done. Now what else do we have to do? We have to iterate over through all of these buttons. So we want to just use like for each. So for each button we want to attach event listeners. So once we click on each button, so what do we want to do with that? So you want to change the number to be like btn.value. Okay, so whatever the button value is, we want to change that to a number. So let's just write a value. Come on, man. And also we are going to be using change background change background function, which we are going to be creating just in a second, and we are going to be passing that number in there. All right, so that's that. And now let's just create that function real quick. So I'm going to just create that function like change background, and it will also take the parameter of number. Okay, so let's just write a body, and the body class name will be now set to empty class because we don't want to provide any classes and stuff for the body. So now let's just use switch and cases, and you can also use if and else statement if you want to. And we are going to be working on the parameters, so like this number which is coming from this one, and we are going to be passing the button value inside this change number, unlike change background right here. Okay, so you get the idea. So now we have to write our first case like purple if the color or the number is purple, so PURPLE, like so. Oh, you know what, instead of number it should be a color, isn't it? So I'm gonna just change that to, I'm gonna hit F2. Okay, it's not taking that F2, so I'm gonna select that manually. It should be a color. I guess that color will be fine. Why the hell do I just write number if the color is purple? So we want to just set the body dot class list dot add, we want to attach this purple PURPLE class to it. So, and then we want to break out from this loop, and we have this purple class right here. So right here you can see that, and we want to break out from this loop. And you know what, I'm not gonna do duplicating there. So then we have another case for a blue. So if our case is blue, so what do we have to do? We want to just write a body.classlist.add the color of blue to it, and we already wrote that inside our CSS. If you want to check that out, so you can. And then if the case is set to red, so you want to just write body.classlist.add the color of red to it, and we also want to break out from this loop. And then we have a case of green. Okay, so let's just write a green case, and body.classlist.add green color to it, and we also want to break out from it. Then we have another case for a yellow like so, and body.classlist.add color of yellow and break out. And finally we just have a last case for the teal color, and we are going to be just setting the body.classlist.add, and we are going to be changing the color to be teal. And let's just break out from this loop, break, and we also want to provide a default for it, so default will be just break. And now if you save that, let me just show you the coding. Or you know what, let's just test it out. If you click on it, so purple, blue, red, green, yellow, and teal, everything is working, but we have a few cases. We can also use if and else statement for that if you want to, but I guess their switch and cases are looking a bit better, so I'm gonna just go with that. So if the case is purple, so you want to just change the background color to be purple. If the case is blue, so you want to change that to blue, to the red, to green, yellow, teal, and finally we just want to break out from the loop. Okay, so this is the second project, and we are now totally done with our second project as well. Now let's just start working on our third project. So I'm gonna just open all of these files, and we are going to be building a feedback UI. So first of all, let me just show you the feedback UI coding. So we have HTML. So for HTML we have a section with the class of panel container, and we also have ID of panel. Then we have our strong tag with your feedback as the label. Then we have our div with a class of rating container, and inside this rating container we just have our singular rating, like singular container, and then we have different kind of ratings for it. Like we have a rating, then we have an icon for that specific rating, and we have a small tag of unhappy, then we have a neutral, and then we have a satisfied right here. Okay, so finally we just have a button at the bottom, and the class will be button, and the ID will be send, and it will just say like send feedback. And now if you right click on that and open it with live server, and once again I'm saying that if you want more practice on the DOM, so I have 100 projects on my YouTube channel which also include all of these projects. Like I've already covered all of these projects in a real great depth in in my course, like 100 projects in 100 days course. If you want to check that out, I'm just skipping through all of this HTML because I have already have a videos, like entire section of the videos on these projects as well. So if you want to check that out, that will be a great fit for you. And then we have a style sheet. So we have, like, first of all, a reset, then we have a body. We just give them a color of we just change the color to kind of a blackish, kind of a blue color. Then we have font family of sans serif, and we want to center everything. We provide a height of 100 VH. We want to overflow hidden, and margin will be 0. Then we have our panel container, which is this panel container. So we just give him a background of that 1D 1C kind of a bluish kind of background. Then we also give him the box shadow, and we also give him a border radius of 4 pixel, and we have font size of 90%, and we also set out everything to the center, and we have a padding of 30 pixel, width will be 700 pixel, and the color will be totally white. Then we have our container, which is that container right here, which is holding all of these ratings. So like we have rating 1, rating 2, and then we have a rating 3 right here. Okay, so then we are just first of all centering everything, and we give the max width of 500 pixel on there. Then we have a panel container, and which is holding a strong, which is the, come on, strong, oh my god. Alright, this is a small one. Yeah, this one, your feedback. So we are just giving a line height of 20 pixel, and text alignment will be totally centered, so it's now center. Then we have a rating container, ratings container, which is this one. And we are just using display of flex and margin of 20 pixel for top and bottom, and for left and right we have a 0 pixel. And then we have a rating, just a singular rating, which is that one. We are just giving a flex of 1, cursor will be pointer, padding will be 20 pixel, margin top and bottom will be 10 pixel, left and right will be 5 pixel. And once you hover over to it, and if our rating is active, so you want to provide a border radius of 4 pixel, and background color to be that CCC, and transition will be taking 1 second ease. So if you just hover over it, and if you click on it, so like when it's become active, we are going to be providing the active functionality once we jump into our JavaScript, but I just kind of want to tell you that. And then we have a rating icon, which is that one, and we'll give him a width of like 40 pixel. The font size will be 5 frame, and the margin for the right will be 10 pixel. And then we are just styling our small tag and our button just a little bit. And if our button is active, so we want to use a transform of scale, we want to just scale it a bit. Kind of lost my mind. Okay, so we have a hard once we submit our feedback. Anyway, so now let's just get into our JavaScript and write our code first of all, and then you'll get to know how this project will look like. So first of all, let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And getting elements from the DOM. So we would need a few things. So we would just first of all need a ratings, and it will be now equals to document.query selector of all, and you want to get all of the ratings. Okay, not a singular rate, but ratings, like plural. And then we have a const ratings container, and it will be now equals to document.query selector. Query selector, just a singular query selector, and we are going to be selecting our ratings container, which is this ratings container right here. And then we have our send button, so consent bt, and it will be now equals to document dot query selector, come on man, like so. And we are going to be using a pound symbol of send, which is ID, I guess. Yeah, we are going to be selecting that one. And const panel will be now equals to document dot query selector of panel, like so. Alright, so we are totally done with our selection. So now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to select our selected rating. This is going to be our default selection, like satisfied. Okay, zoom out. It will be now set to satisfied. And now let's just attach events to that ratings container. So we have a ratings container, and if you just provide add event listener to it, if we click on it, so then we want to get our event object. And now let's just check if our e.target.parent node class list contains ratings. So let's just check for that. If that contains ratings, so what do we have to do? We are going to be first of all logging that to the console like e.target. Okay, let's just copy that from here so you guys can see everything, and I want to paste that right here. And now let's just save that and open our developer tools, click on it. So true, everything is working. Yeah, it is including that. So let's just comment this line out, and we are going to be passing our function which we are going to be creating just in a second, like remove active. Okay, so we are going to be passing our function, and then we just have to use like e.target that parent. You know what, I'm gonna place that right here. Instead of that contains, I'm gonna just write add, and let's just write active instead. And then selected ratings, which we've created this variable right here up above, and will be now equals to e.target.next element sibling, element sibling, and then inner HTML, like so. It will be now equals to that. Underneath all of that, let's just attach our event listener on the send button. So send button.add event listener, and once we click on it, so what do we have to do? We have to just fire this function. So panel.inner HTML will be now equals to this template literal, and we are going to be placing our own HTML. So we have our paragraph with the class of heart, and we already styled this heart right here, as I forgot just a second ago. And let's just put our heart in it. So we have a heart right here, and let's just close that paragraph tag right here. Write a strong and thank you. Close that strong right here, and then we have a BR for breaking, and finally we have another strong feedback, BACK, and then selected feedback rating. And now let's just let's just close that strong tag as well. Alright, so now we are totally done with that, but now let's just create this remove active function, and we are going to be totally done with this project as well. So remove active. Okay, so it will not take any parameter, nothing, but inside that we are going to be iterating over through, like let I equals to 0, I is less than ratings.length. So we are just iterating over through this ratings length, and then ratings.index class list remove. So you want to just remove that active from it. So now if you save that, and let's just zoom out a bit, and this is how, first of all, we have a selector, then we are just attaching our first event listener, and we are just checking if e.target.parent element class list contains the class of rating. So if that's true, so you want to remove that act, and we want to add that active class on it, and we want to set the selected rating to this next element parent. So we want to select this selected ratings which we've created up above. So we want to select that to selected rating, which is like either neutral, unhappy, or satisfied. And then if you just click on the send feedback, so we are just attaching event listener on that, and we create our own panel, and we just change the inner HTML to like, first of all, they will get like hard, they will get like strong tag of thank you, then we have our feedback, so it will just show up that kind of a feedback for them, and we are iterating over through that. Now let's just check them out. Unhappy, send feedback, thank you, feedback, unhappy. And now let's just click on neutral, send it one more time, thank you, feedback, neutral. Now let's just click on the satisfied and satisfied. So everything is working the way we expect them to work. Alright, so now we are totally done with our third project as well. The next project is kind of a simple. You already have everything which you need, and we are going to be building that just in a second. It's not that much hard. This one, the key code, is the most simple one. I should have put that in the first one. I just want you to know that this one is simple one. That's what I meant. Right click on it, open it with live server, and if you press some key, nothing will happen. Inside the body we have first of all a div with a class of insert, and then we have a div with a class of key, and then the label of press any key to get the key code. So we are going to be just getting a key codes and all of that kind of a good stuff. We are just providing a research for it. We have a height of 100 pixel, we have sans serif, and everything is center, and then we have overflow is 0. We are just providing a background of linear gradient to it, and we are selecting that insert ID right here, and the background color will be white like so, this one, and padding will be 50 pixel. And we are now getting a key, which you will see just in a second, and we are styling that key, and also there's small text inside that key. So that's it for HTML, and that's it for a CSS. And by the way, you can check out my 100 project for more details if you want to. Alright, so for JavaScript, we will get our insert key first of all. So document.get element by ID. We didn't use that for a while. So now let's just use get element by ID of insert. Okay, so now let's just attach our event listener on a window. So if we just attach event listener on a window, if we just hit key down, so we want to get our event like event, and our event will be now equals to insert.inner.html will be now equals to this backtext right here. So we are going to be just rendering our div with the class of key, and let's just close that real quick. So let's just close that. Now let's just render our data inside there like event.key. So we are getting that event, and we are just getting a key, which you learned just in a second ago in a keyboard event. So if that's equals to empty strings, so we are just using our ternary operator right here. If that's equal to space, if we just write a space, so we want to just get a space. And if that's not equal to space, we want to just get our key. Let's just duplicate that, or you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna just duplicate that 2 times. So the ID will be key, or the class will be key, and then we have event dot. Let's just remove the other stuff. It will be now set to key code, and this one will be now set to just a code, simple code. I'm gonna write a code in here, and I'm gonna also put a small tag in here as well. So small, and then event dot key code. Copy that and paste it right here, and event dot code would be fine. And now if you save that, and now if I hit any key, and now here you can see it will not uses the key name. Okay, so we are missing something right here. So copy that one, and I'm gonna paste it underneath that one, and this should be just a key. So if you save that, and now if I just hit A, so it will now uses the key of A, the key code of 65, and the code will be just key A. If I hit B, it will now uses B and 66, and the key code will be B. C, D, E, F, G, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. Okay, so we have just interactive function or interactive project right here. So we are now totally done with this project as well. So now the next project which we are going to be building is a simple calculator. So you already have a styling, and you already have your HTML code, and I've already built this project in my 100 projects as well. So if you want to check that out, first of all, we have our div with a class of main, then we have a div with a class of input. So we are going to be storing different kind of inputs in there, and then we have our h1 with a class of results. So we are going to be printing our results in there, and then we have our select options. So we have different kind of options right here, so plus, minus, division, multiplication. Then we have 2 inputs with a class of number 1 and number 2, and both of them will take that type of input, and placeholder will be number 1 and number 2. And then we have a div with the class of submit button, and then we just have one button with the ID of btn and the label of submit in there. And as a CSS, first of all, we have 100 pixel of height, and we are just centering everything. Background will be crimson, text will be white, and font will be sans serif. We are just getting a 5 pixel of padding for top and bottom, and left and right will be 0 text, and our alignment will be set to center. Input will be flex, everything will be flex, direction will be column. And then we have our input, border will be none, border radius will be 5, padding will be, we just comment that out, padding will be 1 rem at the top and bottom, and 10 rem for the left and right, and outline will be none, margin will be, margin for bottom will be 10 pixel. For select option, we have margin bottom of 10 pixel, and padding of 10 pixel, and outline will be none, and we have a button, a little bit of styling for that button. Right click on it and open it with a live server, and this is how everything looks like. Okay, so now let's jump into our JavaScript and provide our interactivity to it. So first of all, let me just write my document.get element by ID, and I want to get my button first of all, and I'm gonna just attach our event listener straight in. Okay, and let's just fire this function. Okay, let's just zoom out a bit, and first of all, let's just get elements from the DOM. Zoom in a bit, and let's just get our elements. So like let num1 will be now equals to document dot query selector of dot or period num1, and we want to get a value straight away. And now let's just duplicate there and change this one to num2, and this one will be also num2. Then we have results, or result to be precise, and then we have a document dot query selector of result, like so. Then we have operator operator of document dot get element by id or select op not t but just op, and we want to get the value of that one as well. So now we totally get elements from a DOM. And now let's just use our switch and cases, and you can use what do we call it, if and else statement if you want to, but in my case I'm going to just stick to the switch and cases. So the first case we have, if the operator is plus, so we want to just get the results result dot inner HTML will be now set to just plus and then num1. So this just simply means it will now convert one number or a string to just a number, like so, and then we have a number to num2. Okay, first of all I will just write it that way, and then we will refactor our code. If that's a plus, so we want to just get that result. If the operator is not plus but it's minus, so we want to get a result for the minus. So instead of plus, I'm going to change that one to minus and break out from a loop. And then we have a case for the division, and then let's just place that to divide and also break out from it. And then we have another case for multiplication. So I'm going to just write multi in here, multi, like so, and I'm going to pass this one right here and change that one to multiplication sign. Save our file, zoom out a bit, and now this is how it looks like. So we have a few statements, like if the case is plus, so you want to change the result, the inner HTML, to just a number1 string and number2 string, and we are converting that string to a number, and we have an operator of plus, then we have minus, then we have division, and then we have multiplication right here. So now let's just check them out. So we have 2 and 2, and if you click on this submit, so it will now give us 4. And if we change the operator to minus, and 2 minus 2 will give us 0, and then 2 divided by 2 will give us 1, 2 times 2 will give us 4. Okay, so everything is working the way we expect them to work. Now let's just try it on 10 and 10. Let's just try it on plus and 20 minus 0, and divide is 1, and times will be 100. Yeah, everything is working the way we expect them to work. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select all of these numbers by holding Control and hitting D. I'm going to remove that, remove the other one as well, and now let's just put a plus right here. So it will also work the same, like it will also convert our string to a number. So let's just put a 2 and 2 in here, so 4, then we have 2 minus 2, then it will give us 0. 2 divided by 2 will give us 1, and 2 multiplied by 2 will give us 4. Everything is working the way we expect them to work. Alright, so now let's just start working on our final to-do application, and that's going to be the last project of our course. Okay, so right click on it and open it with live server, and there we go. We have our to-do list right here. Let's just change that one to to-do list. Okay, so collapse this head area. So first of all, we have our div with a class of container, then we have one form inside that container, and inside this form we just have one input with a class with a type of text and the placeholder of enter to do, and then outside from there we just have our to-dos container right here. Alright, so then we have a styling for reset, then we have margin, like the body will be totally crimson, the background. First of all, we have to get our elements from the DOM. So getting elements from the DOM. Let me just write a form first of all, and it will be now equals to document.query selector of form. Okay, so duplicate that a few times, so then we have our input, and then finally we have our to-dos. Okay, so change this variable names to be like input, and also this one to be to-dos, like so. Alright, so now let's just create our function and give a name of like get to do, and let's just put a value inside that, and creating new elements. So first of all, we are going to be creating our new elements. So if you want to create new elements, so like to do in this case, we are going to be using document.create element, as we learned that just in a second, and we want to just create a simple div, and we want to also create our text element. So we are going to be using document.create element, and we are going to be just passing our span in there. All right, so that's it for creating a to-dos. Oh, now let's just write setting values and style and styles for our text element. So I'm going to just write text element dot inner HTML, and it will be now equals to the value, whatever the value we provide, like value. All right, so now let's just append our element to the DOM. Okay, so we are going to be using to-do.append child. We are going to be using append child, child, like so, and then text element. Now let's just create our close button real quick, like let close element, it will be now equals to document.create element of span. This course is getting longer and longer, so that's why I'm just going a little bit fast. Inner HTML will be now equals to this HTML entity. So first of all, we are going to be placing our and symbol, then we have our times, and then close it, like so. And then we have a close element, close L dot class list. Let's just attach our add and delete class, delete, which we have right here inside our CSS, this delete class. And we also have a class for to do, which we created right here, this to do. All right, so save our file. Let's just attach our event listener to it. So attach events, like so. And now let's just attach event listener on close element. And if we click on it, so add event, oh my god, event listener, oh my god, close element dot add event listener, like so. Now if we click on it, so what do we have to do? We have to just create a function, and we want to get our object and to-dos dot remove child, and we want to just remove that to do from it. If you click on that close element, and what else do we have to do? So we want to just write to do dot append child of close element, and we also want to just provide a class of add, and then the to do class which we've created right here. Okay, so then let's just return to do. Save our file, everything is working. Now let's just get our form dot add event listener, and once that form is submitted, so then we want to get our element, our object, and let's just get our prevention. Let's just set that to default. Let's just get our value and input dot value. So whatever we have our value, and then now let's just check if value dot rem, because we want to remove that empty spaces from there. So then we want to just return. In this case, we can also provide curly braces if you want to, and then to-dos dot append child, and append child, let's just append or get to do of value to it, and input dot value will be now set to empty string, and blah. We are now totally done with our project. So if you just write like one, it will now give us that one right here with the styling. So if you just click on this X, so it will just remove it from our DOM. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on and so forth. And you can remove whichever kind of element you like, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. That was a lot of talking for me. I don't know how long I record this video, but that was a lot of challenge, a huge challenge for me to record all of that video. Anyways, so I'm assuming and I hope that you learned enough about a DOM. And if you want to practice your skill, like if you want to learn more about a DOM, if you want to practice on a project, so I've got you covered. I have 100 projects, and I'm currently working on new projects to add on that playlist, so you can check out that. If you want to learn more about HTML, CSS, so I've got a 16-hour plus course on that one with building 16 project by just using HTML and CSS. I have a SAS course, I have different kinds of other courses, I have ECMAScript courses. You can just check out my YouTube channel, and you can just learn a lot of stuff about JavaScript and Golang and all of these technologies. So thanks for watching, and that was it about the end of this course. So I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, Hussein and welcome to YouTube channel. So we are going to be learning crazy amount of stuff about animation, but first of all I want you to just come to this link, which is a greensock.com. If you want to type it manually, so you can, otherwise I'm going to also give you this link in the description below, so you can learn more about that if you want to. But in this course we are going to be learning about animations. So here you can see, if I click on that, it will give us a different kind of animation, and a lot of creative designer and a lot of creative people did very well job on this landing page. Okay, so you can learn more about that, and here you can check out some other great animation and stuff if you want to. But hey, we are going to be just learning the basics of it, and if you want to advance your skills, so this website will be the best friend for you. Okay, so if you want to learn more about that, feel free to do that. So before we getting into any of these stuff like GSAP stuff, so first of all I want to show you everything from the beginning, like how you would apply JavaScript animation, like a vanilla JavaScript animation without using GSAP. So we are going to be starting this course from the very beginning. So the description below, I'm going to give you a link which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and there you will find two folders, the start folder and the finish folder. So I'm going to launch the finish folder once this course is launched, and by the time you're watching this video you will find this start folder. So just open there and then download there. Like, you can go to my GitHub repository, then just download this folder. It's nothing but just a simple star file. So first of all we are going to be learning about a JavaScript animation, just a vanilla JavaScript animation. After that we are going to be learning about the tween set method, from and from to, staggers, controlling the tween timelines, and finally we are going to be building just a simple project, not that much huge, but just a simple project. Okay, so this is what we are going to be covering. And if you want to learn more like advanced stuff, so there are countless things you can do with this GSAP. Okay, so you can just search for that, like you can just search for anything you want and it will give you that result, and you can play around with that. Anyway, so we are going to be started working on our starter file. I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to open it my Visual Studio Code. So it will now open that folder in my Visual Studio Code. So what I'll do, I'm gonna just open this folder, and I have three files right here. So the first file I have, let me just zoom in a bit. So the first file I have is their index.html file, then we have style.css file, and then we have app.js file. So we don't have no content, nothing inside there. So what I'll do, I'm going to just start from the very beginning. So I'll just write doc type HTML in lowercase. Come on, Jose. Doc type HTML, just a boilerplate, and I'm going to just write, like, I don't know, JS animation maybe. And now let's just link it with our CSS file, and also let's just link it with our JavaScript file as well. I'm going to hide this head area because we don't need that. Now let me just create a section with the class of sidebar, and now inside this sidebar I'm gonna just write ul li, and I am going to just duplicate that maybe 4 times. So let me just write 4 and boom. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just do a multiple cursor selection, and I'm gonna just write a pound symbol, and I'm gonna write a home and about. After that we are going to be writing our projects, and finally let me just write a context section. Okay, so now let's just write I don't know, div with a class of center will be fine, and I'm going to just put my button in. So I'm going to write a click in here, and now if you save a file, right click on it and open it with live server. So it will now open this HTML file in a live server. Just in a second. Okay, it's taking a bit of time. Oh, come on, open it. Yep, there we go. So finally we have our star HTML file right here inside our browser. So now let me just get into the styling, and now let me just write a little bit of styling. So first of all I'm gonna just write my resets, like padding will be 0, margin will be 0, box sizing, I'm gonna give him like box sizing of board box. So now let me just save that. Yep, everything is working. So what I'll do, I'm gonna just change the color of the background to be something like I don't know, maybe 1B, 1B, 1B would be fine. And now if you save there, yeah, this is kind of professional black color. It's not totally black color, but it is something in that shade. Anyway, so let me just get my section with the class of sidebar. So this is the section which I'm talking about right here, and I'm gonna just give him a height of like 100 VH, and the width will be 20%. Okay, so I'm gonna also give him a background of like, I don't know, 29 will be fine if we save that. and now here you can see that sidebar right here. Okay, so I'll also provide a position of fix to it. If you scroll, so you want to scroll this sidebar with us, so I'm going to write a flex, and justify control will be center, align items will be also totally center, and I'm going to also provide a little bit of transition to it, not duration but transition of 1 second and ease. Okay, so if you save that, and yeah, this is how it looks like. So now let's just take care of the other stuff very quickly. So I'm gonna just write a class for myself, or you know what, let me just do that a bit later. I'm gonna write ul li, and I'm going to also provide an anchor tag in here as well. So I'm gonna just select my anchors, or you know what, I'm gonna remove this anchor tag from here. Now let me just select my ul li, and I'm gonna just remove that list style of none. So I'm going to also provide a little bit of margin for the bottom, like 10 pixel would be fine. And now if you save there, and boom, this is how it looks like right here. Anyways, now let me just get my ul li and also the anchor tag in this case. So I'm going to just write text declaration of none. The font size, I'll just increase that to like 1.2 rems, and font family will be totally sans serif as usual, and color will be totally pure white. So if you save that, and yeah, this is looking better. Now let's just take care of this center button. So we have div, inside this div we have a center button right here. So now let me just take care of that real quickly. So I'll just make it centered so that you can see it in a centered. So I'm going to write a display of totally flex, justify counter will be now set to center, alignment will be also set to center, and height I'm going to give like 100 vh. So if you save that, boom, we have our button right here. So now let's just take care of the styling of that button. So I'm going to just write center, and let me just get my button inside there. I'm going to provide a padding of 10 pixel for top and bottom, 20 pixel for left and right. Font size will be set to 1 rem, and border, let me just remove that ugly border from it. So if you save that, so yeah, this is looking better. So now let me just take care of the colors and stuff a bit. I'm going to just write a background of I don't know, FFA31A. This is going to be the background color, and the text color will be totally white, and cursor will be pointed. So if you save that, yeah, I know it's not looking that much cool, but hey, we just want to work with a JavaScript animation. So yeah, okay, so we write this class right here. So we style this sidebar right here, but now let me just create a class for myself, which allows us to hide this sidebar, like hide and unhide this sidebar once we click on that button. So now let me just write that class for ourselves. So I'm going to just write hide. You can give him any name you like you can give him unhide class or toggle class, whatever you want, but in my case I'm going to just give him a class name of hide, and the transformation will be now set to translate to the x-axis of -230 pixel. Okay, so if you just save our file, nothing will happen. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to just put this class right here for a second. So if you save that, boom, that's gone. And here you can also see, so you know what, instead of this 230, I'm going to write 340 would be fine. And yeah, that's totally gone from there as well. Anyway, so that's looking better. Now let's get into our JavaScript and provide our interactivity to it. So we are not going to be writing that much JavaScript, but first of all, we are going to be just selecting our button and sidebar. So I'm going to write cons and then sidebar, and it will be now equals to document.query selector of sidebar. Okay, and I'm going to also select my button as well. So I'm going to write document.query selector of button. Okay, so let me just get both of them. I'm going to write a button of add event listener, because once we click on this button, so what do we want to do? We want to just fire this function. So what is that? So inside this function, I'm going to just write sidebar.class list, and we want to just toggle this class which we have created right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write toggle and hide. Okay, so if you save our file, and now if I click on this button, and here you can see this is our simple JavaScript animation, but it took a lot of time to write this animation. But trust me, if you are using some sort of a JavaScript library like GSAP, so it will be like very easy to work with. Okay, so there's a lot of coding right here, so you still have to write that code. I'm not saying that you will not write this styling, you will write that styling, but hey, that was just a JavaScript simple vanilla JavaScript animation I want to show you. And now let me just get into the tween, like what a tween is and all of that kind of good stuff. So here you can see inside this folder we have 3 files. So we have index.html file, we have app.js file, we also have the style.css file, as well. So we have a little bit of styling right here, and we just have our boilerplate right here, but I'm going to remove this CDN because I want to show you everything from scratch. Okay, so we don't have nothing, so I'm going to open this folder, I mean like in this file in a live server, and here you can see we have a blank screen right here, nothing, no content, nothing inside there. Anyways, so what I'll do, I'm gonna hide this head area, and I've already attached that to my style sheet right here. So I'm gonna hide that head area right here, and what I'll do, I'm gonna just write section with the class of container. Inside this container we will just have our simple box. So if you just save our file, and here you can see that styling applied to it. So their styling is coming from the style sheet right here. So we just have or a little bit of reset, then we are just centering everything inside this container. We are changing the background, and we are also just styling our box a little bit, and this is how it will looks like right here. So the main focus of this course will be on a GSAP, not on a CSS. If you want to check out my CSS course, so I've got like 14-hour or so CSS course, including a lot of projects. Okay, so now it's time to attach our link of a green sock or GSAP library. So if you come to this site, so here you can see that link. Okay, so if you just click on it, I guess it will just copy it to clipboard. Yeah, it is. Okay, so you can just click on there. Okay, so it's not, I guess it's okay, it is copying. If you want to download as npm package, so you just have to write like npm install in GSAP, and if you want to download that, so you can just click on this zip and it will just download it into your machine, and then you can use this GSAP. But in my case, I'm going to just click on there, and I am going to just copy that. So I'm going to just click on it, so it will automatically copy it to my clipboard, and I'm going to just paste it right here. Okay, so if you save our file, and now if you just open our network panel, let me just go to my network panel right here real quick. Let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now let me just refresh that, and here you can see we have this gsap.min, and the status code is set to 200. So everything is working the way we expect them to work. Anyways, so here you can see we just have our one box right here. So we want to provide a little bit of animation to it by using our GSAP. So as I said, like GSAP is a JavaScript animation library which allows us to do animation. So now let's just write a little bit of animation. So before we get into all of their animation and stuff, first of all we have to learn about a GSAP object. So the GSAP object, like this object which I'm writing, serve as the access point for the most of GSAP functionality. Like it's just a generic object with a various method and properties that creates and control tweens and timelines. So the key player in all of that GSAP. So you can say that this GSAP object is a key player in all of the GSAP world. Okay, so this is the heart of a GSAP. So now let's learn about a tween. So what in the world is a tween? A tween is just a single moment in an animation. And yeah, let me just write a tween. So first of all, we have to create our GSAP object, and then inside this GSAP object we have methods. So I'm gonna just write method, and then we have an element, and then we have a vars object. Okay, so vars object, this is just a pseudocode which I'm writing right here. Let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything. First of all, we have to work with a GSAP object. Then we are going to be attaching some method. Like this GSAP have a lot of method which we can use. So we are going to be using some sort of a method, and then we are going to be selecting some sort of element like h1, or I don't know if you're using like I don't know, selector, class selector, or if you're using id, so you just write a pound symbol and then id selector, whatever you have. So in my case, I'm going to just put the element right here. Okay, and then we have a vars object in which we are going to be doing most of our work. So this is just a pseudo element. So now let's learn about a gsap.to method. So I'm going to just write gsap dot, let me just write gsap, come on, and then I'm going to just access my to method inside that gsap object. And here I said like we have to specify some sort of an element right there. So first of all, we are going to be specifying our element. So what is the name of our element? In this case, the name of our element is this box right here, because we want to animate this box. So what do we have to do? I'm going to just write period and box, just a css selector, like a class selector. And after that, what I'll do, I'm going to provide my vars object. Trust me, this stuff is not hard, but at first it will look a little bit of confusing. So I'll just write like, I don't know, I'm going to just write y and 100. So if I just write y 100, if you save a file, And here you can see it will just push it to the y-axis right here. Okay, so if I change that to the x, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now push it to the x-axis right here. So if you also want to provide a duration, so we can also just provide the duration. So duration of maybe 2 seconds. So you don't have to specify the s inside there as you do in a CSS, but you just have to write 2. And now if you save a file, and let me just refresh that one more time, and here you can see it will move our element to the x-axis in 2 seconds. So it will just take 2 seconds as a duration. And you can also provide like a yo-yo property. So, oh, you know what, let me just show you the repeat. So let me just write repeat. Okay, so repeat will be now set to like -1. If I just write -1, and now if we save that, and this animation will happen again and again like infinity time. So now let me just explain this coding. So what is this x means? This x means like transform to the x-axis, transform to the x-axis like 100 pixel. Okay, so you can just specify the symbol pixel, or you can also provide a negative value if you want to. So if I just specify the negative 100, and now if we save that, it will just push it to the negative side right here. If I just remove this negative from there, it will just push it right there. Okay, so hit the positive direction. So this is a shorthand for writing like a translate to the x-axis and stuff. So we just have x, and we also have a y. So if I just write y to like 2000 maybe, so if you save our file, and here you can see it will just push it right here to the bottom. Okay, so this stuff will take a little bit of time, so I'm going to just remove this x-axis, save our file. Here you can see it will just repeat our animation. That's because of this repeat -1. So if I just remove that, and if I just put like 2, if we save our file, so 1 and 2, and our animation, okay, so that was the second one, so animation will stop working right here. So that's just a simple stuff you can work with this GSAP 2 object. So I forgot to show you like what a GSAP 2 object is. So this to method is the most common type of animation in the GSAP. So this to method allow you to define the destination object, and most of the people think in terms of animating to a certain value. So you can think about that if you want to. But hey, we learn about our first object. So now let me just close all of these files, and now let me just get into the set method. So I'm going to open my HTML, CSS, and also the JavaScript files as well. And here you can see we just have link to our CSS file, and we just have link for our GSAP right here. So I'm going to just hide this head area from there, and I'm going to write that container in box one more time. So I'm going to write container and also a box. So if you save that, and here you can, okay, so we have to launch it first of all. So I'm going to launch it right here. So here you can see we have our simple box right here, and we have that container. So we just provide a little bit of styling to it. Everything is working the way we expect him to work. So now let's just learn about the set method. So the set method is used to set the properties of an element before animating. You can also use it for like immediately setting the properties of an element, or if you want to create a zero duration animation, so you can also use it for that if you want to. So what I'll do, I'm going to just write a GSAP, and then I'm going to access my set method inside there. So what will I do? I'm going to just select my box in here. Okay, so then I'm going to also provide my words object, and you know what, I'm going to provide opacity, and I'm going to set that to 0, and I'm going to also provide a background of totally maybe yellow would be fine. So now we set these two properties inside this GSAP. So if we save our file, and you can now see that because the opacity is now currently set to 0, and the background is also set to yellow. Okay, so you can now see both of them. The next thing which you have to do is that we have to use our GSAP.to method as we learned just a second ago, and we also have to select our box one more time, and we have to provide our words object, and I'm going to just provide opacity of 1 in this case. So if you save our file, and boom, here you can see the opacity is now changed to from 0 to 1. Okay, so that's why we are getting this circle right there. And I'm going to also change the background to be like something else, like maybe crimson would be fine. And now if you save that, and here you can see that background is changed to crimson. We can also provide a duration if you want to. So duration of 3 seconds in this case. So it will take a little bit of time. Let me just refresh that. It will take a little bit of time to apply that crimson color to it and also that opacity. So what I'll do, I'm going to also provide like, I don't know, I want this to be like go to the y-axis of 100. And now if you save our file, and here you can see it will take a little bit of time and all of that animation is applying. And I am going to just provide a repeat of -1, and you already know that it will just repeat it infinite times. So if you just save that, and this animation will happen again and again from the beginning through the end. But we also have a new property in GSAP which is called a yo-yo, and as the name suggests that it will just yo-yo our animation. Like it will just start our animation from the beginning and through the end, and it will just start from the end through the beginning. You will see that just in a second. So yo-yo, I'm not making this up, but this is a property inside a GSAP. So if you save that to true, if you set that to true, and here you can see it will just go from the bottom to the top. So animation will start and it will just go from the bottom to the top and stuff like that. If I just comment this line out, let me just comment this line out, and here you can see that blink in this animation. So if you don't want that, you can provide this yo-yo property inside your animation. Okay, so that was the second one. Let me just close all of these files, and now let me get into this from and from to. So I'm going to open all of these three files. So you already know that we have this star file right here, but in this case we are going to be providing three boxes. So what I'll do, I'm going to just select I'm going to write a section. Maybe I'm going to give a class of container, and I am going to just write box and then box. One would be fine. Okay, so no content, nothing inside there, and I'm going to duplicate that 2 times. So 2 and box 3 we have. So if you save our file, and let me just launch that very quickly. So I'm going to open it with live server, and this is how it looks like. So here you can see we just have 3 boxes right here, no animation, nothing, just a little bit of styling to it. So here you can also see their styling. I just provide I just change the width and height and provide a little bit of background color and stuff like that. You can check out if you want to. So now let's just learn about a from and also the from to method in GSAP. And from method, you don't have to specify the initial state, like it will just figure out by itself. Let me just write there first of all, from. So in from method, you don't have to specify the initial state. It will figure out by itself. Okay, so I'm writing this definition because in some situation if I say something and you don't get it, so you can also take a look at through this note. So I'm going to write from to, and from to, and from to method you have to specify the default value and also the new animation state as well, like from where you want to start your animation and from where your animation should end. Okay, so this is just a difference between the from and the from to method. So now let me just get to the coding, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So first of all, let's just learn about a GSAP from, and come on, I forgot to provide dot. Oh my goodness, now let me just write it one more time. So we have GSAP, then we have, come on, GSAP, then we have a dot and from. I'm gonna select my box inside there, box 1 in this case, not the other one, but just a box 1. And we have what do we have? I'm gonna just move that to the y-axis, like 200 would be fine. And I'm going to also provide duration to it, like 3 seconds it will take. And I'm going to also provide linear easing. So you can learn more about this linear easing and stuff by yourself. So if you save that, and here you can see, let me just refresh that, and here you can see it will just come from the top through the bottom right here, like one time. If you want this one to repeat, so let me just write repeat, repeat, like -1. So this animation will happen again and again. We can also just provide our yo-yo property, and we can set that to true, and boom, this is how it looks like right here. Okay, so it will just come from the top through the bottom, and in this case we are using the from, and as we saw that in the from, did I just write from? Okay, that's from. In the from method you don't have to specify the initial state, it will just figure it out by itself. So now let's just learn about this other one, which is that from to method. So I'm going to comment this line out, and you know what, I'm going to cut these comments from here, and let me just put it right here at the end. And now let's just learn about the from to method. I'm going to access my GSAP. I'm going to use their from to, and I'm going to just select my box 2 in this case. So in this case I'm going to be using 2 objects right here. So the first one will be for the initial state, and the second one will be for the changing the animations. So you will get what I'm talking about. But first of all, as the initial state, I want this animation to happen from y-axis like 200 pixel, and I'm going to also provide the opacity of 0 to it. So this is going to be the initial state of my animation. And what else can we do for that? We want to end our animation by providing the opacity of 1 to it. We also want to provide the y-axis, and we want to set that to like -200, and we also want to provide a duration of 3 seconds. We also want to provide the easing of linear. Okay, so we will discuss this easing and stuff in a second, but you don't have to worry about that for now. But now let's suppose if you want to provide also like a border radius, so you can just write border radius, radius, and you can set that to 0. Okay, so if you want to provide like something else in CSS, like I don't know, maybe I don't know, if you want to provide something else, like you can have access to any property of a CSS, but you are not allowed to provide the dashes, like I don't know, font and family. This is invalid. If you want to use a font family, so you'd use that in uppercase, and then you can specify the font family. But we're not providing any font families in animations and stuff, but that was just a little bit of side notes. And I'm going to also provide a repeat to the -1. So we want to repeat this animation like countless times. So we also want to provide a yo-yo of true. So if you save that, and here you can see this animation will happen, and here you can see the initial state. Let me just refresh that. The initial state will be 0, and it will just come from the y-axis, which is that y-axis. Let me just go back, and the initial state will be y-axis 200, and opacity will be 0. So here you can see the opacity is 0, and then opacity is set to 1, and also we are changing the border. Where are you? The border is setting to 0, and here you can see, let me just see that, and the border is now setting to 0, and this is going to be the initial state, and this is going to be the what do you want to do with that animation. So that was just quite simple and easy, and you can learn more about that in the docs. If I'm confusing you up, I'm sorry about that. So now let's discuss about staggers. So now let me just open this index.html file, and we have just a little bit of styling for this elements and stuff. So what I'll do, I'm going to hide this head area from there, and in this case we are working on a stagger, so we would need a lot of boxes. So I'm going to just select my container, and I'm going to just create a div with a class of box, and I want them to be like 7 maybe. Okay, so we have 7 boxes inside that container if we save that. And now let me just launch that very quickly. I forgot that stuff all the time. And here you can see we have 7 boxes right here, and we are going to be discussing that stagger. But let me just go to the docs, because stagger is a little bit confusing thing, and not confusing, it's a very cool thing to work with, but it's a little bit confusing that I'm explaining to you. Okay, so I'm going to just search for stagger, S-T-A-G-G-E-R-S. There we go. Stagger, I'm going to click on that, and you can learn explanation about their video. Okay, so we have different kind of staggers. So stagger are these kind of animation, and you cannot apply stagger to just one element and stuff. You would provide that with a lot of elements. So here you can see this stagger is starting from the center. We can also change that to end, and this is how it will start from the end. If you want to provide it from the edges, so you can also work with the edges. If you want to start it randomly, so it will just work with it randomly. If you want to provide 11 indexes, so this is how it will looks like. You can also provide axes like to the y-axis or through the x-axis if you want to, and easing is something which we didn't discuss, but you can also provide easing. You already know easing if you've taken my HTML and CSS courses, so I've discussed this easing and stuff in a really great depth. But anyways, so that's that. So now let me just get into my coding, and now let's just write a little bit of coding. So what I'll do, I'm going to just write gsap.set. So come on, gsap.set. I'm going to zoom in a bit, and I'm going to select my box first of all. So we have our box, and I'm going to just change the border radius, there we go, and I'm going to set that to 0 because this is the initial state, and I'm going to just write gsap.to, and I'm going to select my box, like all of the boxes, not one box, but I mean all of the boxes right here. Okay, so I'm going to select all of their boxes. I'm going to provide my words object, and the border radius property will be now set to like 100 because we want to provide a border radius to it. And I'm going to also provide a duration of 1, and at the y-axis it will just move to the y-axis like 100, and we have a ease of power 1. Okay, so I didn't discuss this easing, but hey, this is just a property for easing. Anyways, I'm going to show you that just in a second, but we have a yo-yo. It will be now set to true, and let's just provide a repeat to it. So repeat will be -1. So if you save our file, and this is how my current animation looks like a bouncy animation, and that's not looking cool. We want this stagger animation, we don't want this ugly animation. So for that we are going to be using a stagger. So if I just write stagger, then we are going to be specifying that object. So we want to provide the property of amount. So what will be the amount you want to work with? So this amount property is the total amount of time in seconds. So if I just provide like 4 in this case, so that's that. And then we are going to be also providing another property which is each. So esch, and then I'm going to just set that to like 0.5 second would be fine, not seconds, but so the each property is the amount of time in second between each subtween start times. So that's that. And finally we are going to be also providing the from, and it will be now set to 0. So the from is the position in that array from which the stagger will eliminate. So if you just save our file, and boom, this is how it looks like right here. Okay, so you can work with that, or you can provide like different kind of other animation if you want to just like copy these animations. So we have grid, they use a grid, we don't need that. You can also provide the axis if you want to, and let me just write, you know what, I guess this is looking cool, but let me just show you this animation. First of all, I forgot to show you this animation. I've watched this animation a lot of time, so that's why I don't notice that. I want to show you that this is the first step, and boom, 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 boom. Okay, so that's how you can work with these staggers. So staggers are massive. If you want to work with that, so feel free to work with that. You can also learn about advanced staggers, but I just kind of want to give you a test. And here you can see that definition, that amount, like amount, you in the amount property you'll provide a number. It will not take any string and nothing. The total amount of time in second that gets split among all of the staggers. So if amount is 1 and there are like 100 elements, the stagger is nearly, there would be like 0.01 seconds between each subtween start time. If you prefer to specify a certain amount of time between each tween, use the each property instead. Okay, so we have each, we have grid, we have axis and ease properties, and you can learn more about that in your spare time. So this is just a basic animation I want to show you in the staggers, and yeah, you can explore more of them if you want to. So yeah, now let's get into the controlling tweens. So I'm going to open these 3 files right here, and we have just a little bit of styling. I'm going to cut that, and we don't have nothing inside this app.js file. And yeah, we just have a little bit of HTML, just a boilerplate, and we have our link to the style sheet. I'm going to hide this head area from there, and what I'll do is that I'm going to start working on our section, and I'm going to just write a container. Okay, so I'm going to give a class of container. Inside this section, I'm going to write my box of container. Okay, so inside this box container, I'm going to create box, and I'm going to also give a class of box1 to it. And yeah, that's looking better. Underneath that box, I'm going to create my new section with a class of buttons container. So this buttons container section will contain all of our buttons. So I'm going to just write button. I'm going to give him a class of play, and I'm going to also provide a text of play to it. So we have play, we have pause, and we also have a restart. Okay, so let me just write a pause, and we have to write a restart, animations. So yeah, that's that. This is our HTML if we save our file, and this is how it looks like. So now in this case we are going to be controlling our animation. Like if we click on this button, so it will just play our animation. If we click on this pause button, it will pause our animation. If we click on restart, so it will just restart our animation. And you can go crazier, like you can provide a staggers if you want to, but in my case I want to show you just a simple way of controlling your tweens and animations. So I think like one box would be fine. So now let me just get my buttons first of all. So I'm going to write let play will be now equals to a document.query selector of play. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate that a few times, and I'm going to change that to like instead of play, I'm going to change that to pause, and I'm going to also select my play, and I'm going to change that to restart. Okay, so that's them. And now let me just write my tween. So I'm going to write let tween, and I'm going to store that in variables. So I'm going to write GSAP.to, and we already stored that inside our tween variable. You can give any name you want, and I'm going to just write box1. Like we will select this box1 right here, so that's why I give the class of box1 to it. Inside there I'm going to provide this object to it, and it will go to the y-axis like -2 -200, and we want to provide a little bit of duration like 5 seconds, and the background color I'm going to change that to like I don't know which color will be. Maybe I will go to a teal color. Okay, so if you save our file, and yeah, here you can see we have this animation, but it's not controlling. Like if I click on this button, nothing is happening right here. Like nothing is totally happening. Anyway, so if you want to control our tweens, so for that we have to attach a few event listeners to it. So now let me just select my play, and I'm going to attach this add event listener. If we click on that play button, so what do we want to do? We want to fire this event. So what do we want to do with this event? We want to write like tween.play method. Okay, so play, and so this play method is a built-in method of this GSAP. Okay, so it will allow us to play our animation, and by default it will be played. Like by default it will be played, but now let me just duplicate that a few times so that we get the same functionality as we want. So I'm going to write pause, and I'm going to also write restart. So these three are the method which GSAP provides to us, and which allows us to play our animation, pause our animation, and restart our animation. So I'm going to just write a pause in here, and now let me just write restart. Come on, restart. So we've already selected there right here up above, and now we are just controlling our animation. So if you save our file, and now if I just refresh there, here you can see this animation will be coming. So if I just click on restart, so here you can see my animation is restarting. If you want to pause this animation, so I'm going to just click on there, and it will just pause my animation. If you want to play it again, so I'm going to click on there, it will just play it again. If you want to restart it, and here you can see this is how you can play around with these animation by yourself. Okay, so that's cool. Like you can work with that. That's awesome thing to work with. But now let's just discuss the final topic in this video, which is a timelines. And yeah, let me just explain that to you. So I'm going to just give you two examples of these timelines because they are cool stuff. Not hard, to be precise, not hard, but they are a cool thing to work with. So that's why I want to give you two examples of timelines, and after that we are going to be creating our projects. So now let me get into the timelines. So I'm gonna hide this head area from there, and what I'll do is, so you guys can see everything a bit better, I'm gonna create a section with the class of container, and I'm gonna just write box, and I'm gonna also give a special class of box1, duplicate that 2 times, box2 and box3. So if you save our file, right click on it and open it with the live server, and this is how it will look like. But I don't know why we don't have any styling for the background. I guess I messed up. Container, there we go. I'm gonna copy them, I'm gonna paste it right here, save our file, and yeah, this is how it looks like. Anyway, so I'm gonna cut this style sheet from there, and now let's just start working on our GSAP. So now let's just discuss our topic, which is a timeline, and as the name suggests that it will be a timeline for our tweens. So what do I mean by that? First of all, let me just declare a variable. I'm gonna give a name of like vartl for like timeline, and I'm gonna just write GSAP, and I'm going to just write like timeline inside there. Okay, so now we have our timeline. So I'm going to write TL, and then we are going to be using this to method inside there. I'm going to select my box 1. So what do I want to do with that? I'm going to just write like duration of like 2 seconds, and I want to scale it up a bit. So I'm going to write scale of 0, opacity will be set to 0, and delay will be also set to, delay will be just set to like 1 maybe. And now I want to attach that to method one more time. So what I'll do, I'm going to just select my box 1. Now I mean, in this case I'm going to select my box 2. In this case I select my box 1. In this case I selected my box 2 right here. So what do we want to do? I am going to just repeat myself again and again. And by the way, we are going to be refactoring this code just in a second, but hey, I want to repeat myself. I want to show everything. So we have like 200 right there, and now let me just attach one more 2, because we want to also animate this third box as well. So I'm gonna just write like box 3, and now let me just write my wars object, and duration will be now set to 2, and x-axis will just go to like 200 pixel, and border radius radius will be now set to just 0 in this case, and also rotate will be set to 360 degrees. Okay, so this is going to be for my box 3. And finally, let me just use my set method right here. So I'm going to also change my set method, and I'm going to select my box of one more time. Okay, so I'm going to write a duration of 2 seconds to it, and scale will be also set to 1, and we have opacity of 1. So if you save our file, and now if you just refresh it out, okay, so it's not working, and I don't know why. Okay, I forgot to include this E. So now if you save our file, and here you can see this animation. So first it will just animate our first box, which is right here. So what are we doing with it? We are just providing a duration of 2 seconds to it, and we are just scaling it to 0, providing the opacity of 0 to it, and we are just delaying there for 1 second. So what else we are doing? We are just selecting our box 2, and we are providing a duration of 2, and we are just pushing that to the x-axis of like minus 200. Then what else we are doing? Then we are providing a duration of 2 seconds to the box 3, and the x-axis, it will just move to the x-axis like dash 200 pixel, and the border radius will be set to 0, and the rotation will be just set to like 360 degree. And finally we are just setting the box 1, and duration will be now set to 2, scale will be now set to 1, and opacity will be also set to 1 again. So if you just refresh that, and here you can see this is the animation for the box 1, then box 2, then we have our box 3, and then we have our box 1 again right here. Okay, so this is a timeline, but we can do better than that. So what I'll do, I'm going to just select everything right here, and I'm going to just comment it up right here. Or you know what, I'm going to comment it, or you know, let me just uncomment that. I'm going to duplicate all of these code right here, and now I'm going to comment the first version of it. So I'm going to comment that out, and now let me just hit enter, and we have that version right here. So now let's just refactor this version. So I'm going to write like a refactor. Okay, so refactor, boom. Yeah, that's looking better. So we can also provide default values for this timeline. So we can just pass our curly braces right here, and we can just write a defaults. Okay, so defaults will be there, and I'm going to just provide defaults of like duration 1 second maybe. So now what I will do is that I'm going to go inside this timeline, and we've already selected our box 1, so I'm going to remove this duration of 2 seconds. We provide a scale of 0. We also provide opacity. That's looking better. That's looking better. And then after that we have our box 2. We will just remove this duration one more time, and yeah, that x-axis will be fine. After that we are working on our box 3, so we can just remove this duration from it. So I'm going to just remove this box 3, and yeah, that's x-axis there, that's fine. This rotation is fine. So finally I'm going to just write like x-axis will be now set to 200, and also I'm going to attach one more to method in it, and I'm going to select my box 1 one more time, comma, and now here what I'll do, I'll just write a scale of 1, and also opacity will be now set to 1. So if you save that, And now here you can see there's a box 1, there's a box 2, there's a box 3, there's a box 1 one more time. Okay, so this is how you can refactor your code into the timelines, and you can learn more about timelines if you want to. So here you will find, okay, so we have a timelines, and you can do crazy stuff with this timeline. So a timeline is just a powerful sequence tools that acts as a container for tweens and other timelines, making it simple to control them as a whole and precisely manage their timing. Without the timelines, building complex sequence would be far more cumbersome, because you need to use a delay for each animation, for example like these, and then that code is refactored to these and stuff like that. So that was just the first example of a timeline, and the second example is also kind of the same like the first one, but hey, we will just see that anyway. So so let me just hide this head area from there, and now inside this body, what I'll do, I'll just create my section, and I'm going to give him a class of container, and I'm going to just write a box of container. Inside this box container, I'm going to write like h1 of hello Hussein, my own name, Hussein web dev, and then underneath this div I'm going to create my own section, give a class of buttons container. Inside this buttons container, I'm going to just write a box and also box 1. Okay, so duplicate that a few times, so we have box 2 and then we have a box 3. Okay, so if you save our file, and that's that. If you check him out, right click on it and open it with the live server, and that's looking like that. And I don't know why I did provide a black color to it, but hey, that will work. First of all, I'm going to create my timeline, and I'm going to store that inside a TL variable. So I'm going to write GSAP and then timeline. Okay, so inside their timeline, I'm going to provide my words object. Then I'm going to provide my defaults object, and I am going to just provide a default value of duration will be now set to 1. Okay, so that's our timeline. Now let me just attach my to method to it. I'm going to select my h1 just like that, and after that I'm going to provide a y-axis of 100, and also the color will be now set to totally white in this case. And now let me just attach my the to method one more time. So I'm going to just select my box 1, and yeah, let me just provide my x-axis. It will be now set to 100 pixel, and then we have our background color of it will be now set to totally pink. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just attach my to method one more time, and I'm going to just provide a box of 2. Okay, so y-axis will be now set to 100, and background color will be now totally set to purple in this case. And finally, let me just attach my what do we call it, to method one more time to the box 3. So I'm going to just write box 3, and let me just write x-axis, and it will be now set to 100, and I'm going to provide a background color of crimson, CRIMSON. And now if you save that, so here you can see that animation will happen for this text right here. Then we have our box 1, box 2, and then box 3. And here you can see we select our to method, we select our h1, and we provide that styling to it. Then we select our box 1, and then we select our box 2, and then finally we select our box 3. So this is what I want to show you in this course. I know it's not a long course, unlike my other courses, which is like I don't know, 80-hour or 14-hour long courses. I have already covered like 100 projects. So last time when I was checking that, so I guess it was like about 30-hour of course, or I'm not sure about that, but I guess it was just like 30-hour or maybe 35-hour of course. I'm not sure about that. So this course was just like a sweet course to work with. So now it's time to create our first project. So here you can see we have this one image right here, which is box Walter is better, and it is came from unsplash.com. If you want to check it out, so you can. Otherwise, I'm going to give you a link to my GitHub repository, which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and then you can download it from there if you want to. So the first thing I would do is that I'm going to just start from my HTML. So we have our metadata, we just link that to our CSS file, and we have the CDN of that GSAP. Okay, so inside this body, what do we have to do? I'm going to write my navigation. Inside this navigation, I'm going to write a div with a class of logo container. Okay, so inside this logo container, I'm going to just write like creatives, or yeah, you know, I'm going to just write lowercase creatives. There we go. And underneath this div, I'm going to write my UL. Inside this UL, I'm going to write my li. So li, and I want them to be like, I don't know, maybe 4 times would be fine. Okay, so I'm going to just write like a main features. Okay, so then we have a products. After that we have a shop, and we have a contact right here. Okay, so I'll just put my pound symbols inside there, just like a pound, come on, pound symbol, there we go. And now underneath there we are going to be creating our section with a class of sidebar. Underneath this sidebar, I'm going to create a new section with the class of content container. Inside this content container, I'm going to just render my image, which is this image right here. As alternative text, I'm going to just write like or you know, I'm not going to give him any alternative text. I'm going to give him a class of main image, because we just have one image and this is going to be our main image. Okay, so I'm going to just write a content, so content, and yeah, inside this content I'm going to just write my main title, and it will be like create tools. Okay, so underneath there I'm going to write a paragraph of main info, and I'll just put my welcome to the real world word and period. I'm going to also put a br tag and explore or gallery. Okay, so if you save that, and now let me just right click on it and open it up. Okay, so it will just open it right here, and that's looking awful. Okay, so now let me just make that a bit smaller. Yeah, it is looking awful. So now let me just take care of it. Yeah, so I'm gonna go to my CSS, and now let me just style that a bit. So here you can see we just have 2 fonts right here. So the first one is Roboto, the second one is Kumar one outline, or whatever you want to call it. These fonts came from a fonts.google.com if you want to check that out. So the link is like fonts.google.com if you want to check that out. Anyways, so now let me just start working on our navigation. So what I will do, I'm going to select my nav, and I'm going to just provide display of flex to it. Justify content will be space around, and align items will be now set to totally center. Position will be now set to fixed, because we want our navigation to be totally fixed. Then the width will be set to 100, the z index will be set to 99, and margin for the top I'm going to give him like 20 pixels. So if you save there, and you cannot see that because we have to take care of that image first. This image is taking the entire area, come on. Let me just select first of all their image so that we can work with our project. So I'm going to write main image, and I'm going to give him like I don't know, the width of like 440%, and the margin for the top will be now set to 3 rem. Margin for the left will be now set to 6 rems. Okay, so if you save that, and yeah, this is how it looks like, and this is how our main creative navigation looks like. Anyways, so underneath this navigation, what I'll do is that I'm going to just write my nav, and ul display will be now set to totally flex, and boom, this is how it looks like. And I guess I messed up something inside this navigation. So we have logo container, and we put all of our stuff inside this navigation, but we don't want that. I'm going to just close my navigation underneath this ul. Yeah, that's looking better. Alright, so now let me get into my CSS one more time. And now let me just select my li, so nav ul li, and I am going to just provide a list styling of none to it. And margin for the left, I'm going to provide a 4 pixel, and font size I'm going to increase that to 12 pixel, and I'm going to use a font family of sans serif, as you guys know me. Sans serif, and yeah, that's looking awesome. Yeah, so underneath this li, I'm going to select my nav ul li and also the anchor tag, and the text decoration will be now set to none, and the color in this case I'm going to be using like 3, so we have 4 5 6, so 4 5 6, there we go. So yeah, totally black color. Underneath this anchor tag, I'm going to select my logo container of h1, so I'm going to just provide a font family of sans serif to it. So if you save that, and that's looking a bit bolder. And now let me just get my sidebar, so I'm going to write sidebar. Did I spell it correctly or not? So copy that, I'm going to paste right here. That was correct. Anyway, so I'm going to just provide a background of d7. Let me just write d7 51 57, there we go, 57, there we go. And width will be just 30%, and I'm going to also provide a height of 100 vh. Position will be totally set to fixed, and the z index will be now set to -1. So if you save that, And yeah, this is how it looks like. So we are getting there, but it will take a little bit of time. And now let's just take care of our content container. Okay, so which is that content container where we are placing all of our content, like our image and our info. Okay, so now let me just take care of that. So I'm going to write a display of flex to it. Flex wrap will be now set to wrap, and justify content will be now set to center, and align items will be also set to center. So height will be also set to 100 VH, and the font family I am going to change that to Roboto and sans serif if you don't have access to that Roboto. And yeah, this is how it looks like right here. After that, now let's just take care of this title. So underneath this main image, I'm going to just write main title, and I'm going to just write transform of rotate. We want to rotate our text to the 90 degrees, so 90 degree. And also the margin for the top, I'm going to give like 10 rems, and the font family, not font family but font size, will be now set to 3 rem. And the font family in this case will be that Kumar. Let me just write Kumar 1 outline. If you don't have access to that, so then we want to use our cursive font. So there we go. Yeah, so if you save that, and this is how it looks like. You know, I'm gonna make it a bit bigger. Yeah, that's looking better. And now let's just take care of our main info. So I'm gonna write main info, main info, and the transformation for that will be, oh, you know what, I messed it up something. No, that's fine. Rotate will be also minus 90 degree, because you also want to rotate this text as well. So font family, I'm going to set that to sans serif, and text alignment will be also set to center with, I'm going to give him like 200 pixel, and the margin for the bottom, I'm going to give him like 5 pixel, not pixel but rems. Okay, so underneath that, I'm going to just write margin for the left of 7 rems. So if you save that, and yeah, that's looking better. But the final thing which we have to do is that we have to provide our animations to it. So what do we have to do? We have to go to our JavaScript file and provide our animations to it. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to declare our variable, and we want to just store our timeline inside this. So we want to write timeline, and now let me just provide my words object, so defaults. And now let me just provide the opacity to 0. This is going to be the default one. The ease will be set to linear, linear, and comma duration will be now set to 1. And that's that. Underneath all of that, what I will do is that I'm going to just access my timeline, and I'm going to use my from to method right here. And now first of all, let me just select my sidebar, and I'm going to just provide the default value of like width, width, and it will be now set to 0. I'm going to provide a comma, and I'm going to also provide this curly braces, and opacity will be now set to 1. The width will be now set to how much? 30%. Okay, so underneath that, I'm going to also select my timeline from to, and I'm going to select, in this case, I'm going to select my main image, which is that image. We just have one image right here. So x-axis will be set to 0, and I'm going to also provide opacity, and it will be now set to 1. Okay, so that's looking better. And finally, let's just write our timeline from to of our content, and I'm going to just provide an x-axis of like 100 pixel or whatever, and then we have a comma, then we have opacity, it will be now set to 1, and the x-axis will be also set to 0. So if we save that, and boom, 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 kaboom, we are totally done with our project, and that's there. And by the way, I forgot to show you one thing, which is that what was that? What was I thinking? I was thinking about I don't know, man, I forgot that. What was that linear I was thinking about? Linear, I use linear somewhere. Okay, so we have a easing, so let me just write ease visualizer. Was that an ease visualizer? Or animation visualizer. Let me just type a visual, visualizer or whatever that was. You know, I'm gonna just quick Google search. So GSAP visualizer. Okay, so yeah, there we go. So we have a ease visualizer, I kind of forgot the name of it. And here you can see we have this visualizer right here, and you can do crazy stuff with that. So by default it will be like that. If you run it, and boom, our animation will look like that. We can also provide our power, and we can also even change these degrees, and you can get all of this code right here. So if you just copy ease, it will copy it to your clipboard, and there we go. You can also provide the expo, and this is how it will look like. You can go crazier like sine theta and you can go slow. It will just move it to the slow. You can go rough, like kind of a rough. Nobody wants that. This is kind of an awful one. You can do bouncing if you want to, and we have elastic. Elastic is kind of a weird one. And then we have a back, so you can just go back. So I've used this easing right here, and I provide just a linear to it, and you can use all of these stuff right here. So that's the end of the course. I know that was a short course, like this is the shortest course I have ever made, but hey, this is like one of my favorite courses that I've enjoyed making it, because this is an animation course. If you want the advanced version of this course, so feel free to comment it out, and I'm gonna do my best to provide great projects using advanced techniques of GSAPs. So that was just a course for beginners. It's not only for beginners, like we cover a lot of stuff inside there, but hey, I guess that was just a quick introduction for beginners to like GSAP, and you can learn crazy amount of stuff. And like GSAP is the most awesome and the most loved JavaScript animation framework, so you can check like anything you want. So we have different kind of tools like scroll trigger, which is like awesome thing to work with. We also have a developer tools for GSAP. So final words will be like, thanks for watching, and I've got a lot of courses if you want to check that out. I have course on a Tailwind CSS with a lot of projects. I have got course on a JavaScript. I have 100 projects course. I have a lot of courses. If you want to check that out, that's going to be awesome. Anyways, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. So now let's begin our conversation by talking about what in the world is OOP and why you should care about that. So OOP, or Object-Oriented Programming, is a programming language model or style. Okay, so basically OOP is not a programming language. Some people think like it's a programming language, but it's not. And we're not going to be installing some sort of third-party libraries or anything like that to work with OOP. We are going to be still writing a valid JavaScript code, but OOP will allows us to organize our code in an objects manner. So from now on, I'm going to be introducing the advanced topics of objects, like how to create a constructor function, how to create a factory function, how to create a classes, and all of that kind of stuff. But before we get into all of that nitty-gritty, first of all, let me just throw you a mind grenade that JavaScript is not purely object-oriented language. So JavaScript is a versatile and dynamic programming language that supports multiple paradigms. And by the way, OOP is also, you can call it like a paradigm or model or style of writing your code. But anyways, so it supports multiple paradigms, including procedural and functional. So in this course, we are not going to be learning about a functional programming in JavaScript, because it requires a knowledge of mathematics, and I know it will confuse a lot of people. So maybe I'm going to make a separate course on that, but we're not going to be discussing functional programming in this course. So JavaScript support like procedural, functional, and also the object-oriented programming. But while JavaScript is not purely object-oriented language like Java or C++, it provides the tools and features to implement the OOP concepts effectively. Okay, so what are those features and how all of that works? We are going to be learning all of that in this course. So how are we going to be writing OOP, or the object-oriented programming, in JavaScript? So OOP in JavaScript refers to the practice of designing and structuring the codes around objects and in their interactions. It is a programming paradigm that allows developers to model real-world entities and their relationships using objects and classes. So we already know what in the world are objects in JavaScript, but there are still a lot of things that we don't know about objects, like constructors and classes and all of that kind of stuff, which we are going to be learning in this section. So I want you to keep that in mind, like JavaScript is not purely object-oriented programming language, and OOP is just a style of writing our code, and it allows us to organize our code by using the objects-oriented programming. So that was just a basic theory about what in the world is OOP and why you should care about that. So enough about the theory, and now let's just write a little bit of code. I'm going to create a folder right here, and I'm going to just give a name of like advanced JavaScript. I'm going to open this folder by using my Visual Studio Coder right here. If you are using some other editor, so feel free to use that. I'm going to create 3 files or 2 files like index.html, and the second file will be app.js, and this file will be totally optional. You don't have to create this file which I'm creating right now, readme.md. And yep, I'm going to tell you why I create this file in a second, but I'm going to just place this instruction right here, and you don't have to. And now I'm going to just write like doc type HTML, and I'm going to link it with my JavaScript. And if you guys don't know what I'm doing, well, you should watch my previous courses or the first part of this course. So now I'm going to just open my console right in here, and I'm going to just unduck that to, I guess that will be fine. I'm going to just unduck that right here. So yeah, we are going to be writing our code right here inside our coder, and we are going to be testing the result of our code by using this console log right here. So I'm going to open this as a markdown preview. So now we are going to be talking about what in the world is a this result keyword in JavaScript and why you should care about that. So the JavaScript this keyword refers to the object it belongs to, and it has different values depending upon where it is used. Okay, so like let's suppose if you use, this is just a result keyword like that, you are going to be just writing the this and that's it. Okay, which I'm going to be showing you in a second. So if you just use this result keyword inside some sort of an object, this result keyword will refer to that same object where you use that result keyword. And if you use it alone, like without any objects or without any, I don't know, without any curly braces or anything like that, so that this result keyword will be referring to the global object. And if you use that inside a function, so it will still refer to the global object. And there is one more thing, which is by using an arrow function, which I'm going to be also talking to you in a second, but this is just a beginning. So here we are using the this result keyword by using our method right here. This is going to be some sort of a method, and we are going to be providing an object, and inside that object we would have this method, and inside that method we would have the this result keyword, and we are going to be referencing that this result keyword to something. Come on. Okay, so this result keyword, in this case we are using it as a method inside an object. In an object method, this will be referring to the owner of that method. So I'm going to show you that in a second. But if you use it alone, like without any method, without any functions or anything like that, so this result keyword will be referring to the global object. And now if you use the this result keyword inside some sort of a function, so this result keyword will still refer to the global object or the window object. So that was just a quick theory behind the this result keyword in JavaScript. And now let me just write a bit of code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just close the other files right here. And I'm going to just write like console log, and in this case I'm going to just first of all write this window object right here. So now if I save that, and here you can see it will now uses this window object. If I expand that, and you are probably aware of this window object if you are coming from my DOM course, like which means like you have to complete my DOM course. Anyway, so here you can see we have different kind of methods and we have different kind of properties on this window object. So this is going to be the main or the heart of our document object model. So this is our DOM. So what I'm going to do is that now in this case, I'm going to just come in this line out, and I'm going to just write like this in this case. I mean like this in this case. I'm going to just write this result keyword in this case, and I'm going to just save them. And here you can see it will still gives us this window object right here. Why is that? In this case, here you can see we are using the this result keyword outside from anything, like we are not providing any curly braces just like that or anything like that. So in this case, the this result keyword will refer to the window object. Okay, so just keep that in mind. So if I save that, here you can see it will give us that window object. And now let me just compare both of them, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just log to the console that this result keyword, and I'm going to compare that with the window object right here. Okay, so what do you think will be the result if I save this file? I'm going to save my file right here, and it is giving us true right here because that this result keyword is not is but refer to this window object. Okay, so in this case the this result keyword is a window object, and we are just comparing both of them, so it is now giving us true value right here inside a console. So I'm going to just comment this line out as well. So what I'm going to do is that in this case I'm going to just write window dot like first, come on, first name or something like that, and I'm going to just provide my first name. And now let me just log to the console this window right here. So if I save my file, and here you can see we already know like it will give us this window object. I'm going to hold control and hit F, and I'm going to just search for my variable which I just created like first name, and there we go. Here you can see we have this first name variable inside this window object. We are now creating this variable inside this window object right here. So that's why we would be able to access this variable anywhere inside our program. So let's suppose if I just write code like this, if I write a this result keyword, and if I write like last name, and it will be now equals to web dev. Okay, so I'm going to save this file one more time, and I'm going to search for, in this case, the last name. Come on, what the hell am I doing? I'm gonna have to expand that. And now if I just search for the last name, and here you can see it will also work just fine like this result keyword. Here you can see that this result keyword will also allows us to provide our variable into the DOM or to their object which we've just saw a second ago. Okay, so both of these things are totally just fine like this result keyword and the window. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna just you know what, let me just show you. I'm gonna comment this line out. What the hell, I'm gonna comment this line out. And now let me just give you the example of using the this result keyword in some sort of a function. So I'm going to just write a function result keyword, and I'm going to just give a name of like print this or whatever. The name doesn't matter. I'm going to just return the this result keyword right here. And now let me just log that to the console. But before I do, I'm going to have to store that in some sort of a variable. Now let me just log that to the console. I'm going to save my file. And here you can see it will now use us the window object one more time. Now you might be saying like, Hossein, I get it. Like this result keyword will always refer to the window object. But no, not all the time. So here you can see if you use the this result keyword without any functions, without any object or anything like that, the this result keyword will be referring to the window. And if we compare that with the window, so it will give us the result of true right here. And here we also saw like how we are going to be declaring our variable, or how we are going to be attaching our variable to our Windows object by using the window dot and the variable name, and also the this result keyword dot and the variable name. You already saw that. And now here I also show you like if you use the this result keyword inside a function, so that this result keyword will also be referring to the window objects. So I'm assuming that at this point you are totally with me. I'm gonna just place this separate right here, and what I'm going to do is that in this case I'm going to create an object. I'm going to create an object. I'm going to give a name of like obj. The name doesn't matter. And I'm going to just write like first or you know, username would be fine. And I'm going to just store my own name right here like Hossein. There we go. Okay, so you know, this one should be like first name or something like that. And I'm going to just write like a last name, and this one will be set to web dev. There we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also create a method inside there. And I'm going to just give a name of like full name, and this method will just print us our full name right here. Okay, so I'm going to remove that and also the name. And now if I just write return of this result keyword, and I'm going to just create an instance of that, and I'm going to just write console res, and it will be now equals to obj.fullname. And now let me just console log this res and save my file. So what do you think will be the result of this code? So if I run this code, what do you think will be the result? First of all, I want you to notice that this result keyword, we are using this result keyword inside this object, and inside this object we have this method right here. In this case, if we use the this result keyword inside a regular function, it will give us window. So what do you think will be the result in this case if we save our file? And here you can see it will now give us that same object right here, this object. It will not give us the window. In this case, it will give us the owner. Come on, O-W-N-E-R, I guess this is how you spell it. It will give us the owner object right here. So in this case, the owner object is this obj, so it will just refer to this object right here. So now we can write all of our stuff right here by using this result keyword. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like, I don't know, this dot first name, and I'm going to also write like this dot last name right here. Come on, last name. And I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now give us like first name of Hossein and last name of web dev right here inside a console. That's working just fine, and now you're totally happy, but there is just a bit catch. I'm gonna duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to comment this line out so for you to give you the reference. And I'm going to also place this separate right here. So I'm going to save that. It will obviously give us this Hussein web dev right here because we just duplicate our code right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just convert this function to using the arrow function. Okay, so if I just remove the function result keyword, like everything will work just fine. But here we're using the this result keyword, and if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us the undefined and undefined. So why is that? But before we getting into the this result keyword and all of that stuff, I'm going to just return the this result keyword right here inside this method by using this arrow function right here. So if we save that, and what the hell is going on? A second ago, this result keyword was referring to this object right here. So why it's not referring to this object one more time? Well, let me just say this. If you create a function by using the arrow syntax, so that this result keyword will be referring to the window object. So this arrow function don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Like this arrow function don't even know what the hell is this this result keyword. So that's why this will be referring to this window object, and it will search for the first name, and it will also search for the this dot last name inside a window object right here. So inside a window object we don't have that first name and last name, so that's why we are getting the undefined. So I'm going to just remove this coding from here. Let me just remove that, and let me just place it right here. And now if we save that, and here you can see it will give us undefined and undefined right here. Why is that? Because in this case this result keyword will be referring to the window object, just like that. Like window, come on, not like that, but window dot first name and window dot last name. But we didn't declare these functions on Windows. We have these properties inside this object, so that's why we are getting that what do we call it, the undefined right here. Okay, so let's just change that to the regular function. Oh, I'm gonna just leave it right here because you already have this reference right here. So that was the this result keyword in a nutshell. So the JavaScript this keyword will be referring to the object it belongs to, and it has different values depending on the where you use it. So if you use it inside a method, so it will be referring to the owner of the object. If you use it alone, it will refer to the global object or the window object. And if you use it inside a function, this will still refer to the global object. And we also saw about the arrow function as well. So here you can see if you use that inside some sort of a method, this will refer to that object. If you use it alone, it will refer to the window object. If you use it with function, this will refer to the window object. So that was just about the this result keyword in JavaScript. And now it's time for you to perform a challenge. I'm going to give you a challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch the solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution. I'm going to remove every single thing which I have right here, and I'm going to just place these instructions right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create a person object and store your name and age. And inside this object, I want you to create a method with the name of greetRegular, and I want you to create this method by using the regular function. And inside this function, I want you to just print this result right here. Underneath that function, or underneath that method to be precise, I want you to create one more method. The name will be greetArrow, and I want you to create this function by using the arrow syntax and still print this result right here. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch the solution. Now I'm going to give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write const person, and I'm going to just store my own name, or instead of writing a name, I'm going to just write like username. There we go. And I'm going to just store my name of Hussein right here, and the age will be 19. Come on, 19. There we go. I'm going to create a greet regular method right here by using a regular function. Okay, so I'm going to just remove these parameters because I don't need that, and I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to copy this code right here. I'm going to just place it right here, and now I'm going to duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to provide my comma in there, and I'm going to use my arrow syntax. Okay, so I'm going to just use my oh my goodness, arrow syntax, and instead of writing a greetRegular, I'm going to change that to greetArrow. There we go. So now if you save our file, and now let me just call this function, or this method to be precise, inside this person dot what do we call it, greetRegular. I'm going to call that, and now let me just save that. And here you can see it will now use like hello, my name is undefined. What the hell? In this case, we do use this regular method, so why it's giving us undefined? and I am 19. Okay, that's because I cheated and I shouldn't have to cheat. I'm gonna copy that. Let me just place it right here and let me just place it right here. I'm gonna save that. Let me go back. I'm gonna save my file and here you can see it will now give us like, hello, my name is Hussein and I'm 19 years old. Now I'm going to duplicate this line of code and I'm going to replace this grid regular with this grid arrow. And now let me just save that and here you can see it will now give us like, hello, my name is undefined and I'm undefined year old. And now you know why it's giving us this result right here. That's because here we are using this arrow function inside as a method of this person object, and here we are using this regular object, or I mean like here we are using this regular syntax by creating this method inside this person object. Okay, so that was it about this result keyword in JavaScript. So enough about this result keyword, and now let's learn about the factory function in JavaScript. So what in the world is a factory function and why you should care about that? So a factory function is a type of function that is used to create and return objects from a function. It's a design pattern that provides an alternative way to create objects compared to using a constructor and the new keyword. So we didn't learn about a constructor function and the new result keyword just yet. We are going to be learning about that very shortly, but now let's just learn about a factory function. A factory function is nothing more, but it is just going to be a function which will just return an object. Okay, so if you just return some sort of object from your function, so this function is known as a factory function. Okay, so I want you to just keep that in mind. So before we begin to create our factory function, first of all we have to learn about why you should care about creating a factory function rather than just creating a simple objects. Okay, so first of all, let me just give you an example of that and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I want you to imagine for a second like we are creating some sort of like database, and inside their database we are going to be creating different kind of users. So like I'm going to just create a I don't know, a user, and this user will have a first name, and the first name will be Hussein, and then we will have our last name, and we are going to be storing the web dev. Then we have a full name, and we are going to be creating some sort of a method for that. Let me just remove these parameters, and I want you to just notice like how much time will it take for us to write all of that code. I'm going to just write hello, my name is we already learned about this result keyword, so you already know what will give us the result, and this dot last name right here. And outside from that I'm going to just write an I love JavaScript or something like that. Okay, so I'm gonna just save this file. So I'm gonna go back so you can see everything a bit better. Here you can see we just create a one object right here. So we have this user object. It is taking two parameters. I mean like it has two properties and its values, and then we have this method, just a simple method inside this object. So I want you to imagine like, let's suppose if we are creating some sort of a database, and inside their database we want to store like 1000 what do we call it, users. How can you go about doing that? You are going to be repeating yourself like 1000 times. Let's suppose I'm going to just duplicate that. First of all, we are going to have to change that from Hussein to Alex. I'm going to change that to Alex. Then you would have to update the first name of Alex. Then we have to update the last name of like Mute or something like that, and everything is fine. And here you can see we are first of all repeating ourselves. We would have to write this code like 1000 times, and we would have to change all of their values again and again. Okay, so that would be suck. So instead of writing all of that code, the JavaScript introduced this new design pattern called the factory function. And factory function is nothing more, but it is just a function. It returns a simple object. Okay, so once you return some sort of an object from a function, that function is known as a factory function. So in this case, so I'm going to just recreate that same example. I'm going to just give a name of like create person or something like that, and this will take a parameter of first name, and it will also take the parameter of last name, and PL for a programming language. There we go. So I'm going to just return this object from this function. So now this function is known as a factory function in JavaScript. So now in this case, I'm going to just provide my first name right here, and in this case the value of this first name property will be equal to this parameter value right here. So I'm going to just pass it, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. And I'm going to just write last name, and I am going to just provide last name one more time, and then I'm going to just write a PL for programming language, and I'm going to just pass this PL right in here. So we are providing this as a property. So this is going to be the property which we are providing to this object right here, and the value will be whichever thing the user provides. So the user will provide like their name, I don't know, like Alex or Hussein or Jordan or anything like that, they will provide their first name as a first parameter to this function. They will provide the last value, like the last name value here, and we are going to be passing that value. We are going to be grabbing that from there, and we are going to be placing it right here. So this is how everything works. First of all, we are providing some sort of a property. We are setting the value of that property to the parameter of this function right here. Okay, so now let me just create object or method to be precise right here, and it will say, I don't know, we are not going to be providing any names, but I'm going to just give a name of like full name right in here. Okay, so now let me just log to the console. Hello, my name is, and then this dot first name. I'm going to also render this dot last name. Go back, and I'm going to also write like, and I love, and some sort of a programming language for my what do we call it, this.pl. there we go. So this is how we are going to be creating our first factory function right here. So now we have to provide different kind of values to this factory function right here. So let's suppose we are going to be creating our first user, and I'm going to just write like const, I'm going to give a name of like John, and it will be now equals to create person right here, and I'm going to just provide the first value. So this value, whatever I'm providing right here, will go to this first name right here. Then I'm going to just provide a comma. Then I'm going to provide new value, and it will come to this last name. Then I'm going to provide a third value, and that value will come to this PL right here. From here, it will take the value of that parameter, and it will print it right here as the first property of this function right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write a little bit of code like I'm going to provide a name of like John. This is going to be the first name, and the last name will be Doe or something like that. I'm going to just write Doe right here, and I'm going to provide this comma, and he will like, I don't know, he will like a Python programming language. And now let's just log to the console this John. And now if you save our file, and here you can see it will now give us this John object right here, and the first name will be John, the last name will be Doe, the PL for programming language he would like Python, and the full name will be this method right here. So if you want to call this method on this John object right here, so I'm going to just write dot full name, and I'm going to execute this method right here, save our file, and here you can see it is now giving us, hello, my name is John Doe, and I love Python programming language. And if you're wondering about this undefined, that's because we are already providing this console log right here, and we are also wrapping this code inside a console log, so that's why we are getting this undefined. So if I just remove this console log, and if I save my file, and here you can see that undefined is totally gone. Anyway, so that was just a side topic right here. And now let's suppose if you want to create a new object, so I'm going to just write const my own self, and I'm going to just write create person, and I'm going to provide my first name, and I'm going to also provide my last name right here. And I love Golang programming language. Come on, in lowercase Golang, there we go. And now if you just, oh yeah, I'm going to comment this line out, and let me just log to the console myself, and here you can see it will now give us the first name of Hussein, the last name of webdev, and the Python, not the Python, but the programming language, I like this Golang right here. And now if we execute their full name, I should have to write a full name. It should be the intro, because we are specifying the intro. It's not a full name. We are not logging to the console the full name. I'm going to change that to intro. I'm going to also change that to intro as well. So now let's just save that. And hello, my name is Hussein Webdev, and I love Golang programming language right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating a factory function in JavaScript. So it's nothing, but we are just returning this object from this function right here. Then we are specifying different kind of parameters to these functions, and it is taking that parameter. The user will provide some sort of a value to that parameter. It will take the value from that user, and it will take it, and it will grab it right here for the first name, and then it will take the last name value, and it will place it right here. Then it will take this PL, it will place it right here. So this is how everything is going on behind the scene. And now we already learned about enhance object literal, so which means like we can remove these properties from this object right here. We can totally do that. And now if you save our file, and here you can see everything is working just fine right here. Okay, so that was just a little bit of, if you wanted to provide it, I mean, like this code is much readable than this one. You're like, I don't know, it's just totally on you if you want to write code like this or like this. It's totally on you. So I am going to just save this file, and that was it about a factory function in JavaScript. Now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can't do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. I'm going to remove all of that stuff from here, and I'm going to just place this instruction right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create a factory function that generates different types of vehicles, and each vehicle's object have the properties like type, brand, model, and year. And you can specify whichever kind of type you like, whichever kind of brand, model, and year you like. Okay, so give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. And here is my solution. So I'm going to just create a function. I'm going to just give a name of like create vehicle, and it will take the parameter of type, brand, model, and also the year. And I'm going to just return this time. I'm going to use a shorthand of writing enhance object literal, and I'm going to provide a brand, the model, and the year as well. Okay, so this is our factory function. And now let me just create I don't know, 2 cars or something like that, like 2 vehicles. So vehicle 1, and it will be now equals to create vehicle method, which we create up above, not a method but function. And I'm going to provide the first name of car, like the type of car, and the name will be Toyota. And I'm going to also provide the model of Camry or whatever. Then I'm going to provide the year of 2020. There we go. Now let me just log to the console this vehicle 1 right here. So now if I go back and save my file, and here you can see it will now use that card with the brand, the model, the type, and the year. Now let me create one more. So I'm going to just duplicate that and change that to 2. And I'm going to just provide like motorcycle or something like that. I guess this is how you spell motorcycle. And then we have Honda. And I don't even know. I'm going to just specify some sort of property. I don't know. I don't even know about motorcycle that much. So that's I'm going to provide the year of 2019. And oh, you know what? I'm going to just provide the year of 2024. And I'm going to log to the console this vehicle too. And now let's just save that. And here you can see it will just still give us all of their properties and its values right here. So yeah, that was it about a factory function in JavaScript. So that was it about a factory function. And now let's learn about what in the world is a constructor function and why you should care about that. So a constructor function in JavaScript are regular function used with a new result keyword to create an initialized object with the shared properties and methods. So basically the constructor methods, or constructor function to be precise, they act as a blueprint for creating multiple instances of object with the same structure and behavior. Okay, so this is what do we call a constructor function allows us to do. So it allows us to create a blueprints for creating different kind of objects. Okay, so that was just a basic theory about constructor function, and now let me just give you an example of that, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a regular function right here. So whenever you're creating a constructor function, so it is convenient, like this is the convention. You don't have to do that if you don't want it to, but it is the convention. Like whenever you're creating a constructor function, the first letter will be uppercase and the rest of them will be lowercase right here. And here you can see we are like getting this autocomplete like constructor. So if you just write like I don't know, you create pupil or something like that. So this is how we are going to be creating a constructor function. And now I'm going to just provide a few like properties. I'm going to just provide like first name, and I'm going to provide a last name, and I'm going to also provide this PL for programming language right in here. So as I said in the definition right here, like it will allows us to create a blueprint for the objects. So in this case, what we are doing is that we are providing these properties right here. So in this case, we are going to be using this result keyword to point to this first name and last name. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write this result keyword, and I'm going to just write the first name right here, and I'm going to also just write like a first name right here. So now you might be thinking like, wait a second, Hussein, you use this result keyword and you are pointing to this first name right here, and now you might be saying like, this is a function and we are calling this result keyword inside this function, so it will give us window right here. You are totally 100,000% totally correct, but we are going to be using something called the new result keyword in a second, so it allows us to change all of that stuff. But first of all, let me just write a code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So then I'm going to just use this dot last name, and it will be now equals to this last name right here, and I'm going to just use like this dot pl for programming language, and I'm going to just write like pl right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create an instance of this function right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write like const John, and he will be now equals to, first of all, we are going to be writing a bit weird, not a weird, but we are going to be writing something new, and you guessed it, we are going to be writing this new right here. Okay, so we are going to be writing the new result keyword, and then we are going to be writing the constructor name. So in this case, our constructor name is create pupil. There we go. And now we are going to be providing different kind of values to it, like John, and I'm going to provide dow, and I'm going to also provide the, I don't know, he will like Golang. And now let me just log to the console this John, and now if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us that constructor method. And what are you seeing is that it is now giving us the first name of John, the last name of Doe, the PL of Golang right here. So what in the world is going on? We are using the this result keyword inside a function, and it is now equal to these parameters. So what's going on? So now I'm going to have to say that all of that magic is possible because of this new result keyword right here. So what is this new result keyword? This new result keyword will first of all create an empty object. Okay, just an empty object. So if you create some sort of function by using this new result keyword, so it will first of all create a new object right here. Then it will set that this result keyword, and it will point to that object, like this newly created object right here. And we can also omit the what do we call the return statement right here. Here we are not writing any return statement and anything like that. So that's why this new result keyword will allows us to do all of that magic right here behind the scene. All of that stuff can be done by this new result keyword. So I want you to always keep that in mind. So whenever we are creating a constructor function, we are going to be writing this new result keyword first of all. And this new result keyword will first of all create an empty object behind the scene. Then it will set, or it will point to this result keyword to that object right here. We are writing this code just like that. We are going to be writing some sort of a method, like object, and then we are going to be using this result keyword and some sort of a first name and last name object right here. Okay, so this is what's going on behind the scene. And we can also omit the return statement as well. Okay, so this is what this, this result keyword allows us to do. So I'm going to just place it right here, and that's that. So now if we save that, and here you can see we are getting the first name of John, the last name of Doe, and PL for programming language of Golang right here. Okay, so I'm going to just create one more person. I'm going to just write like Zen in this case, and new, and create pupil right here. Come on, pupil. And I'm going to just provide a little bit of new value to it, like, I don't know, Zen and web dev. And my favorite programming language is Golang, but John took that from me. I'm gonna just change that to JavaScript for the John. Come on, Java, come the hell on, JavaScript. And I'm going to also change that to Golang. There we go. Now this code is looking better. I'm gonna go back, and now let me just save that, duplicate this line of code, and I'm gonna just provide a Hossein. So here you can see it will now give us first name of Hossein, the last name of web dev, and the programming language is Golang. Okay, so yeah, that's cool, but we can also provide a method if you wanted to. So let's suppose if you want to write a method of this.info, so we want to just print something about the user. So we are going to be we are not going to be taking any parameter. I'm going to just log to the console like, hello, my name is I don't know, this.first name. I'm going to also render like this.last name, and I'm going to just write like, and I love this.pl for programming language. So I'm going to save my file, go back, and this is how all of the code looks like. So I'm going to execute this method on this John right here. So I'm going to just remove both of these. Come on, what the hell? I'm going to just call this method on this John person. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us like, hello, my name is John Doe, and I love JavaScript programming language. Yeah, you do. I'm going to write Hossein, and then I'm going to write info and save my file. And here you can see my name is Hossein WebDev, and I love Golang programming language. So that was the first example by creating what do we call a constructor function. Now let me just give you one more. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a function, and I'm going to give a name of like book. And here you can see I'm using that same convention which a lot of developers are using, like the first letter. Come on, what the hell am I doing? Like the first letter of the constructor function will be uppercase, and the rest of them will be lowercase. So it will take like title, author, and it will also take the year as well. Okay, so I'm going to use like this.title, and it will be equals to title. And I'm going to use this.author, and it will be equals to author. And I'm going to also use this.year, and it will be equals to year. Okay, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also create a simple get info method as well. So let me just create a right here, and it will take no parameter, and it will just return like this dot not first name, but this dot title, and by the author name. So this dot author. Let's just go back, and then finally I'm going to just wrap the year right here. So I'm going to just write this dot year right here. I'm going to save this file, and now I'm going to create first book like const book1, and I'm going to just provide a new result keyword, and I'm going to just execute my constructor function right here, and I'm going to just provide like I don't know, the subtle art of not giving a, I can't pronounce this word, but I want you to at least give it a try to this book right here, which I'm suggesting like it will totally change your life. I cannot promise, but I can totally guarantee like this function will change your life. I mean, like, not function, but this book will change your life. So this book is written by Mark Manson. Mark. So I'm gonna just write Mark. So this is that. You can either listen to the audiobook if you want to, or you can just read through the book. But I want you to just at least give it a try to this book, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a F. And it is written by Mark Manson, and I don't even know when this book was written, so I'm gonna just write like 2000 and I don't know, I read that in 2020, so I'm gonna just log that to the console. So if you're looking for a good book to either read or to listen to, so this is going to be my totally 125% guarantee, like this book will change your life. I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see we are now getting the first book. The author will be Mark Manson, and the title will be The Subtle Art. Okay, so now let me just create one more instance of this. So I'm going to just use const book, and it will be now equals to new book, and I'm going to just provide like I don't know, atomic habits, and I guess it was written by James Clear or something like that. I'm not sure about that, but this book is also the best book in my category. So I read that in 2022, and now let me just log to the console this book right here, this book 2. And here you can see we are now getting this Atomic Habits by James Clear. I'm not totally sure about the author, but the book was totally awesome. So that's why I put it inside this course. So I'm going to call this method right now. So I'm going to use like get info dot, not, what the hell am I doing? Book1 dot get info. And now let me just execute that. Let me just save that. And it's not working. I guess we have to, okay, there we go. I'm going to have to write const res or book res1, and now we have to log that to the console. Book res1, there we go. And now if we save that, and here you can see it will now use like the subtle art, the book name. And now we are going to be just writing const book book res2 and book 2 and get info. And now let me just log to the console book 2, there we go, book res2. I guess that will be fine. So I'm going to save that, and it will now give us that same result right here. Okay, so that was it about a constructor function in JavaScript. And now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So I'm going to remove every single thing right here, and I'm going to just place this instruction right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create a person constructor which has a parameter of name, age, and gender. Now access parameter will use to the call object, and create a method named info which will just print the info, and then create a few instances of that what do you call it, that person constructor, and access each property. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and here I'm going to give you my solution. Okay, so whenever we are creating a constructor function, so it is convenient to provide the first letter or to make the first letter uppercase. I'm going to give a name of like person, and what the hell just happened? I'm going to change that to person. It will take the parameter of name, age, and gender. And now we have to just write this dot name, and it will be now equals to name. Then we have to write this dot age, and it will be now equals to age. This dot gender will be now equals to gender. I'm going to also create that method. So this dot info will be now equals to some sort of a function. It will take no parameter or nothing like that. And we're going to be just logging into the console the name and this dot name. And I'm going to also write, I don't know, age or something like that. And now let me just write this dot age or something. Yeah, I guess that would be fine. But I'm going to have to put my $sign in there. And then we have to render or gender as well. Okay, so we have to write this dot gender. That's what's up. So I'm going to have to save this file. And now let me just create a few instances. So creating, oh, come on. Oh my goodness, object instances. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to just write const person or one, and I'm going to remove that. And it will be now equals to new person. And here I'm going to provide a John. and I'm going to write like 22 or something like that, and he will be a male. Const person 2, and he or she will be equals to, or I'm going to just provide a Sam and 25-year-old, and I'm going Sam or Jenny or something like that, or Ginny, however you want to pronounce that. She will be female. And now let's just log to the console person1.name and save our file. And here we are not getting anything. I don't know why. Okay, here I wrote a person, so I'm gonna have to write person1. We are getting a John. Person2, we are getting a Jenny right here. Okay, so yeah, that's that. And we can also execute that method on them. So I'm going to remove that person1.info, and here you can see we are getting the name of John. The gender will be 22. I mean, the age will be 22. The gender will be male. And now let me just call it on the person2 dot, come on, person2.info. What the hell? I can't even type today. So the person name will be Jenny, the age will be 25, and the gender will be male. I'm going to give one more optional challenge, so if you want to do it, so that would be cool. If you don't want to do it, that's totally completely okay. You can fast forward the video if you want to, but I still want to give you one more challenge because this will make you a better developer. So I'm going to remove every single thing from here, and this one will be a bit long one, but a bit precise. So in this exercise, you will create a constructor function called car that will represent a car with a specific properties such as make, model, year. Additionally, you will define two methods, start and stop, to simulate starting and stopping the car. Okay, so first of all, I want you to define, I want you to just read through this instruction right here. I don't have any stamina to read all of that through. So I want you to just pause the video and read that through, or you can get this same instruction from my code exercise files. And yeah, give it your best shot. If you can't do it, that's completely okay. Then watch the solution. And here is my solution. I'm gonna go in first of all, and I'm going to just create a function. The name will be car, and it will take the make, the model, and year, also the color. And now I'm going to use that this dot make, and it will be now equals to make. This dot model will be now equals to model, and this dot year will be now equals to year, and this dot color will be also equals to color right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating our what do we call it, constructor function. And I'm going to just write this dot start as a first method, and it will take no parameter or anything like that, and we are going to be just returning like starting this dot make this dot model. Okay, so we are going to be specifying that. And now let me just duplicate that one more time, and here instead of writing a start, we are going to be writing a stop. There we go. And now let's just write like stopping this start making this start model, go back. So this is the first code, and now let's just create a few instances of this constructor. So I'm going to just write const car1, and it will be equals to new car, and here we're going to be specifying first of all Toyota. And then we are going to be also specifying Camry, I don't even know how to pronounce that word, 2022, and the color will be silver. Now let's just log to the console this card1. Save our file, and here you can see we have all of these properties and all of that method right here. Now I'm going to just call that method on him. So I'm going to use start, and now let's just start. Broom, broom. And here you can see we are now starting the Toyota. And now if you just use the stop, and here you can see we are stopping the Toyota right here. Now let me just create a final instance, and that's going to be it about the constructor function or constructors in JavaScript. Okay, so Honda CRV and 2020, come on, 2019, or yeah, 19 would be fine, and the color will be blue. And I'm going to just come in this line out and log there to the console car2 cartoon, and we are going to be using this what do you call it, let's just log that to the console, and here you can see we are now getting the color, the make, the model, and all of these stuff. Okay, so I'm going to just write info, not info, what the hell am I doing, start. There we go. So if you save our file, so starting the Honda CRV, and now let's just stop that. So we are going to be using a stop method and stopping the Honda CRV. Alright, so that was it about a constructor functions in JavaScript. Alright, so that was it about a constructor functions in JavaScript. And now let's learn a little bit more about constructor functions in JavaScript. So which is called a built-in constructor in JavaScript. So built-in constructor, also known as a native constructor or the standard constructor provided by JavaScript, that allow you to create an object of various data types. So these constructors are available globally and do not need to be explicitly defined. Do not need to be explicitly defined, and they provide a convenient way to create an instances of a primitive data types and built-in objects. Okay, so that was just a basic definition of what a what do we call it, a constructor, I mean like built-in constructors are. And trust me, they aren't that horrible as they are defined in that instruction. So let's suppose if you want to create a number, so you're probably aware of how we are going to be creating a number in JavaScript, like 10, 20, or all of that. So we also have a built-in constructor method for that. We can also use this new result keyword, and we can use the number right here, and here we can specify whichever kind of number we want. Okay, so we can log that to the console by using num1 and save our file, and here you can see it will now give us this constructor function. Inside this constructor function, we have this primitive value of 10 right here. Okay, we are going to be learning about this prototype a bit later, maybe in the next, not next, but maybe just in a second. So this is a built-in constructor for creating a numbers in JavaScript. So we are not going to be writing code like this ever, but I'm just still showing you how we are going to be creating constructor functions or built-in constructor we have inside our JavaScript. So we can also check the type if you want to. So we can use like type of and save that, and it will now give us the object right here. And if we just write like const num2 and we just store like 10 inside there, and we just write num2, it will give us number right here. So these aren't a regular number, and these are a built-in what do we call it, built-in constructor functions in JavaScript. So that's why we are getting the type of number. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that. So that's how we are going to be creating a number by using a JavaScript built-in constructor. And now let's just create a string. So I'm going to just write const1, and it will be now equals to new result keyword, and we are going to be just writing uppercase string. Okay, so in this case, you cannot write a string like that. You cannot write string in lowercase. You have to write it in uppercase, because currently we are working with a built-in string constructor. So that's why you have to write them. So we can put any value you want. So I'm going to just put my name. Okay, so now let me just log to the console stir1, or come on, this should be stir1. So if we save that, and here you can see it is now giving us all of their values as a key. I mean like the keys will be from 0 through 10, and the values will be all of that, each letter which we specified right here inside this constructor right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating a string, or that's a built-in string constructor in JavaScript. And now let's just learn about how we are going to be creating a boolean. So we also have a boolean. So I'm going to just write bool1 new, and we are going to be just writing a boolean, and I'm going to just write a false. Let's just log that to the console like bool1, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will give us their boolean with a primitive value of false right here. We can also create, I guess, like arrays. We can create like even a functions, but we're not going to be going into all of that because we are, I guess, never going to be using built-in constructor in JavaScript, but I'm just showing you anyway. So if somebody asks me like how we are going to be creating some sort of a stuff by using a built-in JavaScript constructor, so this is how we are going to be using it. So let's suppose if you just wanted to create an array by using the built-in array constructor, so we can just write like I don't know, or I'm gonna just write like 1 comma 2 comma, I don't know, I'm gonna just store a few things inside there, and I'm going to just write array1. And now if you save that, and here you can see it is now giving us this array right here. And now let's just check the type of this. So here you can see it will now give us this object right here. So these are a built-in constructor in JavaScript, and I'm not going to give you any challenge because these are this kind of stuff which you're not going to be using that much, so no challenges for this one. So I guess that would be it about a built-in constructor methods. And now let's learn about the Object.create method in JavaScript. So what is the Object.create method? So the Object.create method creates a new object using the existing object as the prototype of a newly created object. So what in the world is this prototype? We are going to be exploring this prototype in a very great depth in a second, but first of all we have to learn about what in the world is this object. I'm going to say this definition one more time. So the Object.create method creates a new object using the existing object as the something of the newly created object. So now let me just write a bit of code. then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to create person object right here. Inside this person object, I'm going to just create this method right here, which will take no parameter or anything like that. And I'm going to just log to the console, I don't know, hello, my name is, and I'm going to just write like this dot first name. Come on, let's just go back. This dot first name, and I'm going to also provide this dot last name right here. So now you might be thinking like, we didn't provide any first name and last name to it. Well, we can totally do that, but for that, first of all, when we are creating the instance of that object like const Hossein, here we are going to be using this object, and then we are going to be using this create method on this object right here. Creates an object that has the specified prototype or that has a null prototype. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that in this case, I'm going to just specify my person object right here. Okay, so I'm going to just log to the console that person object and all of that kind of stuff. But first of all, let me just provide these properties and values to it. So I'm going to just use like Hossein.first name, and it will be now equals to my name of like Hossein, and then I'm going to use like Hossein.last name, and it will be now equals to webdev right here. And now I'm going to use this grid method on him. So I'm going to use this grid, and now let me just execute that. If I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting like, hello, my name is Hossein, webdev right here inside of console. Okay, so what we are currently doing is that we are creating this object, what do we call it, this object, like the instance of this object, using the existing object as the prototype of the newly created object, which we have specified right here. Okay, so if that sounds confusing, don't be. Okay, so we are going to be learning about the prototypes in a very great depth, but I want you to just be patient for a second. So I'm going to just use like const John, and we can also rewrite this code by using this method as well. Okay, so we are going to be still using this Object.create method. Let me just create let me just provide this create method right here. First of all, we are going to be providing the existing object, then we can provide these curly braces, and we can provide different kind of values to it. So now if you want to provide a value here, we have to first of all write these curly braces, and inside these curly braces we have to explicitly tell them like we are going to be providing some sort of a value, and the value will be John. Okay, so now I'm going to have to provide a comma, and I'm going to just write a last name. We have to explicitly tell them one more time, and we are going to be just writing the John Doe right here. So the first name will be John and the last name will be Doe. And now if you log to the console this John and save our file, and here you can see it will still gives us that same object right here. And now if you use that method on him, so if I just write like John.greet method, so now what do you think will be the result? So here you can see we didn't specify any method like greet right here, but we are currently using this method on this John right here. So I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it will still gives us like, hello, my name is John Doe right here. So this is how we are going to be working with this Object.create method, and we are going to be diving into the Object.create method once we jump into the prototypical inheritance in this course. So no challenges for this one as well. So now let's learn about a prototype model in JavaScript. So what is a prototype model and why you should care about that? So in JavaScript, object has anonymous property called prototype, which I'm going to show you in a second. And remember, functions and arrays are also an object. Okay, so we already saw the type of both of these functions and arrays, and both of them was an object. Okay, so the prototype will be the parent of that object, and prototype property is an object by itself, which have some special properties and methods. So there was a lot of theory right here behind the scene, but first of all, let me just create some sort of an object, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So if I just write const obj, and now let me just log to the console this obj right here. So if we save our file, and here if we expand this empty object right here, so what are we currently seeing? We are now seeing this prototype right here. So what is this prototype? This prototype is by itself an object and also the parent. To put it in simple words, you can think about a prototype is the parent of this object right here. So what's going on behind the scenes? This is what's going on behind the scenes. So I'm going to just place this right here. So in JavaScript, every object is associated with another object. For example, the object A is associated with this prototype right here. In this case, I'm going to just replace that with obj right here. So this obj is associated with this prototype right here, which we saw a second ago, which means this A, or I should have tried this A, I'm going to change that to obj, which means the obj object will inherit all the properties of this object.prototype, or you can also say this prototype right here. So I know that will sounds a bit confusing, But let me just say that one more time. In JavaScript, anytime we create an object, two things happen, or two object is created. The first object is this object right here, and the second object is this object right here. Okay, so it is hidden, or it is not hidden to be precise, like it is just underneath inside this object right here. So anytime we create an object by using a JavaScript, so two things will happen. First of all, we are going to be creating this object, and this object will be created by itself by a JavaScript, and this object has a lot of properties and methods that can inherit from this object right here. So I'm going to just expand that, and here you can see we have a lot of different kind of properties and methods right here. So we have constructor has on property, is prototype of, and we have a lot of them right here, which we don't have to worry about it right now. Okay, so now this object is also inherited by other object, which is called this dash dash proto right here. So I'm going to just expand that, and now if I click on this object, and now this object, what do you think this object will be inherited from? And now if we click on him one more time, it will now give us null right here. So now let me just say this theory one more time, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Let me just refresh that right here. So anytime we create object in JavaScript, like it doesn't matter if we just create an object or a function or array or anything like that, like the type of is object, so that object will be inherited. I mean, like two object will be created for us. The first object will be this one, the value which we are specifying to our variable right here, and underneath this object we will also have this prototype object as well. Okay, and this prototype is the parent of this object right here which we are creating, and this will be created for us totally by default. Okay, so if we expand that, this prototype object is created by this proto right here. So if we expand this one, and now if we expand this last one, and now if we check out the proto property of that, and now let me just check, then here you can see it will now give us null. So first of all, what's happening behind the scene is that first of all we have like no object, nothing, and once we create an object, it will first of all create this object, and now inside this object will be created right here, and now outside from this object our own method or our own object will be created. So I know that sounds confusing, but I want you to do not get confused by that. It is like totally simple thing. Let me just say that one more time. Every JavaScript object has anonymous property called prototype, and remember that functions and arrays are also a prototype, objects, and the prototype will be the parent of that object. So in this case, what is the prototype of this object or the parent of this object? The parent or the prototype of this object is this prototype right here. So now let me just read through the other stuff. So every object is associated with another object. So like this object which we are currently creating right here is associated with this prototype object right here, and now this prototype object is also associated with this proto right here. If we expand that, here you can see this is also an object. If we click on him, let me just expand that, and this one is not associated by anything right here. Like this is going to be the guard level or the parent of all of the objects right here. Okay, so that was just the basic theory behind the prototypes, and now let me just explore that a bit more. So now if you want to check the prototype or the parent of this object, so we can either expand that and we can check out the prototype or the parent just like that. But if you want to do it in coding, so there are three ways to do that. So we can either check the prototype of something in three ways. Like we can either check it by using this proto, or we can use this .constructor.prototype, or we can use this property or method to be precise, like object.get prototype of, and it will take some sort of an object right here. So now let's just check that by using this prototype right here. So all of them is like totally the same. Like this one will be the same, this one will be the same, and all of them will be the same, and all of them allows us to check the prototype of our object. So in this case, I'm going to use this prototype right here. So I'm going to just write a dot and then double underscores, and I'm going to just use proto and then double underscores one more time. So now if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us that constructor method which we saw a second ago. So now let me just log to the console, this obj one more time, save my file, and here you can see we have this constructor properties. And now if I expand this prototype right here, I'm going to just highlight that for you. So now if I expand this prototype right here, it will also include all of these prototypes right here. So now let me just expand that, and here you can see we have all of these properties, and methods right here inside this parent or the prototype right here. And now if you check them out, and here you can see both of them are totally the same. So we have this constructor has own property, and we have this constructor has own property, and all of that kind of stuff. Okay, so now if you wanted to check the prototype of this prototype right here, like the parent of the parent, so we can use this method one more time if you wanted to. So I'm going to just write dot and then proto one more time. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it will give us null as I showed you a second ago. So the prototype of the parent of the prototype, if you want to check that, it will give us null. So I don't want you to get confused, but these stuff are important. That's why I want to put it in this course, and you have to know that. Okay, so now let me just check the prototype of something by using this constructor method in prototype. So I'm going to just remove this coding from here, and I'm going to just use constructor, constructor, and then prototype. So I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it will still gives us that same value right here, exactly the same. And now let's just check him out by using the what do we call it, object.get prototype of. Okay, so in this case it is requiring an object. So in this case I'm going to copy my object, and I'm going to just place it right here, save my file, and here you can see it will give us the result just like the previous one right here. So the prototype is nothing much, but it is just the parent of our object. So I want you to keep that in mind, and it will be hidden underneath our object right here. Okay, so that was the first example. So now let me just give you one more example, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So let's suppose we are going to be creating some sort of array. So I'm going to just write const array, and now in this case I'm going to use my built-in array constructor right here. And now I'm going to just log to the console this array one more time, and now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting this array right here. If we expand that, we have this prototype or the parent of this constructor, or the parent of this object right here. If I expand that, it has different kind of methods and properties right here. Like we have add and connect, constructor, we have fill, every, filter, find, and all of that stuff, which we already cover in, we didn't cover all of that, but we did cover like the majority of them, like what do we call it, every and entries and find method. We have forEach, includes, we have map, pop, push, and all of that kind of methods right here. And here you can see we also have this prototype object one more time. So if I expand that, let me just expand that, and now it will give us that constructor and all of that kind of stuff. And now if I expand that even more, so here you can see we have this array of 0, and now if you expand that, it will still give us that one array. So here you can see this rabbit hole will go on and on. Okay, so I don't want you to get in that much detail, but here you can see we have this constructor, and it will just work for all of their different kind of methods. And finally we are now getting this null right here. Okay, so yeah, these, what do we call it, these properties, these prototypes are the parent of our objects. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my own constructor function, and then we are going to be checking the prototype of that. So I'm going to just write function, and I'm going to just give a name of like person. It will take the parameter of first name, and I'm going to also provide a last name, and I'm going to also provide a PL for programming language, and I'm going to just use this start first name, and it will be now equals to first name. This start last name will be equals to last name. This start PL will be now equals to PL, and that's that. And now let me just create an instance real quick. So I'm going to just use new person, and I'm going to just provide a Hosam property, and I'm going to also provide a web dev property, and I'm going to also provide like JS for JavaScript. Now let me just log that to the console, save my file, and here you can see we have our built-in constructor function right here. If we expand that, so we have this prototype right here, or the prototype object to be precise. If we expand this one, so here you can see we have yet another constructor function which is taking these values right here. Like we have this method, and we are providing the first name, the last name, and the programming languages right here. So if we expand this prototype right here, so finally it will give us where is that? I'm going to expand that. Finally it will give us that null. Oh my god, there's a lot of parents right here. Then it will give us null right here. And then there we go. So this is how we are going to be creating our constructor function, and this is how we are going to be checking the prototype. And now you might be asking yourself, is there like, why in the world should I care about prototype or the parents? Well, you have to, because you are going to be creating a built-in properties or methods on your prototypes, which I'm going to also show you in a second. But now in this case, now let me just check the prototype of that. So I'm going to just use dot and then proto or dunder proto. Some people call it dunder, and some people call it like underscore, whatever you want to call it. So if we save that, it will give us this constructor function. Now if I use this dunder right here, save my file, it will give us the final constructor. Now let me just use it, and here it will give us the null right here inside a console. Okay, so this is how we are going to be checking the prototype of our property. And now let me just comment this line out. And now it's time for us to change the built-in methods prototypes. So this part will be a little bit fun one. So I'm going to just write a separator for myself, and I'm going to just write like changing the built-in method. But you shouldn't have, come on, changing, there we go. But you shouldn't have to write code like that once you're working with a real world project. If you want to test it out, that's completely okay. But if you're working with a huge project, so you shouldn't mess with the built-in objects. So I'm gonna just say that, like, that was just a caution, like you shouldn't have to mess with the built-in prototype. So I'm going to just write like array.prototype first of all. And now if you check it out, and here you can see it will now give us all of these methods right here. Like we have add, and we have find, we have pop method. Now let's suppose if you want to change the functionality of this pop method to something else, like it will just remove the lost item from our array. So now if you want to change that to something else, so how can we go about doing that? By using this array.prototype. So we can totally do that in JavaScript. That's totally allowed, but you shouldn't do that in the real world projects. And I'm going to just write array.prototype in this case. And now in this case, we have all of these properties and methods right here. So in this case, I'm just interested in this pop method, and I want to change that to something else. Like I want to create my own method, and I'm not going to be providing any names to it. And I'm going to also remove that stuff from here. And I'm going to just use like return, and the functionality, I'm going to just change that to like pop it up, baby. Pop it up, baby. That's something like that. And now if you use this pop method, so now in this case, it will not remove the lost item from the array, but it will just give us like pop it up, baby. And now let me just create some sort of array like my and it will be now equals to like, I don't know, 1 and 2 and 3 or something like that. Save our file. And now if you use this pop method on our array, so if I just write like console.log my array and then pop method, okay, so if I execute that and save my file, and here you can see instead of removing the lost item from our array, it is giving us pop it up, baby. And now if you log to the console, come on, let me just log to the console my save our file, and here you can see it is now giving us all of that stuff, like nothing is removed. But if I if I comment this line out, and if I save my file, and here you can see that lost item will be removed from my array. So this is how we are going to be modifying or changing the existing built-in methods from the JavaScript, like built-in everything. Okay, so I'm going to comment this line out as well. So you can like play around with all of that stuff if you want to, but I will highly recommend you to like play around with that, but not in a real world projects. Okay, so now we can also define our own methods on that prototype if you wanted to. So let's suppose if you want to provide our own method on the string, so we can also do that. I'm going to just write string.prototype, and I'm going to just specify like hello method right here. Now let me just create some sort of a hello method, and in this case I'm going to just log to the console this. I want to check like what in the world is this will going to. I'm going to just log to the console and this dot to uppercase, and now I'm going to just uppercase whatever the user provide, or whatever the user provides. So I'm going to just write like console.log of hello, or you know, I'm going to just write everything in a lowercase like hello and welcome or something like that. And now I'm going to use this method which I create right here inside my string. So I'm going to just use this method, and I'm going to just use .hello, and now I'm going to execute that. If I save my file, and here you can see, I want you to notice like everything is totally lowercase, and now here you can see everything is now totally at uppercase. Why is that? Because we are providing this hello method right here, and it will allows us to uppercase all of that stuff. And here you can see that this result keyword will be now equals to this built-in constructor method, and you already know why is that. We are currently working with a prototype, and a prototype is an object, so that's why this result keyword will point to this object right here. Okay, so this is a function. Yeah, that's totally is a function, but this is not a function. This is an object. Here you can see that. Let me just remove that stuff from here. I'm going to also remove all of that stuff from here. So I'm going to just write const error, and it will be now equals to hello, and I'm going to just write like yellow, and I'm going to just write like blah or something like that. And if you log to the console this error, save our file, and here you can see it is array right here. If you expand that, and it will give us all of that stuff right here. But if you expand this one, and here you can see this prototype is now set to object right here, which means that this result keyword will point to this prototype right here. So I hope that makes sense. So now let me just review all of that stuff which we learned in this section, and then we are going to be jumping into the prototypical inheritance or a prototype inheritance. So every JavaScript object has anonymous property called prototype, and remember, functions and arrays are also n objects, and the prototype property, the prototype will be the parent of that object, and prototype property is the object by itself, and which have some sort of a special properties and methods which you already saw a second ago. And every time we create some sort of an object in JavaScript, so it will create two objects behind the scenes, and every object is associated with another object, and the object which we saw a second ago is associated with this prototype object, and which is itself an object which we saw a second ago, which means that that same object which we create will inherit or borrow. You can use the same word like inherit or borrow all the properties and methods from this object or prototype. Okay, so if you want to check the prototype, so you can either use this syntax, or you can use this one, or you can use this get prototype of method, but it will take some sort of a object here. You have to specify the object. Now then we saw how we are going to be creating constructor function, then we saw the prototype of our constructor function. We also saw how we are going to be changing the existing methods on some sort of array or object, and then we also provide our own prototype or method on the string constructor as well. Okay, so that was it about prototypes in JavaScript. So now let's learn about prototypal inheritance in JavaScript. So yeah, I know that's a lot of words right here, but what in the world is prototypal inheritance and why you should care about that? So prototypal inheritance is a mechanism in JavaScript that allows objects to inherit the properties and methods from the other objects. It is a fundamental concept in the language, and it is based on the prototypal model, something which we saw a second ago, and we will explore it in this one as well. So in prototypal inheritance, objects can serve as a prototypes for other objects, forming a hierarchical chain of inheritance. So in JavaScript, every object has an internal property called prototype, which we saw a second ago. It will often referred to as a dash dash or dunder prototype, which points to its prototype object. We already saw that a second ago. When you access a property or method on an object, and that property and method is not found on that object itself, and so JavaScript will look for it in the object's prototype, or further in the prototype chain as well, so if needed, until it finds that property or reaches the top of the prototype chain, which is usually the object.prototype. Okay, so I know there's a lot of words, but first of all, let me just explain this topic, like what in the world is prototypical inheritance, and then we are going to be jumping into all of their nitty-gritty, like JavaScript will search for some sort of a property. If it didn't found, so then it will jump to this prototype and all of that kind of stuff. So first of all, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to explain this prototypical inheritance. So now let's discuss what in the world is this prototypal inheritance. So inheritance just simply means like borrowing the functionality from the parent object into the child object, or you can also say like inheriting functionality from the parent to the children without repeating our code. Okay, so this is what inheritance means, and I'm going to also show you all of that stuff in a second. First of all, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a function, and I'm going to just create a constructor function to be precise. So any mul, and it will take the parameter of name right here. So we are going to be just using this dot name, and it will be now equals to a name. We are not going to be going into that much craziness, and in this case I'm going to just provide my animal. I'm going to just provide a built-in prototype right here. So I'm going to provide like sound, so it will make some sort of a sound right here. So if you just write a function, and then we are going to be just using or returning like animal sound or something like that. Okay, so now we are creating this function or this method on this animal right here, which means like all of these animal instances can access this method right here. So whenever we call this sound method or any of the instances of this animal, so this will happen, like animal sound will happen, and you can provide like more crazier logic right here, but in this case we are going to be just providing this sound like animal sound right here. So now let me just create one more. So I'm going to just write a function, and I'm going to just create a constructor function for a dog. Okay, so it will take the name, and it will also take the breed right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write like animal dog, like this dot breed. I guess that would be fine. So I'm going to just use like breed, and it will be now equals to these breeds right here. Okay, so now we cannot call this sound method on this dog right here. Why is that? because this sound method is available only for these animals. It is not available for these dogs right here. If you want to create this sound method right here for this dog, for that we are going to be duplicating that. So I'm going to have to copy that, we have to change that, and we have to just write this dog, and then this method will work for this dog right here. Currently this code will not work for this dog. So now let me just write the instance of this dog. So I'm going to just write const dog1, and we are going to be just writing like new dog, and I don't know, buddy, and I don't know, genius or something like that. This is going to be the, my dog name. And if we just log to the console like console.log dog name, I mean like dog1.name, and if we save that, it will give us undefined because we didn't specify this dot name will be equals to the name. Save my file, and it will now give us this buddy right here. So now if I want to access the sound method which we specified inside this animal, so it will not work. I'm going to log to the console dog1.sound, and now let me just execute this method right here. So if we save our file, and here you can see it will give us that error, but I just hide that because of this. I don't know where the hell is this error coming from, so that's why I just hide my error. Anyways, so it will now give us this beautiful error. It will say like dog1 sound is not a function. Okay, which means like you are trying to access some sort of a function which is currently not available on this dog right here. Okay, so if we just log to the first of all, let me just create an instance of this animal like const animal1, and it will be now equals to like new animal. There we go. And I'm gonna just put a name of like I don't know, frog or something. And now let me just console log this animal1, and now if we use this sound method right here, I'm gonna have to remove these errors from here, and I am going to also comment this line out. So what do you think will be the result if we save our file? And here you can see it is now returning this animal sound right here. But if we try to access this sound method on this dog, so it will not work. Why is that? You already know why is that. Because this sound method is totally available inside this animal prototype. Don't believe me? Let me just show you. So I'm gonna just remove this sound from here, and I'm gonna also comment this line out, and I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see it will now give us this animal right here. And if we expand this prototype, so what are we getting? We are now getting this sound right here. Here you can see we are now getting this sound. Okay, but if we try to access this one, if we just remove that, and if we just log to the console this dog1, save our file, and here if we expand that, if we expand the prototype, here you can see we don't have any sound method right here. Okay, in this case we do have this sound method right here inside animal, and in this case we don't have any sound method inside this dog right here. So now if you want to tag this sound method without copying our code, or not just sound, but if you want to borrow all of the functionality from this animal to this dog, like whenever we call this sound, I mean like this dog.1 dog1.sound method, and we also want to call this result as well, so that process is known as inheritance. So we are going to be inheriting the functionality from this animal constructor function to this dog right here. So that process is known as inheritance in JavaScript. Okay, so how can we go about doing that, or how can we go about writing that inheritance, like taking the functionality from this animal to this dog right here? Okay, so this is totally easy and simple. So first of all, we have to go to the function where we wanted to inherit the properties from the parent. So first of all, I'm going to just remove that from here. In this case, I'm going to write my constructor name first of all. Then we are going to be using this call method, and this call method allows us to call that parent properties. In this case, we are going to be just specifying the this result keyword, and here we have to specify the name we are taking. Okay, so I'm going to just write a name. So now if we save that, nothing will happen. If we expand that, and here you can see we have the breed of genius, and I mean like we have all of their properties right here. But if we just open that, here you can see we are not getting that same method which we are creating right here, this sound method. So now if you want to get that method, so for that we are going to be using the Object.create. And do you remember that Object.create? So which we saw a second ago, that Object.create method allows us to do the inheritance. So I'm going to just write like dog. In this case, I'm going to have to write the underneath right here, so I'm going to have to write it here. I'm going to just write a dog first of all, and then I'm going to use the prototype, and in this case it will be now equals to the Object.create method right here. And in this case, I'm going to just specify my animal dot prototype. Okay, so what in the world is this object.create? I'm going to tell you that in a second. I'm going to place these instructions right here. So what in the world is this object.create method, as I show you at the beginning of this video? So the object.create method creates a new object using the existing object as the prototypal of newly created objects. So now you totally get the definition of what I was talking to you about earlier. So let me just say that one more time. So the object.create methods creates a new object using an existing object. So in this case, where in the world is our existing object? Our existing object is this animal right here, and it will create a new object right here as the prototype of their newly created object. So in this case, all of their method which we are specifying right here as the prototype to this animal, we are currently just specifying this animal. We are currently just specifying this sound right here. So that sound will be now in this case available inside the dog prototype. Okay, so now let me just save my file. And now if you check out the dog, and now if you go to the prototype, you go to the object, and here you can see we are now getting the sound right here. Okay, so this is what this object.create method will do for us. Okay, so now if I run this code, like we have this dog1 dot sound right here, and now if I save that, it will give us whoop whoop. Sorry, I shouldn't have to say. It gives us that animal sound right here. Okay, so yeah, everything is working just fine. And now we can specify our own prototypes if you want to on this dog as well. So we can just write like dog.prototype, and we can specify like bark or something like that. I'm going to just create a function right here, bark, I guess, bark. There we go. It will not take any parameters or anything like that, and not the name. So in this case, I'm going to just return like woof or something like that. And now if you save that, and now if we expand that, and here you can see we have this bark method right here. If we expand this prototype, we have this sound method, which means like we can use the bark method and also the sound method as well. So I'm going to just log to the console, dog1.bark bark method as well. And now let me just save that. It will now give us woof as well. So I hope you totally understand the prototypal inheritance. And by the way, once we jump into the classes in JavaScript, we are not going to be writing our prototypes like that. We are going to be just creating a simple class, and we don't even have to worry about the prototypes. But I'm just showing you because interviewers ask about prototypes all the times, and you will see a lot of people, they will ask you, like if they're a programmer, they will ask you about a prototype. So that's why I said it, or that's why I mentioned it in this course. So yeah, so this is a prototypal inheritance in JavaScript. So that was it about a prototypical inheritance in JavaScript. And now let's learn about classes in JavaScript. So what are classes and why you should care about them? So classes are one of the features introduced in ECMAScript 6, and classes are nothing much but a blueprint for an object. Okay, so you can create an object from that class, and you can think about a classes as a sketch or a prototype of a house. It can contain all the details about the floors, the doors, the windows. Based on these descriptions, you build the houses. Okay, so since many houses can be made from the same description, we can create many objects from the same class. Okay, so the syntax will be totally easy, and trust me, you will fall in love with classes in a second. First of all, we are going to be writing a class declaration. First of all, we are going to be writing a class declaration. So anytime you want to create a class, first of all, you are going to be writing the class result keyword. Then you are going to be giving some sort of a name to your class. And the convention is to write the first letter as uppercase and the rest of them lowercase. So in this case, I'm going to just write person, and I'm going to just write my opening curly brace and closing curly brace, and inside this person we are going to be executing our constructor function. Okay, and inside this constructor function we are going to be providing all of our properties and our methods. So I'm going to just write first name, and I'm going to also provide a last name, and I'm going to also provide the age as well. And now this area is known as an instance members area. Okay, so here we are going to be specifying our instance members, like this star first name will be now equals to first name, this star last name, and last name just like a constructor function. Here you can see we are even using the constructor function inside this person class right here, and then our age will be now equals to our age. Okay, so everything will work just fine. So we are going to be also using the new result keyword, so that's why we are totally able to use our this result inside this constructor right here, so you don't have to worry about that for now. If you want to provide methods, so we can also do that. So I'm going to just write print user and info or something like that, and we are going to be just specifying our function. It will take no parameter or anything like that. We are going to be just returning like name of the user, and I'm gonna have to go back this dot first name and this dot last name, and we are going to be also writing our age. So I'm gonna just write age this dot age. There we go. I'm gonna save my file, and this is how we are going to be creating our class right here. So first of all, these stuff are known as a class declaration. So this is known as a class declaration. Inside this declaration, we have our instance members right here. Okay, so I'm going to just save this file. And now if you want to create an instance of this person class, so for that, you are going to be writing, first of all, some sort of a name for the variable. And then you're going to be writing the new result keyword. And we already learned about a new result keyword, what this is and how we should use that. And I'm going to just provide like, I don't know, I'm going to just provide person name right here, and we are going to be just specifying the first name of Hussein, just like that. And then we are going to be also specifying the web dev for the last name, and the age I'm going to just specify 19 right here. And now let me just log to the console this John, and now let's just save our file. And here you can see it will still gives us that age, first name, last name, and this method right here. So if we expand that, here you can see we don't have any methods right here because we didn't use our prototype. Well, we are not going to be using any prototypes in classes. Okay, so I'm going to still show you how you're going to be accessing all of that stuff, like the prototype stuff, but we are not going to be writing the prototype result keyword no more. Okay, so yeah, that's that. And now let me just call that method like, I don't know, print user info or something like that. I'm going to save my file. And here you can see it will now give us like name will be Hussein web dev and age will be 19 right here. So this is how we are going to be creating a class. So now let's just talk about the prototypes in classes. So if you want to provide a prototype members to your classes, so this is how you're going to be just writing it. Outside from this constructor method, you are going to be writing your prototype members right here. So I'm going to just write some sort of a comments for myself like prototype members. There we go. Okay, so here I'm going to just create a simple method. I'm going to give a name of like greet, and in this case I'm going to just return like hello hello there, this dot first name and this dot last name. So we are going to be just writing this greet method right here. And now if you save our file, I'm going to remove this print info right here. I'm going to remove that, save my file, and here you can see we have this person object. If we expand that, here you can see we have this print info method right here. Now you might be thinking like, where in the world is this greet method? Well, you guessed it, this is a prototypal member, so it will be available inside a prototype. So I'm going to just have to expand that right here, and here you can see we have this greet method right here. Okay, so which means like we can call this greet method for all of the instances of this class right here. So if you want to call this greet method on John or on Hussein or anything like that, so we can totally do that. So I'm going to have to just execute this greet, save our file, and here you can see it is giving us hello there Hussein and undefined. And let's just see, here we specify last instead of a last name. So save our file, and hello there Hussein web dev right here inside a console. So this is how we are going to be creating a class. This is how we are going to be providing instances for our class, and this is how we are going to be providing a prototype methods and properties to our class. And now let's just learn about the final topic, which will be inheritance in classes. So how can we borrow the functionality from this class into the child class? So to do that, first of all, for that we are going to have to create one more class as well. So I'm going to just write a class result keyword, and we are going to be writing a same convention like programmer or something like that, programmer. There we go. And in this case, if you want to borrow the functionality from this person object, we are not going to be using Object.create and their animal.call and all of that kind of stuff. Instead, we are going to be using one result keyword, which is called extends. And this extends result keyword will allow us to borrow the functionality from this person object to this programmer right here. Okay, so I'm going to just have to call this person. So we are taking the functionality from this person object, or we are inheriting, or we are borrowing the functionality from this person object to this programmer right here. So in this case, we just have provided our constructor right here, and we just have provided our first name, our last name, all of their properties, and our age. We can specify more properties like programming language and experience or something like the experience. There we go. And here we have to just write our curly braces, but don't forget to write something called the super keyword. It's not a keyword, it's a function. It's not even a method, but I guess it's a function or method. I'm not sure about that, but some people call it a method, some people call it a function. You can call it whatever you want to call it. Okay, so in this case, what in the world is this function? I mean, like this super function in JavaScript. So this just calls the parent call constructor. Okay, so it will just only call the parent constructor, which we have right here. So it will just call this constructor, and here we have to specify all of their properties which this constructor is taking. So we have to specify this first name, the last name, and also the age as well. Okay, so I'm going to, I'm not going to copy that because I'm going to show you every single thing from the beginning. So I'm going to just write first name, the last name, and also the age as well. Okay, so that's what you have to do, and this amount of code will allow you to inherit or to borrow all of the functionality from this person object to this programmer right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write this.pl for programming language, and I'm going to just provide this pl, and this pl is not available inside this person. Let me just check that. Here you can see this pl is not available inside this function, but it is available inside this constructor of programmer right here. So here you can see we are now providing that, and you can provide a countless of them if you wanted to, but in my case I guess that would be fine. And then we have experience, and it will be now equals to experience. Come the hell on, man. I'm gonna copy that, I'm gonna just place it right here, and that's that. So now if you want to create an instance of this programmer, so we can totally do that. I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to just provide the instance of Hossein, and I'm going to just write a new result keyword, and in this case we are going to be using the programmer. And now let me just write like John, and I'm going to just write not John, I'm writing my own name, what the hell. And in this case I'm going to write Hossein web dev, and now I'm going to provide the age of like 19. The favorite programming language will be Golang, and I don't know, the experience, I have like 20 years of experience in programming language, or not just a specific programming language, but overall the programming. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we have this object right here if you expand that. And now let me just go to the prototype, and inside this prototype we have a nested prototype right here. If we expand this one, and here you can see we are now getting this greet method, and yeah, this greet method is coming from this prototype right here. Okay, so now we are totally able to inherit all of the functionality from this person to this constructor function right here, I mean like to this programmer class right here. So I'm going to just write like greet right here, and now let me just save that, and here you can see hello there Hossein web dev. And if you want to change that to like John and Doe, and now let's just change that from Hossein to John, and save our file, and here you can see we are now getting hello there John Doe right here. So this is how you're going to be creating a classes in JavaScript. So now let me just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. I'm going to remove every single thing from here, and I'm going to just place this instruction right here. So the first thing I want you to do is that I want you to create a class with the name of hero, and the properties it will take like name and the level. And then I want you to create a greet method which will just greet the user, and then I want you to create an instance of a hero class, and then create a new class with the name of Mega, and inherit the properties from the hero class, and provide property of spell, and create an instance of Mega class, and that's that. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So the first thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to go, and now let me just write a class of hero, and now I'm going to just write my constructor. It will take the name and the level. And inside this constructor, what I'm going to do is that this dot name will be equals to name, and this dot level will be equals to level. There we go. And I'm going to also provide as a greet of prototype method, and it will just return like this dot name says hello or something like that, and that would be fine. Now let me just create a hero1 instance right here, and new hero, and I'm gonna just write like this hero name, and provide a 1. Let's just log to the console this hero 1, save our file, and here you can see we are now getting the level and also the hero name right here. And if you expand that, we are also getting our greet method right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating our first class, and now let's just create our second class. So I'm going to just write class, and I guess there isn't any shortcut available if you just use that class. And anyways, so I'm going to just write mega, or not mega, but extends hero. And now let me just write a constructor method. I'm going to write name the level, and I'm going to also write my own spell property inside there. And now I'm going to use my super, and here I have to provide all of their properties from up above. This one, like, we are inheriting all of their properties from that one, so that's why we have to just provide it right here. So this start spell will be now equals to spell, or spell, whatever you want to call that. And now const hero 2, and it will be now equals to new, and then the what do we call it, class name. I don't even know these what do you call it, these heroes right here, but I just randomly search on Google and it gives us all of their anyways, it gives us all of their names. So magic missile. Okay, so now let me just log to the console this hero 2, and now let me just save that. And here you can see we are now getting this another user right here, or another hero to be precise. And here you can see the level will be now set to 2, name will be this one, the spell will be a magic missile, and we have this, okay, we don't, okay, we have the greet method inside this prototype right here. Okay, so we can just greet to this hero 2 by using our greet method, say hello to this guy right here, or this guy says hello. So yeah, that was it about classes in JavaScript. So now let's learn about modifiers in JavaScript, so what they are and why you should care about that. So class modifier, also known as an access modifier or visibility modifier, are keywords in other programming languages. Like in other OOP programming languages, they define the visibility or the accessibility of class members, field methods, and nested classes from other parts of the program. They control the level of encapsulation, something which you are going to be learning in a second. So they control the level of encapsulation and help enforce encapsulation principle, something which you are going to be also learning by restricting direct access to a certain class member. So these are modifiers, but modifiers are available in other programming languages like Java, C++, and I guess in C# we also have these modifiers. And yeah, but in JavaScript we don't have modifiers. Okay, so now what do I mean by in JavaScript we don't have modifiers? So in JavaScript, class modifiers are used in the context of classes and objects, although JavaScript does not have traditional access to modifiers like some other programming languages like Java. However, we can achieve the similar effects using a different conventions and techniques which we are going to be learning. So if you learn modifier in JavaScript, so it will open a huge gate for you. Then you will be able to learn about the 4 pillars of object-oriented programming. So what are those 4 pillars? They are encapsulation, abstraction, inheritance, and polymorphism. So we are going to be learning all of them in a really great depth, and we are going to be also writing a code for each of them. But first of all, we have to learn about what in the world are modifiers and why you should care about them. So now that was the basic theory behind modifiers. So now let me just give you a real world example. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a private key, privat. I guess this is how you spell it. If we mark any of our property or any of our method inside a class by using the private, so that method will not be, or method or property will not be accessible outside from that class. Okay, so this will make, oh, I'm not gonna write any description, so you just have to keep that in mind. So it will make our method or our property totally private, so as the name suggests. The next one we have is a public modifier, and public modifier, as the name suggests, that it will make it like publicly available for all of their classes, or like in which you inherited all of their properties and all of that stuff. So if you mark either your property or a method by using this public result keyword, so it will just make it accessible publicly. Okay, so the next one we have is a protected. So protected. Okay, and protected allows us to only use that same property or their method which you label it by protected keyword. It will be only accessible inside their class but not outside from your class. So these are the concepts which other programming languages use, but in JavaScript we don't have any result keyword like private, public, and protected. For that, we are going to have to use either a closure or this result keyword. Okay, so first of all, let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just go back and I'm going to just create a constructor function right here, and I'm going to just give a name of like my class. Okay, and here I'm going to just write like public field, the name doesn't matter, you can give any name you want, but I'm just giving them this name because I want to show you like what are public fields, private fields, and protected fields. So here I'm going to just write private, then I'm going to just write protected. Okay, so now I'm going to go back so that we can see everything a bit better. And here what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to just introduce the public field. And you already know like how you're going to be creating a public field if you're watching this video from the beginning. So you already know how to work with a public field. So you don't have to do nothing. You just have to write this result keyword and then the field name. So in this case, I'm going to just write a public field, and it will be now equals to this public field right here. So it will be now accessible globally. So like we can use this field anywhere inside our class right here. And by the way, you can also refactor this code to use the classes as well, but I'm just giving you the example of constructor function. So now let me just introduce the private members, or the private modifier to be precise. So I'm going to just write private field, I guess, and now let me just write closure. Okay, so we are going to be writing our private modifier or private field by using a closure. So we can make something private by using just a closure. So how can I go about doing that? Well, you just have to write const, and the convention is to use the underscore. You don't have to do that. So this is a convention if you want to make something private in classes or in constructors. So you're going to have to first of all write this underscore and then the name of the field. So I'm going to just write this underscore, and I'm going to just write like a private, and it will be now equals to this private field which you have up above. Okay, so now this one is totally private and it will not be accessible outside from this class. I'm going to also show you the testing of that in a second, but let me just write all of that coding. So now let's talk about how we are going to be making a protected field. And by the way, this underscore will not make it totally protected, but we just have a concept of like if we write this underscore, so this is the convention, like other developer will think like we don't have to do anything with this field because this is a protected field right here. Okay, and this is just a convention in JavaScript, but in other programming languages, instead of writing this underscore and this const result keyword, we are going to be just writing like private, or we are going to be just writing protected. So if you are coming from the TypeScript background, so in TypeScript we have these modifiers, but in JavaScript we don't have them. Okay, so I'm going to just write this underscore right here. So it will not stop us to use this property, but this is just a concept, like we are going to be making this field as a private field. So this is just a concept. Okay, so now let me just talk to you about the protected field. So I'm going to just write protected field right here, and I'm going to just make const, and the convention will be totally the same, like protected field, and it will be now equals to this protected field. Okay, not a private but protected field. There we go. So this one is now public field right here, like which means like it can be accessible anywhere inside our program. This one is a private field, which means like this property will not be accessible, you can even read that in other programming languages, but in JavaScript you can totally read that, which I'm going to also show you. So now let me just make a method protected or private or public right here. So I'm going to just make a few methods, like 3 methods. So I'm going to just write like first of all public method. So you already know how to make a protected field in constructor function. First of all, you're going to be just writing this result keyword and then the public field, and here, or public method to be precise, and it will be now equals to some sort of a function. We are going to be removing the name and everything, and I'm going to just return like public field. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to just access this public field right here inside this method. And what I'm going to do is that now let me just create a private method. So I'm going to just write private, private, there we go, private method by using the closure. So now let me just make that method. And here the convention is to first of all write this underscore. So I'm going to just give a name of like private method to be precise, and I'm going to just remove that. And here I'm going to just write a return statement and private method. And now I'm going to just write like this protected method or private method, which is this private field. Come on, we have this private field right here. So now let's just access that inside this private method. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write protected method right here, and it will be also using a closure. Okay, so now I'm going to just write a function, and I'm going to also label that as a underscore first of all, and I'm going to just give a name of like protected method. Okay, it will not take any parameter or anything like that. We are not going to be doing any crazy stuff, and we are going to be just writing protect that. There we go. And I'm going to also just render my underscore and protected field. There we go. Okay, so now underneath all of that, we are going to be just creating one more method to access protected method. There we go. And now let me just create the methods real quickly. So I'm going to just write access protected method. So this is going to be the name of my method. And now let me just create a function, and I'm going to just remove all of that stuff from here. Now let me just return my protected method, which we have right here. So I'm going to just execute that right in here. I'm going to go back. I'm going to show you all of that stuff in a second, but first of all, let me just review all of that stuff which I just said. In other programming languages, we have a result keyword which allows us to label our data by either using a private keyword or the protected keyword or the public keyword. So in JavaScript, we don't have that built-in result keyword like private, protected, and all of that. In JavaScript, we are going to be either using a closure or we are going to be using this result keyword. So it will allows us to either make something public or private or protected. Okay, so these are the three examples of protected or private or public fields, and these are the three methods right here. The first method will be public method, the second method will be private method, and the third one will be a protected method right here. And this one is also a public method which allows us to just access this this protected method. So now let me just test this code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just create my object, and it will be now equals to new class which we've created above, and I'm going to just specify different kind of fields to it. So like public data, and I'm going to also provide this private data, and I'm going to also provide this protected data right here. Okay, let me just go back, and here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just log to the console first of all my object right here dot public field. Okay, so I'm going to just execute that, and now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this public field inside a console. Why is that? That's because we are using this result keyword to access this field as a public field. So now let's just try to access this private field right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just console log an object, not object, but my object, and then we have to access my private field right here. And now if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us undefined right here. Why is that? Because here you can see we didn't use this result keyword. We are marking that as a const result keyword, and here we are using a closure, so that's why this is a private right here. Okay, so now let's just access this protected one. So I'm going to just log to the console like console.log my object, then dot, and then what do we have? We have this protected field right here, and now if we save that, and here you can see it will also give us this undefined right here. Okay, so now let's just use these methods like public method, private method, and protected method. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just comment this line out. So now let me just use like console log my object dot private first of all dot private method, or not private but public method. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to just execute that, and now let me just save my file, and here you can see it will now give us like public field, public data is right here. So here you can see we have this kind of message right here inside this not this one, inside this public field right here, or inside this public method right here. Okay, so now let me just log to the console the other one. So I'm going to just use like my object, and then I'm going to use my private field or private method to be precise, and now let me just execute that right here. Okay, so I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will not give us anything, even it will give us an error. So if you just see here, you can see it will now give us this error. It will say like my object private method is not a function, which means like you cannot use this method outside from this function right here. Okay, or this class to be precise. Like this is totally a private, so that's why you cannot use that. So we have private method right here. Now let's just use this protected one. So what do you think will be the result if you just log to the console my object, and then I'm gonna just write my protected field. Okay, so I'm gonna execute not field but method, and now let me just comment this line out and save my file, and here you can see it will now gives us the error of this one right here. It will say like my object, this protected method is not a function. Okay, so this is how we are going to be making something either private or protected or public right here inside a class or in constructor method right here. Okay, so now let me just use this method which we have like access protected method, so it will still allows us to do or it will still allows us to use this protected method right here. So that's the only thing this JavaScript is not good at. So I'm gonna just write this access and this protected method. So if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting this protected method and protected data right here. Okay, so here you can see we are now able to access that data inside this method which we've created right here, and now we are totally able to access this method. Like even we give a name of like protected method, but the name doesn't matter. We even create this method right here by using a closure. But we are still able to access this protected method right here inside this function, and we can also access, or what do we call it, or private method right here. So I'm going to just write private field, not field but private method. There we go. And now I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now give us the data of private method and private data right here. Okay, so it is just a convention to tell other developers like you don't have to mess around with this data because it is labeled as this underscore right here, and it is built by using a closure, and here we are not using any this result keyword. So it is just to tell other developers like this is either a protected key or a private key or a public not a keys, but it is either a protected field or method or a private field or a method, or it is a public field or a method. So these are the convention, and that was it about modifiers in JavaScript. I know that was confusing. You don't have to get confused by that. It's not a difficult thing to learn, but in other programming languages we have this result keyword of private, private, and we also have a protected one. So if you join me in my TypeScript course, so you are going to be also learning about private, protected, and also this public result keywords right here. So public. Okay, so that's other topic. You don't have to worry about that for now. So this is how we are going to be labeling our data by using a closure. And we also learn about modifiers like public field, private field, and protected field in JavaScript. So now that we learn about modifiers in JavaScript, so now it's time to learn about the basic 4 pillars of objective-oriented programming. So what are those? So in this section we are going to be learning about the first pillar, which is called encapsulation in JavaScript. So what is encapsulation? So encapsulation is the concept of building data, which you can call properties and methods, functions, together within an object, allowing the object to control access to its internal data and behavior. So this helps to hide the implementation detail and expose only the necessary interface to interact with the object. So in JavaScript, you can achieve encapsulation by using either a closure or a symbols, or you can also provide a naming conventions for that to simulate private members and expose the public interface. Okay, so this is what encapsulation is. And now let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to remove this previous code right here, and I'm going to just place this instruction right here. So in JavaScript, we can achieve encapsulation by using closure to create a private members. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that from here, and now let me just give you a quick example of that. So I'm going to just create a function right here. I'm going to just create a constructor function in this case, and you can create a class if you want to. And I'm going to just create this count variable, and I'm going to just set the value of that to 0, and this one will be a private variable or private property or field, whatever you want to call that. So for your sake, I just give a name of like count, and this one will be a private variable right here. So now let me just create 3 methods, and that method will be a public methods. Okay, which means like that can access and modify the private variables. Okay, so variable, there we go. So in this case, we are going to be creating 3 functions inside this counter right here, and they will be a public method, and they can access this count right here, and we are going to be writing our encapsulation logic inside there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a this start increment right here, and I'm going to just create this function right here. Let's just remove this parameter and all of that kind of stuff. And now let me just access this count variable right here. I'm going to access that, and here I am modifying that. So what are we currently doing? We are hiding the internal implementation details, and we are only exposing the necessary interface right here. Here we can see this variable is totally private, so we are hiding all of the implementation detail, and here we are just only providing the necessary interface to interact with that property, to be precise, right here. So you know, I'm going to just show you that in a second, but first of all, let me just write a code for that. Like we have a deck decrement, and it will be now equals to that same function. Let's just remove all of their empty spaces and all of that, and I'm going to just use like count, and it will be now just decrementing that. And now let me just use like this dot, what do we call it, I'm going to just use like get count, and it will be now equals to this function again. And let's just remove all of that stuff, and I'm going to just use what do we call it, just return or simple count right here. Let me just go back and let me just say that one more time, like what in the world are we currently doing? We are now creating this variable, and we are also creating these three methods right here. So currently we are doing encapsulation. So how are we doing encapsulation? We are hiding the internal implementation right here, which means like we are creating this variable privately, and which also means like this variable will not be accessible outside from this counter right here. Okay, and here you can see we are writing this logic so the user can use this increment method. The user can also use this decrement method. The user can also use, or the programmer can also use this get count method, but they are not able to work with this count right here. So what are we currently doing? We are hiding the implementation detail, and we are just exposing the necessary interface for interacting with this count right here. Okay, so this is how we are doing interface, like encapsulation. So now let me just use that, and then you will get to know a bit better. So I'm going to just create an instance of that. I'm going to give a name of like counter, and it will be now equals to new counter. There we go. Come on, not like that, counter. And we're not going to be providing any value to that, so I'm going to log to the console like counter.get count method right here. So currently it will be now set to 0. Why is that? Because we are storing the initial value of that count, and here you can see we are storing 0 inside there. So if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us 0 right here. So now let's suppose if you want to increment that by 1, so we can just use like counter.increment, and now let's just call that 3 times. So the first time it will just make it 1, the second time it will make it 2, and the third time it will make it 3. Okay, so now let's just log to the console that counter.get count, get count, there we go. And now let's just save that, and it will give us the result of 3. So if you save that, and here you can see it is now giving us a result of 3 right here. So now what I want to show you is that here you can see like we can get the count, we can increment the count, we can decrement even the count. I forgot to show you that. Let's just use like counter.decrement right here. And now let me just log to the console this counter.get count method right here. So it will give us that same, it will give us this -1 right here. Why is that? Because the current value was set to 0, and here we are decrementing that value, or we are just removing 1 from this count. So here you can see it will now give us -1 right here. So we are now able to use this increment, we are also able to use this decrement, we are also able to use this get count right here, and they are modifying this count right here. Like here you can see we are incrementing that, here you can see we are decrementing that, and we also saw the result of that. But if you just remove all of that coding from here, let's just remove that stuff from here. Oh, you know, let me just remove even this entire line from here, and I'm going to just write console log of counter. And then if I want to access this count right here, so we are not able to access that. If we save our file, and here you can see it will give us undefined. So we are hiding the implementation detail, and we can work with only the necessary interface to interact with it. Okay, so we are totally able to interact with our count variable, but we cannot access that outside from this counter variable, like outside from this counter constructor right here. Okay, so that was encapsulation in action. So that was it about encapsulation in JavaScript. So now let's jump into another pillar of OOP, which is called abstraction. So what is abstraction? Abstraction is the process of simplifying complex systems by breaking them down into smaller and manageable parts, and it allows you to focus on the essential features of an object and hide the unnecessary details. So in JavaScript, you can use abstract classes to define abstract structure and then implement that in a concrete object. So that was just it about the quick introduction of what abstraction is. So now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to remove every single thing from here, and we are going to be starting on a conversation about abstraction by defining our abstract class first of all. Okay, so providing a blueprint for sub classes. So we are going to be creating this abstract class by defining our class result keyword, and we are going to be just giving name of like animal, there we go. and inside there we are going to be defining our constructor method, and we are going to be just taking our name right here. So this dot name will be now equals to name right here. Okay, so underneath all of that, what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be creating our abstract method to be implemented by subclasses. Okay, so now let me just create this abstract method. So I'm going to just use like make sound, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to just throw a new error, and I'm going to just pass my method of what do we call it? I'm going to just pass like make sound must be implemented. There we go. Okay, let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to copy and place it right here. Now underneath all of that, let's just create our new class, which will be a dog class. So I'm going to just create a dog, and we are going to be extending the functionality from this animal right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just write a constructor right here, and I'm going to just give a name of like name, and we are going to also have to provide this name as a super because we have to call our parents. So underneath this constructor, what we have to do is that we have to implementing the abstract method right here. Okay, so we are going to be implementing our abstract method. So I'm going to also give a name of like make sound with this one as well, and I'm going to just return the wolf. Okay, right here. So now let me just create one more concrete subclass. So I'm going to just write a concrete subclass right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write a class result keyword and then my cat, and we are going to be extending the functionality from this animal. Now inside there, I'm going to just create my constructor. It will also take one name, and we are going to be also providing our super. We are going to be calling our parent, and now underneath there we are going to be just writing our make sound abstract class, abstract method here as well, and we are going to be just returning like meow or something, or meow. I guess this is how you guys spell that. Okay, so now underneath all of that, now let me just create a few instances, and I'm going to explain all of that code in a second. So I'm going to just write dog, and it will be now equals to new dog right here. Okay, so here we are going to be just giving a name of like buddy, and now let's just log to the console this dog.name and save our file, and here you can see it will give us buddy. And now if you use console.log of dog make sound, and now if you save our file, so it will give us the name of wolf. But if you use like let me just create one more instance right here like const cat, and we are going to be just writing new cat as the instance, and I'm going to just give a name of like and then I'm going to log to the console. Let me just log to the console this cat.name, and I'm going to also let me just save that, and here you can see it will now give us that name obviously, and we are going to be also using this cat.make sound. So if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us meow, like meow, it will give us that. Okay, right here. So what are we currently doing? First of all, we are creating this parent class right here, and we are giving a name of like animal. We have this abstract method inside this animal right here, which is just throwing a new error and saying like method make sound must be implemented. Then we are creating one more class right here, and we are borrowing the functionality from this animal, and here you can see we are also implementing the abstract class right here, the, there we go, abstract method to be precise, and we are also creating this make sound method inside this dog as well. And then we are creating one more cat method right here, and inside there we are doing all of that stuff, and we are also creating this abstract make sound method, and we are just passing this meow right here, so we can call like this make sound on each of these constructor, like this class, and it will give us different results right here. So here you can see we are just logging to the console this dog name, so it will give us buddy. If you use this make sound, so it will just run this method right here, and it will say like woof. And if you use this one, if you use this cat.name, so it will give us the cat name. And if you use this make sound method, so it will just give us this meow right here. So you already know all of that stuff. So now let me just explain where in the world we've implemented the abstraction. All right, so I'm going to just write a little bit of definition. So I'm going to just define all of that code which we wrote up above. So in this example, we have abstract class animal that contains an abstract method make sound. So the make sound method is declared in the animal class but doesn't provide any implementation. It is meant to be implemented by a subclasses like dog and cat. So the dog and the cat classes are concrete subclasses that inherit from the animal classes. They implement the abstract method make sound with their own specific implementation for making a sound. So in this one we provide the implementation of woof. So this one will just say woof, and this one will just only say meow right here. Okay, so by using abstraction, we define a common interface make sound that each subclass must implement while hiding the internal detail of how each animal make its sound. So this simplifies our code and allows us to work with animals at a higher level of abstraction, so without worrying about the specifics of each animal's sound and implementation. Okay, so I want you to just look at through this code, and this is what abstraction is in JavaScript, or in OOP to be precise. So that was it about abstraction in JavaScript. So now let's learn about inheritance. So you already learned about inheritance in a very great depth in this course, but we are going to be relearning that once again. Why? Because currently we are learning about the pillars of OOP, so we have to relearn that. So what is inheritance, just in case if you don't know? So inheritance allows a class subclass to inherit or to borrow the functionality like the properties and the method from another class, from a superclass, and this enables code reuse and a creation of hierarchical relationships between classes. Okay, so in JavaScript, inheritance can be achieved through prototype-based inheritance for ECMAScript 6, or using the ECMAScript 6 classes with the extend keyword. So we already learned all of that stuff, but now let's just rewind all of that stuff once again. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to first of all give you the example of what do we call it, the ES5 code, okay, by using a prototype, and then we are going to be refactoring that code to use classes. So I'm going to just create my constructor method. I'm going to just give a name of like animal. It will take one parameter of name. We are going to be using this start. It will be now equals to this name right here. Then we are going to be creating a prototype method. So method shared among all animal instances. Okay, so I'm going to just write like animal name, and I'm going to just use my prototype, and I'm going to just write make sound. So it will now just make some sort of a sound. I'm going to just create this function right here, and now let me just return like unknown sound. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be our first prototype, which will be attached only on this animal right here. And now let's just create our subclass from animal. So I'm going to just create this dog right here. So I'm going to just give a name of like dog. It will just take animal, and we are going to be using our animal dot call method, and we are going to be specifying that this result keyword and also the name. Okay, so it will call the super class constructor. Okay, so now underneath that we are not going to be doing anything. I'm going to go back, and that was our subclass right here, or our sub constructor function to be precise. And now let's just set up a prototype chain for dog to inherit from animal. So now we are going to be setting our prototype chain for the dog to inherit our animal. So we are going to be using the dog.prototype, and we already know how we are going to be doing that. So we are going to be using this Object.create method right here, and it will allow us to create an object based on the other objects. So in this case we want to provide this animal.prototype, so it will now create this prototype chain for us. And now let's just write our method specific to dog. Okay, and I'm going to just write like dog.prototype.make sound, and it will be now equals to function, and we are not going to be providing anything to that, and we are going to be just returning like woof. Okay, WOOF, I guess this is how you spell that. And now outside from there we are going to be creating an instances. So I'm going to just write creating instances of the classes. There we go. So let's just make that instances in lowercase, and I'm going to just write const I don't know, generic animal or something like that. GENE1R, I see. There we go. Generic animal, and it will be equals to just a simple animal, and we are going to be providing the properties of generic animal. There we go. And now let's just log to the console this generic animal dot name. So now let's just save that, and here you can see it will give us this name. And now if we just write like console log of this generic animal dot, then now let's just use our make sound method. So if we just save there, it will give us unknown sound. And now let's just comment both of them out, and now let's just check, are we doing or are we inheriting, where is that, are we inheriting this make sound from this animal to this dog? So now let's just check that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just comment this line out first of all. So now let me just create a simple instance of their dog first of all. So I'm going to just write like const dog, and it will be now equals to new dog, and we are going to be just providing the name of like buddy or something like that. And then we are going to be just checking like, just let me just log to the console this dog, and now if we save there, and why aren't we getting this dog? We are providing this dog and we are providing everything, so why aren't we getting this dog to the console? Let's just check the warnings, and animal.class is not a function. Animal.class is not a function. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Oh, here we are using a class. Instead of a class, we have to just write a call. And now if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us their dog of buddy, and I don't know where the hell is this error coming from, so I'm gonna just hide that very quick. Here you can see we have this dog with the name of buddy, and if we check the prototype chain, so it will now give us this animal. If we even open that further, so we have this object and we have this make sound right here. So if we just call this make sound right here, so make sound, and if we execute that say or find, it will give us unknown sound, and we can define our own specific ones by using this dog.prototype, and we can just write a woof right here. So if you save that, and here you can see it will just gives us this woof right here. Okay, so that was the ES5 way of writing all of that code. So now let me just convert all of that code to use the ES6 classes. So I'm gonna just go further, and I'm going to just define super class, there we go, and I'm going to just give a name of like class of animal, and inside there we are going to be defining our constructor function, and we are going to be using this start name, and it will be now equal to this name right here. Okay, and now outside from there, inside a prototype chain, we are going to be defining the make sound method. And now let's just go inside there, and let's just return the unknown, K-N-O-W-N, there we go, unknown sound. Okay, so now outside from that, we are going to be using our inheritance, or first of all, let me just create a subclass right here. Then we are going to be inheriting the functionality, inheriting from animal, there we go. And I'm going to just write class, and I'm going to create one more, so I'm going to just give a name of like dog, just like that, and it will be now extending the functionality or borrowing the functionality from this animal class. And now let's just use our constructor. Inside this constructor, we are going to be using our super, and inside this super we are going to be passing our name. And now let's just provide our own method outside from there, and we are going to be just providing the make sound. Okay, and now let's just return that, and let's just write our woof. Okay, so we are now writing this method as a prototype of this dog. So now let me just create const generic animal, and it will be now equals to new animal. Come on, what the hell, animal. And now let's just provide generic animal. I can't even type today. And now let's just log to the console generic animal dot make sound, and now let's just execute there, and here you can see it will give us unknown. And now let's just create an instance of this dog, and we are going to be just giving name of like dog, and we are going to be providing a buddy. And now let's just write console log of dog dot make sound, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us woof right here. And if you just log to the console this dog, and now let's just check him out, and here you can see it will now borrow the functionality from this animal. If we open this chain, so here you can see we have this make sound right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be using the inheritance in JavaScript. So that was it about inheritance in JavaScript, and now let's learn about the final pillar of OOP, which is called a polymorphism. So polymorphism allows objects to be treated as the instances of their parent classes, even if they are instances of a subclasses, and this facilitates writing a code that works with different types of object in a generic way. In JavaScript, polymorphism is achieved through the methods overriding, something which we are going to be discussing in a second, where a subclass provides its own implementation of a method that is already defined in the parent class. And we already kind of touched that, but we are going to be retouching that once again. On that time, we didn't discuss about a polymorphism, but in this time, we will. So the code can then use the same method to work with both the parent and the subclass instances. Okay, so that's the basic definition of polymorphism in OOP. So now let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to remove all of their previous code, so I'm going to just remove that, and now let me just place this instruction. So in JavaScript, polymorphism is typically achieved through the method overriding, So first of all, we are going to be creating some sort of like parent class. Inside that parent class, we would have some sort of methods. Then we are going to be inheriting that method from that parent, and then we are going to be overriding that method. So then we are going to be able to work with the polymorphism. So where a subclass provides its own implementation of a method that is already defined in the parent class. Okay, so now let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. I know that's a lot of gibberish, but trust me, it's not that much difficult thing to learn. So now I'm going to just give you the example of that animal once again, because I like typing animal. I had and now let me just write this dot name, and it will be now set to name right here. Okay, so now we successfully create our parent class. This is going to be our super class, or you can call it a parent class, whatever you want to call that. Now inside this parent class, what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be just writing a make sound method right here, and we are going to be just specifying I don't know, I'm going to just return like unknown sound right here. Okay, so now underneath there, we are not going to be providing any other logic. So here you can see we just create our animal class right here. Inside this animal class, it will just take the name, and it will also take this method right here, which will just return like unknown sound right here. Okay, so now let's just create one more class. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a class of dog, and we are going to be inheriting or extending or borrowing the functionality from this animal right here. And now let me just write my constructor, and here we are going to be just providing a name, and we are going to be using a super. And now let's just provide our name. And here what we are currently doing is that we are overriding our method right here. Okay, so over riding I guess this is how you spell it. So in this case, we are borrowing the functionality from this animal, which means like we are getting this method, like we are getting this message from this animal method right here. I mean like animal class right here into this dog right here. And now in this case, we are going to be overriding that method. So we are going to be providing our own implementation. So I'm going to just use like make sound, and this will allows us to work with the polymorphism. So now let's just return woof right here. So as I said, like we've already created or we already used this polymorphism in JavaScript, but I didn't specify what a polymorphism is. Okay, so this one will be now set to woof. And now let me just create one more. So I'm going to just create one more class. And I guess we don't have any shortcut to create any classes, so I'm going to just use extends keyword one more time, and we are going to be borrowing the functionality from this animal. Okay, so we are going to be passing our constructor, we are going to be passing the name, we are going to be also providing our super and the name. Underneath that, we are going to be using the make sound. And now let's just override this functionality one more time. So I'm going to just write meow. I'm going to just copy that overriding from here, and now let me just paste that right here. So we are now overriding this method. We are borrowing first of all the functionality from this animal. We are getting, or we are stealing the functionality of make sound from this animal, and here we are just changing this return statement from that. So we are overriding our method right here. Okay, so now let me just create a final function. So just a simple function. I'm going to just create a function. There we go. I'm going to just give a name of like animal info right here, and it's going to just take animal. There we go, animal. I guess I spell it totally correctly. And now let me just log to the console this name, and it will just say like animal dot in just name like so. And I'm going to also write this sound right here, and it will just say like animal dot make sound. Okay, so we are going to be also executing that make sound right here. So that's then. Now let's just create our instances. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write generic animal, and it will be now equals to the new result keyword of our animal like so. And I'm going to just pass the generic animal. Come on, animal. I can't even write today. Generic G-E-N-E-R-I-C. I guess this is how you write it. And now I'm going to just pass this generic animal to this animal info right here. Okay, so I'm going to just use generic animal, and I guess I'm going to have to save my file. And here you can see it will now give us the name of generic animal, and it will also give us the sound of unknown sound. Okay, so here you can see we are passing there. We shouldn't have to create this function, but I just create it for simplicity's sake. Okay, so now let's just create a dog instance. So I'm going to just use like new dog, and we are going to be just providing a name of like buddy or something. You can provide any name you want. And now I'm going to just write an animal info, and we are going to be passing our dog. And now let's just comment this line out, save our file, and here you can see in this case it will give us the name of buddy. The sound will be set to wolf. Okay, so we are overriding this wolf right here, and we are doing a polymorphism right in here. Okay, so now let me just log to the console. Let me just comment this line out, and now let me just create an instance of this new cat right here, and it will be like a wish. I can't even pronounce this name, but I'll just copy that from a Google. So that's that. So I'm gonna just write animal, and we are going to be just passing the cat and save our file. And here you can see it will give us this name, and it will also give us a sound of meow or meow, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to just comment this line out, and now let me just discuss this polymorphism in the instruction, and then you will totally 100% get to know what a polymorphism is. Alright, so I'm going to go back, and that's a lot of read. If you want to read it, like if you don't get to know like what in the world is polymorphism, so if you didn't get it what a polymorphism is, so you can read with me. But if you already know what a polymorphism is, so you can skip ahead. So in this example, we have a superclass animal with a constructor that initialize the name property, and the method makeSound that returns the unknown sound by default. The subclass dog and cat inherit the animal and override the makeSound method with their specific implementation. Okay, so here you can see we are now overriding this make right here, and we are also overriding it right here, and here we are defining it. Okay, so that's that, and the animal function will just print us that what do we call it, that make sound and the name and the method right here. Now let's see how we are going to be demonstrating the polymorphism in there. So when we call the animal info and we provide the value of like generic animal, the function prints the name of the animal's generic animal and the sound as unknown sound. So this is because the generic animal is an instance of an animal subclass, and the method makeSound is called from the animal superclass. So now in the second iteration we provide a dog, so it will give us the wolf. Okay, as a the name will be buddy, and it will give us the sound of wolf. This is because dog is the instance of the dog class, and the method makeSound is called from their dog subclass, overriding the method from the animal superclass, which we are overriding right in here. There we go, dog, there we go. And then the final thing, we are doing that same thing. So we are just providing that cat as an animal info, and we can create like countless animals if you wanted to. But in this case, we just create like these two animals right here. And the function prints the name of the animals, like, I don't know, their name, and then the sound is meow. This is because cat is an instance of that cat class, and the method makeSound is called from the cat subclass, overriding the method from the animal superclass. And this behavior illustrates the polymorphism, as the animal info function can work with different types of animal like animal, dog, or cat, and you can provide more if you want to in a generic way without knowing the specific classes. The appropriate method implementation is determined at runtime based on the actual object type passed to that function. Okay, so that was it about polymorphism in JavaScript or in OOP. So in the next section, we are going to be starting our conversation by learning about asynchronous JavaScript in JavaScript. Or asynchronous JavaScript in JavaScript. So now that we know enough about object-oriented programming in JavaScript, and now it's time to learn about asynchronous programming in JavaScript. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to ask ourselves is that what in the world is synchronous and what in the world is asynchronous in JavaScript. And so synchronous JavaScript refers to the traditional way of executing our JavaScript code, where each operation is performed in a sequential and blocking manner. In other words, each line of the code is executed one after another, and the program will wait for each operation to finish before moving into the next one. If an operation takes a long time to complete, it can potentially slow down the entire application and making it less responsive. So this is what asynchronous means, like each of the block will run one after another. Okay, so this is the synchronous code which we've been writing throughout this course. So we are going to be shifting our gears through learning about asynchronous JavaScript, but before we do that, first of all, let me just show you the example of synchronous JavaScript. So this is the code which we've been writing throughout the course. So here you can see we have this function which is just adding, and the next one is just multiplying and all of that kind of stuff. So here you can see we have these two functions. The first one is adding two numbers, the second one is multiplying two numbers. And here you can also see like we store the result of the first function in the result 1 and the result of the second function in the result 2, and here you can see it is now giving us the output of 20. So this code will run in a sequential manner, which means like first of all JavaScript compiler will register this code, like this function, then it will jump to this function and it will register there. And if you log that to the console, so first of all it will give us the result of the first one, then it will give us the result of the second one. Okay, so this code is blocking our code right here. Like if you have some sort of a task which is taking a lot of time, so this will block our code, and I'm gonna also show you that in a second. Okay, so now what in the world is asynchronous JavaScript? So asynchronous JavaScript allows certain operation to be executed independently from the main program flow so that they don't block the execution of other tasks. So this is typically achieved using techniques like callback function, promises, and asynchronous and async and await, which allow developer to handle asynchronous operation more efficiently. Okay, so we are going to be learning about like callback function, promises, async and await keywords and all of that. But first of all, let me just say that asynchronous will allows us to run our code independently, so it will not block our code. It will first of all check if some operation is taking a lot of time, so it will just take that time and it will jump to the next line and it will run that code, and once that operation is done, then it will give us the result of that operation. So I know that sounds confusing, but I'm going to give you a lot of examples so everything will clear it up. But first of all, I want you to notice that in this code we didn't use any callback functions right here, but in this code we are going to be using callback function, we are going to be using something called promises, and we are going to be also learning about asynchronous and await. Okay, so we are going to be learning about callback hell, something called a callback hell, which you will see in a second. So this code will allow us to use the asynchronous JavaScript. This code is a synchronous JavaScript which we've been writing throughout the course, but from now on we are going to be working with the asynchronous JavaScript code, which looks just like that. So I'm going to give you a lot of examples in a second, but I just kind of want to show you like what's the difference between synchronous and what's the difference between asynchronous JavaScript. So there was a lot of theory about synchronous and asynchronous. So now let me just give you a real world example of that, then you will get to know what I was talking about. So I'm going to just write like, first of all, let me just give you an example of synchronous code. I don't even know how to spell the synchronous, but I'm going to just wait for him to give me some sort of example. There we go. So this is how you are going to be spelling synchronous code. So let's suppose we have some sort of a function and we are going to be just writing like, I don't know, I'm going to give my name of like func, and I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to just write like inside function or anything like that. So now I'm going to just log there to the console. I'm going to just write start, and I'm going to just write like my func, and I'm going to execute that, and I'm going to just write end right here. Okay, so if we save our file, and here you can see it will now give us first of all start inside a function, and it will give us end right here. Okay, so this is the asynchronous code, which means like first of all our JavaScript compiler will run this code, register this code, and then it will jump to this line, it will execute the result of this code, then it will jump to this function and it will run this code, the function code which we have inside this function, and then it will jump to this end right here, this end console, and it will give us the result of end right here inside a console. So here you can see we are now writing start inside a function and also the end right here. But now let's suppose if some task is taking a lot of time, so what will you do on that situation? So you know what, I'm going to just remove that from here. Let me just give you an example of the asynchronous JavaScript. So that was it about asynchronous. I'm going to comment this line out, and now let me just give you an example of asynchronous. I don't know how to spell that, so I'm going to have to copy that from here, and I'm going to just place it right here, and A and S. So this is asynchronous code. There we go. Okay, so now let me just give you an example of that, and now I'm going to just log to the console like start first of all, and now I'm going to just write a setTimeout method right here, which will allow us to run our code, which will take some sort of a time. So in this case, I'm going to just provide like 2000, which means like 2 seconds. So this code will take 2 seconds to run. So what do you think will be the result if we just write like inside setTimeout or something like that? And finally, I'm going to log to the console this end right here. So what do you think will be the result of this code, which we wrote right here? So first of all, it will run this start right here. then it will take like 2 seconds. So while it is taking 2 seconds, here this code will not be executed. Okay, so I know that sounds confusing, but if I just save my file, and here we are passing a callback function. So if I save my file, so here you can see it will give us first of all start, and then it will give us end, and here it will give us like inside a set timeout. Let me just refresh that one more time. So we are getting start, end, and 2 seconds later we are going to be getting inside this set timeout right here. Why is that? That's because here we are using this callback function right here. So this code is an asynchronous code, which means like it will not wait for any of the stuff which is happening right here. So our JavaScript compiler will first of all see this code, it will register this console.log, and then it will jump to this code and it will say like, oh man, you are taking a lot of time, like 2 seconds. I'm not gonna wait for you because we provide this callback function right here. I'm gonna just jump straight into another task. If other task is taking time, so I'm gonna just go into some other task which is not taking a lot of time. So now in this case, this task is not taking a time, this one is also not taking a time, this one is taking a time. So first of all it will run this code, then it will jump to this one, it will take a time. So it will say like, yeah, you can wait and you can do whatever you want to do, but I'm gonna just jump into this code right here. So it will run start, then it will run end, and 2 seconds later it will give us this code right here. Now let me just give you an example of a YouTube, some sort of like YouTube channel or something like that. Let's suppose you have account in a YouTube and you want to upload a video to that YouTube. So you are going to be uploading some sort of a video to the YouTube. While that video is uploading, you can change the title of the video, you can change the description of the video, you can even provide the keywords, you can provide the thumbnails, you can provide all of that stuff while the video is still uploading. Like it is not blocking you to provide all of that credential, all not credential, but to provide all of that title and all of that description and all of that. So that is known as a asynchronous JavaScript. Okay, so asynchronous JavaScript is a JavaScript code which takes some time. So later if you decide to learn MongoDB with me, so you are going to be fetching some sort of a data from some sort of a database. While you are fetching that data from a database, that will be an asynchronous task. So for that you are going to be either using the callback function, or you are going to be using a promises, or you are going to be using the async and await keywords, which I'm going to also show you in a second. So that was the quick introduction about synchronous JavaScript and the asynchronous JavaScript in JavaScript. Alright, so now let's learn our first topic in asynchronous JavaScript, which is called a callback hell. And I'm not making this name up by myself, but this is a known pattern in asynchronous JavaScript, which is called a callback hell. So if you're not using promises or async and await keyword, so then you will end up using a lot of callback hells. Okay, so I'm going to just give you an example of that. I'm going to just write a callback, call back and hell, something like that. It will take one parameter of callback, just like that. And now inside there I'm going to just return, or not return, but I'm going to just write my set timeout, and inside this set timeout I'm going to just write my data. It will say like inside callback hell, and now I'm going to just write function. There we go. I'm going to go back, and now let me just log this data to the console, and I'm going to also get this callback right here. So this is going to be the function which we are going to be creating in a second, and which this function is taking as a parameter, and we are going to be passing the value as a callback right here. Okay, so you already know all of that stuff if you are watching this course from the beginning. So I'm going to just write a callback of data. So we are going to be passing this data, we are going to be grabbing that data, and we are going to be passing it right here. And this callback will take that that parameter right here. We are going to be also providing that parameter into this callback function in a second. And now this function will take it will just take like 2 seconds right here. And that's it about the first callback function. And now let's just create another one. So I'm going to just write a function, and inside there I'm going to just write a first func or something like that, and it will take the parameter of data, which we are going to be specifying in a second. And it will also take one more callback right here, and we are going to be using a set timeout right here. And now we are going to be passing our callback function. Here we are going to be just writing like process processed process data, and it will be now equals to some sort of a data. So we are going to be first of all providing our data right here, and then we are going to be writing our separator for ourselves, and now processed there we go. Okay, so now underneath that, what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be logging this to the console like inside. I'm going to just write my first func, and then I'm going to just write a function right here. Okay, so underneath that I'm going to just write my callback function, which this function is taking as a parameter right here. And we are going to be just passing this data. I'm going to just pass it just like that. And now let's just create one more. But before we do that, we have to just specify like 1 second there. And now let me just create one more. So I'm going to just write function. And this function name will be a second func. And we are going to be specifying the data first of all, and also the callback function. Okay, so now let me just use my setTimeout. And now inside we are going to be passing yet another callback function, and we are going to be using processed. Okay, so it will be now equal to this same method which we've created above, like this data, and it will be now equals to this okay, so now I'm going to just log to the console inside second func, and I'm going to just write a function right here. Okay, so now let me just write my callback function right here, which this function is taking as a parameter, and I'm going to just pass my process data. I'm going to just specify 1500 right here, and that's that. So now let's just execute all of these functions. So I'm going to just go back first of all, and here you can see we have this first callback function, then we have this second callback function, then we have this third callback function right here. So what I'm going to do is that we are going to be working with a callback hell right here. So first of all, we are going to be providing a data for this first callback hell right here. So it will take this parameter. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write my callback hell function. I'm going to execute that. It is taking one parameter like that. Here you can see it is taking this one parameter of callback. So we have to provide some sort of a value for that. So we are going to be providing this data. It will take this data, and then we are going to be just passing that argument as a callback function to this callback hell right here. So now let me just get inside there so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just execute this function which we have right here. So we have this first func right here. So now we are going to be executing that function inside this function right here. I know that sounds a bit weird, but we have to do that anyways. This is a callback hell, so we have to just use that. Now this function is also taking one parameter, I mean like two parameter right here. The first one is data, and the second one is a callback function. So I'm going to have to provide this data which we are providing as the callback to this function, and we are going to be just providing this data right here. And then the next one we have to just write our processed data as a second callback function right here. Okay, so it will take this first it will take this callback function, and it shouldn't have to be fist, it should have to be FIRST. There we go. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to also place it right here, and I'm going to also place it right here. So my bad. And now inside this function, we are going to be passing yet another callback, which will be the second right here. So I'm going to just copy that, and now let me just paste it right here. So our code will look something like that once we are fetching some sort of a data from a database, or if you are working with some sort of third-party libraries or anything like that. So if you want to work with the asynchronous JavaScript, so we are going to be writing our code like that. So actually, we are not going to be providing all of their callback function just like that. We are going to be using first of all the promises, and we are going to be also learning about async and await in a second. So I'm just showing you, if you weren't using a promises and async and await keyword, so you would have to write code something like that, and that would look horrible. So now I'm going to just provide my process data 1. We already passed that, so I'm going to just write my process data 2 in this case. And now let me just pass that as a callback function right here. Okay, so it will take a process data 1 just like that, and now we are passing that parameter right here inside this function. And now let me just log to the console. I'm going to just remove these single strings, and I'm going to just provide my template literal. So I'm going to just write final result of all functions. Okay, so I'm going to just write my separator right here, not here, inside there, and let me just provide my space. And I'm going to just render my process data 2. There we go. Okay, so now let me just save that. But before we get into the testing of this code, first of all, let me just show you, like, this is all of the callback hell right here. We can go more nested than that. We can provide like countless of this callback function right here. But the thing is that we don't have to do all of that. I just kind of want to give you the example of what a callback function is, but we don't have to go that much deeper, because we are going to be also refactoring this code to use a promises syntax first of all, and then we are going to be jumping into the async and await keyword in JavaScript. So first of all, let me just save that. And here it will take 2 seconds. First of all, it will give us like inside a callback function, then it will run like inside a first function, then it will give us like inside a second function, and then finally it will give us like final result of all the functions inside a first callback hell. then it will just proceed the first one, and then it will proceed the second one right here. Okay, so now we are getting all of their results from all of these callback functions right here, and that sucks. So that was it about callback function right here. And this is a valid asynchronous code, by the way. Here we are passing all of that callback function, but this is an asynchronous code which is taking time, so that's why we provide these callback functions to it. So now let me just show you one more thing. Callback functions cannot be asynchronous all the time, so we can also have synchronous callback function as well. So I'm going to just give you an example of callback is not always asynchronous. Okay, so callback function cannot be always asynchronous. It can be sometimes synchronous and sometimes asynchronous. So now let me just give you an example of that. But before we do, I'm going to just comment all of this code out, and now let me just give you an example of that real quick. So I'm going to just write console.log of start first of all, and then I'm going to just write like const numbers, and it will be now equals to a lot of numbers like 1, I don't know, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I don't know, 9 and 10 or something like that. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use my numbers, and I'm going to use my forEach right here. And in this case, we have to specify our callback function right here, don't we? So we are going to be just passing like I don't know, I'm going to just pass my n, and we are going to be just logging this into the console. Okay, so now if I just log like I don't know, end right here. So if we save that, and here you can see first of all it is giving us this start, then it is taking like it is running all of that code. Let's suppose if you have like 1,000 line of code, it will execute all of that code, and this one should have to wait. It is not giving us this I mean like it is not giving us the result of start and end, and then it is executing the code. It is not giving us the result something like that. First of all, it will run this code, then it will run all of that stuff, all of that operation right here, and then finally it will give us that end right here. So I want you to keep that in mind. Callback function cannot be always asynchronous. In some situation it can be synchronous, and in some situation it can be asynchronous right here. Okay, so that was it about a callback hell, and we are going to be refactoring this code to using something called a promises in a second. But first of all, let me just give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So I'm going to remove all of that stuff from here, and now let me just pass these instructions right here. So I know that's a lot of instructions, but not that much. So first of all, let me just write this console.log of start. I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to just write end right here. Okay, so now let me just provide spaces. At the middle of the start and the end, do this. First of all, I want you to create a function with the name of get user data from the database. So I want you to just imagine you are not going to be getting some sort of a data from the database, not yet, but later. So I want you to just create a function and give him this name, which will take the name and the callback function as a parameter. Use the setTimeout, and inside there setTimeout, I want you to just print like getting the user name, and then pass your name as an argument to that callback parameter. And this process should take 2 seconds. So I want you to just provide this 2 seconds, and you already know how to do that. Then I want you to create a function with the name of get user hobbies, and then which will take like the name and the callback function as a parameter, and use the setTimeout and print like getting the user hobbies, and then pass your hobbies array as an argument to this callback function. It will also take 2 seconds as well, and execute the get data, execute the get user data from the db function. So pass your name as the first parameter and callback function for the second argument, and this callback function should also take the data as a parameter. So in this callback function, log data to the console and execute the get users hobbies function and pass your data param like parameter, and also pass another callback function which will tag hobbies or hobby as a parameter, and just log the parameter to the console, run the code and see the results. So this is how you're going to be running your code. So we are going to be just I'm going to just uncomment that. So first of all, you're going to be creating some sort of a function. First of all, you're going to be providing the name, and based on this name, it will first of all give us the name of the user, and then it will give us the hobbies right here. Okay, so give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and here is my solution. So I'm going to just comment this line out, and inside this start and end method, inside this start and end callback functions, I'm going to create a lot of callback functions right here. So I'm going to just write like function. The name of the function will be get user data from the DB. It will take the parameter of name and also the callback function. Okay, so now inside there, I'm going to just use my setTimeout. So I want you to just imagine like in this case, this operation will take like a lot of time. So in this case, it is not taking that much time, like it is taking 2 seconds. So I want you to just imagine like you are getting some sort of a data from the huge database, so it will take a lot of your time. So I'm going to just use like getting username dot dot dot. Underneath them we have to just pass our callback right here, and we are going to be just passing our name. So that was it about our first callback, and now let's just work with the get users hobbies. So I'm going to just write a function, and I'm going to just give a name of like get user hobbies, and it will take not one but two parameter of name and also the callback function. And we are going to be using a set timeout right here, and we are going to be just passing our array right here, like our callback function. And now inside there we are going to be just writing like getting the user hobbies. There we go. Okay, just a message for us. And I'm going to just also provide a callback function, and we are going to be passing our hobbies like as array. I'm going to just provide like I don't know, I'm going to write like football or soccer. I'm going to also provide a reading, and I'm going to also provide like singing or something. I'm pretty good at singing, so that's why I provide singing. Okay, so now let me just execute all of their function. First of all, we are going to be executing this function, and based on this function we are going to be getting the user hobbies. Okay, so I'm going to just get user data from the database, and we are going to be specifying, or we are going to be searching, or we are going to be querying the user by the name of Hussein, and we want to just get the data from our database. And now I'm going to log to the console this data first of all, and I'm going to also use the get user hobbies right here, and it will take first of all the data, and it will also take the hobby, or I'm going to just provide a hobby right here. What the hell? Okay, and now inside there I'm going to just log this hobby to the console. Now let me just go back, and that was it about this challenge. First of all, we create this get user from a database. It will take name and callback function as a parameter. And now then in this case we are providing get user hobbies, and we are providing the name and also the callback function right here. And finally we are executing this function, and now inside this function we are executing this one. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and here you can see it will now give us start and end. It will not wait for all of these instructions right here, because here we are passing all of their stuff by using our callback function. So it will not wait for all of these execution, like all of these function to execute. Like we will first of all wait for this one like 2 seconds, and I forgot to mention 2 seconds right here. So we also have to wait 2 seconds right here. It will give us like start and getting username Hussein, and now it will give us the getting the user hobbies right here. So in this case we are now getting the user's hobby. The user is like football and reading and singing and all of that kind of stuff right here. So that was a callback hell in JavaScript. I get it. Writing a callback function sucks. So for that we have to learn about promises in JavaScript. So what is a promise? A promise is an object representing the eventual completion or failure of an asynchronous operation. So get it? I bet you don't. So now let me just go a little bit further in promises. So a JavaScript promise object contains both the producing code and call to the consuming code, and it can be used to deal with asynchronous operation in JavaScript. So a promise have these 3 states. The first one will be pending, the second one will be either fulfilled or resolved, and the final one we have rejected. So I want you to keep that in mind. So what in the world is all of that states mean? So initial state, not yet fulfilled or rejected, will be pending. If our promise is completed, so we can say this promise is fulfilled or resolved. So if our promise is failed, we can say this promise is rejected. Okay, so these are the 3 states of a promise. So pending, fulfilled, resolved, or rejected. So how can we work with promises? First of all, we will have our promise constructor. So if our promise is true, we can say our promise is resolved. Here you can see that, and we can use either of these 2 methods right here on our promise. So we can use the then or the finally, and we can use this finally with either the resolved state, and we can also use it with this rejected one as well. So if our promise is rejected, so we can use either of these 3 methods. Like we can either use the then or the catch or the finally. Okay, so I want you to keep that in mind. So how the syntax of a promise will look like? This is how the syntax of the promise will look like. First of all, we are going to be writing this new result keyword, and we are going to be writing a promise class right here, or constructor, where you want to call that. So if you watch this video from the beginning, like if you didn't skip the OOP part of this video, so now you are totally aware of this syntax. Here you can see we are writing this new result keyword, then we are writing a promise, and inside this promise we are writing our callback function right here. So inside this callback function, it is tagging two parameters. It is tagging the resolve one and the reject one. So if our promise is resolve, so we are going to be running either of these two methods right here, either a then, or we are going to be using the finally. If our promise is rejected, on the other hand, so we are going to be either using the then, or we are going to be using the catch, or we are going to be using the finally. Okay, so I want you to keep that in mind. So where we are going to be writing our asynchronous operation, here we are going to be writing our asynchronous operations. So first of all, we are going to be writing the new result keyword, then the promise constructor or class, whatever you want to call that. Then we are going to be passing our callback function to this promise, and we are going to be specifying the resolve and the rejected method right here. And here we are going to be doing some sort of asynchronous operation. By asynchronous operation, I mean like those code which will take some time. Okay, so we are going to be writing some sort of a code which will take a time, and if that code returns true, so we are going to be using this resolve, and we are going to be specifying that value inside this resolve. And if that code returns something false, so for that we are going to be using this reject method. So if our code is in resolve state, so for that we are going to be using this then or finally. And if our code is rejected, so here we are going to be passing some sort of an error, and we are going to be using the then or the catch or the finally statement or method to be precise. Okay, so this is how the syntax of a promise looks like. So now let me just get into this then, finally, catch, and all of that kind of stuff a little bit more. Okay, so what is a then? Then is a method used to handle the successful outcome of a promise in JavaScript, and it takes two arguments, on fulfilled or on rejected right here. So we can also pass our rejected statement right here. We don't have to use the catch block for that, but we are not going to be passing any reject statements in this then block. But I want you to keep that in mind, like we can totally provide our rejected state right here. Okay, so what is a catch? So the catch method returns a promise and deals with the rejected cases only. Okay, so we are going to be using the then once our promise is fulfilled, or you can say resolve. So we are going to be using a then statement for that, or the then method to be precise, and we are going to be using the catch statement, or not a statement, but we are going to be using the catch method for rejected states. Okay, so this is how the code will look like. So here you can see I just have this variable right here, promise object, and we are now storing this new promise right here inside this variable. And here you can see we first of all write the new result keyword, and then we write our promise, and here we are specifying our callback function right here. So inside this callback function, we are providing our resolve and rejected right here. You can give any name you want, like banana or R and R or something like that. So in my case, I provide all of the names like resolve and rejected. And here we are providing some sort of an operation right here, like let request is equal to false. So then here we are using our ternary operator right here, but you can use like if and else statement, you can use the switch cases, you can use whatever you want to use. So in this case, I just write like if the request is true, so then we want to resolve, and we just want to print to the user like request successful. On the other hand, if our request is false, so we are going to be just printing to the user reject statement, and we are going to be just writing a request rejected right here. So then here we use this then method, and we are specifying our callback function right here. It is taking some sort of a value, and we are just logging their value to the console. So this value will be based on this request or this operation to be precise. And here we are handling our error right here. So if we have some sort of error, so we just want to log that error to the console. So that was just a basic object in JavaScript. And now let me just give you a real world example, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove all of that code from the callback function, and I'm going to just create my simple function right here. I'm going to just give a name of like check number, and I'm going to just specify my number right here. Okay, just a simple number. And in this case, we can just use npm, and if we hit tab, and here you can see it will now give us the new promise, and it will also provide a callback function and the resolve statement and also the rejected one, but we are not going to be writing it like that. I want to show you everything from scratch, so that's why I'm going to be writing all of that code from scratch. So I'm going to just write a return, and in this case I'm going to write my new result keyword, and then I'm going to just write my promise. And here you can see this promise is either going to be the constructor, or this is going to be the class. So I'm going to just hold my control, and I'm going to just click on him, and here you can see it will give us an interface. This is our TypeScript stuff, so we don't want to change that. Okay, so you just have to keep in mind, like, this is going to be either a constructor or this is going to be I don't know, the class. Okay, so I want you to keep that in mind. And now here we are going to be passing our callback function. We can create that callback function separately, and we can provide the reference of that callback function right here, or we can write it manually. So you can either write the function result keyword, or in this case we are going to be just writing our arrow function right here. So I'm going to just pass two parameters. So I'm going to just write resolve. I'm going to go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to write resolve, and I'm going to also write my reject statement right here. Reject, there we go. And I'm going to just pass my callback function right in here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a little bit of logic, and you can provide like whatever logic you want, it doesn't matter. But here we are going to be just writing, I don't know, I'm going to just write like if number mod 2 is equal to 0, so this is going to be the odd number. I mean, like, this is going to be the even number. So we just want to resolve that first of all, and we are going to be just writing like number is an even number. Okay, so I'm going to just write period. If that's not true, so what do you want to show to the user? We just want to show to the user the rejected statement right here, and we just want to show them like a number is an odd number. There we go. Okay, so if we save our file, so this is how our code is currently looking like. So we can also refactor this code to use a ternary operator, but that will just make it awful. So I'm gonna just leave it the way it is. And the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create some sort of a variable. I'm going to give a name of like number to check, and it will be now equals to a 7. So in this case it will give us an odd number, and that's not even, so this code will run, which I mean not this one, but this code will run right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write my check number, and in this case I'm going to just specify my check to number, or number to check. There we go. Okay, and now in this case I'm going to just use my then method, and here you can see the callback to execute when the promise is resolved. Okay, so I want you to keep that in mind. So it will take some sort of a callback function, it will execute there if the promise is resolved. So I want you to keep that in mind. And so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just specify my callback function right here, and I'm going to just pass it as it is, and I'm going to just log to the console like success, and I'm going to also render my message right here which we are getting from their callback function. I'm going to write message. Let me just go back, and this is how currently things looks like. So if I save this file, what do you think will be the result? So I'm going to check it out, and here you can see it will give us nothing. Why is that? Because here we are specifying this 7 right here, and here we are checking if our promise is resolved, so it will give us this result right here. But if our promise is rejected, so we are not writing anything for that. So like we are not handling this rejected state. So now let's just handle this rejected state. In this case I'm going to just write this catch block right here, and here I'm going to just specify my callback function, and as a parameter you can specify whatever you want to provide. Okay, so I'm going to just use like I don't know, yeah, I'm gonna just write console dot error. You don't have to do that, you can just simply log that to the console, or let me just log that to the console. What the hell. So let me just write error, and I'm going to just render my error right here. Okay, so now if I save this file, and here you can see it will now give us this rejected state right here. Why is that? Because here we are specifying this 7 to it, and now our promise is rejected. Here we are checking if the number mod 2 is equal to 0, so it will give us an even number, so it will now resolve it. And now in this case we are specifying this 7, so it will not resolve it, it will just reject it right here. So that's why we are getting this odd, and here you can see it will now give us this error right here. So error 7 is an odd number right here. We can even remove this error from here. I'm going to just remove that, and now let me just save that, and here you can see it will now give us that error message right in here inside the console. It will say 7 is an odd number. Remove this 7, and if we just replace that with 6, it will now give us an even. And now what do you think will be the result if I save my file? And here you can see it will now give us like success. 6 is an even number right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating a promise. This is how we are going to be passing that callback function to this promise. This is how we are going to be providing a resolve or rejected statement. So if something is true, or if our request or our promise is true, so we are going to be resolving our promise. Or if something is false, so we are going to be rejecting our promise. Okay, so this is just a simple logic, and you can write like whatever you want to provide right here. Okay, and here we are just specifying this variable, and we are calling that function which we've created right here. we are just specifying this value to it. If our promise is resolved, so we are going to be running this code. If our promise is rejected, so we are going to be running this code right here. Okay, so that was just a simple example of our promises. And now let me just give you one more example. Or you know what, let me just refactor that previous code which we had, a callback function. Let me just go back. I'm gonna go back just like so I'm gonna go back. Come on. And here you can see we have this callback function right here, and we are providing that callback function right here again and again. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to refactor this code from scratch. So I'm going to delete all of that stuff from here, and now let me just refactor that callback function to the promises. So first of all, let me just create that function, which was I guess fetch the user from the database or something like that. So you know, I'm going to just give a name of like fetch data, and now I'm not going to be providing anything in this case because we are going to be using our promises. So I'm going to just return, and I'm going to just write npm. Okay, so here you can see it will now give us this new promise, resolve and rejected states. So in this case we don't need this rejected, so I'm going to just remove that. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write setTimeout, and I'm going to just specify some sort of logic inside this. So I'm going to just write const data, and it will be now equals to inside what do we call it, fetch, or you know, callback hell. I guess this was the name, so I'm going to just copy there, and I'm going to just place it right here. And now I guess that was it, and I'm going to just write function, and then we have to just write like const.log of data. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write resolve, and I'm going to just specify my data inside there. Instead of writing that callback function, which we write like here, we provide like some sort of a callback to it, and then we use that callback inside this function right here, and we specify this data to it. So instead of writing that callback, we are going to be just resolving our request right here. Okay, so I'm going to save this file, and I'm going to also provide a duration of like, I don't know, 200 or 2000 for like 2 seconds. Okay, so that was our first function, and now let's just create another function, which was function first, and I'm going to just specify the data in this case because it will take some sort of a data, and I'm going to just return npm. Okay, so now inside there, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a set timeout, or you know what, we also have a shortcut for writing a set timeout as well. So we have this shortcut, and here you can see I'm going to just provide a duration of 2000. I can't even speak today. And now I'm going to just write a process data, and it will be now equals to this data, and I'm going to just specify this process data right in here. There we go. Okay, so now let me just log there to the console, and I'm going to just say like inside first function. Yep, and now I'm going to just resolve that. Instead of writing the callback function, in this case we are going to be resolving our data. If you have that code, like, I'm going to also give you all of that code in the description below, so you can compare the previous code to this one, but I don't have much time, so that's why I want to go a bit faster, because these stuff are very easy and also very important, so I want to go a bit faster. So in this case I'm going to just specify this data right here, and I'm going to just return this npm from him, npm. And now I'm going to just write a set timeout, and I'm going to just provide a duration of this one will be like 1500 or something like that. And I'm going to just also copy this code from here, and I'm going to just place it right in here. Okay, so now instead of writing this first function, I'm going to copy there, and now let me just paste it right here, and that's there. Okay, so that was it about these 3 functions. So now let's just use this function by using our promises. So I'm going to just write like, first of all, what was the name of the first one? Callback function, or callback hell. So I'm going to just write callback hell, and I'm going to just use my then method right here. And in this case, I'm going to just provide as a callback function as our data right here. And we are going to be just writing our first func, and we have to just execute that right here. And we are going to be also providing our data to it. So now I'm going to just chain this other callback function right here, and we want to provide our process data to it. And now what I'm going to do, and in this case, we have to provide process data 1. By the way, I forgot to do that. And now let me just use my second func, and I'm going to just provide my process data 1 right in here. Okay, so I'm going to save that, and it will just format it like so. I'm going to remove that stuff from here, and I'm going to also use this then method one more time, and I'm going to just provide my process data, and in this case I'm going to just give a name of like 2. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just log to the console a huge log, which will say like a final result of all functions with promises, and I'm going to also render this process data to, there we go. And finally, I'm going to just specify this catch right here. I don't have to, but I wanted to. Like, let's suppose in some situation we would have some sort of an error inside our code. So that's why we want to provide this catch statement right here, okay? So I'm going to just specify my error. Excuse me. I'm going to just specify my error right here. And now let me just log to the console this error, and I'm going to just write error right here, okay? So now if we save our file, and here you can see it will take a bit of time, because 2 seconds inside a callback hell, then it will take one more 2 seconds inside a first function, and then it will give us inside a second function, it will give us the final result of all the function with promises inside a callback hell function. Proceed data, yeah, proceed data 1 and 2. This one should be 2 and this one should be 1. Anyways, that doesn't even matter, but I want to just write it right here. So this is how we are going to be refactoring our code to use the promises. So now you might be thinking like, Hussein, we are still writing all of that stuff, like it's not that much a huge refactor, so why in the world we should use these thens rather than using a callback function? Well, these promises are just the beginning. Next we are going to be learning about async and aware, and I promise it will blow your mind. Okay, so then you will get to know like how we are going to be writing these promises behind the scenes and all of that kind of stuff. So that was just it about what do we call it, promises in JavaScript. So now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay, then watch a solution. So you don't have to do much, but you just have to refactor this previous example code to using what do you call it, promises. So I'm going to just unhighlight that. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay, then watch a solution. And here you can see we have this previous code which we're using these callback functions right here, so which we've did in a previous section. So I want you to just refactor this code to using promises in JavaScript. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. And here is my solution. So now let me just start our conversation by defining the start. And now let me just duplicate that and just write an end right here. And I'm going to just write a function, and I'm going to just give a name of like get user data from DB. There we go. Kind of a long name for a function. Let me just return my npm right here. And I'm going to also write a setTimeout, baby, and I'm going to just provide a duration of 2000. Let me just log to the console valid name. Okay, so I am going to also resolve this name right here. Instead of writing a callback function, we are going to be just resolving our name. Okay, so now let me just create one more function. We are going to be creating a function. I'm going to give a name of like get user hobbies, and instead of writing a bobbies, I'm gonna just write npm right here, and I'm gonna just write a set timeout. Hussein, you are supremely awful person. You shouldn't have to say all of that stuff, because that was a nasty thing you just said. You should stop saying that things. Anyway, so I'm just log to the console. Getting user hobbies. What the hell? Hobbies. Resolve. And I'm going to just write like football. And I'm going to also write like, I don't know, singing. I'm pretty good at singing, you already know that, and solving the math equation, especially the calculus. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just use both of these functions right in here. So I'm going to just write a get user data from the database. I'm going to just provide this Hussein name for their database, or for their query to be precise. And I'm going to just pass my, what the hell, I'm going to just pass my callback function right here. And now let me just use get user, get user hobbies. There we go. And I'm going to just specify this name right here. Let's just save that, and let me go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. And I'm going to also chain one more then, and I'm going to just provide my hobby right here. Okay, so now let me just log to the console this hobby, save our file. Now let me just chain the final one for catch for errors. So I'm going to just write like console.log of error, and now if we save that, it will now give us a start and end. Then it will take a bit of time, valid name. And it will give us this getting the user hobbies, and it will now give us the football, the singing, the solving, the math, and all of that kind of stuff right here. Okay, so that was it about promises in JavaScript. And next we are going to be learning about async and aware from scratch. So what is async function? So async is a special function that is designed to operate asynchronously, meaning it can perform tasks in the background while other code continues to execute. And async functions are marked with the async result keyword. So what is that async result keyword? Async is a keyword used to return a function declaration to an asynchronous function. So we are going to be writing all of that code in a really great depth, and you don't have to worry about all of that for now that much, but I'm just giving you a quick preview of all of that. So now this is an async result keyword. So word in the word is await operators. So the await operator is used to wait for a promise, and it can only be used inside an async function within a regular JavaScript code. Okay, so then we are going to be also writing this await statement, and it will allow us to wait for a promise. Okay, something which we are going to be diving into in a really great depth, but you don't have to worry about this. So how the code will look like, this is how the code will look like, but I want you to just ignore this fetch and all of that kind of stuff for now. Okay, which we are going to be learning in a really great depth in a second. And so here you can see we are now using this async result keyword. It will now make our function. Here you can see we are just providing a regular function. This async result keyword will make our function as an asynchronous function, and here we are using this await right here, like this await keyword here, and we are also using it here. So it will allow us to do now provide either the callback function and also the promises. Okay, so this is how we are going to be writing our code, and we are going to be testing all of that code in a second. So you know what, instead of showing you slides, I'm going to show you a quick code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove all of that stuff from here, and first of all I'm going to just create a regular function. So I'm going to just create a function. Let me just go inside there, and I'm going to just give a name of like fetch data from server. Okay, so this is going to be the name of my function, and I'm going to just return my npm right here, and I'm going to also resolve, in this case, my user data retrieve from the server. Okay, so this is going to be a function. It will take 200 seconds right here. So now I'm creating this function just for wait a little bit, and I'm showing you some sort of a demonstration. So now I'm going to create my asynchronous function in this case. So now if I want to create an asynchronous function, first of all I have to write this async result keyword, and then we have to write our function just like that. We can give our function any name we want. So in this case I'm going to just give a name of like get user data. It will take no parameters, and I'm going to just use something called a try catch. I'm going to dive into all of that in a few seconds, but you don't have to worry about try catch that much. So you can think about this try and catch for now is like this is a if statement. If something is true, so then print this result. If something is false, or if we get some sort of an error, so we are going to be using this catch statement for that. We are going to be learning about try and catch in a really great depth, but not from now. So I'm going to just log to the console this error, and that's that. So what I'm going to do is that in this case I want you to imagine like we are just fetching a lot of data from our server, and this data will take a lot of time, and later in this course we are going to be also learning about how we are going to be fetching our data from third-party APIs and all of that kind of stuff. But for now I just want you to imagine like we are getting some like a lot amount of data from other server, so it will take a lot of time. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write const data, and it will be now equals to, I'm going to just use my await syntax right here. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just call this function right here, which we've created up above. As I said, like this function is just for demonstration purposes, and it will take like 2 seconds, or you know what, I'm going to just make that a bit more like 4 seconds. Like let's suppose this is going to be a lot of data which we are fetching, or we are getting like from some sort of API, or from, I don't know, from database or something like that. So I'm going to execute this function right in here. Okay, so we are going to be using this await right here just for wait for this function. So if this function is taking a lot of time, so we will jump into another code and we will run our other code. So this is how the syntax will look like. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just log to the console this data right here. Okay, so underneath that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just log to the console like I don't know, remaining, and I'm going to just write like remaining task can be executed here. There we go, task, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to just save my file, and what do you think will be the result if I call this function right here? So if I just write get user data, and now I'm going to just execute that. Now if we save that, and here you can see it is, oh my goodness, what the hell, I'm gonna have to cut that from here, and we have to write our set timeout. Come on, Hussein, how can you forget that? Set timeout, and here we have to write over 4000 right here, and now we have to resolve that. I'm going to just remove this extra comma from there, and now let me just save my file. and it will take 4 seconds to retrieve my data from my database or from my external API, and it will now give us like user data retrieved from the server, and remaining tasks can be executed here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be making our function as asynchronous, and this is how we are going to be waiting for our promise. Okay, so now we don't have to like no more provide our callback function again and again, and we also have to don't use this then statement, I mean like then, and also that catch method and all of that kind of stuff. So for now we are going to be just using this asynchronous or async result keyword, and also this await operator right here. So that was the first example of this async and await, and now it's time to refactor our previous code, and that would be it. So now let me just refactor that previous code which we wrote a few seconds ago once we were learning about promises in JavaScript. So now I'm going to just give a name of like I don't know, yep, the name was Callback and Hell. Okay, so I'm going to just remove this from here because we are going to be using our promise inside that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write return statement, and I'm going to just write my npm right here, and it will not take any rejected statement because we are not going to be rejecting anything. And now let's just use our setTimeout because I always forget that, and that sucks. And now let me just write my data, and it will be now equal to inside callback basic hell, there we go, function. And now let me just log to the console this data right here, and now let me just resolve this data right here. Okay, and we are not going to be writing any code like that. You know what, that's other story. I don't want to get into that story right now, so I'm going to just write a comma, and I'm going to just provide 2000 right here. So are we using it inside? Yep, that's true. So now let me just create that second function. So I'm going to just write function, and I'm going to give a name of like first func, and it will take the data as a parameter, and we are going to be returning our npm, and it will also not take any rejected statement as well. And I'm going to just write a setTimeout because I always forget that. And now let me just write this const proceed, PROCESSED, process and data, and it will be now equals to, first of all, let's just render our data and then use our processed first. Okay, so now let's just put our comma, and now I'm gonna just write like I don't know, inside first func or func like that, and now let me just use my function. Okay, so underneath that, let's just resolve or proceed or process data, whatever you want to call that. And now let's go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. And I'm going to also write one more function. I'm going to give a name of like second func, and it will be now equals to, or we are going to be passing the data. Let's just return our npm, and now let's just use our setTimeout, and I am going to also provide a callback function to him, and it will take 100 and I don't know, 1500. And here we also forgot to provide this 2000 right in here. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write processed CESSED data, and it will be now equals to that same statement. Like first of all, we have to render our data and process the second function or second. There we go. Okay, so now let me just use console.log inside second func, and I'm going to just use my function right here. Okay, so now let's just resolve that, and I'm going to just provide my process data right in here. Okay, so that's that, and everything is working just fine. And finally, we have to create our async function right here. So I'm going to just create this function. I'm going to give a name of like processed data, process data with async and awaits. I know this is a long name for a function, but anyways, I'm going to use my try and catch blocks. You don't have to worry about that for now. And I'm going to just render my error and error, there we go. And I'm going to also use my backticks to render because I don't want to use a plus symbol, and that would be suck if you use a plus symbol. You can totally do that, but for me, I'm not going to do that. And now let me just wait for that and fetch the, oh, not fetch the data. We are not fetching the data. First of all, let me just call this callback function right in here. Okay, so no more than and no more catches. And I'm going to just write const processed data, and I'm going to just give a name of like 1. And now let's just await for the first function right here. And I'm going to just specify my data to it. Now let me just use process CESSED process data 2 in this case, and await for that as well. And I'm going to just use a second func, and I'm going to just provide a process data 1 right here in this case. And now let me just log to the console. What do we call it? The final result of all functions with async slash await is this process data, I guess 2. There we go. And yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna go back, and now let me just save that. And here you can see we have to wait. First of all, it will now give us, come on, you can do that, I guess. Oh, we're not calling this function anywhere, so we have to first of all call this function. I'm just saying, come on, like it will give us some sort of a result. Anyway, so now let me just save that and wait for it. And now it will give us inside a callback function, then it will give us inside a first callback function, then it will give us inside a second callback function, and the final result of all of these asynchronous functions right here, which we are specifying and we are creating it right here. Okay, so that's that. And that was it about the asynchronous functions or the async and await in JavaScript. And now I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and you have to perform this challenge by yourself. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution. So I'm going to remove all of that stuff from here. And this is the previous exercise which we did in the previous section once we were learning about promises in JavaScript. So I want you to just refactor this, all of this code, to using the async and await result keywords. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then watch a solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution. So now let me just give you my solution. So you don't have to do much. This function is totally okay. This function is also totally okay. You don't have to change anything inside there. Instead of using this then and catches, I'm going to just comment this out, and I'm going to just write a async, and I'm going to just create a function right in here, and I'm going to just give a name of like show user hobbies, and I am going to just remove that. Let me just use my try and catches, and let's just log this error to the console. And I'm going to also write like const name, and it will just await for get the user data from the database, and we are going to be just specifying our name right here. And now let me just use const hobby, and it will be now equals to await get user hobbies. And now let's just provide our name to it, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. So now let's just log this hobby to the console and save our file. And here you can see it will now give us first start and end, then it will wait for it. And come the hell on, Hussein, why do you forget this function execution all the time? Now let's just save that, and here you can see it will give the start and end, then the valid name, then it will give us getting the user hobbies, and it will give us football, singing, and solving math right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be refactoring our code to use this async and await result keyword in JavaScript. So that was it about asynchronous JavaScript. And now let's learn about how we are going to be reading the data from either a third-party library or from our own computer. So I'm going to just create one more file. Let me just create one more file right here. I'm going to just give a name of like text.txt, and inside this text.txt you can write whatever you want to write. So I'm going to just write like Hussein is the best programming YouTuber of all time. Okay, you can write whatever you want to write, but in my case I just write this text right here. So now let's suppose if you want to read this text which you have inside this text.txt file by using a JavaScript fetch API. So how can you go about doing that? First of all, let me just log to the console what in the world is this fetch API, and I'm going to just specify this text.txt in this case. And now if I just save my file, so it will now give us this promise right here, so which means like you can handle this data by using a callback, or you can handle this data by using a promise or promises, promise, come on, promise, there we go, or you can use the async and await keyword if you wanted to. So now that we get to know that it will return a promise, and now if you expand that, so here you can see the response stat is equal to fulfilled, and it will also give us this response, so you can learn about the body area. You can like read through the streams and all of that kind of stuff, and it will also give us this OK, which we are going to be working with in a few seconds. So it will also give us the status of 200, which means like everything is a-okay. So now if you want to handle this data, so how can we handle this data? So we can either handle this data by using a callback function, or we can use our promises, or we can use our async and awaits. So in this case, I'm not going to be using a callback function, so I'm going to just handle this data by using this new promise. So I'm going to remove every single thing from here, and I'm going to just write a fetch method. So now in this case, I'm going to have to specify the URL or the link of that text right here or this file. So I'm going to just write like text.txt. Okay, so this is a valid syntax. So then I'm going to just attach my then keyword right here, and now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just provide my REST for response, and I'm going to just use this res.txt. I mean like this text right here. So what in the world is this res.txt? Now let me just write a description for that. So what is that txt or res.txt? This res dot, oh, I'm not gonna write res, but I'm gonna just write this text method returns promise if if resolve will return text rep of body. Okay, so this is the definition of this res.txt. So this is some sort of a method. It will return promise if resolve will gives us the text representation of their body. Okay, so now I use that, which means like it will also gives us a promise, so we can also use or then block one more time. So I'm going to just write dot then, and now let me just log to the console that data. So I'm going to just specify my data, and I'm going to use my console.log of data right here. So let's just save that. And for errors, I'm going to also provide this sketch. I don't have to, but I wanted to, so that's why I'm going to just provide this sketch, and I'm going to just specify some sort of an error. And now let's just log that error to the console. So if you save our file, and here you can see it will now give us like Hussein is the best programming YouTuber of all time, like all of the content which we have available inside this text.txt right here. So let's suppose if we just write like a lot of t's right here, and if we save that, and it will give us that error right here. It will say like doc type HTML and cannot get this text.txt or text.txt. There we go. Okay, so this is how we are going to be handling that data, but this is not the best way to handle this data. Why is that? Let me just write one more note. So I'm going to just place it right in here. So fetch API promise only rejects when we have a network error, not in other cases. So this is not a network error. This is a typo which we are making right in here. So this is not a network error. So we are getting this error, but this is not the best way to catch our error by using this catch block right here. So what's the best way to catch this error? Well, first of all, we are going to be handling this error by using the res.ok flag, which we saw a few seconds ago. So now let me just log to the console this fetch and this what do we call it, text.txt, and now let's just comment all of that stuff out and save that. And we are going to be working with, come on, let me just expand that, and we are going to be grabbing this value. If that's true, if this okay is true, so then run one code. If that's not true, so then handle or error. Okay, so we are going to be writing code like that. So I'm going to just remove that from here, and now let me just uncomment that, and I'm going to cut that statement from here, and I'm going to just provide my curly braces right here. So now let me just write my if statement right here. If not res.ok, so we just want to throw throw error, and we just want to write like res.status text right here. So if that's true, so what do you want to do? We just want to return this text right here. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it will give us this result like totally fine if we made a typo or if we have like a real error. So now let's just save that, and here you can see it will now give us that error rather than that HTML like cannot get something something. It will now give us like error not found at this line. So if you click on him, so it will now give us that error right in here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be handling the response of our text or all of that kind of stuff. So this is how we are going to be reading our text data, and this is how we are going to be throwing a new error, and this is how we are going to be checking the property, and that's that. So now let's just refactor this code to use the async and await keyword. And you know what, before we getting into the async and await stuff, first of all, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just get into this doc type HTML, and I want to print this data inside my HTML right here. So I'm going to just write like I don't know, I'm going to create some sort of a div. I'm going to give a name of like results. I guess that would be fine. And now let me just save that, and we are going to be rendering all of that text right here which we have, and we are going to be rendering it to this results right here. So we already created that right here, and I'm going to just write like I don't know, I'm going to write like const result, and it will be now equals to document.query selector in this case, and I'm going to just get my result right here. Result, was that a result or results? Yep, it's a result. So I'm going to copy that, and now let me just place it right here, and you know, that's result, that's totally fine. So now let's just refactor all of that code using an async and await. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write an async result keyword in my asynchronous function. Okay, so I'm going to just give a name of like read data or something like that, or you know, render data would be fine. So render data, and it will take no parameter or anything like that, and I'm going to just use const response, and it will be now equals to await first of all, and we are going to be fetching our data by using come on, this fetch method right here, and we are going to be specifying our text.txt right here, and now it will give us their data, but we have to convert that to a text. So for that we can use const data. You can give any name you want for a variable, it doesn't even matter, but we have to just write await. Why we are writing this await? Because we are handling our promise, so it will return some sort of a promise. So that's why in this case we also have to write this await statement right here. So I'm going to just write response dot txt, so it will also give us a response. So I'm going to just write, in this case I'm going to get my result right here, and I'm going to copy that, and let me just paste it right here, and let's just get my text content of there, and it will be now equals to this actual data which we are getting from this fetch method right here. Okay, so now let me just render this data method right here. So now if I save my file, and here you will see that data right here inside my browser right here, which is saying like Hussein is the best programming YouTuber of all time, and that's facts, that's totally true. Okay, so this is how we are going to be reading our data by using this asynchronous function, and this is how we are going to be pushing that data into our browser. Okay, so we already learned about this text method, so we are not going to be relearning about that. That's totally working, but we forgot to handle our errors. So we are going to be handling our errors by using a try and catch block. So I'm going to just write like const.log of error, and I'm going to just get all of that content from here. Let me just cut that from here, and now let me just paste that inside this try and catch block right here. So our code is totally neat and clean, and I also forgot to include my if statement. If that's not true, if we didn't get any response, if response is if we didn't get any response, so we just want to throw error to the user, and we just want to show them like response dot status code. So we just want to provide the status code, and now let me just save that, and here everything is okay, but let's just write these t's right here. So if you save that, we are not getting any data into our browser, and we are getting this error right here. So now let me just show you the status code. We are writing the status code, but I forgot to show you that. So now let me just show you that a bit quickly. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to comment all of this code out, and let me just log to the console this fetch one more time. So text.txt and save our file, and now let me just expand that, and here we have this okay of true, and we also have the status of 200 right here, and we have the status text. And if something is not true, like let's suppose if we just write a lot of these, save our file, and it will give us that same promise. Let's just expand that, and here you can see that the status text, it will now give us like not found right here. Okay, so now let me just uncomment that, and this is how we are going to be handling our data, and this is how we are going to be using async and await to fetch some sort of a data inside from this file, which is this text.txt file. And yeah, that was it about reading a file. So next we are going to be learning about how we are going to be reading the JSON, and how we are going to be rendering the JSON to our browsers. So that's coming. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove all of that stuff from here. We are going to be rewriting all of that code in a second, and I'm going to also remove this text.txt from here, and I'm going to just create one more file. I'm going to give a name of like data.json, and that's true. And now inside this JSON, I'm going to just write my name, and I'm going to just write like my own name in this case, and I'm going to also write my age, and age will be, I don't know, 19. And I guess both of these properties are like totally fine. We don't have to go crazy. So first of all, we are going to be reading this data, and then we are going to be rendering this data to the browser. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, let me just get my result. So I'm going to just write my result, and I'm writing this code again and again because I want you to practice that with me. Okay, so like I know if I'm writing this code, you might be thinking like, oh, then that stuff is totally easy and okay, so I can do that. But once you open your own code editors, so you won't be able to write all of that code by yourself. So that's why I'm writing it again and again, so that you get a lot of practice. So now let's just remove all of that stuff, and let's just log to the console or error. And now let's just learn our JSON file. So I'm going to just write a response. You don't have to write a response. You can write res, you can write r, you can write banana, you can write anything you want. But I'm going to just go with response, and I'm going to just wait for it to fetch this data from this data.json file in this case, rather than a txt file. Like the text.txt file. In this case, we are going to be using this data.json right here. Okay, so keep that in mind. And now let's just check. If you get some sort of an error, like if the response is not okay, so what do you want to do? We just want to print to the user like throw error, and we can just write response dot status text right here. Okay, so that's there. And now let's just use const data, and it will be now equals to let's just await. And here, instead of using response.txt, we are going to be using response.json. We are going to be converting that data to the JSON format, so that's why we are using this JSON right here. And now what I'm going to do is that now let's just let me just log that data to the console. So I'm going to just use data right here, and I'm going to just run this render data function. Okay, so if I save that, and here you can see we are now getting this JSON, we are getting this object right here, and inside this object we have our edge, and we also have our name property right here. So now if you want to render that to the browser, so we are going to be just writing a result.text content, and it will be now equals to data.name, and it will just render the data name right here. So if you save that, and here you can see, you cannot see that, I don't know why, text content data.json. What the hell, let's just refresh the results. Come on, Hossein, let's just save that. And here you can see it will now gives us this Hossein right here. And we can also duplicate this line of code, and we can change that to edge right here. And we are going to be also learning like how we are going to be iterating over to all of their data. And we are not going to be repairing our code like that. But now in this simple case, we just wanted to render something to the browser. So now I'm going to just write code like that. And here you can see it will now give us edge, and that's because we are writing that code again and again. So I'm gonna just refactor that code in a second, but first of all I want to show you something like how you are going to be reading a JSON file, how you are going to be reading the text file, and all of that. So that was it about how we are going to be reading all of that kind of stuff. And now let's learn about how we are going to be reading external APIs. So I'm going to show you a lot of APIs, and we even build like a lot of projects. If you check out my 100 projects of course, which is totally free on my YouTube channel, you can find it there. But in there we use a lot of external APIs. But now let me just give you a quick example of how we are going to be working with external APIs in JavaScript. So there are countless APIs where you can get a lot of data. But in this specific one, we are going to be using this JSON placeholder.typeicode.com. Okay, so we are going to be using this website to get our data from. Okay, so this is the most simplest API. So we can get all of their data by using first of all the fetch method. Let me just zoom in a bit. First of all, we are going to be using this fetch method, and here we are going to be specifying that URL, which here you can see, like let's suppose if I just write this JSON placeholder.typeicode.com/1, so it will just only gives us one response right here. So if you hit enter, okay, it's not giving us anything because here we have to write our posts, and then we have to write / and then 1. So if you just hit enter right here, so here you can see it will only gives us one post right here. Like the user ID will be set to 1, the ID will be also set to 1, the title will be equals to like this random gibberish word, and then we have a body, and this body will be equal to this one right here. So if you want to get a lot of results, so for that we have to just remove this one from here, and we just have to write this JSON placeholder.typeicode.com/posts or posts, however you want to pronounce that. And now I'm gonna hit enter, and it will give us a lot of data right here. And I happen to be using this this parser or JSON parser extension in Chrome, so that's why it is giving me all of their data in this format. But you will see your data in this raw format, something like that, or maybe not like this, but you will see your data clunky. But if you want to install that extension, so feel free to install that. So now let me just click on this parse, and this is how we are going to be getting all of their data. And now let's just use our fetch method to get this data from this post right, this website right here. You can learn more about this website if you want to, like how you are going to be making a request and all of that kind of stuff, like how you are going to be getting like 100 posts, like 500 comments, 100 albums, like 5,000 photos, and 200 to-dos, and 10 users, and routes. There are a lot of routes, like how you're going to be getting a data, how you're going to be posting a data, how you're going to be updating a data. Both of these are used for updating a data, and how you're going to be deleting a data, and all of that kind of stuff. So feel free to explore this API by yourself. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just copy this link right. Oh, I'm not going to copy that because I want to show every single thing from scratch. But before we getting into all of that, first of all, let's just remove this JSON from here. And I'm going to just go inside my index.html file right here. I'm going to just create a button right here, and I'm going to give a name of like btn. It will say like click me or click me. Okay, so then I'm going to just create a div with the ID of, I don't know, I'm going to also provide, the class will be ID. There we go. Okay, so Yeah, I guess that. Oh, I'm not gonna write any of that. That's a crap. So let's just write our results. I'm gonna also remove this results. But let me just write this result, or all posts will be fine. So I'm gonna just write all post. There we go. Okay, so we just have our button and we have our all post div right here. Okay, so we are going to be working with that in a second. So first of all, let me just get my button from my HTML. So I'm going to use my btn. Come on, what the hell? I'm going to use my document dot query selector, and I'm going to provide my button. And now let me just use button dot add event listener, and I'm assuming that you're probably aware of all of that kind of stuff. And now let me just provide my make request or render content. I guess make request would be totally fine. And now let me just create that function. So I'm going to just create that function, and I'm going to just write like make request, and I'm going to just remove that parameter from there, and I'm going to just use my fetch statement right here. So I'm going to just specify this link, which you can see right in here. So I'm going to just type it manually so that you don't get confused. So I'm going to just write https and then / double colons, colon and then double / JSON placeholder dot type icode.com / post, and I just want to get one post right here. So this is the link which you have to write. So I'm going to save my file. Oh, instead of saving my file, I'm going to attach my then statement right here, and I'm going to just get result right here, and inside this result I'm going to just check no result. So what do you want to print to the user? We just want to print to the user like new error, and we are going to be just writing like res.status text. There we go. So let's just remove these curly braces from there, and I guess one liner will be totally fine. Okay, so now let's just return this res.json from there, because we already saw like it will give us the JSON format. So we have to just write our JSON format right here. So I'm going to just show you, and here you can see it is now giving us this JSON format right here. So now here in this case we have to write this JSON right here rather than that text. So that's them, and now let's just save that, and now let's just get our real data from there, JSON. So I'm going to just use like data, and I'm going to just provide this console.log of data.id in this case. So now let's just save that, and now let me just log that stuff from the console. Let's just refresh that, and I'm assuming that we already messed up something inside this JSON.placeholder type A code, and I'm going to just click on him. I'm going to hold my control, and then I'm going to click on that, so it will now open. So that's completely working. Like this is totally a-okay. So why aren't we getting anything? Oh, that's because we have to click on our button, then we will get this result. So I'm going to untuck that or unduck that, however you want to call that, to the left. And now if you click on this button, and here you can see it will now give us that post ID right here of 1. So where are we getting this ID? We are getting this ID. Let me just copy that. Let me just paste it right here, and I'm going to just write 1, and we are getting this ID right here from this API. So now let's suppose if you also want to get the body, so or title to be precise. So I'm going to just use like data.title, and now let me just save that, and let me just click on him. So here you can see it will give us the ID and also the title, which we are getting from this title right here. Okay, so I'm going to also log to the console that body. So I'm going to use data.body, and now let me just save that and click on him. It will also give us that body from this post right here. So we have this body, so that's why we are able to get that. So that's that, and now let's just learn about how we are going to be rendering this data to the body, to the browser to be precise. Okay, so we are going to be creating a few things for that. First of all, I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to also give a class of like something. I guess ID will be fine because we are going to be rendering our ID inside there. And I'm going to just write a BR right here for just a simple breaks. Let me just save that, and I'm going to also write my title right here. Okay, I'm going to also provide a break thread, and I'm going to also not a body but just a class of a body, because here we are going to be rendering our body, so that's why we provide our body right here. Okay, and I'm going to also write a BR for the last one as well. So this is the amount of HTML that you have to write, and here we are going to be rendering all of our data. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to get all of that kind of stuff up above. I can also do that right here. Like I can also write like document.query, or let me just write it right here. So I'm going to write like document.query selector, and we are going to be first of all selecting our ID, and we are going to be changing the inner text of that. So I'm going to just use the inner HTML, and we are going to be setting that to our data.id in this case. So now if you save that, and now if you click on him, so here you can see it will just gives us one right here inside our browser. So now let's just cross that, And now let me just duplicate that a few times. So in this case, we are going to be getting our title, and we are going to be changing that title to this data.title, which we are getting from this API right in here. Okay, so then what we have to do, we have to also write our body in this case. And now let's just change that data, like that data.body. And now if you save everything, and finally I'm going to also write a catch statement. I don't have to, but I wanted to, so I'm going to also write this catch. And now let's just write our error. And now let's just log that error to the console. Save our file, everything is working. Click on him, it will give us that ID, it will also give us the title, and it will also give us that body right here. Okay, so now instead of writing this one post, I'm gonna get all of that posts. So now I'm going to just remove this one from here, but for that we have to use iteration. You know what, let me just show you that. What the hell, here we are going to be just writing this post right here, and it will give us 100 posts. So I'm going to just hold control and click on this link right here. So it will now give us 100 posts right here inside our browser. So I'm going to just remove both of them, and that's working just fine. But in this case, we have to iterate over through all of our data. So for that, we already write our all posts right here. So we are going to be selecting this div rather than these divs. So we are going to be first of all selecting that, and I'm going to just remove all of that stuff from here. Like everything is totally a-okay up above, but I'm going to just remove all of that stuff from here. And now we are already getting that data, so I'm going to just write let output, and it will be now equals to document.query selector, and I'm going to just select my all posts right here. Okay, and now I'm going to iterate over through all of their data, which is coming from their external API, and I'm going to just write for each, and I'm going to also provide my element right here. And now let me just write output dot inner HTML, and it will be now equals to plus equal to be honest, and we are going to be rendering our HTML right here. So I'm going to just write div, and I'm going to just provide we are going to be getting the ID, we are going to be also getting the title, and we are going to be also working with the body. And now let's just remove that last one, and now let's just change that from what do we call it, from ID to title, and this one will be body right here. So I'm going to just write body. And now if we save our file, and now if we click on this button, and here you can see it will give us ID, and body, body, and title, that much time right here. Okay, so I'm going to just provide, I don't know, I'm going to write a BR in here. So yep, that's looking cool. So first of all, let me just remove that from here as well. So first of all, we are getting that ID and also the title and the body for 100 posts, and we are rendering all of that to our browser right here. So we can also write a styles for that if you wanted to. So I'm going to just write styles.css, and I'm going to just write a little bit of style. You don't have to write that, but I'm just writing it anyways. Margin padding will be equals to that, box sizing will be blah blah blah, and I'm going to just change the background body background color to like crimson or something like that. Save that, and we are not using it anywhere, so that's why we have to link that right in here, and I'm going to link that right here. Save my file, click on this button, and why in the world we are not getting these styles? Body, we are writing crimson. Save our file. This is looking awful, I know that. But no, let's just change this. What do we call it? I'm going to just store it in some sort of a container, or you know what, I'll post will be fine. So I'm going to copy that. Let's just get that and use the background of, I don't know, CCC would be fine, and save my file. And let's just provide a little bit of margin of 2, not 2, but I guess 10 pixels would be fine. So I'm going to just save this file, and it will provide it for all of them. So we can wrap, you know, we don't have to write the styling. What the hell, I'm going to just remove the styling from here, and that's looking cool. So this is how we are going to be reading that data, and this is how we are going to be rendering all of that data from external API to the browser. There are a lot of APIs you can explore, like I don't know, fake user API, and there are a lot of them, like I don't know, user API, and I don't know what the hell was that. And here you can see we have fake user API, we already discussed about that, and we have a random user generated. There we go. So we build a lot of projects. So I'm gonna just open my YouTube channel right here, and I want to show you like where you can find all of their projects, and where you can find just a specific to this external APIs project. So now let me just show you that. And I don't know what the hell happened to my internet. It is like more than a slug. Okay, so here you can find Where is my 100 projects?
Hey guys, Hussein and welcome to the YouTube channel. So this video,
we have these 100 projects right here. So now let me just open that, and here you will find all of their projects right in here. So you can learn and you can create all of their projects with me if you wanted to. So here you can see how. So this one is external API. This one is also external API. This one is external API. And let me just show you. This one is also external API. And this one, no, this one isn't external API. Let me just show you the other one. Yep, this one is also using external API. This one is also using external API. This one is external API. This one is also external API. This one is external API. And there are a lot of projects. Like this is 100 projects in 100 days. So you can like build, if you build like I don't know, maybe 30 or 40 projects, so you can apply to jobs and you can jump to React or all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, that was it about JavaScript, and I'm gonna see you in the next course. I'm just kidding. Alright, so now let's learn about their try and catch blocks, which we've been using for a while now. Okay, so what in the world are their try and catch blocks and why you should care about them? So in JavaScript, the try and catch are keyword used to implement an error handling, and error handling is essential when writing a code to gracefully handle unexpected errors and exceptions that may occur during the program execution. The try and catch blocks work together to enable developer to catch and handle errors, preventing them from crashing the entire application. Okay, so now that was just a quick definition of what a try and catch blocks is, and now let me just give you an example of that. So let's suppose we have some sort of a function, so I'm going to just give a name of like I don't know, parse JSON or something like that, and it will also tag a JSON string right here. And I'm assuming that you already know how a JSON works and what it is. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just first of all write this try and catch block, and here we are going to be writing something good. If something good happen, it will happen right here. If something bad happen inside our program, so that will happen right in here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like const parsed parsed parse data, there we go, and I'm going to just use like json.parse method right here, and we are going to be just specifying our JSON string right here, and we are going to be also returning our parse data right here. Oh, you know what, instead of writing all of that code, I'm gonna just write like return statement right in here. So now let me just save that, and now inside a catch block we are going to be passing this error right here. You can just write a E or you can just write a error if you want to, but I'm gonna just pass my error just like that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm gonna just log to the console this, an error occurred, audible C audible CURRED, yeah, double RED, there we go, while parsing JSON. Okay, so now we have to just render our error, and also we have to get this message on this error right here. So it will give us that object, and inside this object we have this error message right here. Okay, so we are going to be just returning no from this function finally. So now we successfully create our function. So now let's just create our valid and invalid JSON right here. So first of all, I'm going to just create like valid JSON, and it will be now equals to you know, first of all, I'm going to just write my curly brace right here, and I'm going to just close that. You know, first of all, let me just write their codes right here. Just want to write a regular JSON right here. So I'm going to just write my name, and I'm going to just store that. I'm going to just store my own name like Hussein. There we go. And now let me just provide a comma. I'm going to also store the edge. Edge will be like 19 in this case. And yeah, that's true. And there is my valid JSON right here. So I'm going to just wrap that with these curly braces right here. So now let me just call that, but before I do, I'm going to just write like const result 1, and it will be now equals to parse JSON right here, and we are going to be just passing over valid JSON right here as an argument to this function. And now let me just log to the console this result 1, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us that data, and everything is working totally just fine, and it is now returning that it is now returning, and it is also parsing that data which we are providing right here. So what if we provide an invalid JSON right here? So I'm going to just write like invalid, or you know, invalid JSON like so, and it will be now equals to like, I'm going to provide my curly braces, and here I'm going to just provide like I don't know, name, or you know, let me just copy that from here, and I'm going to just make a typo in there, Let me just place it right here, and I'm going to just provide a comma at the end right here. This code is no longer a JSON code, and it will give us an error right here, because here you can see we provide this comma and we are not providing anything else, but finally we are providing this comma. So this is now an invalid JSON. So I'm going to just write like const result2, and it will be now equals to parse JSON, and we are going to be just passing our invalid JSON right here. So instead of writing that result1, I'm going to just write result2. And now if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us an error occurred while parsing a JSON, unexpected double coded property name in JSON at position this. Okay, so it will now give us that error right here. Okay, we can also use console.error. So I'm going to just use like console.error. So now if you save that, and now we have to open our errors right here, and now it will now give us like an error occurred while parsing a JSON, unexpected double coded property name in JSON at this position right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be passing our try, and this is how we are going to be passing our catch block right here in JavaScript.